Chapter 1. Entering the world of Naruto. Whoosh! A beam of light pierced his vision as Yushu opened his eyes. The sky was shrouded in darkness, the clouds tinged with crimson, presenting a landscape that felt utterly alien. Unlike the azure hues etched in his memory, it was as if the heavens were pressing down upon him. The crackling of flames echoed in his ears, a sizzle accompanied by an odd scent. Where am I? Yushu gritted his teeth. His head felt as if it were filled with lead, heavy and unresponsive. With a determined effort, he attempted to rise, but failed, managing only to roll over and prop himself up. Surveying his surroundings, he found the ground scorched and charred. Small flames flickered quietly nearby, the trees reduced to ash, and bodies lay strewn across the ground, scattered haphazardly. Most alarmingly, each figure was soaked in blood, their forms half concealed by dark gray soot. In his memory, it had only been a short while ago that he had been gaming at home all night. Utterly exhausted and merely seeking a brief respite, how could a nap have transported him to this place? System binding in progress. 103-0100. System binding successful. Multiverse lottery system. Soul binding complete. Multiverse lottery system? A series of electronic voices erupted in his mind, causing Yushu to shudder. Having been a recluse for over 20 years, he understood the significance of a system. This was an essential tool for any traveler, almost all of whom had ascended to greatness with the aid of such systems after their transitions. As he pondered, excitement bubbled within him. Did this mean he had also joined the ranks of transmigrators? And he had received a system as a golden key. The thought of embarking on a journey to the pinnacle of life was enough to make him laugh out loud. System, could you please introduce your functions? Yushu summoned the system in his thoughts, mimicking the novels he had read. Replying to the host, the multiverse lottery system can provide the host with items and skills from across the multiverse. Does that mean I can acquire abilities from other worlds? Indeed, the multiverse lottery system will assist the host in becoming the master of dimensions. And how do I obtain those abilities? By completing tasks, depending on the difficulty, you may earn a chance to draw. Please explore on your own as a reward for the successful initial binding. The system will grant the host one multiverse lottery. A reward for one draw? The multiverse lottery is the sole means for the host to acquire multiversal abilities. Rewards are entirely random, with SSS being the best and E the worst. Then let's draw. Very well. Yushu engaged in a mental dialogue with the system. While no substantial information was gleaned, at least he had a novice package. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability. Rasengan A rank. Lottery complete. At this stage, the host must explore this dimensional world independently. The system will enter sleep mode except during the lottery, and will only provide the attribute panel and task panel. Upon hearing he had drawn the Rasengan, Yushu felt a flicker of joy, only to discover the system was about to fall dormant once more. Hey, system, that's a bit useless, isn't it? One moment. Yushu had barely uttered a word before the cold electronic voice vanished from his mind. To be honest, he had not anticipated things would turn out this way. The so-called golden finger system had barely appeared before going to sleep. With a sigh, Yushu felt a sense of resignation. Attributes, he silently commanded, intending to assess his current situation. Name, Jishin Yushu. Status, normal. The system has restored negative statuses upon successful binding. Ability, Rasengan A rank. Combat power, unranked. Friendly reminder, combat power refers to the level of strength one can exert, with ranks categorized as unranked, Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, Kage, Super Kage, 6 paths, and God. Each level has its own range, and not all ranks equate to the same level of power. Yushu was taken aback, surprised by the simplicity of this attribute panel. Other systems typically listed sensory attributes, yet this one seemed to convey little more than a warm reminder. What bad luck, how unreliable. My combat power is unranked? The weight he had felt earlier dissipated as he grumbled, rising to his feet. This ranking had already clarified his position within this world. The surroundings were dim, instilling a sense of oppression, and Yushu felt a chill creep into his heart. Just then, a gust of wind swept through. A shadow darted by, and Yushu instinctively sidestepped. What the hell is that? He cursed under his breath. Task triggered. Eliminate the Rain Ninja Genin before you reward. One lottery draw. The emotionless electronic voice echoed in his mind, momentarily startling Yushu. Didn't expect a little brat to slip through. A voice emerged from ahead, prompting Yushu to shift his gaze. Before him stood a man clad in cloth armor, a forehead protector bearing 4 vertical lines emblazoned upon it. To wage war on our land, just because we are weak. What a disgraceful so-called great ninja village. The man gritted his teeth, his body appearing extremely disheveled, covered in wounds, blood staining half of him. Clutching a kunai, he advanced slowly. Yushu's breath quickened. He was merely a recluse, unaccustomed to such scenes. Damn it, he cursed, realizing while others traversed worlds and soared to greatness, his own journey had taken a drastically different turn, beginning with an encounter with a rain ninja, and from the man's words, it seemed he was in a perilous time. A mere brat, yet he seems formidable. Is he truly from Konoha? The man wore a sinister smile as he lunged forward, kunai poised to strike. Konoha? Yushu was momentarily stunned, but there was no time for contemplation. The rain ninja's figure darted towards him, and Yushu's hands trembled uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the chakra within him. The only ability he possessed was the Rasengan he had just drawn. The rain ninja shouted, closing the distance. Yushu did not blink as he timed his movements perfectly, evading the man's kunai slash. That was close. He gasped, astonished. Could it be true that a mere recluse, even one with a history of athleticism, had executed such a maneuver? Not dwelling on it further, he unleashed his chakra, gathering it into his hands. The rain ninja, sensing danger, would not wait for Yushu to unleash his technique. Go to hell, he cried out, his bloodied arm swinging the kunai toward Yushu. Breathing steadily, the man's movements appeared to slow in Yushu's eyes. He sidestepped just in time to avoid the kunai's edge. The rain ninja's pupils contracted as he beheld a small figure rushing towards him. Rasengan. With a resounding crash, the wind whipped around them as Yushu unleashed the spinning blue-white sphere, striking the rain ninja with force. In the next instant, the man was sent flying as though weightless. With a thud, he collided with a tree, embedding himself partially within it. Yushu panted heavily, astonished that he had truly succeeded, tapping into what felt like an innate ability to execute the signature jutsu of the Naruto universe. The man before him collapsed, his gaze dimming, a spiral wound marking his body, bloodless yet heart-wrenching to behold. Ha! The man chuckled weakly. What have we done wrong? Is it because we are weak? Why must you involve us in your own affairs? Yushu watched as the man clenched his fists, his dull eyes shimmering with pure tears. Rest in peace. After a moment of silence, Yushu gently brushed his hands over the man's face, and the man's eyes closed in response, though a single tear remained. Rain Ninja eliminated task complete, reward. One lottery draw. The electronic voice resounded in his mind, yet Yushu felt little joy. Around him, smoke billowed, and scattered corpses lay strewn about, their dull eyes still open. The forehead protectors all bearing 4 vertical lines, distinctive markers of the Rain Ninja. This desolate ground was undoubtedly the territory of the Rain Village. Yushu gritted his teeth as a seasoned recluse. He understood precisely in which world and period he now found himself. The situation he encountered was none other than the second great ninja war within the Naruto universe, where the conflicts among the great ninja villages had erupted here in the Rain Village, ensnaring its inhabitants in the depths of warfare. Warfare, is it? Yushu murmured to himself, realizing that in this moment, he was the sole survivor in this ravaged land. Chapter 2. Konoha Village. The rain fell steadily, streaming down his cloak as Yushu trudged through the downpour, draped in a tattered mantle he had scavenged. It had been half a day since he arrived in this place, and the surroundings bore the scars of recently extinguished conflict, with ninjas clad in cloth armor lying lifelessly on the ground. Little one, have you lost your way? Yushu lifted his gaze, raindrops cascading onto his face, as a man's voice resonated from behind him. Turning around, his eyes fell upon someone he recognized all too well. The man had slightly longer white hair and streaks of oil painted across his face, undoubtedly The person before him was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. As Jiraiya approached, Yushu remained silent. Why the glum expression? The war has come to an end, Jiraiya remarked, crouching down to meet Yushu's gaze, which was now at the height of a child. He felt a gentle touch on his head. Yushu realized it was Jiraiya's hand. Mission activated. Enter Konoha with Jiraiya's assistance. Reward: 1 lottery draw. An electronic voice echoed in his mind, signaling yet another system task had been triggered. Yushu regarded Jiraiya, momentarily at a loss for how to persuade him to take him back to Konoha. Little one, are you from Konoha? Jiraiya suddenly inquired, causing Yushu to blink in confusion. Previously, during his battle with a lower-ranking ninja, that ninja had claimed to be from Konoha as well, leaving him utterly bewildered. Jiraiya extended his hand toward Yushu's feet, revealing a Konoha forehead protector dangling before him. When did this happen? Yushu was taken aback. He had been completely unaware that a Konoha forehead protector was tied around his ankle. Upon waking, he had found himself in a different world, utterly ignorant of the circumstances surrounding him. Isn't this yours? I thought another genius had emerged from Konoha. No wonder I don't recall you. Jiraiya stood up. My name is Jiraiya, a ninja from Konoha. What do you say? Would you like to accompany me back to Konoha? Jiraiya smiled, a gesture he had extended countless times before to orphans affected by the war. Yushu was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the task could be so effortlessly accomplished. Is that really possible? Of course, Konoha welcomes you. The rain continued to fall as the duo, one large and one small, strode side by side into the distance. Following Jiraiya, they soon arrived at a campsite, and just then, the rain ceased. I am back, Jiraiya announced, lifting the curtain of the tent and striding inside, with Yushu quietly trailing behind. Jiraiya, you rascal, off gallivanting again, a young woman's voice called out as Yushu peered inside. Indeed, familiar faces abounded. There was Uncle Snake sitting quietly, along with the young Tsunade, all 3 legendary Sannin gathered here. At this time, they had just been acknowledged as the Sannin by Hanzo of the Salamander. Additionally, there stood a white-haired man, strikingly similar to Kakashi from the original narrative, albeit slightly more mature. This was Kakashi's biological father, the renowned Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Apologies, I was rather bored and took a little stroll, Jiraiya chuckled, eliciting exasperated sighs from the others. And who is that child? Tsunade's gaze fell upon Yushu, who had caught her attention from the outset. I just encountered him. He seems to be from Konoha. When I found him, he had a Konoha forehead protector tied to his foot, Jiraiya explained. Not only Tsunade, but the others also turned their eyes toward Yushu, who felt a surge of anxiety. The 4 before him were formidable, each more powerful than the last. Is that so? Tsunade's voice softened considerably, and after that brief remark, she resumed her seat. All right, our current mission is to evacuate. The war is over, and it's time to return to Konoha, Tsukumo stated, casting a glance at Tsunade before speaking. Finally, we can put an end to this. It has been utterly exhausting, Orochimaru interjected languidly. To summarize, we have tidied up as much as possible. Let's gather our comrades and head back to Konoha, Tsukumo concluded. Yet, the atmosphere in the camp was not one of jubilation. Instead, it was rather somber, particularly for Tsunade. Jiraiya remained silent, observing everything quietly before he heaved a sigh and turned to leave. Yushu followed Jiraiya outside. By the way, I still don't know your name. Jiraiya paused at the camp's entrance. Yushu, Himegami Yushu. A fine name. Jiraiya leaned against a tree. I'm sorry, but I cannot accompany you back to Konoha from here. Did you notice that lovely sister earlier? Allow her to take you back, Jiraiya smiled. Why? Yushu inquired, but in the next moment, he recalled something. After the Second War, Jiraiya did not return to Konoha, but instead spent 3 years in Amigakure, living alongside 3 children whom he taught ninjutsu, ensuring their safety in the war-torn village. Those 3 would later become pivotal figures in the Akatsuki: Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. Well, men often find themselves entangled in various matters. You'll understand when you grow up. Jiraiya chuckled softly before retreating back into the camp. Tsunade, could you please escort this little one back to Konoha? As Jiraiya's words echoed, The camp erupted into a flurry of activity. Yushu stood outside, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Thank you, Hokage grandfather. I will certainly work hard and not let down your expectations." As he watched the third Hokage depart, Naruto declared with unwavering determination. Sighing with relief internally, Naruto couldn't help but fantasize. If he were an actor, he would have undoubtedly won an Oscar by now. Yet acting is no simple endeavor, especially when one must devote oneself wholeheartedly to it. Shaking his head, Naruto resumed his battle against the food before him. After all, the body is the foundation of revolution. Once he finished devouring the food, Naruto excitedly opened the scroll, only to find it filled with a jumble of twisted Japanese characters. This left him momentarily stunned. It was not that he did not recognize the Japanese characters, but rather that the original Naruto had been illiterate in Japanese. One could hardly expect a 5-year-old who had never attended school to read. The third Hokage's trick was indeed masterful. He provided the scroll, but whether Naruto could master it was beyond his control. Moreover, even if Naruto realized this, he would still be unable to enter the Hokage's office, having no choice but to obediently wait for a year to attend school. Presently, Naruto would struggle to find anyone to help him decipher it. Impressive indeed, truly the work of the third Hokage. However, he did not anticipate that Naruto was, in fact, a time traveler who could understand Japanese. There he was, scratching his head and pulling his hair, rapidly memorizing the extraction methods, for he was still under surveillance. Once he had committed the methods to memory, he feigned distress and lay down on his bed, covering his head to sleep. Yet in truth, Naruto's mind was consumed with thoughts of the extraction techniques. Although he had a general understanding from watching anime, he was oblivious to the finer details. This scroll was indeed a tremendous aid. Adhering to the principle that time must not be wasted, Naruto pretended to sleep while gradually extracting chakra from his body. Naturally endowed with a substantial amount of chakra, he was now 2 years ahead in his training, and the future appeared much brighter. Fortunately, the two Umbu monitoring him did not belong to the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, Naruto's activities would have surely been discovered, leaving him to await his enrollment in the Ninja Academy. Thus, Naruto embarked on his training's first step, chakra extraction, immersing most of his focus into his body. He began to extract chakra from within himself, cell by cell. Although he had to be cautious of the Umbu and could not fully immerse himself in his training, this was already a stroke of luck for Naruto. Carefully operating the techniques recorded in the scroll, an hour passed with no results. Then 2 hours, still nothing. Just as Naruto began to doubt his talent, finally, in the 3rd hour of his training, he extracted a wisp of chakra. Though it was but a mere thread, Naruto understood that this initial step was crucial, and without hesitation, he continued his training. The fact that it took him 3 hours to extract chakra made him question his aptitude, which subsequently drove him to work even harder in his future training, until he came to realize the truth at the Ninja Academy that it turned out that an ordinary ninja typically takes about 3 days to extract chakra for the first time, with those of better aptitude requiring 2 days, and even geniuses needing around a day, like Orochimaru, Itachi, Kakashi, and Sasuke. Yet Naruto had accomplished this feat in merely half a day, suggesting that his mental fortitude had indeed strengthened significantly post-fusion. More importantly, he was only 5 years old, and his potential for growth was likely beyond anyone's imagination. A night passed in Naruto's diligent training. What awaited him the following day, he was truly eager to find out. Chapter 3. The first encounter with the Nine-Tails. Early the next morning, Naruto awoke from his training, not because he wished to cease, but because the growling of his stomach made it impossible to continue. It had been an entire night since his last meal, the one the third Hokage had provided, and throughout the night, Naruto had been consuming energy through his training, so it was only natural that he felt depleted. The urgent task at hand was to find something to satisfy his hunger. He could no longer eat the expired food stored at home. Yes, he thought this. He slowly dressed and headed outside, determined to seek out some wild game. After all, he had no money. Furthermore, even if he did, would anyone sell to him? Observing the blatant disdain and hatred in the eyes of those he passed, Naruto couldn't help but engage in a bit of self-deprecating humor. Gradually, he arrived at the outskirts of the dense forest on the back mountain of Konoha village. However, for a mere 5-year-old child, Powerless and lacking any ninja techniques, finding food in such a thick forest was no small feat was he to resort to eating wild fruits. Naruto vigorously shook his head, abandoning that notion. Consuming wild fruits during such a crucial growth period could easily lead to malnutrition. No wonder the original Naruto was portrayed as so frail. With such a diet, even a most gifted individual would struggle to grow quickly. Thus, he resolved to seek out a safe and nutritious fish instead. Acting on impulse, and drawing from his previous life's knowledge of jungle survival, Naruto quickly located a small stream, its crystal-clear waters revealing several plump fish leisurely swimming about, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. After surveying his surroundings, Naruto snapped off a branch and sharpened one end with his trusty knife, embarking on his first attempt at survival in this new world. Fishing. However, the endeavor was not as straightforward as he had envisioned. Despite possessing exceptional instincts, his physical speed fell short, leading Naruto to engage in a prolonged battle with the fish. This was particularly disadvantageous for the already famished Naruto. His waning energy hindered his ability to accurately strike the fish. Even as he discerned their movements, from morning to noon and into the afternoon, he persevered, but ultimately, his exhausted body could no longer sustain him, and he collapsed as he fell. Naruto launched a desperate strike. Fueled by his frustration, and perhaps by divine favor, he finally speared a small fish, no larger than his palm. Gazing at the fish impaled on the sharpened wood, he thought to himself, "I did it." This was the last thought that crossed his mind before losing consciousness. Where am I? Though Naruto had fainted, he did not lose awareness. Instead, he found himself in a dimly lit sewer. Upon recognizing his surroundings, he immediately understood. The Ninetales that a peculiar sensation compelled him to delve deeper into the sewer, where he beheld a tall, iron gate, its seal emblazoned with a striking symbol. "Hey, little brat, come here just a bit closer," echoed the enticing voice of the Ninetales in Naruto's ears. Yet, as the Ninetales anticipated that Naruto would draw near to launch an attack, it was taken aback to find Naruto remaining perfectly still, not moving an inch. This unexpected defiance filled the Ninetales with astonishment and irritation. How dare a mere human disregard its command and withstand its mental assault? "Is there something you want, Nine-tailed Fox?" Naruto inquired, enunciating each word deliberately as he observed the gradually materializing form of the Ninetales within the cage. "Little brat, you actually know my name?" The Ninetales replied, astonished. "Yet I never expected you to make it here at such a young age and withstand my mental attack." "I intended to come find you later," the Ninetales continued, "but since we're face to face now, let us strike a deal." "Little brat, you have quite the nerve to propose a deal. What is it? Are you asking for my assistance in eliminating those ants in Konoha? It seems your life has been quite miserable these past years. Would you like me to lend you my power?" At that moment, the Ninetales had shed its haughty demeanor, resembling a wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood. "I am willing to borrow your power, but not as a gift. I will take it." "Oh, is there a difference?" "Of course, I know my own body's condition better than anyone, so I understand how much energy I can withstand that if you were to give it to me, I doubt I would even know how I perished. Besides, I do not trust you. As for our deal, the terms are, I can borrow your power at any time, and occasionally request your assistance in return should I find myself in a life-threatening situation. I will release you first. Furthermore, I can occasionally allow you to glimpse the outside world to alleviate your boredom." "Little brat, do you think I would agree to such terms? I can already see the outside world from my cage." "This is an entirely unfair deal." The Ninetales scoffed at Naruto's proposition. Although the initial conditions intrigued the Ninetales, it was far too elusive for a creature that had lived countless ages. It would not easily relinquish control of the dialogue. "Do you truly believe that once I learn you can see the outside world through me, you will maintain that privilege?" Naruto retorted confidently, gazing at the Ninetales. Being confined to such a small, dark space must be unbearable. "No, curse you," the Ninetales snarled, slamming its paw against the iron gate, unleashing a wave of violent energy. Under the weight of this oppressive aura, Naruto struggled to remain standing, yet he had never truly experienced life-or-death battles. Not even in his previous life as a wielder of extraordinary powers. His ability to endure for so long was solely attributed to his formidable mental fortitude that moment. The overwhelming killing intent emanating from the Nine Tails finally shattered Naruto's psychological defenses. Unable to hold on any longer, he collapsed onto the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face, his body rendered utterly rigid, incapable of movement. "I agree to this deal. Now leave." The Nine Tails began to grow impatient, likely irked by the lack of advantage during their first encounter. Unperturbed, Naruto sat on the ground, panting heavily, and addressed the Nine Tails. "Do you possess two distinct types of chakra?" As he recalled watching the anime, he had often found it curious that after sustaining severe injuries, Naruto could recover swiftly thanks to the Nine Tails' power, essentially, the energy of the Nine Tails chakra. However, he pondered, why did utilizing the Nine Tails chakra in battle cause significant harm to his body? "How do you know?" The Nine Tails' face was filled with astonishment, clearly taken aback that Naruto would deduce such a thing. "Indeed, my chakra possesses two natures, one of life and one of death, one of destruction and one of restoration." "But, little brat, how did you come to this conclusion?" "That's none of your concern. It seems you must now fulfill your promise. From this moment on, I require you to continuously infuse my body with that restorative chakra." "Understood. Now leave," the Nine Tails declared, forcefully ejecting Naruto from his consciousness before he could voice any further requests. Upon exiting his mindscape, Naruto awoke to find himself still lying in the shallow stream, the cool water soaking him. Fortunately, the water was not deep. Otherwise, he might have met his demise. Glancing at the sky, he noted that dusk had fallen. While the two Anbu remained vigilantly observing him, but Naruto's resentment towards Konoha deepened. The Anbu had merely watched as he fainted in the water without offering assistance. Did they wish for his demise? He resolved not to grant them that satisfaction. "I will live well and witness your downfall," he thought bitterly as he made his way back to his small dwelling. Feeling the Nine Tails' restorative chakra nourishing him from within, he could sense his body growing stronger, eliciting an overwhelming urge to laugh joyously. However, he restrained himself, knowing that today's achievements were indeed remarkable. Not only had he forged a pact with the Nine Tails, allowing him to grow stronger in silence, but he also had fish to eat. Holding the small fish he had caught, Naruto reflected, what a bountiful harvest! Beneath the cool, silvery moonlight, a frail child walked through the streets of Konoha, fish in hand, embodying harmony and tranquility. Yet, what secrets lay hidden beneath this calm fade? Who could say? All Naruto desired was to return to his humble abode, enjoy a hearty meal, and continue his training, leaving the two watchful shadows behind him. However, he mused, one day after satisfying his hunger and thirst, Naruto lay in bed and began refining his chakra. That night, the process accelerated remarkably, with his blue chakra merging with the Nine Tails' red chakra, gradually transforming into a silvery gray. His astonishment. He noticed this newly formed chakra seeping into his cells, which visibly became more compact at an astonishing rate. Both his muscles and veins grew increasingly resilient, perpetuating a cycle of growth. This realization filled Naruto with elation. It appears my path to becoming a formidable warrior has widened, he thought contentedly, losing himself once more in his training. Chapter 4. A chance encounter with Rock Lee. When Naruto emerged from his meditation, it was already early the next day. Having equipped himself, he set out once more in search of breakfast, as his supplies had long been depleted. Strolling leisurely, he took in the morning scenery of Konoha, feeling the harmonious atmosphere around him. Suddenly, he sensed a dissonance, as if he existed in a realm apart from the world surrounding him. Observing it from a third-party perspective, it seems I still cannot fully immerse myself in this space, he reflected wistfully, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Naruto's gaze hardened with resolve. Why dwell on such matters? My primary focus must be on enhancing my strength. If only I had a few like-minded companions. Upon reaching the forest behind Konoha, he prepared to continue his battle with the fish when he faintly heard youthful voices calling out from a short distance away. Driven by curiosity, he set down his wooden spear and moved toward the source of the sounds. As he drew nearer, he discovered a small child striking a wooden post, occasionally interspersed with shouts. Recognizing the familiar yet foreign face, Naruto instantly identified him as Rock Lee, the diligent prodigy renowned for his taijutsu. known throughout Konoha and beyond. Observing the polished wooden post, it appeared that Lee had only recently begun his training, likely his first day here, as Naruto had not seen him during his own exhaustive practice yesterday. However, it struck him as odd that this determined boy, who had clearly not trained for long, had paused to rest. Upon scrutinizing the slender figure, Naruto confirmed, yes, it is indeed Rock Lee, just without his iconic watermelon head. Had the manga misled him into thinking Lee was tirelessly dedicated? Hey kid, why have you stopped training? You won't become a powerful ninja by being lazy. Naruto, unable to comprehend, decided to make his presence known. Who are you? How did you end up here? I've already enrolled in the Ninja Academy, and soon I will become a formidable ninja. Lee replied solemnly, you shouldn't be playing around at your age. Naruto suddenly remembered that he was no longer a 20-something adult, but had been reborn as a 5-year-old child. Moreover, it appeared that Lee was indeed a year older than him. Age was indeed a troublesome factor. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Pleased to meet you. What is your name? I am Rock Lee. Pleased to meet you. Lee maintained a serious demeanor, making it difficult to reconcile his current poker face with the passionate young man he would later become. So, why does he not train as fervently as depicted in the manga? Your dream is to become a great ninja, correct? Naruto decided to continue probing. Yes. Are you also aspiring to be one? Lee replied enthusiastically. Then let us strive together on our path to becoming great ninjas. He flashed a radiant smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. That it is undoubtedly him, the determined Rock Lee. But your efforts seem insufficient. Training for a while and then resting will not yield significant improvement in taijutsu. Naruto took on the role of the mentor. In no time, I will learn powerful ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Aren't ninjas supposed to focus on ninjutsu? Lee said dreamily, completely unaware that a child younger than him was steering the conversation. Wait a moment. How could I have overlooked this? Lee has likely just started attending the Ninja Academy a few days ago. They must be teaching him basic literacy and comprehension that he probably hasn't even learned how to refine chakra yet, let alone ninjutsu and jinjutsu. So, he remains unaware that he cannot practice ninjutsu and jinjutsu, which explains his disinterest in taijutsu. Not necessarily. Ninjas often surprise others. Imagine if your opponent believes you to be a ninjutsu-type ninja, only for you to triumph with taijutsu or jinjutsu. The great ninja excels in all aspects. Naruto continued to entice him. Your taijutsu strong? Lee inquired curiously. I haven't even begun practicing taijutsu, Naruto admitted bashfully. So, I've decided that we should train together here every morning. What do you say? However, I only came here to practice today because there is no school if classes resume. I want time to come. Lee scratched his head awkwardly, lacking the fervor he would later display. Then you can wake up a couple of hours earlier than others. Only by doing so can you grow stronger and become a powerful ninja, earning the respect of everyone, Naruto urged, feeling a mix of disappointment and determination for the boy who hadn't yet faced hardship. All right, let us strive together. By the way, are you also a student at the Ninja Academy? The young man with the pronounced brows finally remembered to inquire about Naruto's identity. No, but I will be next year. Naruto had to feign excitement as he spoke, although you entered school a year before me. I absolutely will not lose to you, senior. Neither will I lose to you. It appeared that the young man with the pronounced brows was quite confident as, what are we waiting for? Let us begin right now. However, Naruto suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. But it seems I haven't had breakfast yet. Are you an orphan as well? The young man with the pronounced brows suddenly asked. Why do you ask that? What makes you think I am an orphan? Naruto replied, astonished. Only orphans would rush out without eating breakfast this early, let alone someone as young as you. Surely your parents would not allow you to run about without eating. The young man stated with confidence. Who said the young man with the pronounced brows was dull-witted and single-minded? Could such reasoning be deduced by someone truly lacking in intelligence? It seemed the young man with the pronounced brows was not foolish. On the contrary, he demonstrated considerable cleverness. With proper training, he could undoubtedly become a formidable ninja capable of standing on his OW, and that it was essential to draw him into Naruto's circle. The immediate priority was to become friends, and later, to encourage and support him when he faced ridicule and isolation, becoming a pillar of strength in his heart. it was highly probable that he would be won over. Of course, if Naruto could address the issue of his inability to master ninjutsu and genjutsu, he would surely surpass even the likes of Kisame Hashigaki in strength. Let not anyone harbor disdain for Naruto's current pretense of camaraderie. After all, he is surrounded by peril, and an additional ally would mean increased strength. Just because the village of Konoha does not appreciate him does not mean Naruto does not value his bonds. More importantly, both he and Naruto were orphans, subjected to the scorn and disdain of others. They were indeed kindred spirits. Surely, they would become excellent companions. However, it seemed Naruto had also skipped breakfast. With that, the two exchanged a knowing smile, a sense of camaraderie blossoming between them. Though it was but a fragile sprout at present, it would surely grow into a towering tree, unyielding and steadfast in the near future. So, should we not first have some breakfast to replenish our energy before embarking on our grueling training? Naruto suggested with a genuine smile directed at the young man with pronounced brows. He was never stingy with his smiles toward friends, unlike the forced smiles he offered to others. Sounds great. What shall we eat? The young man inquired happily. Let us feast on the delicacies I had yesterday. They are both nutritious and delicious. With that, he led the young man to the stream where he had caught fish the previous day. Handing the wooden spear he had discarded earlier to the young man, Naruto quickly found another, and together they commenced their second encounter with fish. Naruto's second, the young man's first. Perhaps the fish were particularly foolish that day. Or perhaps it was the synergy of their teamwork. In any case, within half an hour, they had successfully caught 3 fish. As Naruto began to roast the fish on the spot, skillfully sprinkling various seasonings. The young man could no longer contain his curiosity. Is this really the delicacy you mentioned? Will it actually taste good? Of course it will. You'll know once you try it, Naruto assured him confidently, as the aroma of the roasting fish wafted through the air. Both Naruto and the young man found themselves swallowing in anticipation. Naruto fondly recalled the delightful scent, reminiscent of a similar experience during an outdoor mission in his previous life. Now, the scene was being vividly recreated. He could hardly contain his excitement, as yesterday's catch had been transformed into a delicious fish stew. Meanwhile, the young man had only ever eaten the bland food provided by the orphanage and had never tasted roasted fish before. Naturally, upon catching a whiff of the delectable aroma, he was unable to resist. The culmination of these circumstances led to a frenzied competition over the fish as soon as it was ready, even before it had cooled down. Though this rivalry was fierce, it served to strengthen their friendship further. Well, now that we are full, let us begin our journey together, training with vigor for the future. Indeed, we cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by others. Let us go, go. After finishing their meal, the two clapped their hands together and, with resolute steps, made their way toward the hidden training ground, embarking on Naruto's first true physical training session since his rebirth. What kind of future will these two fated youths cultivate? Let us await the outcome. Chapter 5. Surprises in training. According to the circumstances at the Ninja Academy, studying cultural subjects and becoming literate would take at least 2 years, while learning the fundamentals of ninjutsu and genjutsu would likely require another year, meaning formal engagement with chakra and ninjutsu would not commence until the 4th grade. Of course, students from prestigious clans or those with inherited ninjutsu would not face such delays. For example, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Nara Shikamo, Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Choji, and Inuzuka Kiba were all exceptions. Conversely, commoner ninjas would typically have 3 years or even longer to catch up in their training, which explains why the majority of prominent ninjas hail from esteemed backgrounds. Rock Lee, too, began to exert himself only after being deemed incapable of learning ninjutsu and genjutsu, facing ridicule and disparagement from his peers. In other words, he dedicated himself entirely to physical training starting in the 4th grade. Even though he had previously practiced physical techniques, Naruto's observations suggested it had not been rigorous enough. However, with Naruto's companionship and encouragement, Rock Lee began his physical training 3 years earlier than in the original timeline. Completely altering his fate. One cannot help but anticipate the achievements of the young man with pronounced brows in the future. 211, 212, 213. The young man was diligently striking the wooden post. 203, 204, 205. Naruto was also striving to keep pace. Naruto, you're too slow. You must catch up. The young man noticed Naruto lagging behind and began to encourage him. Don't worry. I will definitely not lose to you, Lee. Just watch. I'll catch up in no time. It was evident that their 5-year-old bodies had their limitations. As their bond deepened, Naruto began to refer to the young man as Lee. 524, 525, 526. Lee's rhythm noticeably slowed. 512, 513, 514. Naruto appeared to be flagging as well. However, the truth was that Naruto was acutely aware that though he felt a bit fatigued, the exertion was not nearly as taxing as he had anticipated. As time went on, and the number of strikes against the wooden post continued to rise, whenever Naruto sensed his body growing weary and his arms aching, a warm current would surge through him, particularly invigorating his arms, dispelling his fatigue as if it had never existed. If this continues, could I become a warrior who will never fall? Naruto mused, delighting in the thought. This, of course, was improbable. As time progressed, the intervals of fatigue for Naruto would grow shorter, and conversely, the warm currents would become more frequent. Ultimately, he would surely collapse. Nevertheless, even so, Naruto would never have to worry about enduring battles in the future, which was an immense blessing. This also led to Naruto having numerous opportunities to catch up to Lee, but his heightened instincts warned him that two dogs were observing him from 100 meters away. Although he was not yet capable of discerning details from 30 meters out, he could grasp the general situation. Thus, he had to feign exhaustion and consistently remain behind Lee, with the gap between them widening. All of this was merely to mislead potential future adversaries. Currently, lacking sufficient strength, he had no choice but to act as an obedient and non-threatening weapon. But in the future, after completing 600 strikes, the sounds of hitting the wooden post ceased, leaving only two slender figures sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath at that moment. Naruto and Lee appeared as though they had just emerged from the water. 600 strikes. Even the act of throwing punches 600 times was a feat beyond the capabilities of typical 5- or 6-year-olds, let alone the additional strikes against the post. This clearly illustrated that Lee possessed an innate tenacity and a remarkable talent for physical techniques. As for Naruto, he was simply a little monster. He could be disregarded. Yet Naruto did feel somewhat fatigued, even with the warm currents, presumably 90% of which stemmed from the Nine-Tails restorative chakra. His 5-year-old body was struggling to cope. After all, he was still a child. Of course, one could assume that Naruto would not bear any lingering traces of babyishness. Lying on the ground, Naruto did not experience the paralysis or loss of sensation often depicted in the original work after utilizing the Nine-Tails chakra. It appears that the Nine-Tails remains true to its word, as this newly generated gray chakra gradually nourishes and transforms Naruto's body. His physical strength and stamina are bound to improve significantly in the future. Who knows, he might even cultivate the formidable techniques of the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth. At that point, the world will be his oyster. Ha. Just a whimsical thought. Once the daydreaming subsided, the two weary individuals, having regained a modicum of energy, opted not to continue their training. Instead, they returned to the stream to catch fish, replenishing their dwindling energy reserves. It seems the fish in this stream will soon face dire consequences. For these two possess the potential of voracious eaters. Indeed, they are eat at least. When they have the capability to capture other sources of meat, fish will undoubtedly be their main course. After indulging in grilled fish, the two, having digested their meal for a while, plunged back into their fervent training, truly relentless. However, this time they did not mechanically strike the wooden posts as before. Rather, Naruto devised some useful taijutsu techniques for them to practice together, albeit only the most rudimentary of moves. For these individuals, who once lived in an environment teeming with formidable adversaries, such basics are hardly challenging. More intricate and profound techniques are still nestled in their minds, but displaying them frivolously to outsiders, no, to mere cursory onlookers, is out of the question. Such demonstrations would only be fitting when sending them on their way to the underworld. Naruto's current goal is to gradually impart some fundamental movements, such as striking punches and kicking techniques, to Lee. This approach will facilitate Lee's understanding when Naruto later teaches him a comprehensive martial arts system. By the way, Lee, I have a favor to ask. Could you share the knowledge you acquire at school during our training sessions? Naruto inquired of Lee. Why? Lee replied, somewhat perplexed. Naruto, won't you be attending the Ninja Academy next year? Won't you learn all this then? Lee seemed to struggle with the reasoning, because I wish to acquire knowledge ahead of time, allowing me to seek inspiration based on what the teachers impart. This way, I can devise new techniques and swiftly enhance our abilities. If that's the case, then please do share. After school, I'll relay the knowledge back to you, so you can focus on inventing new techniques. It appeared that the moves Naruto had just conceived held great allure for Lee, which directly led to Lee beginning to place his trust in Naruto. Viewing him as a leader, a splendid beginning. Wouldn't you agree? However, the matter is not as simple as Naruto suggested. Everyone knows that comprehending a lesson and being able to articulate its content reflect entirely different levels of understanding. By asking Lee to teach him what he learned in school, Naruto not only sought to acquire knowledge in that area and provide a rationale for later learning the chakra refining techniques from the third Hokage, but he also hoped that Lee would achieve a level of understanding where he could articulate knowledge, aspiring to become an astute ninja rather than a mere beast-like ninja, as depicted in the original story. This endeavor propelled Lee to the pinnacle of theoretical achievement within the entire Ninja Academy, basking in glory for 3 consecutive years. But that is a tale for another time. As for Naruto and Lee, they continued their cycle of eating and training until the sun began to set, dragging their weary bodies back toward Konoha. The culmination of such intense training left both Naruto and Lee collapsing into their beds upon returning to their respective abodes, slipping into a deep slumber that would likely last until noon the following day. One wonders if Lee would arrive late for school the next day. The scene shifts to Naruto's humble dwelling. It is undeniable that Naruto's fate has undergone a significant transformation, leaning toward the favorable side, for even in the depths of slumber, the chakra within his body continues to refine his physical form, promising to unleash unparalleled power one day. Indeed, it has been proven that the human can be remarkably steadfast, especially when faced with adversaries. The two, exhausted to the bone the previous day, awakened bright and early, brimming with vitality as they made their way to the abandoned training ground, where they enjoyed grilled fish for breakfast before resuming the exercises from the day prior. Naturally, since Lee had school that day, their training was limited to half an hour. After agreeing to reconvene for training and knowledge-sharing post-school, Lee departed for class. Once Lee had left, Naruto reclined quietly, feeling the tangible changes within his body. His muscle strength had noticeably increased, and his endurance was beyond compare. After just half an hour of training, he felt as if he could conquer anything, both mentally and physically invigorated. It seemed that as long as the battles weren't too fierce, Naruto could outlast his opponents. Of course, such a scenario would only arise in dire circumstances. Battle should ideally be swift and decisive. At this moment, Naruto eagerly anticipated mastering the shadow clone technique. His power was already escalating at a breakneck pace. If he could learn the technique, the compounding effect would be akin to the propulsion of multiple rockets. The mere thought of such exponential growth left him salivating, feeling the surging energy within him. Naruto was convinced that, as his body continued to develop and strengthen, his capacity for power would only increase at that point. Konoha, Danzo, Akatsuki Obito, come at me if you dare. That afternoon, as soon as school ended, Lee arrived at the training ground, imparting classroom knowledge to Naruto while training alongside him. Their bond had undeniably deepened. On their way back to Konoha, Naruto suddenly asked Lee, "You're still living in the orphanage, right?" "Yes," Lee replied with a hint of melancholy. The warmth of family must seem like a luxury to him, but now he had Naruto, a companion willing to stand by him through thick and thin, ensuring he would never feel lonely again. Why little home can accommodate another person. Have you considered moving in with me? Naruto extended an olive branch to Lee. In truth, Naruto himself felt a profound sense of loneliness within, having lived in an environment filled with formidable individuals in his past life. Though they cared for him, every time he watched his comrades venture in a battle while he remained behind at the base, how could he not feel isolated? Now, surrounded by those who eyed him with ulterior motives, Only Lee remained as a trustworthy confidant. Thus, he impulsively made the invitation. "Really, Naruto? I can truly move in?" Lee exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. "Yes, it's true. Go back and tell the orphanage director. You can move in tomorrow." Naruto spoke sincerely. "Naruto," Lee's voice trembled with emotion, "and no need to say anything. Brothers stick together for life." Naruto clapped Lee on the shoulder. Upon reaching Konoha, the two parted ways once more, though this would be the final time. Wouldn't it? Chapter 6. Ninja Academy 1 year later. Naruto, from today onward, you are also a student at the Ninja Academy. Your strength will surely grow even faster, but I won't let you surpass me. We will both become powerful ninjas together, exclaimed a boy with a watermelon head to a boy with an explosive hairstyle. Lee, you haven't beaten me even once in the past 6 months. Youth does not permit perpetual failure. Naruto with the explosive hair retorted. With shared laughter, the two set off toward the Ninja Academy, their mirth fading into the distance. Let us rewind to a year ago. At that time, having heeded Naruto's advice, Lee approached the orphanage director. Although the director was initially reluctant to allow Lee to stay with Naruto, the Ninetales Lee's persistence, coupled with the director's realization that the orphanage was overwhelmed with children, led to a reluctant agreement. The day after Lee moved in, the third Hokage paid a visit. Surprisingly, he offered no objections, merely extending a casual greeting, perhaps perceiving Lee, a mere 6-year-old, as no threat. This was precisely what Naruto had hoped for. Thus, Naruto and Lee seamlessly began their time together from that point onward. They trained together, dined together, studied together, and progressed hand in hand. Notably, they had already begun capturing wild rabbits and pheasants 6 months prior, significantly improving their diet when they grew tired of fish, leading to a marked enhancement in both Naruto and Lee's physical prowess compared to the original storyline. Certainly, Naruto would not be the shortest in his graduating class. Moreover, due to Naruto's past rejection by Konoha, even the third Hokage's attempts to provide financial aid had proven futile, as no one was willing to sell goods to him. Consequently, Naruto's previous meals of milk and bread were often expired leftovers discarded by restaurants. This situation persisted until Lee's rebirth marked a turning point. Even though Li Feng had just been reborn and was provided with grilled fish and fish soup, his nutritional intake remained unbalanced. Fortunately, half a year ago, they had managed to catch enough game to exchange for money, supplemented by the compensation that Naruto had saved previously and was now receiving. This not only allowed them to achieve a balanced nutritional intake, but also provided extra funds to purchase ninja tools and weights that, of course, the task of procuring supplies was entrusted to Shaoli. That is to say, Naruto and Shaoli had begun their formal training with proper ninja tools 6 months, 8 of now. Shaoli carried a weight of 10 kilograms, while Naruto bore 12 kilograms. It was not that they could not endure heavier loads. Rather, they were still in the early stages of development, with their bones still forming, necessitating moderation in their training. An increase in weight could wait until they reached at least the age of 12. Currently, Naruto was 6 years old, and after the third Hokage honored his promise by greeting the ninja school, Naruto received his admission notice. Today marked the very first day of his enrollment, prompting them to temporarily cease their relentless training. To elaborate, in his previous life, Naruto had been specially trained by the state and had never truly attended school, making his excitement quite understandable. The gates of a ninja school were finally in sight, where children are being led by their parents, preparing to register. Naruto was fortunate enough to spot several familiar faces. The cool, poker-faced boy, whose clothing bore the fan emblem, must be Sasuke. The shy girl with eyes reminiscent of someone suffering from cataracts was Hinata, with Neji behind her. The girl with 2 high buns exuding a Chinese flair was Ten, and the chubby boy, CHG, who was incessantly munching on snacks, a small dog perched on the head of the boy with a round face. The 2 giggling girls, who had yet to turn against one another, were likely Sakura and Ino, and there was the boy in the protective casing, Shino. Finally, there he was, the genius boy Shikamaru, napping beneath a tree. The Konoha 12 had finally gathered together on this day. But what would the future hold for them? Friends or foes? Isn't that Neji and Ten? Why not go greet them? Naruto asked Shaoli, pointing in their direction that, "Oh, how do you know? They're indeed my class. The one with the cool, Unsmiling demeanor is Niji, our top student this year, and the girl beside him is 1010. However, we've never spoken before, so let's leave it at that. Xiaoli replied nonchalantly, "But aren't you the top student?" Xiaoli, Naruto inquired, puzzled. Although Niji was certainly strong, Xiaoli was far more powerful than in the original tale. Could he not easily surpass Niji? No, Niji possesses the family's gentle fist technique, and even without removing my weights, I still cannot defeat him. Besides, he is a dedicated tutor for after-school lessons, Xiaoli said somewhat dejectedly. But after a brief moment, he confidently added, "However, once I remove my weights, I should at least be able to match him." But Naruto, why shouldn't we let others know we are wearing weights? Is it merely to conceal our strength? Xiaoli asked curiously. Absolutely. Do not underestimate the importance of hiding one's true capabilities. When our enemies believe we are only at this level, and we suddenly elevate to several tiers above, it will undoubtedly leave them without a chance to retaliate. Thus, the essence is to never reveal your final trump card lightly, Naruto explained. Although Xiaoli had become considerably more astute than in the original narrative, he still lacked the foresight for such long-term strategies. It seemed he would need to wait until he grew a bit older to grasp these concepts fully. Iruaka has called the first grade class to come register, shouted Iruaka, holding a registration booklet. Naruto, hurry up and report. I have to go to class now, so I won't be accompanying you, Xiaoli said to Naruto before heading toward the second grade classroom. Calming his nerves, Naruto walked steadily toward Iruaka, retrieved his admission notice, and followed the other 9 into the classroom. Once inside, Iruaka arranged the seating. After taking attendance, Iruaka smiled and said, "All right, everyone is present. Please introduce yourselves so you can get to know one another. I'll go first. My name is Irika Yumino, a CH Neen, and I will be your homeroom teacher from now on. I look forward to working with you. Now, let's start with Uchiha Sasuke. My name is Uchiha Sasuke." After stating this, he coolly took his seat. So cool. So handsome. Without a doubt, that was Sakura and Ino, the 2 infatuated girls. My name is Inazuka Kiba, and I love dogs. Kiba exclaimed eagerly. My name is Hirono Sakura. My name is Yamanaka Ino. My name is Aburame Shino. I am Hyuga Hinata. My name is Akimichi CHG. This is so troublesome. I am Narashikuru. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am just a passerby. I am a passerby too. All right, since everyone is acquainted, please take some time to get to know each other better. You'll be classmates for the next 6 years. I will go fetch the books. Please wait a moment. All right, the others replied in unison, appearing quite obedient. However, once Irika left the classroom, the situation took a dramatic turn, with everyone becoming restless, and the classroom transformed into a chaotic marketplace. Among them, only 5 maintained their composure. The poker-faced boy Sasuke, the troublesome Shikamaru, the sunglasses-wearing Shino, the shy Hinata, and the sleeping Naruto. Although Naruto's boisterous demeanor in the original tale could alleviate the third Hokage and the elder's wariness to a large extent, it nonetheless appeared foolish. Thus, Naruto resolved to ensure that such behavior would not manifest in ninja school. After much contemplation, he finally decided on a safe approach: sleep. Yes, sleep. Consequently, Naruto now sat quietly at his desk, feigning slumber. Of course, on the surface, it appeared thus, but in reality, he continued to refine his chakra while using his mind's eye to observe the environment and the people around him. Just to reveal, Naruto's meticulous observation range had now extended to 40 meters, and his chakra levels had reached that of an ordinary J-Nin, with his physical strength comparable to that of an elite CH Nin. This was indeed a significant improvement, yet still far from sufficient. After all, his future opponents would be shadow-level powerhouses. "All right, everyone, please quiet down and come and collect your books," Irika said with a smile as he entered, carrying a stack of books. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, that smile seemed forced, and Naruto observed the twitching corners of his mouth. Poor Irika, he thought, watching the raucous classroom, especially the already mischief-making Sakura and Ino. This is going to be quite a headache. Now that everyone has received their books, you may go home. Classes officially start tomorrow at 7 o'clock, so I hope everyone will not be late. Oh, yay! Goodbye, teacher! Goodbye! Everyone rushed out of the classroom in a frenzy, leaving only Irika with his hand on his forehead, sighing skyward. "Sasuke, let us walk together," Sakura and Ino chimed in unison as they approached Sasuke. How infuriating. I was here first. It was clearly me first. No, it was me, you pig-headed Ino. It was me, you wide forehead. And as they bickered, Sasuke drifted away, unfazed. Naruto, how was your first day at school? Is everyone in your class easy to get along with? Shaoli asked Naruto at the training ground after school. A class full of problem children. It's going to be quite a challenge. Naruto replied, striking the wooden post with each word. Time was growing tight, especially with the need to report to school. Leaving less time for training, Ikuti seemed learning the shadow clone technique was becoming imperative. Strangely, Naruto had not sensed the presence of Umbu following him today. In fact, he felt they had departed when he reached the gates of the ninja school. Initially, he thought he had finally gained enough freedom, only to feel a lingering sensation of being watched. Yet there were no observers around. The third Hokage. It must be him. After all, Naruto had started school, and if it were discovered that Umbu were still tailing him, it would raise suspicion. The best compromise was to withdraw the Umbu and have the third monitor him using the crystal ball. How vexing! How could he possibly improve under such circumstances? Yet, it was still better than before. The third could not possibly keep watch over him at all times, as long as he could identify a gap. Naruto and Shaoli could swiftly advance, particularly Shaoli, for that set of martial arts techniques and skills had been on Naruto's mind to pass on for quite some time. He would wait for the opportunity. He certainly would. Thus, Naruto reminded himself to remain calm and patient. The sounds of thuds echoed in succession, intermingled with Shaoli's voice as he imparted literary knowledge to Naruto. Chapter 7. School Life Naruto. Shikamaru, Kiba, you all fell asleep in class again. Get outside and stand in the corner. Teacher Irika once again showcased his unique skill, the lion's roar, and you, CHG, are munching on snacks in class again. Out you go and stand. With their ears buzzing from the force of that lion's roar, Naruto and Shikamaru had no choice but to exit the classroom. However, their posture resembled that of delinquents, and the others behind Naruto, seemingly caught in a moment of folly, mimicked that swagger as they sauntered out of the classroom. It became evident that one should never be overly arrogant in front of a teacher. Indeed, these boys soon tasted the bitter fruit of their folly. Irika, already fuming, was infuriated by their demeanor and bellowed once more, "You lot, immediately run 20 laps around the field. No, make that 50 laps before returning to stand in punishment." My goodness! A collective gasp echoed through the classroom as they silently vowed never to provoke teacher Irika again. Fools, remarked the stoic Sasuke. This was the shared sentiment among the group of miscreants. What a hassle, both Naruto and Shikamaru thought simultaneously. Yet, not even with a surge of courage would they dare defy their teacher. Thus, under the scorching sun, diminutive figures began to circle the field. At this moment, their individual physical prowess became apparent. By the 18th lap, Shikamaru could no longer keep up. It seemed his physical condition was rather lacking, relying solely on his intellect. But what use is wisdom without strength? It was no wonder Asuma met a tragic end at the hands of the enemy. When would he truly mature? Genius youth. Upon completing the 23rd lap, CHG also succumbed, plopping down onto the ground. These untrained fellows truly exemplified the decay of Konoha. Now, only Naruto and Kiba remained on the field, though Kiba's stamina was waning, his pace clearly lagging behind Naruto's. Perhaps Kiba's endurance stemmed from his family's need for a high level of synergy with their pets, necessitating frequent activities together to hunt, thus allowing him to last this long. After 30 laps, Kiba finally collapsed, leaving Naruto as the sole runner. I could see this moment. The three little strongmen outside the field gawked in disbelief at Naruto's steady pace. Astonished by his speed, that really Naruto? Kiba asked, unable to believe his eyes as he rubbed them. You haven't misjudged. We have all seen correctly. That is indeed Naruto, the genius youth clarified. Are you certain that the one still running on the field is our classmate? The one who sleeps through lessons? Kiba still found it hard to accept. Indeed, Kiba had always been rather arrogant at school, and witnessing Naruto, who had been so careless in class, suddenly transform into someone surpassing him was simply unacceptable. Have you noticed? Shikamaru inquired. Noticed what? CHG retorted, finally pausing his actions. Look closely at Naruto's face. Wah, how is that possible? Is that guy even human? Kiba and CHG exclaimed, their astonishment evident as they beheld Naruto's expression. CHG even dropped his chips, oblivious to the mishap. Contrary to our assumptions, Naruto is not weak. In fact, he may very well be the number one of our generation, Shikamaru deduced, in such sweltering heat. After running for so long, Naruto's face bore only a fine sheen of sweat, his speed unwavering. Truly, Naruto's strength was formidable. At this moment, Shikamaru, drenched in sweat, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Kiba and CHG shivered involuntarily, despite the blazing sun overhead. What is wrong with you? Can't handle it. You really are pathetic. After completing 50 laps, Naruto observed the three petrified figures and mocked them. Just moments ago, Naruto had been unsure of how to interact with the little strongmen, that he wanted to ignore them, yet he deeply admired their qualities from his past life. Shikamaru's wisdom, CHG's kindness. Sasuke and Ino's cool exteriors concealing warm hearts, Kiba's sharp tongue coupled with a soft heart, Hinata's sweet shyness, Sakura's persistence, and Ino's quiet dedication. However, the thought of training them seemed foolish. After all, only a madman like Orochimaru would cultivate his own rivals. As Naruto continued running on the field, he seized the opportunity to ponder how to relate to the little strongmen in the future. Reflecting on Orochimaru, Naruto suddenly understood the reason behind Orochimaru's desire to cultivate his rival Sasuke: confidence. Indeed, Orochimaru believed that despite his efforts to nurture Sasuke, there was no way he could surpass him within 3 years. After 3 years, whatever Sasuke possessed would belong to Orochimaru. Thus he was nurturing his own capabilities. Not just Sasuke's, it was this confidence that drove him to relentlessly train Sasuke, despite ultimately failing. But as a reincarnated individual, armed with knowledge of the plot and bolstered by my current training speed, could I not surpass the likes of Orochimaru? He possesses confidence, and so do I. This is attainable. Having come to this realization, Naruto resolved to spur them into rigorous training through provocation, hence revealing a fraction of his strength during this run, leading to his earlier remarks. After all, the third Hokage, who had been monitoring his taijutsu prowess, must be well aware of his capabilities. Rather than hide or obscure, it would be better to be forthright, allowing the third to feel more at ease. However, he had initially anticipated that the three, especially Kiba, would retaliate, but to his surprise, no sounds emerged. Only 3 dark heads remained silent. What is the matter, Kiba? Is this the prowess you've been boasting about? You truly are a conceited fellow. CHG. Is this the extent of your energy derived from mere snacks? With that, do you still think you can protect your comrades? What a naive dream. Shikamaru, aren't you supposed to be clever? Why not find a way to complete the teacher's punishment? Or do you believe running is not only troublesome but pointless, and thus refuse to continue? Surely you have some means, right? Damn it, damn it, damn it. The three tightened their fists, one striking the ground in frustration. Clearly, Naruto's series of rhetorical questions had struck deep into their hearts. Yet, was this not precisely what Naruto desired? At that moment, the school bell rang, and the three, now silent, slowly turned to leave, neglecting to gather their belongings from the classroom. Just as Naruto began to feel disappointment, Inuzuka Kiba suddenly turned to him and declared, "Naruto, I will not lose to you. Just wait. One day, I will surpass you." At this, Shikamaru and CHG also turned their heads, their gazes now filled with determination rather than sadness or despondency. "Oh, really? Then bring it on, you ignorant fool. Just hope you don't end up eating your words." With that, Naruto turned to head back to the classroom to collect his things, but the slight smile on his lips was caught by the third Hokage through his crystal ball. How could the old fox that is the third Hokage fail to grasp Naruto's intentions? It seemed that Naruto was indeed the Naruto of Konoha. Orders were dispatched to cease monitoring Uzumaki Naruto. In the quiet of the Hokage's office, a response echoed before silence returned, with no one ever appearing. As Naruto finished packing, he suddenly heard Iruka calling him. There's something you need. Teacher Iruka? Naruto turned with a smile, clarifying that this was no Fa Ade. Indeed, Iruka may not possess great strength, likely just a cannon fodder figure in the world of shinobi, yet he was one of the few who genuinely cared for Naruto. Accompanying him through his darkest days, Naruto held great respect for Irika. It's been a while since we've gone out for a meal together. Are you free today? It's on me. Irika said warmly, his smile reminiscent of a kind older brother. Really? Yay. I want to eat at Ichiraka ramen. I miss that flavor. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Perhaps only in the presence of those who accepted him could Naruto reveal his innocent side. So, what are we waiting for? Let us hurry and go. Ramen time. Upon arriving at Ichiraka Ramen, Naruto immediately ordered a large bowl and began to devour it heartily. Irika, meanwhile, would occasionally pat Naruto's back as they ate together. That sensation was heartwarming, comforting for both the formerly foe and the current Naruto. Teacher Irika, I will protect you from now on, I promise. This is a vow of a man. Naruto silently swore in his heart as he continued to enjoy his ramen. A few tears fell into the bowl of ramen. Yet Naruto remained engrossed in his meal, and the steam rising from the noodles effectively concealed this poignant detail. Upon returning home, Naruto was unexpectedly delighted to discover that the Umbu surrounding him had vanished. Indeed, the third Hokage had been keeping watch over him all afternoon. Overcome with joy, Naruto couldn't help but feel that after being monitored for several years, anyone would feel a sense of relief. Half a year ago, as a newly enrolled student at the Ninja Academy, he had thought the disappearance of the Umbu signified newfound freedom, only to later find out that those two Umbu had taken residence directly across from his home, leading him to feel a momentary elation that was ultimately unfounded. With the third's crystal ball during the day and the Umbu eavesdropping at night, Naruto had never realized that life could be so exasperating. Now, finally liberated, he resolved to elevate his training to a higher level. Lee, are you ready? Chapter 8, Training in Progress. Lee, you're back. There's a bowl of Ichiraka ramen on the table, courtesy of Irika-sensei today. I've packed a portion for you to take home, so dig in. Naruto smiled at Lee as he returned out. Ichiraka ramen. I won't hold back then. Thank you, Naruto, Lee replied, touched. We're brothers, so no need for thanks. Hurry up and eat. After you're finished, I have a technique to teach you that will undoubtedly double your strength, Naruto told Lee, who was enthusiastically devouring the ramen. All right, I'm almost done. Indeed, Lee's appetite and speed of consumption were impressive. Before Naruto could finish a sentence, Lee had polished off the large bowl of ramen. Now, you must listen attentively. However, before we begin, I need you to promise that you won't teach this technique to anyone without my permission, Naruto said with unusual seriousness. Seeing Naruto's serious demeanor, Lee immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded, filled with anticipation for the technique. After all, Naruto wouldn't be so grave unless it was something exceptional. Listen carefully, this technique is called Swan Quan, or short punch. It emphasizes delivering a powerful strike within a short distance, concentrating all your explosive force into a single point to overwhelm your opponent. That it means gathering all your strength into one precise moment and unleashing it instantaneously, significantly amplifying your power compared to a regular punch. Naruto explained to Lee. But how do I concentrate the force into one point and release it in an instant? Lee couldn't help but ask. Now, we'll begin with the first stage, power gathering. This involves how to concentrate all your strength into one point, Naruto elucidated. First, try to relax your body, directing all your focus onto your right fist, until only that fist remains in your mind. Slowly start concentrating your force in the knuckles. What do you feel now? I feel nothing. I just want to thrust my right fist forward, Lee replied quietly. Having closed his eyes. Good. Maintain that focus. Continue to gather your strength until you believe you can no longer contain it. Then release it in a punch. Initially, Naruto intended to remind Lee that the more he accumulated during the first attempt, the better the outcome. However, he realized that, given Lee's fervor for training, it was likely he would need to call a halt to Lee's efforts himself. That guy truly trains recklessly. If it weren't for Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra, he would likely only be on par with Lee. Yet, it was peculiar how two different types of chakra could merge together. Shouldn't they repel one another? The gray chakra formed from the fusion of his blue chakra, and the Nine-Tails red chakra had remained calm thus far without exhibiting any repulsive reactions. Furthermore, this chakra had remarkable restorative properties. However, the uncertainty of the unknown chakra retaliating during combat haunted Naruto, as the consequences could be dire. Lee, that's enough. Release it, Naruto exclaimed, observing that Lee's complexion had turned a shade of crimson. Perhaps due to the merging of their souls after Naruto's transmigration, he could now multitask, thinking while monitoring Lee's condition, allowing him to respond promptly. In truth, Naruto had overlooked one detail. The soul of the spatial ability user he had perished with had also been consumed and absorbed during his moment of madness. Thus, Naruto's soul was now a fusion of three, with Li Feng's essence at the forefront, fully assimilating Naruto's memories. However, the memories of the spatial ability user had been lost. Otherwise, Naruto's strength would have increased even further. Currently, Naruto's soul strength was not merely a simple addition of 112, but rather a geometric growth, all while he continued to evolve. This was fortuitous, as the intensity of one's soul directly correlates to the strength of their mental power. And illusion techniques primarily target mental assaults in other words, Naruto had become immune to non-elite Jinjutsu. Naruto had become a bane to illusionist ninjas, and given his rate of progress, he might even withstand Uchiha Itachi's Tsukimi with sheer mental fortitude. His fortune had reached unparalleled heights. A single rebirth had resolved Naruto's shortcomings in the original narrative concerning Jinjutsu. Returning to Naruto's room, it was evident that Lee's face had reddened significantly, and his right hand had swollen to nearly the size of a thigh. With his fist resembling that of a newborn's head, that if he didn't release the accumulated power soon, he risked severe injury, potentially resulting in paralysis. Without further ado, Naruto struck Lee's back with a punch, channeling the chakra's shockwave to disperse the pent-up energy from Lee's right fist. With a resounding crash, the force obliterated the bed before creating a hole in the wall large enough for an adult to pass through. When Naruto regained his senses, he discovered that Lee had lost consciousness, and his right hand was a bloody mess. Naruto's chakra-infused punch had left his own right arm completely numb, gazing at the gaping hole. Naruto felt a headache brewing, pondering how to explain this to the third Hokage. If his explanation failed to satisfy, he might find himself under surveillance once more, a troublesome predicament. Had he known, he would have opted to practice at the training grounds instead. Sighing, he decided to prioritize taking Lee to the hospital. As Naruto carried Lee toward the Konoha hospital, he channeled his restorative chakra to treat Lee's injured hand, all the while contemplating how to explain the situation to the third Hokage. He resolved never to undertake uncertain endeavors again, lamenting the lessons learned through hardship. Just as Naruto settled Lee into the hospital, the third Hokage arrived, clearly informed by the umbu of the happenings at Naruto's home. Naruto, how did you and Lee end up at Konoha Hospital? What happened? Is anyone injured? The third Hokage inquired with concern. Oh, it's you, Grandpa Hokage. It's Lee. He was too absorbed in his training that we discovered a new method for channeling power today and decided to give it a try. But we forgot to take safety precautions, which led to this situation. I'm sorry, Grandpa Hokage. We even broke the wall, Naruto replied. Filled with remorse on the way, Naruto had devised an explanation. The most genuine lies are often 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood. Moreover, even if he spoke the truth, the third Hokage likely wouldn't take it too seriously, as no one would believe that 2 6- or 7-year-olds could conceive a sophisticated technique. Are you both all right? Is Lee badly hurt? The third Hokage continued with a heartfelt tone, genuinely concerned for the village's well-being. It's just that his right arm accumulated too much force, causing a rupture in the blood vessels and resulting in significant bleeding. He'll need about 4 or 5 days to recover, Naruto replied anxiously. Oh, what technique did you come up with? Can you share with the Grandpa Hokage? The third Hokage finally began to take interest, sensing that this technique might be something noteworthy. Yes, Grandpa Hokage, it's not much. Really, we were considering whether it was possible to concentrate all our strength into one moment and then release it, generating several times the usual power. However, in practice, this method proves to be rather ineffective, tasteless, and regrettably wasteful, Naruto said, somewhat disappointed. Why is that? Because ninjas are incredibly swift. There simply isn't time to gather power on the battlefield, while you're still accumulating strength. The enemy will have already dispatched you. Furthermore, the training is exceedingly perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to self-harm. Then you should refrain from such dangerous training in the future. For now, focus on your studies at the Ninja Academy, and after graduation, seasoned Jounin will guide you in your training, the third Hokage advised Naruto. Really? Thank you, Grandpa Hokage, Naruto exclaimed, elated. Then I'll take my leave, tell you to take good care of his injuries, and let him rest for a couple of days away from the Ninja Academy. The third Hokage concluded, departing. Just before departing, the third Hokage issued one last set of instructions. Very well, I shall convey your words to Shaoli. He affirmed. Farewell, Grandpa Hokage. Shortly after the third's departure, Shaoli awoke. Naruto, I apologize. It was my recklessness that led me to overlook my own abilities. This is not your fault, Naruto replied with a hint of guilt. Ultimately, I was the one who was negligent. Our bodies remain too fragile. Given that, focus on your recovery. Once you are well, we shall commence targeted training to enhance the resilience of your arms and forearms, ensuring such an incident never recurs. Do you understand? Shaoli nodded earnestly, determined. Yes, I will recover properly and will not disappoint you in mastering that technique. Then prepare yourself mentally, Naruto said with a sense of anticipation. The upcoming training will be arduous and monotonous, but once we surmount this hurdle, our future will no longer be a mere dream. Although his tone remained calm, the hope in his words was unmistakable. Shaoli nodded heavily, his gaze resolute yet dreamy. I'm back, exclaimed a young boy as he entered. Oh, why are you home so early today? You haven't skipped class, have you? Asked a middle-aged man with a scar across his face. Regarding the boy lazily. Dad, please train me with all your might from now on. I beg you, the child declared, lowering his head with determination. Are you serious? The man's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming sharp and imposing. Very well, then come with me. He turned and headed towards the backyard, pondering what had prompted such a change at school and whom he ought to thank for it. Yet, it seemed that his days of leisure were soon to be over. A similar scene unfolded at the Akimichi and Inuzuka households. Dad, I must become stronger. I implore you, a robust child beseeched a similarly stout middle-aged man. Sis, I will rely on you from now on. A small boy with painted markings said to a woman bearing the same markings. Thus, the paths of the young warriors of Konoha began to alter. Chapter 9. The training of the fist of Inch, a chilling breeze swept through the dense woods, the rustling leaves creating a melody that echoed within the training grounds. Yet, the two figures present were neither in the mood to relax nor to savor the moment. The atmosphere was grave and silent, with leaves occasionally dislodged by the wind drifting around the training area, accentuating the heavy ambience and imparting a profound sense of oppression. Shaoli, your body has recovered. Are you ready for the training of the fist of Inch? Asked a child with flowing golden hair, addressing his companion with a watermelon-shaped hairstyle. It is worth mentioning that in his previous life, Naruto had found the explosive hairstyle of his character rather unappealing. Thus, in this life, he opted for long hair akin to that of the fourth Hokage. Yes, I am prepared. Let us begin, Shaoli responded with solemnity. First, I will explain the detailed training methods to you. It's imperative that you pay close attention. Naruto sensed the absence of any Umbu or the third observing him through the crystal ball. He continued, the training of the fist of Inch is divided into two categories, external and internal methods. Both must be practiced concurrently. First, here is the list of external training methods. You should study it carefully, and once you have memorized it, destroy it. From now on, adhere to these methods during your practice. With that, he handed Shaoli a densely written sheet of paper. Upon examination, Shaoli discovered a well-organized array of methods designed to enhance one's physical capabilities, clearly delineated as follows. 1. Chest expansion exercise. Stand with feet shoulder-width apart. Holding dumbbells at chest level with arms extended, inhaling through the nose as you expand your chest, arms apart, and exhaling upon returning. Perform 20 repetitions for 3 sets, gradually increasing as appropriate. Benefits: develops the strength of the pectoral muscles while also benefiting the deltoids and latissimus dorsi. 2. Forearm curl. Sit on a bench with one hand gripping a dumbbell, elbow resting on the knee, while the other hand presses against the elbow to keep it close. Perform the curl exercise, inhaling as the elbow bends and exhaling as it straightens. Execute 30 repetitions for 3 sets, increasing as feasible. Benefits: strengthens the forearm and improves grip and upper arm strength. 3. Bent over lateral raise. Bend forward at approximately a 90-degree angle, holding dumbbells at shoulder level, then lower back to the ground. Inhale while raising and exhale while lowering. Perform 20 repetitions for 3 sets, increasing as appropriate. Benefits: develops back muscles, etc. 4. Weighted sit UPS. Hold dumbbells behind your head while lying on a bench and perform sit-ups. Exhaling quickly during the upward motion and inhaling slowly while lowering. Execute 30 repetitions for 3 sets, increasing as feasible. Benefits: strengthens abdominal and lower back muscles. 5. Weighted squats. Hold dumbbells at shoulder level and perform squats. Inhaling as you lower and exhaling while returning to standing, simultaneously lifting the dumbbells overhead. Execute 30 repetitions for 3 sets, increasing as feasible. Benefits: develops overall body strength. 6. Rapid punching with dumbbells. Hold dumbbells at chest level and perform rapid punching movements. Exhaling forcefully with each punch until exhaustion sets in. Execute 30 repetitions for 3 sets, adjusting as necessary. Benefits: enhances punching explosiveness. After completing these exercises, deep breathing and full body massage are recommended to promote relaxation. Precautions: 1. Breathing. Inhale when exerting effort, exhale during relaxation. This is crucial. 2. Relaxation. Whether during or after training, muscles must be relaxed. Avoid stiffness, especially after strength training, and utilize methods like tapping, massage, hot baths, or mental relaxation techniques. Shaoli diligently read through the training list several times until he had it memorized, then crumpled the paper into shreds, slowly opening his palm to let the fragments scatter in the gentle breeze. I have already purchased all the necessary training equipment, including dumbbells, and they're in my backpack, so we can begin training shortly. Seeing that Shaoli had memorized the methods, Naruto added, "Next, we shall focus on internal training, which I will explain directly. Internal energy is cultivated through breathing techniques combined with specific postures, aimed at nurturing the flowing inner energy and achieving a powerful unity of intent, energy, and strength. There are 2 methods. 1. Standing meditation. Stand with feet shoulder-width apart, toes gripping the ground lightly, with knees slightly bent but not extending past the toes. Maintain an upright posture, keeping the chest and back straight while drawing the abdomen in. Raise your arms and clasp them in front of your chest, palms inward, fingers aligned. The goal is to keep the body relaxed while visualizing embracing a large tree, with the inner arms and legs gently touching it. The focus should be on maintaining stability, calmness, and natural breathing while eliminating distractions. 2. Prone meditation. After completing the standing meditation, transition to the prone position, similar to a push-up stance with feet together and toes touching the ground. Maintain a straight line from the back of the head to the heels, lowering the body until the chest nearly touches the ground while inhaling deeply into the dantian. Then, push up while exhaling, visualizing energy flowing from the dantian through the shoulders to the elbows and fists. As you extend your elbows, visualize breaking a brick below each fist with your internal energy. Repeat this for 20 sets until exhaustion. Regarding internal energy training, keep in mind, 1. Maintain relaxation and concentration whether standing or prone, ensuring the body is loose yet firm, and when the energy reaches the fists, consciously tighten your fists while sensing them driving downward. Tighten, then relax. 2. Practice internal energy at least twice daily, starting with standing meditation, followed by the prone position. 3. Avoid training within an hour before or after meals, and remove any tight clothing before training. 4. After standing meditation, perform deep breathing and tapping to relax. After the prone meditation, quickly punch to release tension. 5. Progress gradually without overexertion, slowly increasing training duration. Not repeat past mistakes of recklessness, with a hint of embarrassment. Shaoli scratched his head at Naruto's admonition. Moreover, maintain natural breathing without forcing any holds, and keep your focused. If distractions become overwhelming, do not push yourself. Simply close your eyes gently and think of pleasant things. Consistency in practice is key. Only through diligent effort can one achieve mastery. Generally, results can be seen within 13 months. However, Shaoli, if you wish to attain greatness, it will take several years of dedication. The stage has been set for you. Now it is time for your performance. Be sure not to lose to me. Fortunately, Naruto had long revered Bruce Lee as his idol, diligently studying everything related to him. Otherwise, even if he had known of such a formidable technique, he would have merely gazed in admiration, fumbling in the dark. Now, Naruto and Lee are finally poised to stride forward, standing on the shoulders of giants, embarking on the journey to true strength. Indeed, for the sake of our dreams, we must persevere. I shall never yield to such trifling difficulties, Lee exclaimed with excitement as he looked at Naruto. Without further ado, the two immediately commenced their practice of the inch punch in the training grounds, not wasting a single moment, both training fervently. Meanwhile, as Naruto and Lee fervently honed their skills, a tempest unleashed by Naruto's butterfly wings wreaked havoc in various other parts of Konoha. Yes, just like that. Envision the shadow as a part of your body. It must be wielded with the same dexterity as your own arm, a scarred middle-aged man instructed a child with a top knot. Drenched in sweat. Concentrate your chakra in the specific area you wish to amplify. This approach conserves far more chakra than full-body amplification and significantly enhances your control, preventing the clumsiness associated with it. A robust middle-aged man advised a chubby child, who was also sweating profusely. Work hard, complete today's training task, and I'll treat you to a feast at the barbecue restaurant. The child muttered fervently. For the barbecue, for the barbecue, for the barbecue. Yamato, quicken your pace. Did you skip breakfast? At this rate, how will you defeat the enemy? Hurry up and stop slacking, a girl with a painted face yelled at a person and a dog nearby. Push forward, push forward, push forward. I shall not be outdone by that lazy fellow. One day, I will surpass him. The girl, known as Inuzuka Kiba, declared fiercely, stay focused. If you don't complete today's training plan, dinner is off the table. At this moment, Lee, Niji, and Tintin were all 7.5 years old, while Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Hinata, Sakura, Ino, and Shino were all 6.5, with 4.5 years remaining until graduation from the Ninja Academy for Lee and his companions, and 5.5 years for Naruto and the others. That a year and a half later, Lee discovered he could not learn ninjutsu or jinjutsu and fell into a 2-day melancholy. However, after this brief period of gloom, Naruto reassured him with a single statement. Even without any ninjutsu or jinjutsu, one can become a powerful ninja solely through taijutsu. After uttering this, he took Lee to Ichiraka Ramen for 2 large bowls of ramen. The following day, Lee returned to the Ninja Academy, filled with renewed vigor. Although it saddened him to drop from second in his class to the bottom, he held on to Naruto's words, choosing not to showcase his true abilities unless it was to protect those he deemed most important. Consequently, apart from Naruto and Lee, no one was aware of Lee's true strength, turning him into a source of amusement and the epitome of a passionate underdog. How foolish it is to underestimate one's potential. When Lee eventually grows into a figure worthy of admiration, what expression shall you wear then? Notably, Hinata had also joined Naruto and Lee's training group 6 months prior. Dun dun dun. The female, lead, has finally made her entrance. It was a bright afternoon when Naruto and Lee were engaged in their practice of the inch punch. Suddenly, they sensed someone approaching. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was Hinata. Having held a fondness for this shy, introverted girl with a resilient spirit from a past life, Naruto had refrained from approaching her due to the overwhelming pressure of survival he bore, fearing he could not adequately care for her if he drew her into his world. Initially expecting Hinata to greet him, Naruto noticed she was quietly observing him and Lee's training from behind a tree, without stepping forward, prompting him not to initiate contact either. However, on the following day, Hinata arrived early once again, and so the days passed. When Naruto could no longer restrain himself from greeting her, Hinata stepped forward and requested his guidance in her training. Thus, in a delightful exchange of willingness, Hinata seamlessly integrated into Naruto and Lee's training regimen. It was only later, as everyone became familiar with Naruto and Lee, that they learned Hinata had wandered here after being scolded by her father, Hayashi Hyuga, for failing to complete her training tasks, which led to her being slapped and dismissed. Unbeknownst to her, she had stumbled upon Naruto, widely perceived as the laziest individual, diligently training alongside a bushy-browed boy. It became evident that they were indeed formidable, prompting Hinata to return daily until, A month later, she gathered the courage to step forward, an extraordinary breakthrough for the bashful Hinata. Thus, Naruto began to instruct Hinata in the Chinese martial art of Tai Chi, establishing a commitment that stemmed from a lack of trust in the harshness of her clan rather than in Hinata herself. Time slipped by in a blur as the young warriors persisted in their unyielding training and leisure. Chapter 10. The plot commences in the blink of an eye. The bushy-browed boy Lee had graduated a year prior and had garnered the esteemed attention of the Azure Beast, Might Guy, now training under him. Naruto had also investigated the reason behind Lee's inability to practice ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Ultimately, it was due to the blockage of the chakra pathways within Lee's body, rendering him incapable of refining chakra. Had Naruto possessed knowledge of internal martial arts, he could have aided Lee in unblocking these pathways. Alas, he did not. While chakra could achieve a similar effect, Naruto's control over it had yet to reach the precision necessary to avoid risking injury to Lee's pathways, which could lead to far greater repercussions beyond the inability to learn ninjutsu and jinjutsu. To enhance his chakra control, Naruto began practicing tree climbing and water walking early on. Yet this was merely the beginning. After mastering these techniques, he devised a unique method involving balancing on the edges of pots and baskets, maintaining stability throughout, from standing on the edge of a water-filled pot to a soil-filled basket. He progressed from no weight to an impressive 80 pounds, transforming his ability from mere stability to executing agile attacks while standing on a basket's edge. It was undeniable that, free from the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto's control had vastly improved compared to his previous self. Since joining Naruto's training group, Hinata's growth accelerated rapidly. While the intricacies of Tai Chi played a significant role, her relentless dedication was equally crucial. Now, Hinata could execute the 8 trigrams 64 palms, though she still needed to refine her heavenly return technique. At this stage, the strength of the young warriors was as follows. In 0.1, undoubtedly the unparalleled Naruto, whose physical prowess had surpassed that of a special Genin, reaching the level of an ordinary Genin, with taijutsu skills in both inch punch and Tai Chi showing considerable progress. His jinjutsu rendered ineffective against advanced techniques. His chakra control was sufficient for medical ninjutsu, and he currently knew only transformation and substitution techniques, with his sights set firmly on the sealing techniques contained within the scrolls. As for Naruto's sensory abilities, his rough detection range had expanded to 1,000 meters, while his detailed observation range had increased to 100 meters, meaning nothing within that radius could escape his scrutiny. Correspondingly, his stealth capabilities had also improved significantly. Once concealed, even an ordinary Genin would find it nearly impossible to detect his presence without direct observation. This prowess now bordered on the B level of his past life. In 0.2, the taijutsu fanatic Lee, under Naruto's devoted instruction, had attained a physical strength equivalent to that of a special Genin, standing merely a hair's breadth away from surpassing that level, given that he bore no Nine-Tails influence. His taijutsu skills and the inch punch were on par with Naruto's, while his Tai Chi was beyond his grasp and thus omitted. Jinjutsu and ninjutsu were entirely out of the equation. However, it is worth noting that he has already surpassed the birthday of their class's top student, Niji Hyuga. In 03. The prodigious Niji Hyuga, a genius of his generation, possesses physical strength comparable to an average Chunin. His martial arts skills are characterized by the unique gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, particularly excelling in the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the heavenly spin. His ninjutsu abilities, however, reveal a flaw. He lacks proficiency in jinjutsu, yet possesses the powerful bloodline limit of the Byakugan, rendering most basic illusions ineffective against him. In 04. Shikamaru Nara, a genius with an IQ soaring to 200, has made efforts spurred on by Naruto's encouragement. Yet the youth still lacks perseverance. After merely a year, he has lapsed back into his previous lethargy. Nevertheless, compared to his original capabilities, he has indeed improved significantly, and with his extraordinary intelligence, he rightly claims the 4th spot on the list of the little strong. In 05, Sasuke Uchiha, possessing ordinary physical strength typical of a lower-ranking ninja. His martial arts skills are averaged at in ninjutsu. He has mastered the Uchiha clan's signature techniques, Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu, and Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. His Jinjutsu skills are also average, yet he wields the formidable Sharingan, a powerful bloodline limit with immense potential. In 06, Hinata Hyuga, whose physical strength has been greatly enhanced due to her training alongside Naruto and Lee, has only just reached the standard of an average Chunin due to her naturally frail constitution as a female. Her martial arts expertise lies in gentle fist, the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. In a budding proficiency in Tai Chi, she is lacking in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. However, she possesses immunity to most illusions. In truth, under Naruto's careful guidance, Hinata's strength has reached a level comparable to Niji's at the same age. Yet her timid nature limits her ability to fully unleash her potential, placing her in 6th position. In 07, Choji Akimichi, as the heir of the Akimichi clan, has made some progress in the body expansion jutsu. And with the family's secret medicine, the curry pill, he rightfully secures the 7th spot. In 08, Kiba Inuzuka, who has dedicated the most time to training among the trio, has learned the Fong passing technique in addition to his signature Fong over Fong. Yet he can only execute it to a limited extent. In 09, Shino Aburame, the enigmatic man in the trench coat, has never revealed his true appearance to anyone. His dark sunglasses, oversized coat, and indifferent demeanor, combined with his bravery in allowing insects to inhabit his body, are notable. However, his insects are countered by fire and water styles, presenting a significant flaw that relegates him to the 9th position. In 010, Tintin, a girl embodying a Chinese aesthetic, yet her abilities remain insufficient. The only commendable aspect is her family's evident wealth, enabling her to indiscriminately expend an abundance of ninja tools, though few actually hit their targets, overlooking the principle that quality outweighs quantity in weaponry. In 011-12, Sakura Hurno and Ino Yamanaka, the 2 weakest among the 12 little strong, are equal in their shortcomings. Overall, both possess considerable talent, yet has all been squandered on the expressionless Sasuke, causing their own strengths to diminish. This concludes the first installment of the 12 little strong power analysis. Further explanations will be provided at appropriate times by the author of Hokage Chronicles. Thank you for your support. The formal plot of Naruto begins to unfold amidst the power comparisons of the little strong. Naruto, once again dozing off in class, has barely managed to scrape by in his last 2 exams. Tomorrow marks the graduation test, and this is certainly not the time for slumber, you reckless fool. This afternoon, you will stay behind to clean the Hokage rock. Naruto hears Iruka's roar echoing in his ears as the class prepares for a review of the transformation technique, lining up in a row. The unfortunate students find themselves dragged into Naruto's predicament. He becomes the target of collective scrutiny, with everyone fixating on the slumbering boy. Idiot, the expressionless Sasuke, sneers. Ignorant people are always so arrogant. Naruto, Hinata's fingers begin to fidget, a habit that has persisted since Naruto began mentoring her. This the course of history. Hinata finds herself inevitably drawn to Naruto. It is indeed curious. Why is it that even someone as intelligent as Shikamaru cannot fathom why the undeniably capable Naruto adopts such a lethargic demeanor? He would never believe Naruto could truly be this lazy. If he were, how could he be so formidable? You jerk, Kiba seethes inwardly. How can such a lazy individual surpass me? There's no way I can lose to him. The first test subject approaches. Sakura Hurno, as expected. Sakura exhibits a natural talent for medical ninjutsu. Quite good. Next, Sasuke Uchiha. Thus, Sasuke showcases what it means to be the cool and collected Iruka. Excellent. Next, Naruto Uzumaki. The laid-back Naruto also manages to transform successfully. Despite lacking proficiency in the shadow clone technique, he has diligently practiced the basic transformation and substitution techniques, particularly the latter, which proves remarkably useful. Naruto has matured beyond the foolish antics of his past. Alright, next. As the sun sets, weary souls traverse the horizon. Bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, Naruto, with waist-length hair, diligently cleans the Hokage rock, while Iruka supervises from his perch atop the rock. He never expected that, in his absence, the Hokage rock would become so filthy, necessitating such punishment. As Naruto scrubs the stone, he mutters to himself, I must work quickly. Once I'm done, I'll treat you to ramen. Naruto, Iruka smiles at him encouragingly. I will certainly complete the task well, Naruto responds, his pace noticeably quickening. Despite Naruto and Lee saving up and occasionally dining at Ichiraku Ramen, the feeling of treating family is altogether different. Imbued with a sense of happiness. Naruto, why do you always sleep in class? Can't you sleep at night? With your current grades, graduation is still a challenge. Seated in the ramen shop, Iruka quietly inquires as he observes Naruto devouring his meal. That's because I have confidence. The upcoming test shouldn't require much preparation, right? As long as I master the 3 basic techniques, I should be fine, right? Naruto replies between mouthfuls that, don't worry, Iruka-sensei, I will definitely graduate smoothly. Well, you must put in the effort. Failing to graduate will earn you ridicule from your peers. Iruka seems considerably more relaxed, perhaps having been reassured by Naruto's bold claims that Iruka-sensei, if I graduate successfully, can you treat me to ramen again? Of course, as long as you graduate smoothly. Not just 1 bowl, but 10 if you wish, Iruka declares grandiosely, albeit while patting his somewhat lacking wallet. Naruto remains silent on this point, simply calling out to the owner for another bowl. Upon returning home, Naruto finds Lee back from completing a minor rank mission. Naruto, the graduation exam is tomorrow. Are you still planning to hide your abilities? That won't help you graduate. You don't intend to remain in the ninja academy, do you? Lee queries with concern upon seeing Naruto. Don't worry. I've already devised a foolproof plan. You know me well. I would never undertake anything without confidence. Naruto replies, brimming with self-assurance. That puts my mind at ease. I am eagerly awaiting the day you become a ninja, so we can have a serious match. Lee smiles with anticipation. Then I must tread carefully. Having you as my rival makes life quite challenging. Naruto exclaims dramatically that you're the one who poses a challenge. You devious fellow, Lee retorts playfully. Huh. Laughter echoes far and wide. The formal narrative of Konoha finally unfolds, as formidable adversaries are set to emerge. How exciting. Lying in bed, Naruto ponders quietly, gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 11. The Book of Seals. The next day, Naruto arrives at the classroom early, as concealing his strength has left Iruka-sensei quite anxious. Today marks graduation, and Naruto silently hopes to present a commendable attitude towards his studies, surprising those classmates who have laughed at his habitual tardiness. As class begins, Iruka strides in to announce the commencement of the graduation exam, which will test the students on the transformation technique, point 1 by 1. Students are called into the adjacent classroom to take their tests, although Naruto feigns distress at the thought of the exam on the transformation technique. He is not truly surprised. Those who harbor disdain for him revel in their secret laughter. It is widely acknowledged that Naruto is utterly incapable of performing the shadow clone technique. Finally, the moment has arrived for Naruto. As he gazes upon Iruka's expectant eyes, a pang of guilt strikes his heart. Yet, in pursuit of a better life, there is no alternative. My sincerest apologies, Iruka-sensei, for the disappointment I am about to cause you. With a resounding thud, a motionless imitation of Naruto collapses onto the ground, presenting itself before the class. That it is indeed a tall order for someone who has never mastered the shadow clone technique to produce such a replica. However, I have set the stage for you, and I hope you do not let me down. Mizuki, observing Mizuki, who wears a gentle smile while pleading with Iruka on his behalf, Naruto can't help but chuckle inwardly. The outcome is certain. Only Naruto has failed the graduation exam. Bored and listless, he sits on a swing, basking in the gentle sunlight, waiting for Mizuki to take the bait, listening to the ignorant jibes directed at him. He cannot suppress a disdainful smile and softly utters 2 words. Foolishness. As the sun begins its descent, Mizuki, true to form, does not disappoint Naruto and arrives just in time. Naruto-kun, are you still upset with Iruka-sensei? It is quite unavoidable, Mizuki gently remarks. However, one must admit that Mizuki does possess a deceptively benevolent appearance, concealing a heart filled with ulterior motives. Yet today, his encounter with Naruto is destined to herald his own tragedy. But I truly wish to graduate. At this moment, Naruto feels he cannot be outdone in this genuinely desire to graduate. There might just be a way. Mizuki continues to manipulate him. Really, Mizuki-sensei, what is this way? Naruto inquires eagerly. Follow me. Indeed, the village offers a unique opportunity for those who do not graduate from the exam. Task trials. Sitting atop a rooftop, ensuring they're not overheard, Mizuki confides in Naruto. If you can obtain the Forbidden Scroll tonight and deliver it to me, you too can graduate. Stealing the Forbidden Scroll? What is that? Naruto asks, puzzled. It's not stealing. It's merely acquiring IT as long as you bring it to me. You can graduate and gain the recognition of everyone as an independent ninja, Mizuki explains with particular emphasis. What must I do? The Forbidden Scroll must be well hidden. Naruto expresses his concerns. The Forbidden Scroll is concealed within the third Hokage's residence. Tonight, we will rendezvous on the street, and at my command, you shall retrieve the scroll and deliver it to me in the grove. But this matter must remain confidential. If others learn of it, the opportunity will be lost to someone else, Mizuki cautions. Rest assured, Mizuki-sensei, I will accomplish this task and become an independent ninja. Naruto asserts with unwavering determination. I shall take my leave for now. I will find you tonight. You foolish brat, do you really think you can become a ninja with your current abilities? Just be my stepping stone, Mizuki thinks to himself, excitement coursing through him as he nears the realization of his ambitions. Goodbye, Mizuki-sensei. You simpleton. Tonight, I shall thank you, and in return, I will bestow upon you a grand gift. Naruto coldly chuckles as he watches Mizuki depart, unaware that his own tragedy is now set in motion. Upon returning home, Naruto remembers that Rock Lee has gone on a mission, which conveniently allows him to operate undisturbed. Lying in bed, he ponders how to replicate the Forbidden Scroll, a precious resource that may never come his way again. If only I had a camera, he muses wryly. Although his mental prowess is formidable, memorizing a scroll as large as a human and as thick as a thigh in such a brief time seems a fanciful dream. I haven't checked on the Nine Tails in a while. Perhaps it has some insights. With this thought, he promptly centers his mind and ventures into the long-forgotten spiritual sewer. Hey, Nine Tails, I'm back. How have you fared in recent years? Naruto calls out to the slumbering beast sprawled on the ground. Brat, did I not instruct you to refrain from disturbing me? Are you so eager for a premature end? The Nine Tails grumbles, irritated by the interruption. I came to see you for a reason. Who would willingly visit this dreary, damp place? Naruto replies, half-jokingly yet half-seriously, Do you possess any ninjutsu that allows one to copy written text and images? No. The Nine Tails responds curtly that my techniques are solely destructive. I have no use for such trivial abilities. Hemph. Aren't you the strongest of the tailed beasts? How curious that there is something you cannot do. Naruto, slightly disappointed, presses on. What about any ocular techniques like demonic eyes or beast eyes? Surely, you possess some powerful eye techniques. He recalls Sasuke's Sharingan, Hinata's Byakugan, and Pain's Rinnegan, all of which would significantly enhance his abilities. None, the Nine Tails retorts resolutely. If I had any ocular techniques, I wouldn't but the Nine Tails abruptly halts, realizing the implications of its words. What do you mean by that? You truly have no ocular techniques. Are you truly the strongest tailed beast? Naruto feels a wave of disappointment wash over him. His greatest ally seems less formidable than he had believed. Enough. This is the technique you seek. Try it out for yourself. And then leave. The Nine Tails thrusts a sphere of red chakra into Naruto's mind and bellows. However, Naruto's mental fortitude has grown beyond the Nine Tails' control. Otherwise, he would have been unceremoniously cast out. All right, I'll be on my way. Thank you. I'll treat you to a grand feast next time. With that, Naruto swiftly exits, aware that time is of the essence. Once outside, he scours the information in his mind and discovers a technique for duplication. By applying this technique to his eyes, he can capture images as if photographing them, retaining them in his memory. However, the limitation lies in the speed of the objects before him. If they move too quickly, the image becomes blurred. Could this really be a spur-of-the-moment creation by the Nine Tails? It seems almost useless, but for this Forbidden Scroll incident, I might never have the chance to use it. Naruto muses skeptically. He decides to test it with a book from home and finds it surprisingly effective, albeit slower than desired. Yet this is of little concern. With a bit of practice, he can surely improve. With his worries resolved, Naruto practices the duplication technique while awaiting his opportunity. As night falls, Mizuki, clad in his battle attire, finally appears, guiding Naruto towards the third Hokage's residence while instructing him on when to act. I will go first to speak with the proctor, and when I call for you, that is your cue to begin. Understood? Mizuki sternly instructs. Yes, Naruto nods emphatically, his clenched fists trembling with anticipation to not be nervous. It is merely an exam, Mizuki reassures him, likely concerned that Naruto's anxiety might jeopardize their plan. Little does he know that Naruto is not anxious, but rather exhilarated. He is finally a step closer to realizing his dreams. Upon hearing Mizuki's call, Naruto stealthily enters the third Hokage's home, following Mizuki's earlier instructions to the study, where he discovers the massive forbidden scroll hidden in a dark compartment, sensing the presence of several Umbu. Naruto realizes this is merely a trap set by the third Hokage to expose traitors that he suspects he is the bait in this clever scheme. How could the third Hokage's residence lack Umbu protection? Only someone as foolish as Mizuki would believe that merely placing 2 guards at the door would suffice. Yet, the greatest beneficiary of this situation will undoubtedly be me, Naruto thinks to himself, a smirk forming as he secures the forbidden scroll to his back and rushes towards the designated grove. Time is of the essence. Upon reaching the grove, Naruto finally has a moment to open the forbidden scroll and examine its contents. As he unfurls the scroll, his eyes alight with anticipation, he is greeted by the long-coveted multi-shadow clone technique, while continuously unrolling the scroll and recording the technique with his duplication technique. He wears a distressed expression, muttering, "Why is this ninjutsu so difficult? This one too, and this one as well. All techniques I struggle with." Each page he unfurls requires a pause of a second or two, before he reluctantly moves on to the next. As the crystal ball observed, both the third Hokage and the assembled ninjas shook their heads in disbelief. Initially, the ignorant ninjas had been enraged at the sight of Naruto unsealing the forbidden scroll, with intentions to eradicate him. However, witnessing the spectacle, they felt a sense of relief. Unless Naruto possessed the Sharingan, it was utterly impossible for him to memorize and master such techniques. After all, ninjutsu was the very foundation upon which a ninja village stood, and it must not be carelessly disseminated. Having finally completed the replication of the forbidden scroll, Naruto feigned meticulous scrutiny of the shadow clone technique while rolling it up, as he would need to employ it frequently in the future. This would serve as a plausible explanation. Otherwise, it would be too suspicious if he learned such a forbidden technique merely by glancing at it, raising concerns that he might similarly acquire other forbidden arts with a mere look. Such a scenario would be troublesome indeed. With his goal accomplished, Naruto sat quietly on the ground, awaiting the arrival of the foolish Mizuki. "Rest assured, Mizuki, you shall serve as my stepping stone, and I will ensure your demise is most tragic. Oh, and let us not forget your idol, the repugnant Orochimaru." Chapter 12. The first battle. As Naruto rolled up the forbidden scroll once more, he finally spotted Iruka amidst his boredom. Observing Iruka's face twisted with anger and disappointment, Naruto sheepishly scratched his head and said, "Looks like you found me, Iruka-sensei. Does this mean I can graduate now?" Iruka, initially suspecting Naruto of treachery against the village, was now engulfed in confusion. Why was Naruto so unfazed by his pursuers? "Graduate? What do you mean? What is going on?" His mind was clouded with questions, which Naruto promptly clarified. "What is the matter, Iruka-sensei? You're not trying to back out of this, are you? Mizuki-sensei said that as long as I brought the forbidden scroll here, I could graduate," Naruto exclaimed, his discontent evident in his tone. "Are you saying Mizuki-sensei instructed you to bring the scroll here?" Iruka's understanding began to dawn upon him. "Yes," Naruto replied, his enthusiasm palpable. However, as realization washed over Iruka, he suddenly sensed a rush of air from behind him. In desperate bid to protect Naruto, he shoved him aside, but in doing so, he failed to evade the incoming attack and was injured instead. Can you comprehend the anguish of possessing the power to save your loved ones, yet feigning vulnerability, helplessly witnessing their suffering? At that moment, Naruto fully grasped this sentiment as he watched Iruka get struck by a shuriken meant for him. In his heart, he marked Mizuki for death. Why Mizuki? Why? If a performance had begun, and such a heavy price had been paid, there was no reason not to see it through. Oh, you've managed to find me here. Irika, quite impressive, yet your expression betrays nothing. After a derisive chuckle, he turned to Naruto and commanded, "Hurry, hand over the forbidden scroll. Do not give it to him, Naruto. The scroll contains many dangerous techniques. Mizuki has betrayed the village. You must not entrust him with it." Irika struggled to rise, shouting at Naruto, "Let me share a secret with you." Mizuki grinned maliciously. "Don't say it." Irika felt a sense of dread. 12 years ago, a rule was established in the village, known by all, yet only you, Uzumaki Naruto, remain oblivious. Mizuki's visage appeared even more sinister under the moonlight. "What rule? Why am I the only one forbidden from knowing?" Naruto looked utterly astonished. "Never mention that you are the Nine-Tails Fox. That is the rule, which means you are the very beast that slaughtered Irika as parents and ravaged the village. That is why everyone despises you. Doesn't that strike you as odd?" Mizuki laughed maniacally. "I am the Nine-Tails Fox. I am the Nine-Tails Fox." Naruto stood, utterly shattered, mumbling to himself, In truth, Irika harbors hatred for you as well. Deep down, he wishes to slay you." Mizuki cackled, launching a shuriken towards Naruto. How despicable! Naruto, lost in despair, seemed oblivious to the impending danger. "Get down," he shouted, but Irika had already thrown himself in front of Naruto, valiantly shielding him. Blood dripped from the shuriken that had pierced through him, staining Naruto's face. "Naruto, do not believe his words. Since the day my parents perished, I too was ridiculed and rejected by all. I had to feign ignorance, constantly evade. So I understand your feelings that I truly regard you as my younger brother. Do not trust Mizuki. Take the scroll and flee back to the village. The Hokage won't blame you." With blood seeping from his wounds, Irika spoke weakly. "What a tiresome, childish sentiment. In that case, let us die together." Mizuki leapt down from the tree, brandishing his shuriken with malicious glee. "Are you done speaking? Once you are, prepare for death." Naruto stood, bypassing Irika, addressing Mizuki with an icy demeanor. "What are you doing, Naruto?" Mizuki was taken aback that Naruto, now aware of the truth, would oppose him. "You shall pay for your transgressions," Naruto declared, devoid of any fury in his voice. "You foolish little brat. Come and fight me." "Come on," Mizuki laughed, treating the situation as a mere jest. Yet, Naruto did not rush in to vent his anger. Instead, he knelt down, slowly rolled up his orange pants, and removed the weights from his legs, placing them aside, though Mizuki was merely a teacher at the academy. His combat prowess was not to be underestimated, as he was a nin and currently unscathed, standing at his peak. "Prepare to die." Naruto sprang to his feet, drawing a kunai, charging at Mizuki with the most adept close-quarters combat he had mastered thus far. The speed caught Mizuki off guard, and he was quickly overwhelmed by Naruto's onslaught. However, the nin's capabilities were not to be trifled with. Even in a moment of surprise, Mizuki managed to deflect Naruto's kunai. Realizing he could not gain the upper hand, Naruto swiftly redirected his kunai towards Mizuki's face. Mizuki, forced to defend with his right hand, seized the opportunity as Naruto utilized the gentle fist style to immobilize Mizuki's left arm. Delivering a powerful strike to his abdomen as he neared, Naruto accelerated, transforming his punch into a rapid thrust, landing squarely against Mizuki's midsection. Ideally, he should have struck Mizuki's sternum, but due to his height, he opted for the abdomen instead, where he successfully landed a blow that made Mizuki spit blood. Seizing the moment, Naruto launched another rapid strike, but Mizuki, now aware of Naruto's strength, swiftly blocked it, but a distinct crack echoed in the ears of the three observers. The crystal ball could only capture images, not sounds, leaving the third Hokage and others unaware of the unfolding drama. Believing Naruto to be injured, Irika's heart swelled with despair, yet the scene left him utterly astonished. Mizuki, nursing his injured right hand with a pained expression, stood to one side, while Naruto, calm and composed, slowly raised his hands, resembling the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique, albeit at a much slower pace, though unfamiliar. Irika recognized that the earlier sound had emanated from Mizuki's hand, that it became clear that Naruto's punch had solidly struck Mizuki's right hand, shattering the bones in his palm and arm. Despite this, Mizuki had leveraged the momentum to break free from Naruto's grasp, but his right hand was now rendered useless. As they exchanged glances, both Irika and Mizuki, along with the third Hokage and others observing through the crystal ball, were engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Was this truly Naruto? The same Naruto who was universally acknowledged as the Academy's perennial underachiever, perpetually napping. How could this be? However, in contrast, Irika felt a sense of relief in his heart. While Mizuki was consumed by humiliation, having been defeated by a mere brat who had yet to graduate, an undeniable mockery of his status as a chunin. Driven to madness, Mizuki made an unwise attempt to flee. Brandishing a kunai with his left hand as he charged forward to that moment, Naruto, fully prepared, effortlessly parried Mizuki's attack with a single hand. Although his mastery of Tai Chi was only rudimentary, it sufficed to handle a minor adversary like Mizuki. To onlookers, it appeared as though Naruto was under relentless assault from Mizuki, teetering on the brink of peril, prompting Irika to draw his own kunai in readiness to assist. Yet, both fighters were acutely aware of the true situation. Mizuki swung, slashed, and thrust desperately. But each time, Naruto deftly blocked his strikes without so much as a scratch on his clothing. Moreover, Naruto seized the opportunity to counterattack whenever possible, leaving Mizuki overwhelmed and at his wit's end. No one could have anticipated that such a seemingly soft, fitness-like fighting style could prove so formidable. Of course, this assumption held only if they understood what fitness truly entailed. At this juncture, Mizuki began to regret his decisions. This brat before him was nothing short of a monster. Indeed, a monster. As fear gripped his heart, Mizuki's technique fell into disarray. Observant as ever, Naruto seized the opportunity, shifting from defense to offense, delivering a powerful Tai Chi palm strike to Mizuki's abdomen, thus reversing the tide of battle. Irika, who had been anxiously concerned for Naruto's safety, was now astonished to witness Naruto gaining the upper hand against Mizuki, just as Mizuki had previously dominated Naruto. The difference lay in the fact that Mizuki had never landed a blow on Naruto, while Naruto now struck Mizuki with precision, blood streaming from Mizuki's mouth. Though Naruto was now splattered with Mizuki's blood, he had never felt so exhilarated. Previously, Naruto had pondered whether he could blend gentle and fierce strikes, but it had remained a theoretical endeavor, until today, when he unexpectedly broke through in real combat. Thus, the unfortunate Mizuki became Naruto's training dummy. With each strike, he alternated between gentle and fierce, left and right, leaving Mizuki utterly confounded as to how to defend himself, his mind blank, reduced to nothing more than Naruto's human punching bag. Just as Mizuki clung to the last vestiges of breath, Naruto finally leaped back. However, Irika, poised to intervene, witnessed something astonishing. Naruto was forming hand seals. Yes, he was performing a hand seal, one that Irika had never seen before. Yet, in an instant, Irika's senses dulled entirely. A multitude of Narutos materialized before Irika's eyes, all charging towards the barely conscious Mizuki. A single agonized scream pierced the air, followed by the relentless sound of fists striking flesh, echoing in a continuous rhythm. When the Umbu of Konoha arrived, they found Irika, battered and leaning against a wall, alongside a dispirited Naruto, who was adorned with the Konoha forehead protector. The cool moonlight bathed the two in a divine serenity. However, the nearby remnants of carnage and the surrounding blood bore witness to the fierce battle that had just transpired. What a stark contrast to their tranquil appearance. Yet, with Mizuki now lifeless, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over him. He seemed to momentarily forget the impending survival exercise orchestrated by Kakashi Hatake. "All right, it's late, and everyone is weary. Let us return and rest," Kakashi announced. "Yes," the assembled ninjas replied in unison before dispersing. "Kakashi, what's your opinion on Naruto?" The third Hokage inquired after the battle had concluded. "His taijutsu is formidable, coupled with a keen sense of combat awareness. Furthermore, his mastery of the shadow clone technique makes it difficult to perceive him as merely a student who has yet to graduate and has never engaged in a battle. He was even able to defeat Mizuki, demonstrating at least Chunin-level prowess." Kakashi responded earnestly, exuding an air of seriousness absent of any lethargy. "Then let us assign him to your class." that should pose no problem. The third Hokage stated casually, "Of course." Upon returning home, Naruto finally had the chance to review the ninjutsu swirling in his mind. The shadow clone technique merely allowed for the storage of techniques. True mastery required an understanding of chakra flow and hand seal formation. Hand seals were undeniably crucial. The faster one could form them, the quicker they could unleash their jutsu. Itachi's hand seal speed reached 6 seals per second. Truly a prodigy. Even after years of practice, Naruto's speed only managed to reach 4 seals per second. Moreover, as he aged, his skeletal structure would become fixed, leaving little room for improvement. Surpassing Uchiha Itachi seemed a daunting prospect. Lying in bed, Naruto bypassed other techniques and focused on wind release. Aware from the original story that his affinity lay with wind, he recognized that wind release would become a formidable asset in future battles. As he contemplated, images and text surfaced in his mind. The illustrations depicting chakra pathways and hand seal methods, while the text outlined training methods and precautions. After an extended period of thought, Naruto identified several useful techniques. Wind release, wind blade, wind release, thousand faces of wind, wind release, great breakthrough, and wind release, beast wave palm. Although he could not utilize them just yet, having more cards up his sleeve was undoubtedly advantageous. Thus, Naruto practiced the hand seals according to the techniques recorded in the sealing book. Focusing solely on the seals without channeling chakra, swiftly familiarizing his fingers with the sequence to ensure a smooth execution in the future. Another night passed in Naruto's relentless training. One could not help but admire Naruto's stamina. After training throughout the night, he awoke full of vigor after merely half an hour of sleep. However, upon stepping outside, he transformed into a lethargic figure, dragging his feet towards the Ninja Academy. Those familiar with Prince of Tennis would understand Naruto's current demeanor, normally reminiscent of the composed Akutsu. Yet at critical moments, he morphed into the furious Oishi. His apparent laziness masked the truth. He was seizing every precious moment for relentless training. Few recognized this. Lee counted as one, while the third Hokage was only half aware. Upon entering the classroom, Naruto discovered that most of the graduating students had already gathered, yet he was taken aback by the sight of many with panda eyes, indicative of their excitement. It resembled the behavior of students from his previous life. Although he had never attended school, he had heard tales of graduates celebrating their final day with wild abandon, returning home only after a night of revelry. As Naruto, bleary-eyed, strolled into the classroom, astonishment spread among the students. Some even stood with mouths agape. Shikamaru, familiar with Naruto's abilities, found this behavior unsurprising. After all, he had just completed 50 laps around the school and was still sweating more than Naruto ever had. Thus, he refrained from asking the question posed in the original story. However, his silence did not quell others' curiosity. "Naruto, what are you doing here? This is our graduation briefing," one student exclaimed, emphasizing the word graduation, disinterested in engaging with this minor character. Naruto raised his left arm to display the forehead protector affixed to it, then took a seat beside Hinata, promptly resuming his long-standing habit of napping. The decision to wear the forehead protector on his arm rather than his forehead was simply to avoid the ordinary. It conveyed a sense of laziness, much like Shikamaru. However, those observant enough to scrutinize the slumbering Naruto's hands would notice a hint of green nestled within his palm. Naruto was not merely napping. His apparent laziness was merely a fade, which is why the third Hokage could only claim half an understanding. He had not anticipated that Naruto would utilize class time for covert training. As Naruto settled beside her and rested his head on the desk, Hinata began her habitual finger tapping, her shyness around Naruto clearly still a work in progress after all their time together. Upon seeing the forehead protector strapped to Naruto's arm, the student who had earlier questioned him seemed to swallow a fly, his prepared remarks lost amidst the moment, with the atmosphere growing dull. The other students returned to their previous discussions, and the classroom erupted once more with lively chatter. However, the tranquility was soon shattered by a cacophony of noise as the two infatuated girls, Sakura and Ino, made their entrance. The classroom transformed into their stage, while Naruto, who was in a deep slumber, seemed utterly oblivious to the commotion at that moment. The epicenter of the ruckus had shifted to the vicinity of Sasuke Uchiha. with Naruto still distant, lost in dreams, ensuring that the anticipated scandalous encounter would not unfold. In the office of the third Hokage, the elite shinobi who were to lead the newly graduated genin teams had gathered. Kakashi Hatake, Asuma Sarutobi, Kunai Yuhi, and Kurama Gunma, among others. They surrounded the crystal ball, observing this year's crop of graduates. Curiously, the first to draw their attention was not the top student, Sasuke Uchiha, but rather the slumbering Naruto. It seemed that, apart from Kakashi, none of the others understood the fixation on Naruto, perhaps due to his status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. They had missed the thrilling spectacle of the previous night, which was indeed a pity. Uzumaki Naruto, the true top of his class, was estimated to possess the strength of an elite chunin. Before their confusion could linger, the third Hokage dropped a bombshell. How is this possible? Could it be due to the power of the Nine Tails? Someone inquired. No, the third clarified, for it was solely through his taijutsu and the shadow clone technique that Naruto decisively defeated and killed the traitor Mizuki, who was merely an average chunin. The revelation left the room in disbelief, as even in such a serious setting, murmurs of astonishment began to circulate. Ahem, ahem. Next we have Sasuke Uchiha, the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. The top student of this year, whose strength and potential should not be underestimated. The focus shifted to Sasuke's corner, yet the scene elicited an awkward silence among those present. Indeed, being handsome often garnered one much admiration. As Sakura and Ino engaged in a heated debate, Iruka entered the classroom with a clipboard, his mere presence commanding the graduates to take their seats. From this day forward, you are shinobi capable of standing on your own. However, you are merely novice genin. Your true trials lie ahead. You will be grouped in threes, assigned to an elite jonin for missions. Perhaps due to their recent graduation, Iruka bore no anger at their earlier noise. Instead, smiling as he delivered the news, three-man teams, they will only be a hindrance, Sasuke remarked with his characteristic stoicism, three-man teams. I wonder if I'll be placed in the same team as Sasuke? Sakura and Ino mused. Naruto, the bashful Hinata thought to herself, in order to balance the team's capabilities, the following assignments have been made. Team 1, XXX, XXXX, XXX. Team 2, XXXX, XXXX, XXX. And Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. Next, Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, Oil Girl Shino, and Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Narashikamu, Akimichi Choji. That concludes the team assignments. This afternoon, I will introduce your jonin instructors. You are dismissed. Sasuke left coolly, exuding an air of indifference. Hinata departed with disappointment at not being grouped with Naruto. Ino, glancing at the unresponsive, laid-back boy and the food-loving Naruto, felt despondent and trudged away. An excited Sakura chased after Sasuke, while Naruto, oblivious, turned his focus elsewhere. In the afternoon, they all returned to the classroom early, only to be led away one by their jonin instructors. Team 8, follow me, Kurenai announced as she took Hinata and the others away. Team 10, where are you? I am your jonin instructor. Follow me, Asuma said, cigarette in mouth, leading Shikamu, Ino, and Choji, hoping they wouldn't inhale secondhand smoke. As the groups departed, only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura remained. Sasuke continued to sit coolly. Naruto remained sprawled on the desk, while Sakura sat demurely. Though internally, she was berating their jonin instructor. Finally, after hours of waiting, Kakashi Hatake walked into the classroom. Thanks to Naruto's absence of mischievous antics, Kakashi would not need to wash his hair again, and he missed the chance to express his initial distaste for them. Observing the remaining trio, Kakashi instructed, follow me to the rooftop. Naruto, the teacher is here. Get up, Sakura exclaimed, turning back to shout at the still sleeping Naruto. Oh, is it time? All right then, Naruto replied languidly, trailing after Sasuke and Sakura to the rooftop, where he yawned and plopped down without sparing Kakashi a glance. Let us begin with self-introductions, Kakashi said lazily, though far more effectively than Naruto. Self-introductions? What should we say? Sakura inquired. Well, things you like, things you dislike, your future dreams, interests, and so on, Kakashi replied, attempting to break the silence as he turned to introduce himself. I'll go first. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I have likes and dislikes I prefer not to share, and my future dreams and interests are varied. Ultimately, they only learned his name. How unhelpful, Sakura lamented, but no one responded. Now it's your turn, starting with the one with the long yellow hair. Kakashi prompted, looking at Naruto and the others. Me. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I love sleeping and Ichiraka ramen. Hate being disturbed while sleeping. My dreams are lofty and hard to express, and I'm still searching for interests. That's it. Naruto introduced himself slowly. Now, it's my turn. I'm Haruno Sakura. What I like? Well, it's more about the person I like. My interests are, my dream for the future are, it appeared she viewed this as an opportunity for confession. Her gaze directed at Sasuke, revealing her feelings. And what about dislikes? Kakashi interjected, interrupting her reverie. Ino's comment was decisive. Now that Naruto was no longer the same Naruto, she harbored no resentment towards him. Likely having spoken fewer than 5 words to him, merely aware of his existence in class. Thus her rivalry with Ino over Sasuke elevated Ino to the position of her most disliked person. At this age, romance certainly takes precedence for a girl. Lastly, I am Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I dislike, and nothing I particularly like. Moreover, I possess an ambition beyond mere dreams, to restore the Uchiha clan and to kill that man. Alright, that concludes the self-introductions. Starting tomorrow, we will undertake a task, specifically a survival exercise that only the 4 of us can complete, Kakashi stated with seriousness. That a survival exercise. ISNT, it's supposed to be a mission? How did it turn into an exercise? With Naruto's curiosity piqued, Sakura took the initiative to ask. This is no ordinary exercise. If I were to explain it, you would undoubtedly withdraw, Kakashi warned. This exercise has a 66 elimination rate. Only 9 out of the 27 graduates will be recognized as genin, while the remaining 18 must return to the academy for further training. Looking at the shocked faces of his students, Kakashi relished their dismay. In any case, tomorrow, I will assess your qualifications at the training ground. Remember to bring your ninja tools and assemble by 5 a.m. Now, you are dismissed, just as Kakashi was about to leave. He turned back to caution them. Oh, and don't eat breakfast. Otherwise, you might end up vomiting. This left Sasuke and Sakura in stunned silence, while Naruto turned and headed home. Chapter 14. The Survival Exercise, Part 1. Naruto. You have the final survival exercise tomorrow, right? Your guiding jonin is Kakashi-sensei. Upon returning home, Lee, who had just completed his mission, asked. Yes, Naruto replied with a smile. By the way, he is destined to be the rival of your guiding jonin. My God, I heard from Gai-sensei that no class has ever graduated under Kakashi-sensei's guidance. Be careful tomorrow. He is also known as the King of Tardiness, so make sure not to arrive on time, or you'll end up waiting to. I understand now. Thank you, Xiao Li, Naruto said, patting Xiao Li's shoulder with a smile. What do we brothers have to thank each other for? He then returned the gesture, patting Naruto's shoulder as they exchanged joyful glances, their laughter bright and heartfelt. In the early morning, a thin veil of mist still enveloped the training ground, and the sun had yet to rise. 2 solitary figures arrived early, accompanied by the coolness of dawn, yet Naruto was still absent. It's already the appointed time. Where could he be? Sakura, one of the duo, voiced her puzzlement, noting that even Kakashi-sensei was late. Oh well, let's just wait a bit longer. After saying this, she sat down near Sasuke, beginning a tedious wait. Though Sakura appeared impatient on the surface, her heart was filled with joy, secretly hoping that Naruto and Kakashi would not show up, granting her more time alone with Sasuke. Finally, at 11 o'clock, a well-fed Naruto arrived. Looking as if he had just awoken, he had gotten up at 5, trained diligently at the training ground until 7, then enjoyed breakfast before squeezing in another 2 hours of practice, arriving leisurely after lunch. Good morning, everyone. I apologize for my tardiness. I lost my way on the path of life. Naruto greeted Sakura and Sasuke, who had been waiting for quite some time. Naruto, it's already noon. Stop telling such ridiculous lies, Sakura exclaimed, noticing Naruto's laid-back demeanor, while her own stomach grumbled impatiently. What does it matter? Kakashi-sensei hasn't arrived either. Naruto waved dismissively, tossing aside the 2 halves of the leaf he had been playing with, only to pluck 2 more from a nearby tree. How can you still be in a mood to play with leaves at a time like this? Kakashi-sensei clearly agreed to meet at 5 this morning, and yet he is still absent. They seemed oblivious to Naruto's intentions. Given their current abilities, they likely had no understanding of the nature transformation of chakra. Good morning, everyone! Kakashi finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Just as Naruto settled down, "You're so late," Sakura shouted at Kakashi, while even the typically stoic Sasuke wore an expression of displeasure. Only Naruto remained engrossed in the leaves in his hands, as if they concealed a treasure map. That's because a black cat crossed my path. Kakashi began to concoct an excuse, but seeing the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces, he awkwardly shifted gears and got straight to the point. He produced an alarm clock, placing it on a wooden stump, and declared, "Now, I have set the time to 12 o'clock. Today's objective is to snatch one of the bells from me before noon. Those who fail to do so will forfeit their lunch and be tied to that stump, forced to watch the others eat. And oh wonder we're not having lunch. Kakashi-sensei is truly devious." "But why are there only 2 bells?" Sakura, the spokesperson for Team 7, couldn't he help but inquire. "With only 2 bells, at least one person will end up tied to the stump, thereby failing their mission and having to return to school for further training. In other words, at least one of you will be deemed unfit. It's also possible that all 3 may fail. Using shuriken is permissible, but if you do not possess the resolve to kill me, you want to be able to seize the bells," Kakashi explained. "But isn't that quite dangerous, sensei?" Sakura questioned, feeling somewhat perplexed. "That's for you to figure out. Now, let the survival exercise for Team 7 commence. Ready, set, go." With that, he attached the bells to his belt, while Sasuke and Sakura quickly concealed themselves. They appeared to have hidden well, but Kakashi, who initially thought they had done a commendable job, was taken aback when he noticed Naruto still seated, fiddling with the leaf. "I must ask, are you feeling all right? Everyone else has hidden away, Kakashi-sensei. Why don't we have a spar to demonstrate your elite Genin prowess to the little ones lurking nearby?" Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto finally discarded the leaf, standing up to face Kakashi. "What? You wish to take the lead? Such confidence can easily slip into arrogance," Kakashi remarked, observing Naruto, who was attracting everyone's attention with his exceptional ability. Meanwhile, he remained internally cautious, fully aware of Naruto's elite Chunin strength. "Not at all. I do not harbor the delusion that I can rival the copy ninja Kakashi Ataki. I merely believe that a prelude is necessary before the main course, akin to an appetizer before the main dish. Surely, Kakashi-sensei would not refuse a student's request for guidance." At this moment, Naruto's demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. He had shifted from a slumbering lion to a poised cheetah, ready to pounce. In truth, Naruto had been training alone, lacking a clear understanding of his own strength. Even during his battle with Mizuki the night before, he had not exerted his full power. Thus, he was eager to ascertain just how far he stood from an elite Genin like Kakashi. "Since you are so eager to witness it, then come at me." As he spoke, Kakashi swiftly drew a shuriken from his pocket. "Super fool." Sasuke, hidden nearby, felt a surge of frustration watching Naruto boldly challenge an elite Genin. "What a fool, challenging a Genin," Sakura lamented, exasperated by Naruto's impulsiveness. "Just as I wish, Kakashi-sensei. Do not hold back." With that, Naruto charged towards Kakashi, throwing a punch. Kakashi, having experienced Naruto's strength before, was not foolish enough to take the hit directly. As Naruto's fist approached, he stepped back, planning to counter once Naruto's attack was spent. However, Naruto's precise punch was not aimed at Kakashi's abdomen. Instead, it targeted his back. This strategy not only allowed Naruto to strike with maximum force, but also ensured that Kakashi could not evade even if he retreated. Thus, due to his own oversight, Kakashi paid the price, struck by Naruto's punch, and sent flying. "Damn it. That underachiever," Sasuke muttered, feeling an acute sense of dissatisfaction. The entire exchange had transpired in an instant, leaving him bewildered as he witnessed Kakashi being sent flying without grasping how it had occurred. This experience struck a significant blow to Sasuke's pride and confidence. This truly the Naruto I know? The one who can never seem to wake up?" Sakura thought, stunned. Amidst the ongoing battle, Naruto had no time for contemplation, for the Kakashi who had just been sent flying was now merely a log. Substitution jutsu, well executed, but did you forget that in front of me, an expert in sensing and stealth, all hiding is futile. Naruto thought, immediately delivering a swift punch to the ground beneath him. The power generated by this strike, combined with the explosive force of his chakra, was nearly on par with Tsunade's monstrous strength. Consequently, Kakashi, who had been hiding underground to launch a surprise attack, was forced to leap out clumsily, gazing at the ravaged terrain of the training ground. Even with knowledge of Naruto's prowess, he couldn't help but feel a chill of foreboding. When had Naruto learned Tsunade's monstrous strength? This was troublesome. Yet, how did he know I was beneath him? While contemplating this, Kakashi wasted no time and initiated his counterattack. As he appeared next to Naruto in a flash. Naruto remained unperturbed, raising his left hand slightly to deftly deflect Kakashi's strike before delivering another punch to Kakashi's abdomen. However, Kakashi was still Kakashi. Sensing the shift, he quickly withdrew, escaping the grip of Naruto's taijutsu. Clearly, the gap between a Chunin and an elite Genin was vast. Mizuki had only managed to escape by exchanging injury for survival. Naruto, I am becoming increasingly curious about you. One moment, you wield Tsunade-sama's monstrous strength. And the next, you employ the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, and both styles are quite proficient. That I wonder how someone who seems to sleep all day has trained so effectively, Kakashi inquired, tightening his right hand, which had just been under Naruto's control. Would you like to know? Defeat me, and I'll tell you, Naruto replied with a faint smile, charging at Kakashi once more. He had yet to learn ninjutsu, leaving him no choice but to engage in close combat. Come at me. Kakashi too discarded his shuriken, and the two began an intense exchange of physical techniques on the shattered ground. Damn it. Why am I truly this weak? As he gazed at the ground, shattered by Naruto's fierce assault and the two indistinct figures currently engaged in combat, Sasuke clenched his fists and murmured to himself. Sakura, utterly astonished, was left speechless. Finally, the two combatants, locked in a fierce struggle, abruptly separated, and in a sudden puff, Naruto transformed into a cloud of smoke. Kakashi, the vigilant user of shadow clones, was taken aback as he observed the smoke before him. Kakashi-sensei, our warm-up ends here. The next challenge you face will involve 3 opponents. Naruto's voice echoed softly from the depths of the forest. However, Kakashi could not sense Naruto's presence. It was as if he had vanished entirely. While the positions of Sasuke and Sakura remained distinctly perceptible, as he truly managed to deceive even a Jounin. Remarkable indeed. If a shadow clone possesses such prowess, his true strength must be formidable, likely bordering on the elite Jounin level. Today is filled with unexpected surprises. The capabilities of an elite Jounin are indeed extraordinary. He could triumph over me solely with taijutsu. Moreover, he has yet to employ his Sharingan or ninjutsu. It appears my strength is insufficient. I must intensify my training henceforth. The true battle is only just beginning. Kakashi-sensei. Chapter 15. Survival Exercise Part 2. Concealed within the trees, Naruto assessed the locations of Sasuke and Sakura, his mind racing with strategies to leverage their combat prowess for a surprise attack on Kakashi. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The transformation technique. Yes, that would be perfect. As he observed Kakashi gradually approaching Sasuke's concealed position, Naruto made a snap decision. Disregarding the need for stealth, that he hurled a shuriken towards Kakashi, seizing the moment to create a shadow clone that, in an instant, he dashed to Sasuke's side, whisking him away before vanishing once more. Now, Naruto had developed the strength to conceal another person, though 2 would be beyond his capacity. Once he sensed that the clone and Sasuke were well hidden, his original form transformed into that of Sasuke. Charging towards Kakashi, who had successfully deflected all incoming shuriken attacks, fire style. Great fireball technique. Sasuke quickly assumed his stance, unleashing the powerful jutsu. Sensing the impending danger, Kakashi leaped toward the trees. However, upon landing, he realized that the fireball was hurtling directly towards his new position, catching him off guard and striking true. Yet, in an instant, Kakashi transformed into a log, his true self having returned to his original location. Meanwhile, Naruto, having reverted from his transformation, remained calm as Kakashi approached him with a shuriken in hand. This presented an excellent opportunity for practice. He shifted his left foot diagonally, bending his knee slightly, while his right foot followed, establishing a solid foundation. With a graceful motion, he executed a series of taiji moves. Grasp the sparrow's tail. Single whip, raise hands, white crane spreads wings, embrace the knee, step forward, move the bar, close the door, cross hands, embrace the tiger, and return to the mountain. Each movement flowed seamlessly, the energy around him swirling as his arms extended and contracted in harmony. Initially, the awkwardness between his movements was apparent, but as time passed, the pressure exerted by Kakashi, an elite jounin, honed Naruto's technique. His strikes became fluid, each motion precise and unencumbered, creating circles of energy that he wielded with complete control. Kakashi-sensei, or rather, your shadow clone, thank you for indulging me for so long. Alas, it must come to an end. With that, Naruto executed a powerful taiji strike to Kakashi's abdomen, causing him to dissipate into a cloud of smoke. Now, it's your turn, my original self. In a surprising twist, Naruto, too, transformed into a cloud of smoke. What was happening? Where was Naruto's true form? The scene rewinds to the moment when Naruto's shadow clone whisked Sasuke away, promptly relaying their battle strategy. When Naruto, disguised as Sasuke, unleashed the great fireball technique, Sasuke simultaneously launched his own fireball towards the space between Kakashi and the trees. A person instinctively seeks cover when under attack. This strategy aimed to ensure a direct hit, as Naruto predicted. Kakashi, evading towards the trees, was struck by the fireball, but managed to use the body replacement technique to escape, for he could easily ascertain the user's position based on the jutsu's origin. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had orchestrated every move, meticulously tracking Kakashi's actions. Thus, sensing that the real Kakashi was approaching Sasuke from underground, Naruto created another shadow clone to distract Kakashi while his original self dashed toward Sasuke. This time, it was the real deal. The shadow clone would likely dissipate upon contact. Watch out! Naruto shouted to Sasuke, realizing he was running out of time. As the top student, Kakashi's prowess was no idle boast. Seizing the opportunity while Kakashi dispersed Naruto's shadow clone, he executed a swift roundhouse kick aimed at Naruto's back. However, his training had not reached its peak. Ultimately, he lacked enough diligence, and Kakashi easily caught his right leg. As Kakashi prepared to strike Sasuke's neck, Naruto finally arrived, intercepting Kakashi's blade with a powerful punch. This gave Sasuke the moment he needed to break free from Kakashi's grasp. Now that the two were united against him, Kakashi, hidden beneath his mask, bore a slight smile before decisively retreating. Yet, Naruto pursued relentlessly, launching 3 shuriken in a triangular formation, blocking Kakashi's escape above while Sasuke awaited below. With no leverage in midair, Kakashi was forced to confront Naruto's fist head-on. Yet Kakashi was not to be underestimated. His speed surpassed Naruto's, landing a blow that shattered one of Naruto's shadow clones. To Kakashi's surprise, the dispersed Naruto reappeared, revealing Naruto's adeptness with the shadow clone technique. It was not merely smoke merging back together. Rather, he had created a shadow clone from the outset, with the original following closely behind. The brilliance lay in their perfect overlap when viewed from the front. It appeared as if there was only one Naruto. Upon dispersing that clone, Kakashi instinctively scanned his surroundings for the original, unaware that it was concealed just behind the shadow clone, poised to launch a decisive strike under the cover of smoke. Caught off guard, Kakashi found himself seized by Naruto, who locked his arms and immobilized him. In that instant, one of Kakashi's shuriken transformed into Naruto's hand, deftly snatching the bell from Kakashi's waist as he and Sasuke retreated from the trees. Simultaneously, the Naruto controlling Kakashi also transformed into a cloud of smoke, revealing yet another shadow clone. Kakashi-sensei, it seems we have emerged victorious, Naruto proclaimed, shaking the bell triumphantly as they exited the forest. Oh, then you too have qualified. While the other, Sakura, shall have to retake the course. Congratulations, Kakashi smiled. Though as a former classmate, he suggested, shouldn't you check on her? She should still be unconscious. Kakashi-sensei, you seem overly confident, Naruto replied with a smile. Shaking his head before calling out toward the other side of the forest, Sakura, come out. Kakashi-sensei wishes to see you. Kakashi-sensei, did you call for me? Sakura emerged from the woods, her body unscathed and her spirit vibrant. Just then, a moderate explosion echoed from the trees behind her, causing both Naruto and Kakashi to tense up. The self-detonation of a shadow clone was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Enduring the pain of the explosion, Naruto mused to himself. Having read the original story, he had anticipated Kakashi's use of Genjutsu on Sakura. Thus, while dispatching a shadow clone to strategize with Sasuke, he simultaneously sent out 3 additional clones to approach Sakura's hiding place. Upon arrival, one clone concealed Sakura while another transformed into her, remaining in place without utilizing any abilities. Indeed, as Kakashi was struck by the fireball, 2 clones emerged, one to distract and the other to approach Sakura. After tapping her shoulder, they activated the Genjutsu as she turned around. Unfortunately, Genjutsu proved ineffective against shadow clones, especially Naruto's. Although Kakashi sensed something amiss after casting the technique, it was too late. The 3 clones easily subdued him without destroying the final clone, leaving him a little surprised to savor in truth. There are 2 primary reasons for Kakashi's unexpected ambush. Firstly, he could not fathom the immense chakra reserves of Naruto, which enabled him to continuously summon shadow clones. After employing that colossal technique of the multiple shadow clone jutsu the previous night, Naruto had immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. In reality, he had merely fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion, having spent the night in a state of heightened anxiety, followed by an intense battle with Mizuki that drained both his physical and mental stamina. Secondly, Kakashi underestimated Naruto's decision to specifically create shadow clones to safeguard Sakura while waiting for him to take the bait. Given the circumstances, they should have been viewed as rivals. Thus, Kakashi, having contemplated these 2 points, willingly sacrificed his shadow clones. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was recovering by channeling his gray chakra, added, "Moreover, since we graduated together and have been assigned to the same team, we are comrades. How could we allow our companions to suffer for our own gain? Therefore, you should allocate those 2 spots to others. The 3 of us are in this together." Sasuke glanced at Naruto and Sakura, said nothing, but stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Naruto as they both fixed their gaze on Kakashi, their intentions unmistakable. "And I too," came the voice of Sakura, not wanting to be left behind, stepped forward with determination. Kakashi, his eyes glinting with menace, coldly remarked to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, "In that case, you all have passed. Team 7 will gather here at 8 in the morning tomorrow to undertake missions." With a cheerful smile, he concluded, "Now, off you go. Your true journey as ninjas begins tomorrow." Having said that, he vanished using the body flicker technique, seemingly hinting that he still had strength to spare. Yay! Upon hearing this, Sakura exclaimed joyfully, and Naruto and Sasuke also wore smiles of happiness. Finally, it was about to begin. Looking up to feel the midday sun's warmth, Naruto smiled to himself, reflecting on how this exercise had yielded the most benefits for him. Not only had it tested his abilities, but it also refined his martial arts, results he could not have achieved through solitary practice. As for Lee, he had been training assiduously with Guy for a year at a specialized training ground alongside Neji and Tenten. After the battle concluded, Naruto reverted to his lazy demeanor, strolling leisurely and occasionally plucking leaves from nearby trees to play with in his hands. "Naruto, how much of your strength did you use just now?" Sasuke called out suddenly, halting Naruto as he was about to leave. Hearing Sasuke's question, Naruto paused momentarily before replying, 8/10, no, 7/10, perhaps just 6/10, I'm not entirely sure, but Kakashi-sensei remarked it was only 3 or 4/10. He mused, elite Jonin are indeed formidable. With that, he ambled off, indifferent to whether Sasuke was listening to 6/10, 4/10. I must become stronger. Sasuke silently seethed, his teeth clenched. I must surpass you all, for the sake of revenge. Sasuke, what's wrong? Are you okay? Your face looks terrible, Sakura inquired with concern upon noticing Sasuke's unusual demeanor. Rather than worry about this, you should focus on improving your own strength that you're the weakest in our group. Sasuke coldly replied before turning to leave. So, I am this pathetic, but I will not give up. I will strive to improve, Sakura thought to herself, tears glistening in her eyes as she watched Sasuke's retreating figure. Damn, no wonder the shadow clone technique is classified as a forbidden jutsu. So that's how as Naruto walked along, a sudden wave of dizziness struck him, prompting him to mutter a curse. The experience of the shadow clones, both physical and mental, merged back into his original self once the technique was dispelled. While physical training was manageable, the mental exertion from the numerous tasks his clones had performed today was overwhelming. Even for someone with Naruto's robust spirit, leaving him lightheaded, it seemed this jutsu was best suited for enhancing physical prowess and chakra control. Without further ado, he thought, time waits for no one. After a brief recovery, Naruto sprinted back to the training ground, summoning hundreds of shadow clones to commence training in various martial arts, Tai Chi, chakra nature transformation, chakra control, and physical balance. With such a training regimen, could time ever be insufficient? Thus, Naruto tirelessly honed his skills until he was utterly spent as the sun dipped below the horizon. Chapter 16. The mission begins. Hokage-sama, Kakashi reported as he entered the third Hokage's office after the exercise. The exercise is concluded, I presume. What are your thoughts on these three? Did you find them particularly challenging? The third Hokage inquired, raising his gaze and blowing a smoke ring upon hearing Kakashi's voice. Indeed, Naruto is undoubtedly the standout among them. Based on his peculiar physical techniques, shadow clones, and agile mind, I estimate that he is already capable of advancing to the rank of Special Jonin. Should he acquire some useful ninjutsu and jinjutsu and apply them judiciously, he could easily ascend to Jonin status. As for Sasuke, his potential for growth is immense, though he currently exhibits excessive pride. However, Naruto's performance today should serve as a wake-up call for him. I hope he gains some insight. Regarding Sakura, her singular fixation on Sasuke prevents her from recognizing her own potential for development. Oh, has Naruto truly become this powerful? I initially presumed he was merely an elite chunin at best. The third Hokage remarked with a smile. After 7 years of stagnation, Naruto had finally earned the third's trust, which was why he dared to reveal a fraction of his strength to Hokage-sama, from what I know. Naruto was regarded as the perennial underachiever during his time at the academy, merely a slacker. How did he achieve such prowess? Kakashi expressed his astonishment, as anyone discovering that a beggar lying by the road was a millionaire would be equally taken aback. This is easily explained. Come and see for yourself. The third Hokage beckoned with a smile, his expression filled with pride. I had no idea he was working this hard. It all makes sense now. Kakashi stepped closer, peering into the crystal ball to witness the hundreds of Naruto clones diligently training, his astonishment palpable. Well then, Kakashi, I entrust Naruto to your care. You must guide him well, considering his difficult childhood. He may harbor resentment that needs your intervention. The third Hokage stated suddenly with gravity. Understood. I will take on this responsibility, though it certainly poses a challenge. Kakashi replied with a hint of resignation. Ha! Those capable must bear greater burdens. The third Hokage resumed his jovial demeanor. Now, you may return to your duties. Yes, sir, Kakashi responded before leaving the office. Kakashi, I leave this to you, the third Hokage murmured as he watched Kakashi's departing figure, before returning to his documents with a sigh. Meanwhile, Naruto continued his training until the sun set, at which point he had one shadow clone carry him home, knowing well that dispelling his clones would leave him fatigued. He had prudently left one behind to nap while he trained. Once he dispelled the other clones, this well-rested clone would carry him back home before being dismissed. This method was far more convenient than the original narrative, as the combined mental strength of 3 souls was formidable. Even if Naruto's intelligence did not quite match Shikamaru's, it was certainly not far off, especially considering his inherent advantages. It was impossible for him not to grow stronger. Finally, the day arrived, filled with anticipation and excitement among the young ninjas. The sun shone brightly, the air was crisp, and a gentle breeze graced the scene. These fledgling ninjas, filled with fervor, prepared to embark on their inaugural mission as ninjas. Wait, we're just doing weed removal. Kakashi-sensei, is this truly the task we have? This won't help us enhance our skills at all, Sakura lamented, her earlier zeal now diminished as she yearned to catch up to Sasuke. Kakashi, feeling a chill run down his spine at the sight of Naruto and Sasuke's similarly discontented expressions, explained mildly, I anticipated you would become restless. You are merely inexperienced novices. Every ninja must begin with the simplest tasks to gather experience. This is the path all rookie ninjas must traverse, Rookie ninjas. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's foreheads were soon lined with exasperation. Since that's the case, Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a resigned expression, Naruto resorted to his trump card. Yes, the chorus of responses came from the numerous shadow clones of Naruto scattered across the training ground. In an instant, the clones dashed about, and in no time at all, what was meant to be a day's worth of weeding was completed in mere minutes by Naruto's clones. Since you all exhibit such enthusiasm, let us proceed to undertake a D-rank mission. You two must put forth double the effort, Kakashi languidly remarked, causing Naruto and his companions, who initially thought he was preparing to embark on a high-level mission, to be on the verge of exclaiming in excitement. However, his subsequent words doused their fervor like a bucket of cold water. Thus, an eccentric scene unfolded on the streets of Konoha, featuring a middle-aged man engrossed in dubious literature, trailed by 3 dejected children, 2 boys and a girl. Yet the most astonished were the staff at the mission reception. Frustrated with nowhere to vent their discontent, the trio threw themselves into D-rank missions with renewed vigor. One by one, the D-rank tasks were swiftly claimed by Kakashi's team, with even those that typically required a day or longer being completed with remarkable efficiency and high quality. Some incredulous staff members dispatched specialized ninjas to verify the completed missions, only to find that the results were entirely satisfactory. Eventually, the staff became so accustomed to seeing the 4 enter-to-claim missions that they managed to maintain a facade of composure. Though each time Naruto and his friends appeared, their faces twitched slightly in response. Ultimately, the actions of Naruto and his companions led to a veritable vacuum of D-rank missions in Konoha, prompting other, less informed teams to lament the village's declining reputation, as even the D-rank tasks had seemingly vanished. Upon hearing these complaints, the staff's faces twitched once more. Ironically, the D-rank missions, which had once been shunned by the lower-ranked ninjas, now found themselves in a frenzy of demand whenever they were available. Kakashi, my destined rival. This mission is undoubtedly mine, that I've waited long enough. It is time for my youth to blossom, declared my guy. Reminiscent of a scene from musical D. Oh, you all lack any sense of chivalry. Can't you show a little consideration for the ladies? Remarked Yuhi Kurenai with grace. Securing this mission means we can feast on barbecue. Right, Choji? Asuma chimed in, deploying his ace. Barbecue! Barbecue! Choji exclaimed, his spirits soaring at the mere mention of the delicacy, though alas, with his current strength, his enthusiasm fizzled into but a small splash. In the afternoon, the little ninjas, finally devoid of any tasks, headed home with their first paychecks, while even the mission staff sighed in relief, hoping for a restful night ahead. Amen. However, Naruto, having received his wages, did not rush home, but instead made his way to a clothing store. Most of the tasks had been expedited thanks to Naruto and his shadow clones, and with the insistence of Sasuke and Sakura, he had accrued enough funds to procure several outfits that in the past. His compensation had been allocated toward improving his meals and purchasing ninja tools, leaving no spare change for anything other than his rather outdated orange jumpsuit, now that he had the means. It was time for a wardrobe change that I wished to purchase 2 garments. Is your proprietor available? He inquired upon entering a rather appealing clothing shop, having not yet found anything suitable. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch our owner, the shop assistant replied, perhaps recognizing Naruto's Leaf Village headband, treating him with respect rather than dismissing him as just a child. Though, are you dissatisfied with something in the store? Young sir, what style are you seeking? As long as you can describe it, I believe I can create it with my skills. A charming woman emerged from the back room, addressing Naruto with confidence. Very well, I will describe my preferences, and once you sketch the design, I shall determine if I wish to place an order. Naruto replied with a warm smile, his radiant demeanor complemented by his long, flowing hair that rivaled Orochimaru's, captivating the shop owner. Excellent. Please come inside to discuss further, she said, leading him to the private consultation area. Once seated, Naruto began to articulate his ideal clothing designs, while the alluring owner swiftly sketched on paper according to his descriptions. As Naruto concluded his description, she paused, and upon receiving the drawing, he was pleased to find it perfectly aligned with his vision. This proprietor was indeed remarkable. The sketches depicted 4 images, 2 front views and 2 back views. One design featured a short-sleeved, stand-collared trench coat with slits in the back to prevent any discomfort from wind. The other was a four-pocketed, somewhat Zhongshan-style shirt, with pockets divided into smaller compartments akin to ninja attire, and a notably relaxed collar. Satisfied, Naruto couldn't help but admire the proprietor's talent. "What do you think? Are you satisfied?" she asked with a smile brimming with confidence. "Splendid. It perfectly captures my vision. From now on, all my clothing will be made here. Please craft 2 sets of each garment. One black, one white for the coat, and all black for the inner shirt. When should I return to collect them?" "If you are in a hurry, you may collect 1 set by tomorrow morning, and the rest can be completed within a day. Would that be acceptable?" The owner continued to smile. "You possess an astute understanding of people's needs." "Very well. I shall return tomorrow morning for 1 set. How much deposit should I provide?" Naruto responded with a grin. "The total is 20,000 ryo, with a 2,000 ryo deposit up front. When you return, you may pay half and the remainder upon collection," she stated leisurely. "So expensive." Naruto exclaimed in surprise that it is not unreasonable. As a ninja, the materials used for your garments are significantly more durable than those for ordinary clothing. She explained, "Agreed. It is a deal. I look forward to our collaboration," Naruto replied, recognizing the validity of her reasoning, and extended his right hand. "Our partnership shall flourish," the enchanting proprietor said, reciprocating the handshake, solidifying their agreement. "Will you not take my measurements?" Naruto suddenly asked as he approached the door. "No need. I can ascertain your size at glance. After so many years as a clothing store owner, this skill is rather well honed." She chuckled. "Indeed. Farewell then." After paying the deposit, Naruto stepped out of the clothing shop, gazing at the setting sun, his heart buoyant. "Tomorrow is the mission to the land of waves. I will be waiting for you." Haku, Chapter 17. Departure to the land of waves. I am Sasuke. Arriving at point B. I am Sakura. Arriving at point C. I am Naruto. Arriving at point A. All right, Team 7. Follow the target and pursue. I am ready and can act at any moment. So am I. I am prepared as well. Very well then. Let us proceed. At long last, they had cornered their quarry, confirming sighting. The target, Ahu, is confirmed with a ribbon on his right ear, Sasuke reported into the microphone to Kakashi. "Excellent. The task of capturing the lost pet, Ahu, is complete." "Oh, my precious little tiger. I was so worried," exclaimed a portly noblewoman, clutching the pitiful cat tightly. Observing the scene, one could hardly blame the feline for its escape. "Poor creature. I shall mourn for you." Amen. Next, Kakashi's team was assigned the following task. "Wait a moment, Hokage-sama. It's high time we receive some advanced missions. Given our capabilities, we should not be confined to the rigid structure of mission ranks corresponding to ninja ranks." Naruto interjected, knowing he could not remain silent any longer lest the task be handed to another, potentially delaying his reunion with Haku. Moreover, he recognized that the first step of his plan must commence. "Fool, you are merely inexperienced genin. You must accumulate experience through these lower-level tasks," Irika exclaimed anxiously from the side. Since Naruto's graduation, he had taken on the role of Hokage's assistant, often residing in the Hokage's office. However, these tasks hardly enhance combat experience. In future confrontations with enemies, we must face them head-on. If we do not grow swiftly, we risk becoming cannon fodder, Naruto argued passionately. "Naruto, this is not your usual behavior. Are you not typically so languid about everything? Why the sudden fervor?" Kakashi remarked from behind. "Ninjas must venture out to experience the world, engage with more people, identify their shortcomings, and ultimately acquire the capability to protect those around them." "Yes," Naruto stated, hands resting behind his head, a serene smile gracing his face, exuding a sense of determination. "I see. Now that I understand your unwavering resolve and determination, I shall assign you a C-rank mission. You are to protect a certain Mr. Tazuna. Please come in." The third Hokage spoke with a sense of satisfaction upon witnessing Naruto's steadfast demeanor. Then, an elderly, inebriated man entered the room, clutching a bottle. "These are the little brats tasked with protecting me. They hardly look like ninjas. Can you truly handle this?" However, under the chilling gaze of the 6 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, he couldn't help but feel a tightening in his body, and then spoke. "But since it has been decided, I shall place my trust in you. I am the renowned bridge expert, named Daizuna, before I return to my homeland to complete the bridge. I implore you to wager your lives to ensure my safety. Rest assured, that is our solemn duty, Kakashi replied confidently, gazing at Daizuna. Very well, since the mission has been accepted, we are to embark on a long journey once again. Let us return home to prepare. We shall convene at the gates of Konoha in 1 hour, and then set forth towards the land of waves. Yes, the three of them, their spirits ignited with resolve, responded in unison before each headed home to make their preparations. Excuse me, is my outfit ready? After leaving, Naruto did not return directly home, but instead made his way to the clothing shop. Ah, Naruto-kun, here is your outfit. A complete set is ready. IT totals 5,000 Ryo. Would you like to take it now? The shopkeeper responded with a smile upon hearing Naruto's inquiry. Yes, Naruto said, examining the clothes closely and feeling quite pleased with the craftsmanship. I'll take one set with me now, as I have a mission. The other set I may pick up later. Here is the 5,000 Ryo. Please convey my regards to your boss. Farewell. Thank you, and we welcome you back anytime. The shopkeeper smiled as he saw Naruto out the door. Looking at his now empty pockets, Naruto resolved that he needed to earn more money. After all, one cannot do without it. Having acquired his new attire, Naruto hurried home to change, donning a black modified Zhongshan suit, layered with a white short-sleeved trench coat. The bottom of the coat was adorned with red flames, and the back featured a swirling red vortex pattern. He looked undeniably stylish. Yet as he gazed in the mirror, he felt something was still amiss. What could it be? Ah, the mustache. A 12-year-old boy sporting such an extravagant set of 6 whisker-like hairs looked rather awkward. Resolute, Naruto swiftly took out a shuriken and decisively eliminated the 6 whiskers. Now, looking in the mirror, he transformed into a bright and handsome young boy, his appearance rivaling even Sasuke's. The only minor flaw was a still somewhat juvenile visage. This impression should surely startle them. He chuckled to himself while making his way to the gates of Konoha. Having been a child for so long, Naruto seemed to have adopted some childlike traits, perhaps influenced by the remnants of his original self. Yet, this version of him felt more genuine, did it not? Even someone who had been calculating for so long needed a moment to rest. Hinata, are you also setting out on a mission? He called out, spotting Hinata and her companions ahead. Naruto, Hinata glanced at him shyly before her gaze fell to her fingers. It appeared she would require further guidance. Such bashfulness was unacceptable. Naruto noted her cheeks reddening like an apple. That you, Naruto? In disbelief, Kiba asked, observing the transformed Naruto before him. There's something amiss? Naruto replied, I mustn't linger. I have to rendezvous with Kakashi-sensei to complete that C-rank mission. Farewell. With that, he hurried toward the gates. Oh, and Sakura, please take good care of Hinata. Naruto. Upon hearing his last words, Hinata's face flushed even deeper. How did he change so much? This is so strange. Wait, did he just mention a C-rank mission? That cannot be, Kiba exclaimed, suddenly coming to life. Sakura, we must also accept a C-rank mission, or better yet, a B-rank mission. We cannot allow them to outdo us. Sighing, Ino observed the bewildered Hinata lost in her own world, then glanced at the boisterous Kiba, and finally at Shino, who was conversing with insects not far away. The Konoha 12 really are a handful, she mused at Kakashi-sensei. It appears everyone is gathered, Naruto remarked as he approached Sasuke and Sakura. Addressing Kakashi, you are Naruto. How did you transform into this? Sakura asked in astonishment, taken aback by his attire. Who knew Naruto could look so dashing? Was Sakura's silent thought. Sasuke merely glanced at him, withholding any comment, though his eyes betrayed his surprise. Indeed, Kakashi noted the transformation in Naruto's outfit, a fleeting glimmer of admiration crossing his eyes. Though he said nothing as they prepared to leave, he turned to glance at the 4th Hokage's statue on the Hokage rock. Have they arrived so soon? Naruto sensed 2 figures lurking 500 meters outside the gates, observing them since their departure. Something intriguing was about to unfold. As the 3 ventured beyond the gates of Konoha, they looked around, taking in the differences from their hometown. Naruto especially, as he had only seen such scenes on television before. Yet as they walked, Naruto couldn't help but reflect on the lush greenery of the Hokage world. It was splendid, The landscape was filled with trees, and the air was refreshingly crisp. Even his mood brightened considerably, enhancing his chakra refining speed. It seemed he would need to venture out more often. "They're here," Naruto thought as he sensed the two figures watching from the shadows, darting ahead of the group. Indeed, shortly after, he detected the two figures, who had concealed themselves in a puddle using water ninjutsu. As they drew nearer, Naruto's awareness sharpened, the details of their presence becoming increasingly vivid in his mind. As they passed the puddle, Kakashi glanced at it warily before shifting his gaze to Naruto, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Naruto has noticed him too? He is quite perceptive, Kakashi mused inwardly. As the group moved past the puddle, two ninjas suddenly emerged from the water, launching an attack at Kakashi. Unfortunately for them, having already sensed their plan, Naruto had ensured they would have no opportunity to succeed. In an instant, Naruto created a shadow clone that blocked their attacks on either side, and while they were momentarily stunned, he swiftly retaliated with powerful strikes, incapacitating them entirely. "Well done, Naruto, and kudos to Sasuke and Sakura for your timely reactions," Kakashi remarked, standing leisurely as he observed them defend Daizuna. "Especially you, Naruto. Your alertness is commendable." "Speaking of which, Mr. Daizuna, I have something to discuss with you," Kakashi said, turning his attention back to Daizuna, his tone growing serious. "Is it?" Daizuna asked, immediately tense. "These two individuals are from the Hidden Mist Village." "Are they not? They are notorious for their willingness to fight at any cost," Kakashi explained, gesturing to the bound rogue ninjas. "Mr. Daizuna, it seems you have misrepresented the mission's rank. A confrontation with ninjas would surely classify this as at least a B-rank mission. I hope you can provide us with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, we reserve the right to terminate the mission." Kakashi's demeanor was unusually stern. After all, he had 3 young lives to safeguard. "Actually, there's a terrifying figure seeking my life. I believe you may have heard of him. Kato, the wealthy magnate of the Southeast Maritime Company," Daizuna confessed, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth. "Kato, the infamous tycoon?" Kakashi mused, seeming somewhat unfamiliar with the details. "Indeed. Ostensibly, he operates a transport company, yet in reality, he engages in smuggling drugs and contraband through organized crime. He is a thoroughly nefarious individual that a year ago, he set his sights on the land of waves, leveraging his wealth and violence to monopolize its transport. For island nations like ours, control of maritime transport equates to control over the entire country, which is why Kato fears my successful bridge construction. I implore you to assist us for the sake of the land of waves," Daizuna lamented, his voice thick with emotion. "Now I understand. So, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, do you have any objections?" Kakashi inquired, turning to face them. I even need to say it? "We've come this far. We cannot abandon the mission now. I am eager to continue," Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "Indeed, let us proceed with the mission," Sakura affirmed. "I have no objections," Sasuke added. "Very well then, we shall continue. Our target is the land of waves," Kakashi confirmed, nodding at the agreement of the trio. "However, Mr. Daizuna, why did you conceal this information at the outset? Because the land of waves is a destitute nation, and even the feudal lord lacks sufficient funds that we have exhausted our resources to construct the bridge. So," Daizuna replied, somewhat sheepishly, "that's understandable. Since we have decided to press on, we will not dwell on this matter. Do you have any last words before your demise?" Kakashi inquired. "Who else has Kato invited?" Kakashi turned to the Ghost Brothers and inquired, "How did you manage to see through our scheme?" The leader among the two spoke up. "It hasn't rained in days. With such clear weather, how could there be puddles? Now, tell me, who else is involved?" Kakashi continued to question. I see now. Oh no, it must be those two who crushed the poison hidden within their teeth." "What a nuisance," Kakashi proclaimed. "Well then, let's press on," he declared with a firm voice. Indeed. Thus, the 4 men and 1 woman gradually continued their journey towards the land of waves. Chapter 18. Encounter. Zabuza once again. A thick fog shrouded the sea, obscuring visibility to less than 10 meters, with only seasoned sailors capable of discerning the way. Although there was no concern regarding the route, it was evident that the occupants of the small boat were still troubled by the dense mist. "What a thick fog! I can't see anything ahead," a young girl aboard sighed wistfully. Due to the boat's limited space, the group was seated closely together, with a golden-haired boy resting at the bow, his eyes closed in meditation. The girl's lament was uttered by the only female on the boat, seated just behind him. "We'll soon see the bridge," the boatman reassured the visibly anxious passengers, though it seemed he was also trying to comfort himself. "If we continue along this bridge, we will reach the land of waves." "Have we really come this far?" Kakashi mused, examining a half-leaf he had pulled from the water and its neatly severed edges. Then glanced at Naruto, who sat at the bow. He observed Naruto tossing halves of leaves overboard, only to see him retrieve more from his backpack to hold in his palm. "It appears, Naruto, that you truly are your father's son. With a child like this, you can rest easy." "Teacher," Kakashi thought to himself, watching Naruto seize every opportunity to train, gazing up at the sky. "All right, we have arrived. This is where I must leave you. Take care." After delivering them to the shore, the boatman said, "Thank you very much. Please take care as well." "Goodbye," Dasna replied. The group pressed onward towards the land of waves. Nothing compares to solid ground, Naruto reflected, despite having grown adept at traversing water. "Ah, have we arrived so soon?" Sensing an ambush ahead, Naruto instantly became alert that it seems a fierce battle is imminent. Zabuza is near. As they approached the ambush site, Naruto readied 3 shuriken in his hand. Finally, as they entered the range of his attack, before anyone could react, Naruto swiftly hurled the shuriken toward Zabuza's hidden location. Just as Sakura was about to reprimand Naruto, Zabuza leapt out to confront them, causing her words to falter in her throat. That Kakashi's heart raced. Although he had sensed something amiss, he had yet to pinpoint the source of the problem. Naruto had already taken action, revealing the enemy. Is Naruto's perception really that keen? Kakashi thought, his regard for Naruto rising. And no wonder the Ghost Brothers couldn't handle you. It seems the copy ninja of Konoha, Kakashi Hatake, is also here, and this golden-haired ninja possesses impressive tools and sensing abilities. Konoha truly boasts an abundance of talent, Zabuza declared openly, realizing that a stealth attack was no longer viable. Upon hearing Zabuza mention Kakashi's Sharingan, Sasuke visibly trembled. In truth, Naruto's shuriken had been aimed differently. One struck Zabuza directly, while the other 2 targeted his right and above, leaving an opening on the right side of the road. Though he could have blocked the attack, doing so would have exposed him. It was better to step out boldly, albeit with less impact than in the original narrative, leading everyone to believe he was forced out by Naruto's assault. "Hey, aren't you the rogue ninja from the Mist Village?" Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi feigned nonchalance, though he was secretly on guard. "I'm afraid I have no nostalgia to share with you. Would you kindly hand over that old man?" Zabuza coldly demanded, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "Sharingan? What is that?" Sakura asked in astonishment, having never heard the term before. "You all form a protective formation around Mr. Dasna. Additionally, do not engage in combat. This is a moment for teamwork," after instructing Naruto and the others. Kakashi turned to Zabuza and calmly stated, "I'm sorry, but the person you seek happens to be under my protection, that if you wish to take him, you must first defeat me. I never thought I would encounter the legendary Sharingan so soon." "What an honor," Zabuza replied coldly, his tone devoid of any sign of reverence. "What exactly is this Sharingan? You've been mentioning it since earlier." Sakura could no longer contain her curiosity. The Sharingan is a power derived from one's gaze, emanating from the pupil. That it is said that those who wield this ocular technique possess the ability to see through all illusions, physical techniques, and ninjutsu with remarkable speed, returning them unchanged. The Sharingan is unique to those who practice ocular techniques. However, its abilities extend beyond that. The usually aloof Sasuke surprisingly elaborated on the Sharingan. Well said. Not only that, but what is more frightening is that the Sharingan can instantly perceive and replicate an opponent's ninjutsu. When I was with the assassination unit from Mist, I carried a dossier that contained your information. It stated, "A man who has copied over 1,000 ninjutsu, the copy ninja Kakashi Hatake." Is this a battle, or has it devolved into a discussion about the Sharingan? Naruto grumbled inwardly, already familiar with this discourse. Kakashi-sensei, really such an extraordinary ninja. I can't see it at all." Both Sasuke and Sakura, who had yet to witness Kakashi's true prowess, were astonished. Though Sasuke had heard Naruto speak of it before, he had never experienced it firsthand, leaving him with lingering doubts. What is going on? The Sharingan is a rare genetic trait even among the Uchiha clan. Only a few families possess it. It was clear that Sasuke was deeply shaken. Enough chit-chat. I must kill that old man, Zabuza proclaimed, ignoring the group's astonishment. Reacting swiftly, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura formed a protective formation around Dazna. However, fighting near this river puts you at a significant disadvantage, Zabuza coldly remarked, and in an instant he raced across the water surface. Ninjutsu. Hidden mist technique. With that, a dense fog enveloped them at an alarming rate. Be cautious, he is Zabuza Momochi, a master of silent assassination from the Mist Village, as his name suggests. He is capable of killing without a sound, completing his lethal acts in an instant. By the time you notice. You may find yourself in another world, and I am still unable to fully utilize the Sharingan's capabilities. Do not underestimate him. If we fail, it could mean death. Kakashi warned Naruto and the others as he vanished into the thickening mist, leaving Sasuke and Sakura feeling a pang of anxiety in his absence. 8 targets: the throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, collarbone, kidneys, and heart. Which one shall I attack? Zabuza's voice echoed eerily through the mist, disorienting the already tense group. I wish to experience the sensation of being attacked in these 8 places, Naruto finally shouted. You little brat, you have quite the audacity. Then let us see how you fare, as Zabuza's words fell. Naruto felt a water clone of Zabuza charging toward him from the left front. It was astonishing that Zabuza would use the hidden mist technique in front of Naruto, who possessed such keen sensing abilities. It was akin to searching for death with a lantern in the restroom. Indeed, the trajectory of Zabuza's water clone was vividly clear in Naruto's mind. As Zabuza's great sword came crashing down, Naruto swiftly drew a shuriken to block the attack, following up with a Tai Chi palm strike to Zabuza's abdomen, causing him to dissolve into a puddle, earning a commendatory glance from Kakashi, who had arrived nearby. Everyone, remain calm. If you succumb to his murderous intent, you are as good as dead. This moment. You must overcome your inner fears to conquer him. You should learn from Naruto. Kakashi stood before Sasuke and Sakura, exuding an impressive aura of killing intent. Such formidable killing intent. If I were to remain in this presence for even an hour, I cannot fathom what I would become. The sensation of my life being held in the hands of another is simply overwhelming. Yet, why is it that Naruto appears so at ease? This should be his first official battle as well. Upon hearing Kakashi's words and reflecting on his own inability to move under Zabuza's oppressive aura moments ago, the proud Sasuke gazed at Naruto, who was relaxed and casually playing with his shuriken, and silently seethed. Kakashi, it seems you have taken on an exceptional disciple. He effortlessly shattered my water clone. Even if it was due to my negligence, his future is indeed bright. But today, you are destined to perish here. The emotionless voice of Zabuza, who had just lost a water clone, drifted through the air. Rest assured, Sasuke, even in death, I shall protect you. I will never allow my comrades to be slain. Sensing Sasuke, trembling with fear, Kakashi turned to the group and declared, that is not guaranteed. Zabuza replied confidently, Mr. Zabuza, your hidden mist technique is indeed elusive, but unfortunately for you, you have encountered me today, and you shall return empty-handed. After intercepting another attack from Zabuza's water clone, Naruto addressed him, unleashing several wind blades from his hands that dismembered the clone, leaving only a puddle on the ground to signify the recent ambush. In hand seals. Kakashi, who had also sensed the movement of Zabuza's water clone, turned just in time to witness Naruto unleash wind blades without any hand signs, dismantling Zabuza's clone. You little brat, who are you? Every ninjutsu requires hand signs, does it not? Zabuza was equally taken aback by Naruto's seemingly endless array of techniques. Do you wish to know? Then you must clearly express your inquiry. How am I to ascertain your curiosity when you speak so ambiguously? It is impossible for me to divulge information you do not genuinely seek. Since your question lacks clarity, how can I decide whether or not to tell you? Hearing Zabuza's words, Naruto seized the opportunity to retort. Silence! I shall slay you! Ah, how did you discover my location? Just as everyone was preparing to stop Naruto from continuing his tirade, Zabuza's voice suddenly rang out, I've got you. Upon hearing the contrasting tones in Zabuza's voice, Naruto finally ceased his chatter and smiled. Chapter 19. Naruto's moment. The thick fog enveloping the group gradually dissipated, revealing Zabuza's condition before them. To their astonishment, there were two Zabuza figures present. One was clutching his chest with his left hand, supporting himself with a large blade in his right, occasionally coughing. The other maintained the hand sign for the hidden mist technique. "How did you know the location of my true body?" Zabuza, holding his chest, incredulously asked Naruto, who had just struck him as soon as he finished speaking. The other Zabuza transformed into a puddle, merging with the river. "It was merely a water clone. I must admit, your concealment is quite impressive, but regrettably, you have crossed paths with a ninja whose stealth surpasses your own. Furthermore, I can sense every movement within a 200-meter radius. Your true body's actions are all beneath my watchful eye. Thus, that water clone meant nothing," Naruto explained, having taken immediate action after blocking Zabuza's initial assault by creating a shadow clone to take his place. While his true self stealthily approached Zabuza, he lacked the confidence that a shadow clone alone could ambush and injure Zabuza, hence the decision to strike with his true body. The deceptive water clone was of no concern to Naruto. Having approached within 2 meters of Zabuza's true form underwater, Naruto suddenly launched his attack. But as expected of a Nin, Zabuza sensed the impending strike and promptly dashed away, with his close-range attack thwarted. Naruto swiftly adapted his technique, transitioning from short-range punch to a Taijikwan maneuver, executing a palm strike that struck Zabuza's internal organs just as he attempted to evade. This exemplified the difference between the two styles. While the short-range punch could be enhanced with chakra for explosive power, rivaling Tsunade's might, it required physical contact. In contrast, Taijikwan, a refined technique utilizing leverage, allowed for long-range strikes, albeit with lesser power but greater surprise, making it an effective method for ambushes when combined with Naruto's unique abilities. No wonder he was able to detect Zabuza's whereabouts before me and predict his attack trajectory. "Naruto, I am increasingly unable to comprehend your prowess. Just how far have you progressed?" Kakashi mused upon hearing Naruto's explanation. Why is that guy, who always sleeps in, suddenly become so powerful? Is he truly a genius?" The proud Sasuke seemed overwhelmed by the revelations of the day. This really Naruto. His strength is astounding. Meanwhile, I am utterly useless and only dragging everyone down, Sakura thought to herself, disheartened by Naruto's strategic brilliance. Caught up in Naruto's impressive display, the group momentarily forgot about his earlier use of an unsealed technique. "Kakashi-sensei, allow me to take the lead in this first battle. You can focus on gathering information." Naruto turned to Kakashi, who was preparing to step in for him. "Very well, but be cautious. Zabuza is no weakling, so do not underestimate him," Kakashi replied, lifting his head to meet Naruto's confident smile while imparting a warning. "Do not worry, Kakashi-sensei. I am not the type to become overconfident." Naruto responded cheerfully. "Is that so? You seem quite pleased with yourself right now." "What? Oh no, this is bad." A chorus of alarmed exclamations erupted. However, the sound that followed was a loud bang, and Naruto transformed into a cloud of smoke. It turned out that while Naruto was conversing with Kakashi, Zabuza had stealthily moved behind him and struck with his blade, a revelation that left the onlookers gasping in shock. Yet how could this Naruto also be a shadow clone? "Did I not tell you that every move you make is within my grasp? It seems you do not quite believe me," Zabuza retorted as Naruto emerged from the water, having replaced his true self with a shadow clone. "I had already created a shadow clone to hide beneath the water while I switched places with in that moment. Naruto swiftly executed Taijikwan, confining Zabuza within a series of circular zones. Clearly, Naruto's unique fighting style disrupted Zabuza's rhythm. Trapped within Naruto's strikes, Zabuza found himself unable to retaliate, the sensation of his fate being controlled by another infuriating him to no end. Even more infuriating was the mocking banter from Naruto. "What's the matter? Can't handle it. It seems that Zabuza Momochi is merely at this level, and oh wonder you call yourself a demon. You are neither human nor ghost. Your mother made a mistake giving birth to you. But you running around trying to frighten people is truly your error. Perhaps you should return home and nurture a child." But wait, Do you even have a child? Probably not. Who would want to marry someone as wretched as you? You must be either ill or blind. As a single man, constantly roaming around scaring others, I truly admire your spirit. Listening to Naruto's relentless barrage of cutting remarks, the spectators were once again left with expressions of disbelief. No, this cannot be. The Naruto I know is not like this. It must be someone using transformation jutsu. Sakura shook her head, unable to believe the stark contrast between this version of Naruto and the lazy, reticent one she knew to. Naruto is this strong. Sasuke observed Naruto's effortless handling of AJ Nin with a heavy heart. When the gap between one person and another is visibly apparent, one strives to surpass. However, when the disparity is so vast that it cannot be perceived, one can only look up in admiration. Like a millionaire who gazes upon a billionaire with aspirations of surpassing him one day. When faced with the likes of the world's richest, such as Buffett or Bill Gates, he can only look up in reverence. Much like Sasuke does towards Naruto in this moment, this juncture. Sasuke finally bows his noble head and relinquishes the halo of genius. For he realizes that in the presence of Naruto, his own strength amounts to naught. Another formidable warrior is about to emerge. Damn it, you little brat. I shall surely slay you, Zabuza roared, his composure fraying under the provocation of Naruto. Typically, Zabuza's mental fortitude would not allow him to lose his temper so easily. However, the overwhelming pressure of having his life in another's hands, with no means to resist, has driven him to the brink of mental collapse. The mightiest are often the most fearful of failure. It is time. Observing Zabuza's condition, Naruto prepared to unleash his final technique, the harmonious blend of firmness and gentleness. As Naruto's words echoed, Zabuza was flung away, not merely propelled, but struck by Naruto's balance of strength and softness, executed with one hand, delivering a precise punch, and the other a powerful palm strike. Watching Zabuza, who was now writhing on the ground, tormented by residual chakra, Naruto finally exhaled in relief. This final strike was no simple feat. It was not merely about delivering a punch and a palm strike. Had it been so, Zabuza would not have remained on the ground, motionless and convulsing. Naruto's technique of firm and gentle balance was born from the simultaneous release of two types of chakra, one hard, one soft, embodying the delicate equilibrium of yin and yang. Upon striking the enemy, this chakra does not dissipate. Rather, it lingers within, continuing to ravage their body, a technique of immense power. Yet, maintaining such a delicate balance demands tremendous mental energy. And since this was Naruto's first practical application of it, previously existing only in theory, this strong-willed ninja found himself momentarily dazed after executing the move. Thankfully, it was a one-on-one confrontation. Had it been a group battle, those few seconds could have resulted in his demise several times over. Suddenly, Naruto's probing abilities sensed two approaching figures, launching an attack against him. However, due to his brief disorientation, a vacuum in his perception allowed the enemies to close in unnoticed. As he beheld the storm of shuriken raining down upon him and the lightning crackling overhead, Naruto felt a wave of despair wash over him. There was no way to defend against such a relentless assault unless he had Gaara's absolute defense. Just as Naruto braced himself for injury and the need for recovery, Kakashi, who had been idly waiting, seized the moment. Recognizing the dire situation, he erupted into action that a water-style technique, water barrier, thwarted the barrage of shuriken. While a swift Chidori intercepted the lightning above, soon, two figures appeared on the battlefield. One, wearing a mask, immediately rushed to assist the fallen Zabuza, yet he was powerless against the chakra still wreaking havoc within him. "Oh dear, Zabuza, it seems you too can find yourself in such a predicament. It looks like I shall have to arrange your funeral," remarked the other man, clad in funeral garb, as he surveyed the incapacitated Zabuza. "If you dare insult Mr. Zabuza, I will not hesitate to kill you." The masked figure, known as Haku, retorted to the funeral-clad man, "Oh dear, Haku, you are truly quite unlikable. Do you wish for me to prepare a funeral for you as well?" Ray shot back. This was troublesome. To think that Ray, a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, had also arrived. This was at least an S-rank mission. Kakashi looked warily at the two newcomers. What now? Leaf ninjas. Leave that old man to me, or I assure you, I won't hesitate to host a funeral for you, Ray bellowed, laughing maniacally at the prepared leaf ninjas. Naruto, how are you holding up? Are you still able to fight? Kakashi suddenly inquired. Absolutely fine, Kakashi-sensei. I still have plenty of energy, Naruto replied with a smile. Stepping forward to stand beside Kakashi, he excelled in prolonged battles. Mr. Ray, Zabuza requires immediate medical attention. We can discuss the mission later, Haku stated as he assessed Zabuza's injuries. Zabuza, you have greatly disappointed me. For now, I shall let you leaf ninjas off the hook, Ray complained impatiently. With that, he and Haku swiftly assisted Zabuza away, and before departing, Haku did not forget to retrieve Zabuza's massive sword that had been knocked aside by Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, why do we let them go? Sakura, who had been guarding Dazna, finally regained her composure. Even Sasuke appeared puzzled. It was a matter of strength. We lacked the capability to detain all three of them. One of the newcomers is Ray, a former member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, whose power is comparable to Zabuza's. The other, I estimate, possesses at least Chunin-level strength, Kakashi explained to Sakura and Sasuke. Against Ray, my victories are often 50-50, but I sustained a minor injury while countering the lightning, placing me at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Naruto had just fought Zabuza, making it improbable for him to engage in another battle so soon. Thus, we had no choice but to let them leave. The next encounter will undoubtedly be the most perilous. During this time, I will work diligently to enhance your abilities, ensuring that you can at least withstand that masked boy named Haku, granting Naruto and me the time needed to deal with Zabuza and Ray. Understood. Seeing Naruto's previous prowess while they had remained on the sidelines ignited Sasuke and Sakura's determination. Then we must hasten and set out? Let us go. The group continued onward, bracing themselves for what lay ahead. Chapter 20, Pre-Battle Training. Grandpa, you're back. A child cried out to Dazna as Naruto and the others arrived. This must be Dazna's grandson, Inari, a mere unfortunate soul who had given up the fight. Dad, you're back. Upon hearing Inari's voice, Dazna's daughter, Tsunami, rushed out to greet him. Yes, these are the Leaf Ninjas who have come to protect me on this mission. Quickly, prepare a feast for them so they can rest. Dazna instructed his daughter, Tsunami. All right, I'll get right on it, she replied, turning to head inside to cook, while Inari remained at the door, casting a cold gaze at Naruto and his companions, as we were about to confront a team comprised of 2 Jonin and an unknown-level Chunin. Or perhaps even more formidable foes. I must use the time Zabuza spends recuperating to conduct intensive training with all of you. Prepare yourselves mentally, Kakashi announced at the dining table after they had finished lunch. Naruto, you too must enhance your training. Facing Zabuza next time will not be so effortless. Exercise utmost caution. Do not be misled into thinking Zabuza's abilities are limited to what you witnessed. I am fully aware of that. Naruto replied, rubbing his bleary eyes. But Kakashi-sensei, didn't Naruto easily defeat Zabuza? Why must he be more cautious next time? Sakura queried, perplexed. Naruto, perhaps it would be best if you explained, Kakashi suggested, glancing at a similarly confused Sasuke. All right, this is quite simple to understand. The primary reason I was able to defeat Zabuza was that he underestimated my capabilities, perceiving me merely as a newly graduated, weakling brat and not taking me seriously. Secondly, he was unfamiliar with my abilities, allowing me to counter his techniques effectively. Lastly, Kakashi-sensei was present, which diverted his attention and prevented him from focusing entirely on the fight. That is why I managed to secure a narrow victory. Should we encounter him again, a prepared Zabuza will not be so easily bested. At best, I might only be able to hold him a BOY. It is unlikely that I will have such luck again unless I achieve a breakthrough in these coming days or harness the power of the Nine Tails. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto reluctantly elaborated. Now, let us commence our training immediately. Team 7, forward, Kakashi declared, rising as he saw that everyone was ready. Yes, the trio responded in unison. Before we begin, I will reiterate the foundational knowledge regarding a ninja's essential ability, chakra. Sakura, this is your area of expertise. Aware that Sakura possessed the most comprehensive literary knowledge among the 3, Kakashi spoke as they made their way into the woods. Certainly. Chakra is the vital energy that ninjas require to utilize their techniques. That is to say, First, to extract energy from all the cells within the human body. And second, to harness the spiritual energy accumulated through various practices and experiences. The so-called ninjutsu is constituted by these two forms of energy, which theoretically involves extracting both types of energy from within the body, refining them into chakra, and then utilizing the hand signs to activate this chakra energy. Sakura, having finally found her opportunity to shine, promptly elaborated on this. Sakura speaks wisely. I had no idea she was so exceptional, Kakashi remarked appreciatively after listening to her explanation. However, isn't it sufficient to simply remember this with our bodies, even without understanding it? Besides, we are all ninjas capable of utilizing ninjutsu, Sasuke retorted dismissively. Not quite. Aside from Naruto, none of you have yet mastered chakra proficiently, Kakashi responded sternly upon hearing Sasuke's dismissive tone. As Sakura just mentioned, refining chakra involves drawing from both physical and spiritual energies and then blending them within the body. The amount extracted varies depending on the ninjutsu being performed. You're currently unable to utilize chakra effectively. If you cannot control it precisely, not only will your ninjutsu suffer significantly, but you may even fail to execute it altogether, leading to considerable wastage of chakra. Thus, today's lesson will focus on the exercise of chakra control through tree climbing. After a brief pause to gauge the reactions of the group, Kakashi continued. Climbing a tree, Sasuke and Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, but this is no ordinary tree climbing. It is done like this with that. Kakashi demonstrated by walking vertically up the tree. Since Kakashi had not sustained severe injuries as depicted in the original work, but had only incurred minor wounds from withstanding Raiga's lightning attack, he was able to showcase this effortlessly. Essentially, you concentrate chakra at the soles of your feet, allowing them to adhere to the trunk of the tree, as long as you can effectively harness your chakra. You can climb the tree using your feet, Kakashi continued, hanging upside down from a branch. But why would mastering such a technique make us stronger? Sakura couldn't help but inquire. However, if you only listen to my explanations, you will never learn that it's best for you to try it yourselves, Kakashi remarked, tossing shurikens at Sasuke and Sakura's feet. I could see that moment. Naruto, who had drifted off during the explanations, finally woke up. The reason Naruto was not included in this training was that he had already demonstrated his ability to walk on water during his close combat with Zabuza, and thus did not require further practice. You all need to practice diligently. Naruto, come with me. With that, Kakashi leaped down from the tree and headed towards the nearby woods. All right, Naruto replied lazily as he followed Kakashi. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Sasuke clenched his teeth, then turned his gaze back to the tree, filled with determination, perhaps reignited by the realization that Naruto was not as unattainable as he seemed. Naruto, I wish to ascertain the extent of your abilities, so I can tailor my training appropriately for you. Moreover, your casual handling of leaves indicates you're practicing the nature transformation of wind chakra. How did you come to know this method of training? Kakashi inquired as he walked alongside Naruto. I am uncertain about the full extent of my abilities, but I do know that I am currently lacking in ninjutsu, and I hope that Kakashi-sensei will impart your wisdom upon me. As for chakra transformation, I had no idea until you mentioned it. Initially, I was just playing around, but after realizing that my taijutsu became stronger, I began to do it with purpose. And what does wind attribute mean? Naruto responded seriously, though inwardly he sighed at the burden of feigning ignorance. That's so. Then try this. Simply infuse your chakra into this, Kakashi said, pulling out a piece of paper from his ninja tool pouch. What is this for? Naruto asked, feigning confusion while recognizing it as chakra testing paper. This is a type of paper that is highly sensitive to chakra and is made from materials that absorb chakra. When you infuse your chakra into it, you'll be able to determine your chakra attribute. There are 5 attributes: wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning, Kakashi explained. When chakra of the 5 types is infused, the paper will react differently. Wind will split in half. Fire will ignite, water will dampen, earth will crumble, and lightning will crinkle. Give it a try, so I can ascertain your chakra attribute and conduct targeted training. Naruto, knowing from the original work that his attribute was wind, reluctantly prepared to demonstrate for Kakashi. Casually holding the chakra testing paper, Naruto quietly infused it with chakra, and to his surprise, the paper indeed split in half. Just as I thought, he mused. Wind, How rare, Kakashi pondered alongside him. However, just as he prepared to step forward and guide Naruto in the training of wind chakra, an unusual occurrence transpired. Suddenly, one half of the chakra testing paper in Naruto's hand ignited, and almost instantaneously, the other half shattered into fragments. How could this happen? Both Naruto and Kakashi gasped internally. Kakashi was astonished, having never witnessed a genin control 3 chakra attributes, a feat not even seen among jounin. A genius? Kakashi mused, observing Naruto's equally shocked expression. How can this be? I only possess wind chakra, right? Why? Naruto wondered, contemplating the unexpected development with a chakra testing paper in hand. Given such a remarkable advantage, one might expect Naruto to feel elated. However, he sensed an ominous foreshadowing that perhaps his arrival had disrupted the fabric of the Naruto world. Did this mean his innate advantage of foresight into the future was nullified? If he continued to think as he once did, he risked losing everything, including his life. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, Naruto was now drenched in cold sweat. I can't believe it. Naruto, you possess wind, fire, and earth attributes. Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare, Kakashi exclaimed. Not merely rare. It is virtually unprecedented. Do you have any idea how many secrets lie within this boy? He thought, feigning indifference. Then Kakashi-sensei, you must surely understand what ninjutsu I can learn now. Naruto smiled at Kakashi. Whatever. I'll face challenges as they come. The stronger I become, the better, especially since I intend to alter the destinies of certain individuals. If change is to occur, so be it. He thought gleefully, oh, I understand now. Follow me. Let's move further away so as not to disturb them. Kakashi replied, lazily. One moment, Kakashi-sensei. I have something to take care of first. Naruto called out to Kakashi, who was preparing to head into the center of the woods. What else is there? Kakashi inquired, puzzled. Training cannot be one-dimensional. There are still many areas I need to strengthen. With that, Naruto activated the shadow clone technique, producing 200 shadow clones. Let's get moving, everyone, he commanded the clones. Understood. They chorused in unison, causing Sasuke and Sakura, who were diligently training, to pause in their tracks. Meanwhile, Kakashi, observing Naruto's shadow clones, was once again taken aback. Among the 200 clones, 40 were engaged in a taijutsu duel, one side utilizing the strong fist technique while the other employed the gentle fist. 30 clones were seated nearby, practicing hand signs, diligently committing the 12 signs to muscle memory. 20 clones were idly playing with leaves, causing them to flutter gently to the ground. Most astonishingly, 50 other clones had taken bamboo baskets from their ceiling scrolls, maintaining impressive balance while standing on the edges of the baskets. This feat alone left Kakashi astounded, but it was what followed that truly amazed him. Once balanced, they swiftly retrieved sewing needles from their tool pouches, tossing them into the air, and immediately extended chakra threads, some with 3 strands, manipulating them to weave through the needles, stringing the needles onto the chakra threads, although some needles fell to the ground and others were severed by the chakra. Kakashi was left speechless by the sight of the densely strung needles along the chakra threads. Kakashi-sensei, let's go, Naruto called out, observing his shadow clones diligently exercising according to their own inclinations. Naruto couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as he called out to Kakashi. Well then, let us proceed. Kakashi then led Naruto along with the remaining 20 shadow clones deeper into the dense forest, leaving behind Sasuke and Sakura, who were hidden behind a large tree, utterly astonished and exchanging bewildered glances at the commotion caused by Naruto's shadow clones shouting. Chapter 21. Ninjutsu Training. Kakashi, how did you conceive the idea of practicing chakra control by standing on a bamboo basket? Kakashi inquired as they walked through the woods. Initially, it was after completing the tree climbing and water walking exercises that I felt my chakra control was insufficient, which prompted me to think of this method. However, I later realized that while this method didn't significantly enhance chakra control, it greatly improved my balance. Thus, I incorporated the technique of threading a needle with chakra. Naruto explained with a shrug. And how did you come to know about the tree climbing and water walking exercises? I doubt anyone taught you. Kakashi's voice had taken on a tense tone. How could a ninja with no prior training possess such methods unless aided by external forces? Could it be that Naruto, Sensing the change in Kakashi's tone, Naruto couldn't help but let out a wry smile inwardly. Indeed, one must not underestimate a Jonin, especially an elite like Kakashi. Although Kakashi, being the son of his teacher, the fourth Hokage, would not treat him harshly, a poorly articulated response might thrust him back into a life of scrutiny. Due to food scarcity, Naruto continued, during my childhood, my sustenance consisted of expired milk or leftover scraps from others, which took a toll on my health, often leaving me with stomach issues that to escape that suffering. I had to forage for food. And with no strength, I could only find wild fruits and fish. However, the trees in the forest were so thick that there was hardly anywhere to climb, which compelled me to practice tree climbing. To catch the fish that often swam in the center of the river, I had to stand on the water's surface. Thus the need for water walking arose. Thankfully, these two methods prevented my body from becoming excessively frail. I might have ended up shorter than Sakura. As Naruto's voice trembled towards the end, Kakashi felt an urge to offer comfort. There's nothing to worry about. Those days are behind me. Right, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto replied with a tilted head and a smile upon hearing Kakashi's call. Eventually, I discovered that due to my long-term practice of tree climbing and water walking, I could feel a surge of energy within me, providing a comforting sense of relief even when exhausted, which led me to intentionally pursue this aspect of training, resulting in the birth of this training method. In truth, Naruto continued training his chakra control for two reasons. Firstly, for Lee. As mentioned earlier, Lee's inability to utilize ninjutsu stemmed from blocked chakra pathways, thus requiring precise chakra control to unblock them. Merely climbing trees and walking on water would not suffice. Secondly, for healing ninjutsu, which is invaluable for both himself and his comrades. Although he had struck a deal with the Nine Tails, and there had been no indication of a breach of that agreement, it was prudent to be prepared for the day it might be violated. Thus, acquiring healing ninjutsu would allow him to save himself without always relying on Sakura. I see. It's quite impressive that you were able to devise such a method. Now, let us begin. Since you have left behind 20 shadow clones, along with your real self, that makes 21 in total, with 3 elemental affinities perfectly allowing us to divide into groups of 7 to learn different ninjutsu. Kakashi stated seriously after a moment's pause. However, Naruto, since you devised this method of utilizing shadow clones, you must be aware of its drawbacks. Are you certain your body will be fine after dispelling the clones? Of course, perhaps due to the Nine-Tails chakra. No matter the severity of my injuries after training, a good night's sleep restores me completely, and the fatigue dissipates, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Very well then, let's proceed with the shadow clone technique. As he spoke, Kakashi created 2 shadow clones of his own. Use 7. Follow me. The remaining 7. Come with me. Once Kakashi's shadow clones had taken away 14 of Naruto's shadow clones, only Kakashi and the remaining 7 Narutos were left. Now, let's begin. We cannot lose to the shadow clones, Kakashi declared to Naruto, who was waiting eagerly by his side. All right, I'm fully prepared, Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Good. In our group, we will be training in the wind release technique. Specifically wind release, blade of wind, which gathers rapidly rotating wind into a sword, perfectly suited for your current prowess in taijutsu. Given your control and understanding of chakra, it should not be overly difficult for you. First, let us familiarize ourselves with the sequence of hand seals. In our group, we will be practicing fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, which produces flames of chakra resembling flowers, primarily used for wide-ranging attacks. Exactly what you currently lack. After all, we are uncertain how many ninjas Kato might hire, so having a wide-area attack technique could prove invaluable. Kakashi's shadow clone explained on the other side that we must not fall behind our original selves. Our focus now is on earth release, earth flow wall, a defensive earth technique particularly effective against water release techniques, which may play a crucial role in the upcoming battle against the Mist Village's water ninjutsu. Truly, Kakashi, the man who had replicated thousands of ninjutsu, possessed an impressive repertoire, effortlessly producing techniques useful for the impending battle. It appeared that before encountering Jiraiya, Kakashi would have undoubtedly been Naruto's first choice for a mentor. While he was already familiar with these techniques, they had remained dormant until now, only to be utilized when survival was at stake. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura remained stationary, not engaging in training, but instead they were lost in thought, replaying the scene of Naruto's training in their minds. "Sasuke, what do you think Naruto's current strength is?" Sakura asked, having awakened from her blind admiration of Sasuke upon witnessing Naruto's remarkable displays of skill. "I don't know," Sasuke replied, his gaze lowered, seemingly lost in contemplation. However, the tension in his tightly clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil and unwillingness to accept defeat. "Sakura, could you do me a favor?" Sasuke suddenly asked, as if he had resolved something within himself. "What is it?" she responded, her heart racing at the thought that Sasuke was asking for her help. "Could you share with me the secrets of climbing trees?" "I refuse to be outdone by Naruto." Sasuke earnestly lowered his proud head to Sakura, a gesture that surprised her. "I asked that all?" "Of course, I can help. The secret is, Sasuke, you have indeed not disappointed me. By lowering that arrogant head of yours, you can truly grow. I have high hopes for you." One of Naruto's shadow clones observing Sasuke, and Sakura smiled inwardly at this development that, "I'm utterly exhausted," Sakura exclaimed upon returning to Tezuna's home after a day of training. Sasuke appeared equally worn out, covered in dirt and panting heavily. Even Naruto, though relatively clean, found the experience of splitting his shadow clone for the first time during ninjutsu practice taxing. Despite his robust physique and remarkable stamina, ultimately, it seemed that the one who appeared the most relaxed was none other than Kakashi, who, after a half-day of recuperation, had fully recovered from his relatively minor injuries. Thus, guiding the others in their training had proven to be the easiest task. Everyone worked incredibly hard today, especially Sakura, who has now managed to reach the top of the tree. Therefore, I grant her a day off tomorrow to protect Mr. Tezuna at the bridge while Naruto and Sasuke continue their training, Kakashi announced, observing the weary individuals before him. "Now, everyone should wash up and rest. We'll reconvene for dinner later. Tomorrow, we will push ourselves further." "Yes," the group replied listlessly upon hearing Kakashi's decision, with Sakura being the most elated, as today's rigorous training had truly been overwhelming for her. Fortunately, her chakra control is exceptional. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be even more fatigued, and her body would not be so pristine. However, Naruto and Sasuke are indeed remarkable. It is astonishing that Sasuke was able to ascend to the middle of the tree in just one day. While Naruto's physical prowess, chakra control, chakra capacity, stamina, endurance, and speed far surpass all the current Chunin in Konoha, even the elite Jonin, with some aspects reaching or exceeding Jonin levels. This time he mastered all three jutsu in half a day, leaving only the timing of their application to be perfected. Observing his current state makes me feel utterly ashamed of being labeled a genius. Truly, the new waves of the Yangtze River push the old ones aside, heralding a new generation emerging. Watching Naruto and the others depart, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The following day, Naruto and Sasuke arrived at their respective training grounds early, while Sakura received special permission to guard Tezuna, which in essence meant she could rest, as everyone knew they wouldn't return until Zabuza had fully healed. Darn it, I'm the only one lagging behind. Not to mention Naruto, even Sakura, who has never displayed exceptional talent, has reached the treetop. I cannot allow myself to be outdone by them. After all, I was born into the Uchiha clan. How can I possibly lose to others? Sasuke, feeling indignant as he noticed he was the only one still climbing the tree, chastised himself internally. With this distraction, his chakra control faltered, causing him to tumble from the tree. Cursed be it, I must relax my mind. Continuously gather a steady amount of chakra at the soles of my feet, and focus intently on the tree. Concentrate, as memories of Sakura's advice from yesterday surfaced in his mind. Sasuke endeavored to calm himself and sharpen his focus. Now is the moment. Feeling a surge of clarity, Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes and launched another attempt at the towering tree before him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto, having thoroughly mastered the three jutsu, seized this rare opportunity to begin training the Rasengan. With the absence of the third Hokage and Umbu watching over him, and Kakashi resting at Tezuna's home, it was indeed the perfect time. Thus, he dispatched a shadow clone to the streets to procure over 20 water balloons, even employing a transformation jutsu for good measure. Although Naruto utilized 20 Shadow Clone for training, his progress surprisingly lagged behind that of the Naruto from the original story. This was because the original Naruto had two people assisting him, while he was now relying solely on himself. He certainly did not wish to replicate the original's method of summoning a shadow clone before executing the Rasengan, as doing so would be tantamount to expending the time of 2 jutsu to perform a single one, an utterly inefficient endeavor. It was truly a wonder those dummies stood still, allowing him to strike them. And so, the hours passed as Naruto and Sasuke continued their relentless training. Chapter 22. A chance encounter in the forest at night was cool and serene, and after a day of toil, the group gradually succumbed to slumber. Under the veil of darkness, the night seemed even more tranquil and solitary, with only the distant calls of an owl echoing through the stillness. However, at this hour, under the moonlight, a pair of sapphire-like eyes flickered with brilliance. Why, despite being solely wind-based, have I now developed affinities for wind, fire, and earth? How could this be? Naruto was still grappling with the perplexing issue of his elemental attributes, which had veered from the original storyline. Although it was a matter from yesterday, it still lodged uncomfortably in his throat. It was one thing to address it with the right mindset, but quite another to comprehend it fully. Perhaps he could discover new, more targeted training methods. According to texts, chakra is a new energy synthesized from physical and mental energies. Physical, mental. The physical aspect must pertain to the body of the original Naruto. If the chakra from his body is changed, then, yes, the Nine Tails. Now, my body is infused with chakra that combines my own and that of the Nine Tails, which means my chakra must indeed encompass the fire attribute of the Nine Tails. As for the mental aspect, since I have traversed here, my current soul is a fusion of mine and Naruto's. This signifies that my original soul possessed an earth attribute, or perhaps a combination of earth and wind attributes, which would significantly enhance the manifestation of my unique abilities. Thus, this transformation truly signifies a butterfly effect brought about by my crossing over. With clarity finally washing over him, Naruto released the burdens weighing on his heart and drifted into a sweet slumber. However, he was not the only one awake that night. In another room, a masked man was deep in contemplation. Tito trained tirelessly from dawn till dusk using 200 shadow clones, and yet, how should I phrase it? There's a certain vigor to Naruto's body and chakra that is alarming. Kakashi appeared somewhat puzzled. From my observations, Naruto's chakra is merely a tad greater than mine. How could he possibly sustain so many shadow clones for chakra-consuming jutsu training? Moreover, even with the Nine Tails' formidable regenerative abilities, it shouldn't be instantaneous. Why is it that despite undergoing high-intensity training, Naruto never seems overly fatigued? Is it possible he has started utilizing the chakra of the Nine Tails? But I didn't detect any unusual chakra fluctuations yesterday. What is going on? Sensei, your child is indeed quite mysterious. In truth, Kakashi's conjecture, while not entirely accurate, was not far from the mark. Naruto was indeed harnessing the chakra of the Nine Tails. But not merely the chakra of the Nine Tails alone. It was a blend of his chakra and that of the Nine Tails, its essence cleverly masked by Naruto's own chakra, a S for the chakra volume. That is more easily understood in the original narrative. At the age of 15, Naruto was able to exert 99 chakra to suppress the Nine Tails, and even then, his chakra volume was 4 times that of Kakashi's. Now, Naruto began refining chakra 4 years earlier than in the original timeline, during which childhood is the prime period for foundational training. Even accounting for bodily factors, his current chakra volume should still exceed Kakashi's by at least 4-fold. However, it was strange that Kakashi's observations indicated Naruto's chakra volume was only slightly greater than his own. Why? Why is it that the Naruto who started earlier still cannot match the original? The answer lies in Naruto's utilization of chakra. Everyone is well aware that Naruto has infused the chakra refined and merged with that of the Nine Tails into his body's cells, undergoing a transformation from within. From the moment he forged a pact with the Nine Tails until now, a span of 7 years has passed. In those 7 years, one can achieve much and gain numerous benefits. What Naruto has obtained is a body with internal organs and meridians fortified to be as strong as steel. But remember, it is not merely hardness, but resilience. Naruto's physical flexibility has not diminished. Rather, it has increased, which is a crucial factor enabling him to execute Tai Chi with such fluidity. Currently, only the outermost layer of skin, about an inch thick, remains unrefined. Thus, aside from particularly vital areas such as the head, neck, and chest, not easily discernible externally, the overall physical strength of Naruto's body reaches only the height of an elite jonin. However, the true strength of his body would only be revealed through a meticulous examination by a medical ninja. In other words, even if Naruto stood before Zabuza, the latter could at most penetrate only an inch beneath Naruto's skin, unless he wielded that legendary sword of Orochimaru's in a certain sense. Naruto's techniques akin to the Golden Bell and Iron Cloth have approached perfection. Yet, what gives Naruto an advantage is that his body is naturally formidable. He does not need to channel energy prior to combat, far surpassing those techniques that require preemptive activation. This could be considered Naruto's trump card, one that no one is yet aware of. Now, what Naruto must do is patiently await the moment when this unique chakra completes the refinement of his outer body. And then, through a fortuitous opportunity, instigate a qualitative transformation from quantitative changes, thereby achieving an absolute defense akin to Gaara's, which does not necessitate conscious control. Then, the individuals capable of posing a genuine threat to Naruto's life would indeed be exceedingly rare. At dawn the next day, Naruto and Sasuke resumed their training. But while Sasuke sought to enhance his strength, Naruto merely awaited the appearance of Haku. She should be making her entrance today. Do not inquire how Naruto is so familiar with the storyline. First and foremost, Haku was often discussed and lamented in the original base where Li Feng was located that in every battle, they would immerse themselves in the scenario, contemplating how they would fight in that position, and have experienced joy and sorrow for the bonds depicted within. Simultaneously, they would silently rejoice that the current Japanese ninjas are not nearly as formidable as those depicted, for otherwise, they could potentially wield a truly terrifying power. Moreover, now that he has traversed here, he wonders if the protagonist's perpetual immunity to death will extend to him. This is certainly not a moment to dismiss lightly. It is of utmost necessity to determine one's approach and developmental trajectory based on an understanding of the unfolding narrative. Thus, Naruto often adjusts his training direction in accordance with his circumstances and the story's progression. Consequently, apart from certain comedic interludes, he retains a clear recollection of the plot, as it is essentially the sole recreational activity within the base. After practicing wind release, blade of wind, fire release, phoenix flower technique, and earth release, earth flow wall for half a day, Naruto reclined on the grass with closed eyes, awaiting the arrival of Haku. To ease his mind, he activated his extraordinary abilities, encompassing the ambient movements within a radius of several kilometers, lest he inadvertently miss a shift in his location that could deviate from the original narrative. That would completely disrupt Naruto's plans. At last, he sensed a presence. Upon extending his abilities, he immediately detected a woman in a kimono, approximately 1,000 meters behind him, foraging for medicinal herbs, gradually making her way toward him. What a delightful aroma! After waiting a while longer, he finally noticed Haku squatting beside him. You might catch a chill sleeping in a place like this. Haku's kindness was as evident as ever. As Naruto felt Haku's hand reaching toward his neck, only to shift to wake him, he mused internally. Gradually opening his eyes, he beheld Haku's exquisite, unblemished visage, evoking a sense of tenderness within him, though he swiftly masked it. One must not succumb to emotion at critical junctures. Who might you be? Naruto feigned curiosity, inquiring, Did you just call me to wake up? Sister, what are you doing here? I'm gathering medicinal herbs, which can heal injuries and ailments. Haku replied with a smile, before turning the question back to him. What brings you here so early? With that headband, are you a ninja? Indeed, I am a ninja from the Hidden Leaf that I rose early to train. I must become stronger. Naruto answered with enthusiasm that that so. You are quite impressive, but why the need to grow stronger? You appear formidable already, Haku asked quietly, recalling the time Zabuza was defeated by this very boy. Albeit with a hint of luck involved, my strength is still far from sufficient. Whether for my own survival or to protect those dear to me, it is not enough. Naruto replied with a touch of melancholy. Do you have someone very important to you? Haku inquired, a surprised smile gracing her lips. Yet, after posing the question, she seemed to drift into deep thought, likely reminiscing about the past. Important individuals? Surely, there were some. Those who cherish you must be deemed important. As Naruto observed Haku lost in her memories, he too could not help but reflect on his own past. The uneaten scraps, his often ailing body, and a myriad of indifferent, disdainful, even hostile gazes. His voice grew somber. But soon, the faces of Hinata, Lee, Irika, Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and others emerged in his mind. I wonder how Hinata is doing. What is she up to? Weeding or delivering messages? A smile involuntarily crept onto Naruto's lips, awakening Haku from her reverie. When one is driven to protect what is dear to them, they can become remarkably strong, and they will find joy in safeguarding those they wish to protect. Haku observed as Naruto regained his focus, smiling and breaking the slightly heavy atmosphere. Indeed, I can relate, Naruto concurred. You will undoubtedly grow stronger. Until we meet again, Haku said, already turning to leave with her basket of herbs. Yet, after a few steps, she paused, adding, Oh, and I'm a boy. How could that be? Naruto exclaimed to Haku's retreating figure. If you're a boy, then I must be a girl, though he had never formally studied such matters. The essence of his extraordinary abilities necessitated keen observation. If he could not discern whether Haku was male or female in a face-to-face encounter, he might as well resign himself to fate and await his demise. However, it seemed that very few could sever his neck at present. As he watched Haku's silhouette gradually fade from view, Naruto finally rose, retrieving the windbreaker hanging from a nearby tree. He had removed it while training, and it was his only piece of outerwear, as he lacked the funds to reclaim the other. Once donned, Naruto activated his abilities, locating Haku's position and pursuing her. Zabuza, let us see if you possess any sense. Otherwise, I shall resolve this matter, both for Haku and for myself. I hope you do not disappoint me. At last, he arrived. Upon seeing a structure resembling a shuttle suspended in midair, he silently acknowledged its presence. However, upon witnessing Haku enter, he did not immediately follow. The first lesson in the Ninja Academy's combat curriculum was to assess the enemy prior to engaging. There were only 2 individuals inside, confirming the rumors of discord within the 7 ninja swordsmen. Otherwise, Zabuza would not be alone in this place. The other, the black-clad Raiga, was likely stationed at another stronghold, and he would require a bit of assistance from him later, with only Haku and Zabuza present. It seemed only fitting that this misfortune befell Zabuza. Haku, you have returned, Zabuza said nonchalantly from his seated position upon noticing Haku's arrival. Yes, Lord Zabuza, I have gathered the herbs. You shall soon recover, Haku replied respectfully. Good, it will be soon. Haku, revenge shall soon be mine. That wretched boy, I shall personally slay him, Zabuza declared, crushing the apple in his hand with ferocity. What a pity you shall not have that opportunity. Zabuza, it has been a long time. Naruto's voice suddenly resonated through the spacious room. He then advanced towards Zabuza, locking eyes with him. I at you. How did you come to be here? Could it be? Haku, you dare betray me? Zabuza exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Naruto before him. Lord Zabuza, I did not. Haku hastily interjected, drawing several kunai in Naruto's direction. But do not blame her. With my abilities, do you truly believe she could detect my tracking? Naruto remarked casually, surveying the empty room while casually taking a bite of an apple. I must say, Zabuza, this place hardly befits your stature. Have you truly fallen so low as a fugitive ninja? That is none of your concern. I acknowledge that with your unique abilities, no one could perceive your pursuit. But how did you ascertain Haku's affiliation with me? The last time she encountered you. She was wearing a mask. Zabuza questioned, suspicion evident in his demeanor. I shan't reveal how I know. Do not bother to probe further for the extent of my power. What I can assure you is that recognizing a person transcends mere appearances. And my capabilities extend far beyond what I previously demonstrated, Naruto replied nonchalantly, munching on the apple. Damn it, has he figured it out? This little brat is indeed perceptive. It seems I have encountered a troublesome opponent. Zabuza thought, feeling a twinge of regret. Haku had been loyal to him since childhood, and how could he ever suspect her? So from the very beginning, you recognized me. Engaging in conversation was merely a means to lower my guard. Allowing you to track me to Zabuza, I will not permit you to succeed, Haku declared fiercely, though her expression lacked any semblance of malice. Do not misunderstand. While I recognized you from the start, our conversation was heartfelt, and you should have felt that deeply as for Zabuza. Even without you, I would inevitably locate him, Naruto stated, a sunny smile gracing his face as he gazed at Haku's delicate features. What brings you here, then? To eliminate me as an obstacle. To eliminate a rival. Zabuza coldly inquired after listening to the exchange between Naruto and Haku. Not at all, Zabuza. I have come to save your life, Naruto asserted, swallowing the last of the apple. Save me? Ha! You little brat, do not be so arrogant. Do not think that just because you defeated me when I was careless, you can utter such ridiculous claims before me. Zabuza laughed derisively. Do not mistake my word for jest. Should you refuse to heed my warning, this mission may indeed be your last. You shall perish in this endeavor, and so too shall the one beside you. Naruto warned solemnly. Is that so? I would like to hear how you plan to kill me and Haku once I am fully recovered. I assure you, I will not be caught off guard again. Zabuza responded, suddenly intrigued. However, the tone was laced with a teasing undertone. Surely, by then, you will be alongside your other partner, Hashiraya, yet this will not alter the fate of your demise, Naruto stated calmly. Currently, my guiding jonin, Hatake Kakashi, is more than capable of holding off or even eliminating the combat prowess of Hashiraya. You have no objections to that, do you? None, Zabuza admitted reluctantly after a moment of contemplation. Though he was somewhat unwilling to concede, why two companions can withstand your assistant for a time. You do not dispute this, do you? Naruto countered. I am not an assistant to Lord Zabuza. I am merely his tool. Haku replied, a hint of pride seeping into his voice in response to Naruto's remarks. I beg to differ. Do not underestimate Haku. Even I must exercise immense caution when facing her. Her strength is something you have yet to witness. Zabuza retorted sharply, asserting that underestimating Haku's abilities would be your gravest error. I did not imply her strength to be lacking. Even if my companions cannot defeat her, they can certainly delay until one of you or Hashiraya is dealt with. Oh, and I neglected to mention, one of my companions bears the surname Uchiha. Upon hearing Zabuza's mocking tone, Naruto remained unfazed, responding with assuredness that Zabuza's silence in the face of Naruto's statement inadvertently confirmed this point. As for you, Momochi Zabuza, your assassination techniques are ineffective against me, and my body techniques counter yours. What else do you have to offer? I can also reveal that ordinary Jinjutsu holds no effect on me. Given my unique abilities, you should be able to deduce this. Seizing the moment while Zabuza was momentarily speechless, Naruto continued. But do not forget, the hallmark jutsu of a ninja. My jutsu was not utilized last time due to circumstances. But that does not imply I will refrain from using it this time. Zabuza retorted, seizing upon what he perceived to be a flaw in Naruto's plan. I nearly overlooked that, as a former Miss Jonin. Your jutsu capabilities must be considerable, Dalmai. How could I have missed that? Naruto feigned surprise, his exaggerated gestures causing Zabuza, who was preparing to counterattack, to strike at nothing but air. Even Haku, who had been quietly observing, could not help but stifle a laugh at Naruto's antics. However, upon noticing Zabuza's grim expression, she quickly masked her amusement and adopted a fade of anger. Zabuza, I can unequivocally inform you that your jutsu means nothing to me. I have perused the scroll of seals from Konoha and am familiar with the majority of jutsu contained within. Furthermore, allow me to disclose that I possess 3 chakra natures. Naruto began, casting a brief glance at Haku before addressing Zabuza. Little brat, do not deceive yourself. With your standing, you lack the privilege to access the scroll of seals, let alone comprehend our jutsu. Moreover, even if you did know, what difference would it make? Jutsu cannot merely be wielded at whim. Zabuza replied dismissively. Just state your purpose for being here. I refuse to believe you traveled all this way simply to divulge your strength and claim to save my life. True to form. Zabuza exhibited remarkable insight. Naruto, upon hearing Zabuza's candid words, smiled lightly. My primary purpose in coming here is to demonstrate my strength, which in fact doubles as my secondary objective, securing my own survival. Oh, how so? According to your own description, your strength is formidable. What enemies could possibly threaten your life? Zabuza mocked. You need not adopt that expression. My enemies are unexpectedly powerful, at least for now. Against them, aside from a few abilities that fortuitously counter mine, I would not dare claim complete victory. They are a rather twisted bunch, Naruto replied, smiling in response to Zabuza's derision. Thus, your aim is to recruit me to serve you. Zabuza finally deduced Naruto's intent. Indeed, you stand before two choices. One, follow me. And after a while, you need not worry about the pursuit from the mist, enjoying a life of glory. Or two, perish alongside this companion of yours. Naruto maintained a smile, though the warmth of his demeanor belied a chilling undercurrent. If what you claim about your strength holds true, I concede you might hold me at bay. However, little brat, do not grow too conceited. Do not presume that you alone can contend with both me and Haku. Zabuza laughed maniacally. Why do some people remain obstinate until their last breath? Naruto lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. Zabuza, do you still not comprehend? With your current capabilities, even if you were to regain your full strength, you would not be able to best me. Rather, it is I who would keep you at bay. Kisame Hashigaki, you should be familiar with him. Naruto paused before continuing. You are aware of his substantial chakra reserves, are you not? I can assure you that my chakra far exceeds his and could easily drain you. I give you 1 minute. Make your choice within that time. Or do not blame me for my ruthless nature. You have gleaned enough. With that final declaration, Naruto closed his eyes, patiently awaiting Zabuza's decision. Lord Zabuza? Haku inquired anxiously. Yet, Zabuza had also closed his eyes, leaving Haku to steadfastly guard him with her 1,000 needles. Sweat trickling down her face, each second stretching into what felt like an eternity. Time's up. Zabuza, what is your decision? Naruto opened his eyes coldly, fixing his gaze upon Zabuza, ready to strike at the slightest hint of hesitation. You are indeed powerful. Just now, amidst my murderous intent, not only did you remain unaffected, but you also managed to suppress me in return, though I cannot fathom how a mere school graduate like you has cultivated such a formidable aura. With your current age, you will undoubtedly become a legendary figure in the future. But do you not think it too simplistic to expect me to yield so easily? Zabuza's eyes fluttered open as he spoke, brandishing his executioner's blade and lunging towards Naruto's neck with a fierce swing. Little brat, you are far too arrogant. Perish, Zabuza bellowed, having glimpsed the expression on Naruto's face. As he swung his blade, Zabuza suddenly felt the world around him dissolve into illusion. Everything faded away except for the neck of the boy before him. That crucial moment, he had broken through, delivering what he believed to be his most perfect strike, one that even a Kaga-level shinobi could not withstand. Strangely, however, Naruto remained motionless, awaiting the descent of the blade, his eyes shimmering with mockery. With a resounding slice, Zabuza's blade made contact with Naruto's neck. Yet to his horror, he discovered that his executioner's sword could advance no further. The blade was ensnared a mere centimeter from Naruto's neck, bound tightly by a mass of crimson chakra. Then, astonishingly, the blade began to fracture, spiderweb-like cracks appearing and spreading, until it shattered into countless pieces that fell to the ground. How is this possible? My executioner's blade. How could it be? You actually withstood it. Zabuza gazed at Naruto's indifferent eyes and the remnants of his once prized sword, his expression paling. Lord Zabuza, Haku finally came to her senses from the astonishment of the blade's failure. Hastily supporting Zabuza back onto the sofa. Zabuza, I forgot to mention, I possess another identity. I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and I can wield the chakra of the Nine Tails without restraint. That formidable chakra is beyond what you can contend with, Naruto proclaimed, gathering the Nine Tails chakra into a small flame upon his fingertip, looking down upon the now humbled Zabuza, his face devoid of a smile. Illuminated by the flames, resembled a harbinger of doom. Are you satisfied with my strength? It appears you are prepared to face your demise together. Prepare to die. With that, Naruto sent the flame racing toward Zabuza in a line. "Do not harm Lord Zabuza!" Haku suddenly interposed herself before Zabuza. The flames flickered mere half a meter in front of her, and the two stood in tense stasis. The resolve to die for Zabuza shone clearly in Haku's determined gaze. "I, Zabuza Momochi, hereby pledge my unwavering loyalty to Lord Naruto. Should I betray this vow, may heaven and earth forsake me, and may I face divine retribution." Zabuza's voice rang out from behind Haku. Chapter 24. The Emergence of Power. Upon hearing the voice of Zabuza willing to submit, Bai turned her head and exclaimed loudly. A mix of disbelief, heartache, anxiety, and perhaps even a hint of joy, for Zabuza had yielded to this young boy before her. Even if the reason carried but a modicum of weight, "Zabuza, do not harbor delusions of deceiving me. With your former stature as the leader of the Umbu from the Hidden Mist, would you so easily relinquish your pride?" Naruto stated coldly, the blazing chakra thread still hanging in the air. "You are aware that was in the past. I am merely a rogue ninja, wandering for survival now. That IT brings me great joy to earn your esteemed recognition. Lord Naruto, having witnessed your prowess, I am genuinely submissive," Zabuza replied, his demeanor transformed to one of profound respect. "Were you as respectful when you attempted to assassinate the Mizukage?" Naruto observed Zabuza's feigned expression with a hint of disdain. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Zabuza abruptly lifted his gaze, astonished, before quickly lowering his head once more, indeed, but that was merely to lower the guard of that old coot, the Mizukage. "Now, I sincerely wish to pledge my allegiance to you." He abruptly knelt on one knee. "Zabuza-sama," Bai cried out, filled with righteous indignation at the perceived insult to Zabuza, disregarding the searing chakra line before her as she charged at Naruto with her kunai. "It appears your subordinate is quite loyal to you, Zabuza." Naruto deftly evaded Bai's assault and stood before Zabuza, speaking with an air of indifference, emphasizing the word subordinate. "Bai, cease. Come here. From this day forth, I am no longer your master. Your only master is Lord Naruto, and you are but a tool for him. You must safeguard Lord Naruto with your life," Zabuza gravely instructed Bai. But Bai's voice was laden with reluctance. "And oh, buts, if you still consider me your master, then do as I command," Zabuza barked fiercely at her. "Yes, Zabuza," Bai finally swallowed the word master, though internally she added it back. "Lord Naruto, what orders do you have for us?" Zabuza inquired with a bow, his demeanor betraying a slight disappointment despite being pleased with Bai's compliance. "Now that we are allies, certain matters may be disclosed," Naruto said, promptly seating himself on the sofa. "My full name is Uzumaki Naruto, an orphan and a freshly graduated genin from Konoha." "Orphan? Genin?" Zabuza couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Noticing their astonishment, Naruto smiled slightly, surprised. "Are you? I initially thought, given your strength, you must hail from a prestigious family." "Indeed, that's what I assumed," Zabuza responded hastily. "These are merely superficial appearances. My true identity is that of the fourth Hokage's son and the host of the Nine Tails." Naruto continued. After a pause, he added, "You are the son of the fourth Hokage." "No wonder." Zabuza's expression shifted to one of realization. "Do not misunderstand. Although I am the fourth Hokage's son, I'm also the host of the Nine Tails. Since childhood, I have endured scorn and abuse from Konoha, so I will inevitably betray them. In other words, Konoha shall become our enemy." Upon hearing this, Zabuza felt a shiver run down his spine, his eyes flickering with an unspoken understanding. "Konoha, you say? If we are to be enemies with Konoha, then so be it. I'm already being hunted by the mist. What's another enemy?" Zabuza's resolve hardened. Regardless of whether his sentiment was genuine, Naruto felt a sense of satisfaction. He had considered discussing the Akatsuki, but decided against it. He didn't want to overwhelm them with pressure before they had even reaped the benefits of their newfound alliance, for the sake of future endeavors. "I have decided to establish the framework of an organization that we will gradually develop," Naruto declared, reassessing his mindset. "As you wish," Lord Zabuza replied, visibly pleased. "From this day forth, I, as the leader of the Sun and Moon Alliance, formally bestow upon you the title of Mist Walker Zabuza and Water Envoy Bai. Other positions will remain vacant for now, to be filled in due time. After casting a serious glance at Zabuza and Bai, Naruto proclaimed, "Thank you, Alliance Leader." Zabuza promptly changed his address, reflecting his experience in society. "Thank you, Alliance Leader," Bai followed suit. "Furthermore, as a covert piece on the board, my identity must remain undisclosed. Do you understand?" Naruto stated sternly after receiving their affirmations. "Understood, but Alliance Leader, how shall we develop our organization? With only the three of us, we lack both funds and territory." Zabuza expressed his concerns. "Funds? Are you not currently serving a wealthy patron? Sometimes, sacrifices must be made for oneself, especially when dealing with such a ruthless individual," Naruto replied, somewhat displeased at "as for territory. Let us choose the land of snow. It is sufficiently remote to conceal us, and its strength is not formidable. However, until our organization is established, it is prudent to avoid drawing attention. Understood?" "Understood. We shall heed the Alliance Leader's command." Both Zabuza and Bai responded in unison. Yet Zabuza continued, "But Alliance Leader, regarding Kado, it would be best if we could avoid killing him." "Why is that?" Naruto asked, intrigued by Zabuza's first suggestion concerning the organization. "Because if we kill Kado, we will be hunted by every merchant in the world." After a pause, noticing Naruto's expression remained unchanged, Zabuza elaborated, "If they see we would kill for money, they might fear for their own lives. Our bounty would skyrocket, and every ninja would pursue us, putting us in the spotlight and contradicting our goal of concealing and quietly developing our organization." "Zabuza, I am pleased by your foresight for the organization. Since we cannot kill Kado for monetary gain, family interests should not concern us, correct? You could support proxy, or simply use the transformation technique to impersonate Kado." Naruto suggested with a smile after considering Zabuza's analysis that "I understand. I will complete the Alliance Leader's command promptly," Zabuza replied. "Zabuza, what are your thoughts on Raiga?" Naruto tilted his head, pondering. "Raiga, do you mean?" Zabuza hesitated. But upon meeting Naruto's steely gaze, he swallowed the rest of his words. "You possess the ability to discern your superior's thoughts, yet it is imperative that you do not overtly express this insight. Simply execute the tasks assigned from above. As for Leia, his prowess can only be described as adequate. His greatest reliance lies with the child concealed within the backpack he perpetually carries. Nevertheless, his lightning-based ninjutsu is indeed commendable, marking him as a particularly formidable jonin." Internally alert, Zabuza respectfully responded to Naruto's inquiry, pondering the possibility of subjugating him. Naruto inquired nonchalantly, "Is there a chance to make him submit to me?" Zabuza replied, "Aside from his somewhat troubled psyche, he is exceedingly arrogant and never concedes to anyone. However, if you, the leader, can utterly dismantle his mental defenses, he should be entirely pliable." Naruto then asked, "Do you have a method to lure him here?" Zabuza explained, "He is likely conducting a funeral approximately 5 kilometers from here. You could send the water envoy to entice him in my name." Upon hearing Zabuza's suggestion, Naruto promptly commanded, "Very well, water envoy Bai. You are to go at once and invite Leia on behalf of Zabuza, stating that we wish to discuss strategies." Bai acknowledged and swiftly headed northwest. Naruto turned to Zabuza and said, "Zabuza, please come here. Our organization has some details to sort out. You are undoubtedly more adept than I in this matter. So let us deliberate on our future course of action," Zabuza affirmed. "Zabuza, when did you become so ineffectual? Not only did you lose to that brat, but you also wish to consult me regarding such a trivial task. Have you taken a blow to the head?" Leia's voice boomed as he strode through the door. Zabuza replied coolly, "You are correct. I do not seek to discuss strategies with you. My leader wishes to speak with you." Leia, entering without a care, burst into laughter. "Leader? Ha! I must be mistaken. Ha! Zabuza, I never imagined you could jest, leader. Ha ha." Just then a languid voice emerged from behind Leia, accompanied by a shuriken pressed against his throat. How could this be? Lan Wan did not detect any others. How did he evade Lan Wan's perception of my presence? Leia's mind raced, shocked by the clarity of the voice as cold sweat dripped down his face. Chapter 25. Gaining another General, who are you? How did you come to be here? Leia stammered, fear creeping into his voice. Before turning to Zabuza and shouting, "Zabuza, what in the world is happening? You do not intend to oppose me at this juncture, do you?" Zaibu calmly replied, as I previously stated. My leader wishes to meet you. That is all. Leia gulped, feeling the coldness of the weapon at his neck. Your leader? Indeed, it is I, Naruto said softly from behind. That ITSU. Leia gasped in surprise. Turning slowly to face Naruto. Are you truly astonished? Seeing the shock on your face brings me great satisfaction, Naruto thought to himself, secretly reveling in the delight of being the object of such astonishment. A sensation that intoxicated him. Indeed, I am quite surprised. I am curious to know what abilities you possess that would compel Zaibu, who harbors such lofty ambitions, to willingly submit to you. Leia's demeanor shifted to one of calm, realizing that the unknown and unseen adversary is the most formidable. You will soon find out, Naruto replied, lowering the shuriken from Leia's neck as he walked toward the sofa. Observing Naruto's unguarded posture, Leia thought, this is an excellent opportunity. However, the moment he noticed Zaibu-jan's cold gaze fixed upon him and by, ever vigilant behind, he reconsidered. A person capable of commanding Zaibu would surely not be so careless as to expose their back to an enemy. Speak, what business do you have with me? I have a funeral to attend. Leia addressed Naruto, who was now comfortably seated on the sofa, at this moment, Zaibu and Bai stood on either side of Naruto. Further perplexing Leia, if he initially suspected Zaibu was merely feigning submission, he now dismissed that notion entirely. Logically, with the three of them present, they should easily overcome a mere child. Yet Zaibu-jan's stance clearly indicated his intent to obey this so-called leader's commands, positioning himself as an adversary. Curiosity about Naruto's capabilities intensified. The earlier lapse in judgment was merely an oversight. Who could have anticipated that Zaibu had laid an ambush against him? Your purpose in summoning me is to present me with a multiple-choice question, Naruto stated, fixing his gaze on a narrow-covered Leia. A multiple-choice question? Have you lost your mind? I am worth hundreds of thousands per minute, and you invite me here merely to answer a question. What a waste of my time, boss, Leia. Humor is innocent. Relaxation is justified. A multiple-choice question? I must be mishearing. You brought me all this way, only to hold me captive and then ask me to answer a question. Leia scoffed sarcastically. Indeed, it is merely a question. One regarding your future survival, Naruto replied, undeterred by Leia's derision. What do you mean? Leia responded warily, immediately grasping his oddly shaped weapons. You now face two choices. Either follow Lord Naruto and join our ranks, or refuse him and proceed with your own funeral, Zaibu elucidated, as Naruto, picking up an apple, skillfully peeled it while preventing Bai from assisting. Zaibu, I never imagined you would become someone else's lackey. It seems you have regressed significantly over the years, truly embarrassing our 7 ninja swordsmen, Leia retorted, incensed by Zaibu-jan's subservient demeanor toward Naruto. You. Zaibu stepped forward angrily, but upon realizing he could not find his executioner's blade at his back, he retreated to stand silently behind Naruto. Who is this person? Why does Zaibu show him such respect? Leia's heart tightened. Anyone capable of commanding such reverence from Zaibu must be extraordinary. You need not waste words. Simply make your choice, Zaibu stated coolly. Then I shall see how you intend to arrange my funeral, Leia declared defiantly, preparing for battle. Once Leia finished speaking, Naruto completed peeling the apple, rose, and clapped his hands together, addressing Leia. Since you have chosen the second path, I regret to inform you that you shall find eternal rest here. This place, rich in flora and fresh air, makes for a splendid grave. Then bring it on. I will make you regret underestimating me. Hey, Leia. Leia snarled, clashing his weapons together menacingly. Lord Naruto, may I take this battle? Zaibu suddenly interjected, stepping forward as Naruto prepared to confront Leia. Now is the time for me to contribute to the organization, he declared resolutely. Very well, proceed, Naruto replied, nodding in agreement. Yet, as Zaibu approached, he unexpectedly struck his palm against Zaibu chest. Zaibu, no, Bai instinctively cried out. Even Leia was taken aback. Thank you, esteemed leader. After a moment, as Naruto withdrew his hand, Zaibu suddenly bowed deeply to him. And no need for gratitude. Simply subdue Leia, Naruto replied nonchalantly, settling back onto the sofa. Zaibu-Zhan, had it been during your prime, I might have regarded you with some measure of caution, but considering your current injured state, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Have you underestimated Chi Leia? Leia glared at Zaibu-Zhan, questioning, and where's your executioner's blade? You don't intend to fight me barehanded, do you? Are you asking me about that large blade? Behold, is it not the very one lying upon the ground? Zabuza replied. Are you suggesting that this pile of shattered iron fragments is your great sword? How could it have been broken? Leia exclaimed in astonishment. Though, regrettably, he had endured so much surprise that day that he refrained from displaying his characteristic neurotic expression. This is the handiwork of our leader. You now comprehend the might of Lord Naruto. Do you not? Zabuza remarked, casting a wary glance at the remnants of metal lying silently on the ground. I essed him again. Leia thought to himself, turning to fix his gaze on Naruto. Have you forgotten to concentrate during battle? Suddenly, Zabuza's voice pierced through Leia's thoughts, and he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, sending him flying. Poor Leia, due to a moment of negligence, found himself at a disadvantage, being struck by Zabuza as if he were a mere punching bag, able only to counterattack occasionally. Yet even those feeble attempts were swiftly neutralized by Zabuza's astonishing speed. When did your speed become so prodigious? Were you not once proficient in ninjutsu and silent assassination techniques? Leia exclaimed, hanging in mid-air. Humans can grow stronger. Your vision is too myopic, Leia, Zabuza retorted, landing another blow on Leia. How infuriating. I am not one to be trifled with. Lightning release. 1,000 thunderclaps. Now airborne, Leia initiated a genuine counterattack, albeit one that seemed somewhat excessive. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and streaks of electricity flickered ominously from the pitch-black clouds above, even enveloping his own form in lightning, rendering Zabuza powerless to intervene. Lord Naruto, we must leave this place swiftly. This lightning release technique is formidable. Zabuza called out to the casually relaxed Naruto, who was tapping a rhythm with his eyes closed. Huh. Do you wish to flee? It shall not be so simple. If my lightning release could be so easily evaded. Do you think I would stand here? Prepare to experience the ultimate lightning release technique of the esteemed Leia of the Black Ho clan. Leia proclaimed, his laughter echoing with a hint of madness as the lightning grew ever brighter. Zabuza, it seems you still require further training. A single battle has stretched on for this long, Naruto remarked. Awakened by the thunderous roars, he stepped outside, gazing at the rapidly descending lightning. That moment, Zabuza was astonished to see a large sphere suddenly materialize in Naruto's hand, unmistakably charged with the chaotic essence of wind. The sphere expanded until it reached the size of a basketball, at which point Naruto charged directly into the tumultuous lightning. Lord Naruto, I cried out, witnessing Naruto hurtling toward the lightning. Zabuza, however, remained fixated on Naruto's figure, refusing to believe that Naruto would undertake such a reckless endeavor, nor did he think that Leia's lightning release could extinguish Naruto's life. He merely wished to observe what Naruto could achieve under such circumstances. You audacious brat! I shall arrange a funeral for you. Leia, panting and pale from pain and chakra depletion, glared at Naruto, who was about to be consumed by the lightning, oblivious to whether his voice could be heard over the cacophony of thunder. Suddenly, a blinding flash of white light pierced their eyes, compelling everyone to shut their eyes instinctively and shield their faces with their hands. When they finally reopened their eyes, the storm clouds had dispersed, and the building remained unscathed, save for numerous fires igniting nearby. Lord Naruto, I called out with concern, observing Naruto, standing motionless before them. No need to cry out. Anyone who faced my attack directly is no longer alive. Cough, cough. This is the consequence of underestimating me. Leia of the Black Ho clan, Leia boasted from the side that do not underestimate Lord Naruto. If he could be easily defeated by such a technique, he would not be worthy of leading me. Zabuza replied with calm confidence. Indeed, Zabuza, if one could be effortlessly vanquished by such a technique, how would I ever survive in the future? Alas, one of my attributes happens to be wind. In response to Zabuza's words, Naruto, who had previously stood still, suddenly shook his arms and declared, What say you? Leia of the Black Ho clan? With my strength, Are you still unwilling to submit? Or do you wish to arrange your own funeral? A massive sphere reappeared in Naruto's hand as he coldly addressed Leia. I, Leia of the Black Hoe clan, hereby pledge my allegiance to Lord Naruto. Should I betray this oath, may I be forsaken by both man and deity, and may I never attain rebirth. Ah, excellent. You are quite perceptive, Naruto replied with delight. Then turned serious. Therefore, in my capacity as the leader of the Sun and Moon Alliance, I officially appoint you, Leia of the Black Hoe clan, as the Walker of Lightning within our alliance. Sun and Moon Alliance? Leia questioned curiously, gazing at Naruto. However, he promptly responded, I shall heed Lord Naruto's command. The Sun and Moon Alliance is the organization I have established, which you are now joining. Zabuza will provide you with further details shortly, Naruto explained as he helped Leia to his feet. He then turned to Zabuza and instructed, Zabuza, please brief Leia on our organization specifics. I must rely on you during this period. I hope you will not disappoint me. Rest assured, Alliance Leader, when you next see us, you will be utterly astonished, Zabuza affirmed, gazing into Naruto's eyes with determination. Very well, I shall take my leave. I have lingered here long enough that my companions must be searching for me, and should I remain absent, suspicions will arise, Zabuza, as for the fragments of your great blade. Store them away for now. We shall have them reforged in the land of crafts, Naruto declared before vanishing in an instant. Understood, Zabuza responded promptly. Zabuza, what exactly is the state of our organization? How many members do we have? Leia inquired with a sigh of relief after Naruto's departure. Our organization is the Sun and Moon Alliance, founded by the Alliance Leader. Including the leader, there are currently only you, me, and Bai. 4 of us in total. No way. Our organization was just established moments ago. Leia interrupted Zabuza with a tone of disbelief and indeed, is there a problem? Zabuza replied coldly, observing Leia's lackluster demeanor. Nothing at all. Please continue. What problem could I possibly have? Leia exclaimed, his voice rising in response to Zabuza's palpable aura of menace. As long as there are no issues, our organization is structured with 2 protectors, Yin and Yang, below the leader, Zabuza patiently elaborated. Understood. Let us promptly arrange a funeral for that wealthy fellow. Cardo, I am so thrilled. I have yet to conduct a funeral for someone as rich as he, Leia exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the prospect of dealing with Cardo, whom he had long despised. Silence. Do not disrupt the Alliance Leader's grand design. We must adhere to the plan, Zabuza warned, glaring at Leia with intensity. I understand. It is merely the leader granting you a modicum of authority. Why act so high and mighty? Leia muttered in dissatisfaction, feeling a sense of discomfort being placed at a lower status despite their equal standing as members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, upon meeting Zabuza's cold glare, he quickly relented. I was merely jesting. The mission is of utmost importance. Zabuza's display of strength had been markedly different from before. Now, Bai, I must trouble you with my injuries, Zabuza said, turning to the silently standing Bai. Very well, Zabuza. Bai began to address Zabuza as he typically would, but he was quickly silenced by Zabuza's icy stare. According to the leader's plan and the intelligence we have gathered, we will support Cardo's second son, Cabin, as a puppet, consolidating Cardo's wealth under our organization. However, my injuries have yet to heal, and it appears the plan will need to wait a while longer. Here, take these scrolls of lightning, wind, and water ninjutsu left by Lord Naruto. They were copied from the sealing book of Konoha. Use this time to study and train. You must not fall behind the others, Zabuza announced, his demeanor slightly weary. Your injuries are not yet healed. What about earlier? Leia asked in surprise you recall the blow the leader struck me earlier. At that moment, he absorbed the chakra he had previously left within me, which had been wreaking havoc inside my body, and then transmitted a powerful chakra to me. However, it seems there are significant side effects, exacerbating my injuries, Zabuza explained in a wonder. I thought you had suddenly grown so formidable. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent for you to focus on your recovery. I shall take the liberty of accepting this lightning-style ninjutsu scroll, realized with sudden clarity. Bai, you should keep these 2 wind and water-style scrolls. It is imperative that you master the techniques contained within them swiftly, for they will serve to protect our leader in the future. Zaibu then handed the remaining 2 scrolls to Bai. Furthermore, remember that this scroll and the techniques within it must not be disclosed to anyone without the leader's permission. Do you understand? Cough, cough. Understood, Bai and responded in unison. Zaibu, I will attend to your treatment immediately. After responding to Zaibu, Bai promptly supported him. Thank you for your trouble. You may take your time with the treatment. I will be outside practicing. Should anything arise, do call for me. It will be quite embarrassing for a senior to be surpassed by newcomers. As spoke, he turned and made his way outside. Now let us commence. Huff, huff. It seems I overexerted myself today, even managing to invoke the great Rasen Shuriken. I nearly faltered. Subduing subordinates is truly exhausting. I end the original narrative. Sasuke simply uttered a few words and left with, and how formidable. It seems I should let him handle child abductions in the future. His business would surely outperform Orochimaru's, lying in the place where he had begun his training. Naruto chuckled ruefully. Earlier, Naruto had utilized an excessive amount of the Nine Tails chakra, condensing it into a sphere to create a chakra shield that deflected Zaibu-jan's stunning strike. He then infused chakra into Zaibu-jan's large blade, compromising its structural integrity and causing it to shatter. Ultimately, he executed the transformation of fire-style chakra, alongside that hastily conjured great Rasen Shuriken. Each technique demanded immense mental fortitude, even with the combined mental strength of 3 individuals. Amplifying his capabilities several times over, Naruto had to rely on pushing his mental limits to achieve all this. Thus, after just subduing, he hurried back, already feeling a severe dizziness clouding his mind. However, this was unavoidable. To dismantle a person's psychological defenses, one must withstand their perceived strongest move as if unscathed. Therefore, Naruto released those taboo techniques in succession. Yet should another adversary appear, he would find himself at a loss. At present, even a mere genin could obliterate him, provided that genin could breach his physical defenses. Naruto, I have finally found you. Have you forgotten even the time for a meal? Everyone is waiting for you. Sasuke called out to the sprawled Naruto. Oh, I merely became too engrossed in my training. Shall we return? Naruto replied, opening his eyes to glance at Sasuke. Naruto. As they walked, Sasuke suddenly halted him. Yes, is there something you need? Upon seeing Sasuke's somewhat awkward expression, Naruto mused that he must have finally reached his breaking point. Could you share with me the methods of your training? Would you be willing to guide me in my cultivation? Sasuke lifted his head and gazed intently at Naruto. Why seek me out? If you wish to enhance your strength, wouldn't it be better to consult Kakashi-sensei, who possesses the Sharingan? Naruto smiled at Sasuke. Because I am aware that your strength is on par with Kakashi-sensei's, and more importantly, given your age and the fact that you've been sleeping through classes, you must possess some unique methods to augment your abilities. Therefore, I implore you to share your insights. Sasuke, in a surprising gesture, bowed deeply to Naruto. Hard work. What? Hard work. The secret lies in relentless effort, a fervent dedication to your training. If you can commit to that, success will follow. Naruto stated earnestly that I recognize that you are a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, but natural talent does not dictate everything. Do not assume that your superior aptitude allows you to learn ninjutsu effortlessly. To my knowledge, there are 4 genins stronger than you. Among them is a diligent genius named Rock Lee, who stands as the top of our genin class, aside from myself. But you sleep through class every day. Where is this effort you speak of? Sasuke retorted, somewhat indignant. That is merely a FA-ade. Classes commence at 8 o'clock. Do you know that every day at 5, I train taijutsu with Lee, and after school, I dedicate another 2 hours to further practice, even in class, while others perceive me to be asleep? Look here. Naruto plucked a leaf from a nearby tree and effortlessly split it in half. He continued, observing Sasuke's astonished expression. My apparent slumber serves to restore my energy, while simultaneously I practice this and refine my chakra. What is this? Sasuke inquired, puzzled, as he gazed at the 2 halves of the leaf that had fallen to the ground. The transformation of wind-style chakra possesses formidable offensive capabilities. Encountering this at your current level is premature. After a pause, Naruto added, if you truly aspire to grow stronger upon the completion of our mission and upon returning to Konoha, You must meet me every morning at 5, then in the afternoon, seek Kakashi for guidance. His training methods will suit you well at this stage. With that, Naruto turned and headed towards Dazuna's home. Understood. Sasuke replied cheerfully from behind. He then gazed at Naruto's retreating figure, adding silently in his heart, "Thank you, Naruto. You all are moving quite slowly. Hurry and eat. After your meal, rest well to rejuvenate your spirits. Tomorrow, the bridge will be completed, and Zaibu-Jean along with will undoubtedly return. We must remain vigilant." Upon seeing Naruto and Sasuke return, Kakashi cautioned them. Yes. After acknowledging, Naruto and Sasuke promptly seated themselves at the table, awaiting their meal. You are destined to fail. Why exert yourselves so desperately? No matter how diligently you train, you cannot triumph over Kado and his ilk, regardless of how eloquently you speak or how hard you strive. In the face of true strength, the weak are inevitably defeated. Amidst his habitual comings and goings, Naruto had overlooked this pessimistic and world-weary child. You are quite the nuisance, disrupting my slumber. Naruto replied coolly. Be quiet. The mere sight of you disgusts me. You, who knows nothing but to sleep all day, are utterly ignorant of this nation. I am entirely different from someone like you, who has never experienced true suffering and merely sleeps in ignorance, unmindful of the world around you. Inari cried out, tears streaming down his face. You cast yourself in the role of a tragic hero, weeping endlessly. You would be better off sleeping than wallowing in self-pity. To someone like you, I can only impart this. You are not the most afflicted person in the world. Naruto languidly raised his head, casting a sympathetic glance at Inari. With that, he laid his head back down on the table and drifted off to sleep, leaving Inari to continue his sorrowful lamentations. They should be arriving soon. The following morning, as Naruto lay in bed, he spoke to the empty ceiling. Given my plans, Zaibu-Jean and his cohorts will undoubtedly abandon this mission. So, with Kakashi present, the bridge should be quite secure. That leaves only Dazuna's home. How dull. Naruto sighed inwardly. After a flurry of activity over the past few days, he found himself unaccustomed to such idleness. As Naruto pondered, a crash of plates followed by Tsunami's scream echoed from downstairs. They have arrived. Well then, I suppose I shall eliminate you. As Naruto descended the stairs, he beheld a one-eyed bandit brandishing his blade, poised to strike Inari. Yet, he refrained from intervening. This scene seemed to awaken a flicker of courage and hope within the weeping Inari. You appear to have overlooked my presence after rescuing Inari and Tsunami. Naruto addressed the two minor antagonists languidly, only to witness them promptly fall into a deep slumber. For safety's sake, Naruto left behind a shadow clone before hastening to the bridge, only to find that neither Zaibu-Jean nor Kado, nor their incompetent lackeys had shown up. The construction team had successfully completed their task without incident. Chapter 27. The Eruption of Youth Kakashi-sensei. Did Zaibu-Jean and Kado not make an appearance? Upon arriving at the bridge to find Kakashi and Dazuna preparing to return, Naruto inquired with curiosity. None, Kakashi replied. The Mist Village treats their missions with a do-or-die attitude, while we remain unaware of the circumstances. Such a situation is undoubtedly advantageous for us and merits no further concern. After all, you were exceedingly fatigued yesterday. Had they truly arrived, we would have found ourselves at a disadvantage. Kakashi spoke softly. At that moment, a sudden throng of people surged to the bridge, and the ones who were ready to attack soon realized that it was, in fact, the villagers brought by Inari, who had regained their confidence and courage. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. That I am truly heartened to see you all here. It fills me with hope for the future of our land of waves, since the bridge has yet to be named. From this day forth, it shall be known as the Bridge of Hope, and may it bring hope to our nation, Kakashi declared. Seeing the fervor among the crowd, Dazuna, tears streaming down his face, called out loudly. Wonderful! Wonderful! The villagers who had gathered around echoed his sentiments with enthusiastic shouts. Kakashi, have you completed your mission? It seems we have arrived late. A man's voice suddenly rang out. 4 ninjas, 3 of them small and 1 large, emerged from the crowd. What a bother, a child with a top knot remarked with an air of maturity. Sasuke is so cool. Sakura, how can you stand so close to Sasuke? Move aside. exclaimed another girl, her eyes solely transfixed on Sasuke. Hello, greeted a robust boy, munching on snacks as he approached Naruto. It turned out to be Asuma's team. But what were they doing here? While Sakura and Ino were engaged in a rivalry over Sasuke, Kakashi and Asuma began to chat. Naruto, who had been observing, soon grasped the situation. After his initial battle with Zabuza, Kakashi had noticed two more ninjas on the opposing side. Be cautious. He should have requested assistance from a village. However, given the circumstances of falsifying mission reports that had led to their disadvantage, the village would most likely have ordered them to abandon the mission rather than dispatch reinforcements. Thus, Kakashi had discreetly summoned ninja hounds to locate the nearest ninja team willing to assist. Fortuitously finding Asuma's team, who were engaged in gathering herbs near the border of the land of waves and the land of fire. Now that the mission is concluded, we must take our leave. Mr. Dazna. Farewell, Kakashi said, stepping forward to bid farewell to the still emotional Dazna after their conversation. As so soon. Why not come to my house for a meal before you go? Dazna urged. No, it has been a long time, and it is time to return. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises. Kakashi declined politely. Oh, I see. Then farewell, and thank you all, Dazna said helplessly. Goodbye, Kakashi replied, turning a signal to everyone to head back to Konoha. At that moment, a villager stumbled forward, breathlessly exclaiming, Everyone listen! Kato is finally dead. Upon hearing this, everyone gazed at him in astonishment, eagerly awaiting further details. This news just came in this morning. Kato and his eldest son suddenly succumbed to a heart attack. Now, Kato's second son, Kabin, will inherit his estate. Most importantly, Kabin has vowed not only to cease the persecution against us, but also to atone for his father's sins by supporting the development of our land of waves. The middle-aged man explained after taking a sip of water, Is it true? Is this really happening? The villagers clamored, their voices overlapping. It is indeed true. This morning, Kabin sought out our feudal lord to discuss matters, and the details have been posted publicly. We are finally liberated. The man continued. Hooray! Hooray! The villagers erupted in joyous celebration, their exuberance causing even the 8 ninjas, who were preparing to leave, to pause and absorb the electrifying atmosphere. It seems Zabuza's actions were remarkably swift. Naruto thought to himself, feeling satisfied with the news relayed by the middle-aged man. Kakashi-sensei, you must come to my house for another meal. My father hasn't been this happy in ages. Dazna exclaimed, tears of excitement streaming down his face as he addressed Kakashi and the others still standing nearby. Ultimately, unable to resist the warm invitation, Kakashi's team and Asuma's team found themselves once more at Dazna's home, sharing a meal that transformed what should have been a day of sorrow into a celebration of joy, before embarking back to Konoha amidst the falling snow. Finally back. I am so tired. Sakura shouted joyfully upon seeing the gates of Konoha. Yes, we are finally home. Ino chimed in, surprisingly not contradicting Sakura. All right, I will head to report our mission first. Then we can all go home and rest. Let us meet at the bridge tomorrow morning to continue our training, Kakashi instructed Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. But he then turned to Asuma, saying, Well then, goodbye, Asuma, and thank you for your assistance this time, and no need for thanks. We hardly contributed anything, Asuma replied, feeling a bit bashful. Huh. Asuma's team chuckled at his awkwardness, and soon Naruto and the others joined in the laughter. After the tension of the mission, being home allowed them to finally relax and share hearty laughter. How fortunate this timing is. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Zabuza for some money before returning. All the mission funds have been spent on clothing, and my wallet is nearly empty. As Naruto walked along, he muttered to himself while glancing at his empty wallet. It turned out that after receiving his share of the mission payment, he had gone to the clothing store to pick up a sleek black outfit, leaving him with only a few coins. Oh well, I'll buy some snacks. It's been ages since I enjoyed snacks with Lee. Speaking of which, the Chunin exams are coming up. Lee and the others should still be in the village. Ever since becoming a ninja, I haven't had a chance to train with him. It seems I need to find some time to test his skills. I'm back. Naruto called out as he entered his home. The door wide open. You're back, Naruto, Lee exclaimed, turning around with a bright smile upon hearing Naruto's voice. That you, Naruto? What happened to your appearance? Lee gasped upon seeing Naruto's new look. What do you think? Not bad, right? Naruto replied, noticing Lee's wide-eyed expression. I also have a black outfit here. Try it on and see if it fits. With that, Naruto handed Lee the black outfit he had just picked up. Naruto, I'm so touched. You are truly my best friend, Lee said, tears welling up his eyes as he looked at Naruto. In no way. It hasn't been that long since I left. How did you become like this? Naruto thought to himself, feeling a shiver at Lee's exaggerated reaction. However, he maintained a serious demeanor and said, Lee, we brothers don't need to be like this. You have always been my best friend. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we trained together. How about we have a spar this afternoon? Naruto suggested to Lee, who was busy trying on the outfit. Sure. My skills have improved quite a bit. So be careful this afternoon, Lee replied excitedly. After trying on the outfit, Lee shook it out and asked, How does it look? Is it good? Very nice. You should keep that outfit. When we go out, everyone will know we are brothers. Naruto said, pleased with how well the outfit fit Lee. Thanks to a proper diet, both Naruto and Lee now had similarly proportioned physiques. Here, I bought some snacks on the street earlier. It has been too long since we sat down together to enjoy snacks. Naruto placed the treats on the table. All right, after we finish eating, let us have a good match. I'm already pumped up, Lee exclaimed as he immediately dug into the food. Seeing Lee's enthusiasm, Naruto eagerly joined the food fight as well. After their meal, Naruto and Lee made their way to the training grounds, quickly entering a state of combat readiness. Naruto, you better watch out. Teacher Guy has taught me some incredible taijutsu techniques, Lee declared from the training field, facing off against Naruto. Oh really? I'm looking forward to seeing them. Bring it on. Naruto responded with a smile, his excitement matching Lee's. I'm coming, Leaf Whirlwind, Lee shouted, charging forward. Bring it on. Here SA counter, Whirlwind Leg, Naruto replied, opting for a direct confrontation rather than using the Tai Chi technique that worked wonders against punches. Naruto, when did you invent that move? But I won T lose. Next up, Leaf Gale, Lee pressed on fearlessly. Lee, you better watch closely. Wind Catching Shadow, Gale Force, Tempest, Wind Wrap Tower, Divine Wind's Fury, Thunderous Pace. Next, Surging Wind and Raining Storm. As Naruto shouted, he unleashed the Wind God Leg technique, executing move after move in a dazzling display, leaving his opponent, Lee, at a distinct disadvantage. Ultimately, Lee found himself overwhelmed, left to defend against a relentless barrage of Naruto's legs, with shadows of limbs dancing all around him. Finally, after Naruto delivered the last move, Surprising Wind, Overcasting Rain, Lee fell valiantly, his ultimate techniques, Shadow Dance Leaf and Lotus, never even getting a chance to manifest. Naruto, how do you conceive such formidable techniques? Why is it that everything you create is so extraordinarily powerful? Lee inquired, gazing at Naruto with admiration. This set of leg techniques is called Wind God Legs. The first move is named Capturing Wind and Shadows, primarily aimed at enhancing speed. The second move, Grass in the Wind, not only strikes the enemy with astonishing speed, but also possesses a commanding ferocity. The third move, Raging Wind and Torrential Rain, unleashes kicks like a torrential downpour, fierce as a tempest. The fourth move, Wind Sweeping Away the Remnants, involves a rapid spin, launching all nearby objects towards the opponent. The fifth move, Divine Wind's Wrath, embodies unrestrained fury, unstoppable by any. The sixth move, Thunderous and Swift, exudes overwhelming dominance and ferocity. And the seventh move, Surprising Wind, Overcasting Rain, is a whirlwind of high-speed motion capable of tearing apart adversaries. Naruto elaborated to LEIT is essential to clarify that this Wind God Leg technique is not the same as the one from the Wind and Cloud series. They merely share a name. This technique was originally crafted by a close combat expert at the base, who whimsically named it after a television show. He entrusted it to Li Feng, who shortly after learning it, was tragically killed by an enemy esper. Thus, Li Feng holds this technique dear as his legacy. However, at this point, Li Feng's mind has been largely emptied of all that he brought from the base, leaving only trivial remnants, as he was never particularly adept in this realm in his past life. Is it truly that powerful? Naruto, you're becoming increasingly formidable, Lee exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Naruto. Very well, I will now teach you this set of leg techniques, beginning with the first move, capturing wind and shadows. With that, the training ground resonated with Lee's fervent shouts of enthusiasm. "All right, Lee, it's time to head back. Don't you have training with Teacher Guy tomorrow?" Naruto called to the persevering Lee as he glanced at the sky. "Yes, fine. But Naruto, why do I always feel like something is missing? I can't seem to unleash the full potential of this leg technique," Lee said, pausing to express his confusion to Naruto. "That is to be expected. Although this leg technique does not rely on inner strength, it does require the use of Esper abilities for propulsion. In this life, I have substituted chakra for that purpose. While they are both forms of energy, their natures differ yet remain interchangeable. However, due to Lee's blocked meridians, despite possessing a vast amount of chakra from years of rigorous training, he lacks the pathways for its flow. Consequently, Lee cannot practice ninjutsu or jinjutsu, nor can he refine martial arts techniques. Even his mastery of the basic punch would fall short without the explosive force of chakra," Naruto explained. "Don't lose heart, Lee. I have devised a method to enhance the power of your techniques. There is a strong possibility you could even learn ninjutsu and jinjutsu," Naruto said, trying to reassure the somewhat dejected Lee. "Really? Is it true, Naruto? What is the method?" Lee exclaimed, seizing Naruto's shoulders with uncontainable joy. "Shh! Keep your voice down. This method cannot be employed just yet, as I am not completely certain of its efficacy. However, I estimate that within this month, you will be able to practice ninjutsu and jinjutsu." Naruto comforted Lee, who was on the verge of tears. "Thank you, Naruto. Even though you have told me more than once that it isn't necessary, I truly appreciate it," Lee said, embracing Naruto tightly, tears streaming down his face. Whoever claimed that Lee was oblivious clearly underestimated the depths of his feelings, that he buried the shadows of his struggles deep within. And while he might not have been labeled the weakest link, the disdainful gazes of his peers and teachers undoubtedly left profound scars on his fragile psyche. As Naruto patted Lee's back in consolation, he felt a twinge of sadness. And what about Hinata? Surely, she must be enduring her own hardships. It has been far too long since I last visited her. I ought to find a time to check on her, he thought. "Come now, Lee, enough with the tears. You are destined to become a powerful ninja," Naruto said, feigning lightheartedness. "Yes, let's go home," Lee replied, wiping his tears and smiling at Naruto. Indeed, homeward bound, the two young men clasped hands firmly, their gazes resolute, shimmering with a brilliance that could eclipse the sun and moon. "Lee, let us keep the matter of your potential to learn ninjutsu and jinjutsu a secret for now. When the time comes for your accomplishments to shine, it will be a delightful surprise for them," Naruto said as he lay in bed, addressing Lee. "Understood. I will ensure they are left awestruck," Lee joyfully responded. Upon hearing Lee's elated voice, Naruto smiled back, then began contemplating the upcoming Chunin exam. The night passed in silence, with both immersed in their own worlds, Lee in excitement, while Naruto was beset by concerns. After all, he was about to confront Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. What would he do? He would not simply allow himself to be toyed with, would he? Although his strength was insufficient to match Orochimaru's, he hoped to at least possess the means for self-preservation. Alas, what a troublesome situation. "Good morning, Naruto," Lee greeted with a beaming smile as he saw Naruto rise. "Good morning, Lee. Are you all set for training with Teacher Guy so early?" Naruto asked, observing Lee as he prepared his ninja tools. "Indeed, Teacher Guy is such an exuberant and passionate instructor. Otherwise, my skills would not have improved so dramatically. Though I still cannot quite match you," Lee replied, his eyes sparkling at the mere mention of Guy. "Make sure to give it your all. You must not fall behind anyone else," Naruto encouraged Lee, who was about to head out with a mouthful of bread. "Understood. See you later, and you must give it your all too." Lee's voice faded as he departed. As Naruto prepared to leave, he unexpectedly encountered Sasuke. Fully geared, advancing toward him, to his surprise, Sasuke appeared quite serious. "That you've arrived," Naruto remarked, keeping his tone neutral to avoid confronting Sasuke's stoic demeanor. "Yeah," Sasuke replied curtly. "Then let us proceed." With that, he dashed ahead toward the training ground, and Sasuke quickly followed suit. Soon, he would discover the shortcut to becoming stronger. In no time, he would have the means to kill that man. He must kill him, Sasuke thought with excitement. Meanwhile, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Sasuke. Naruto furrowed his brow. I could seemed Sasuke was consumed by deep-seated hatred. Perhaps it was best not to reveal the truth just yet. Let him endure some hardship first. All right, we've arrived. This is the place, Naruto said, gesturing to the training ground from the previous day as Sasuke caught up. Is this really it? Sasuke observed the area, which appeared dilapidated and clearly had suffered significant damage recently. He recalled that he and someone named Rock Lee had trained here yesterday. However, what kind of technique could cause such devastation? Am I truly that weak? Is there such a vast chasm between us? You must pay close attention now, Naruto instructed Sasuke, who was scanning the surroundings. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke quickly focused his attention. This method is initially intended for me, but I am uncertain if you can endure it. I will ask you one last time. Are you sure you wish to attempt it? Naruto asked seriously. Yes, I am decided, Sasuke replied with excitement, as it seemed that all that remained in his heart was the desire to grow stronger. Very well. I will first teach you the shadow clone technique. You will find it useful shortly. Watch closely, Naruto lazily remarked, his serious demeanor fading away, while Sasuke, unwavering, fixated his gaze on Naruto's hand seals, although the shadow clone technique could be simplified to a single hand sign. It was a result of Naruto's frequent usage as a novice. Naruto doubted Sasuke's ability to replicate it, given the vast difference in their chakra reserves and experience. Ultimately, it was only at 11 o'clock that Sasuke mastered the shadow clone technique. Although he was uncertain about the technique's efficacy in rapidly enhancing his skills, he embraced the philosophy that acquiring another ninjutsu would provide him with additional assurance and diligently learned the technique. Suppressing his impatience. Well, today's training session concludes here. Kakashi should be arriving at the bridge soon. Let's hurry over. Upon witnessing Sasuke's successful mastery of the shadow clone technique, Naruto rose and declared, in order to facilitate Sasuke's gradual training. Naruto had deliberately refrained from utilizing the training method involving shadow clones today, merely guiding Sasuke from the sidelines. Based on his understanding, he knew that upon returning home, Sasuke would likely train relentlessly. And without Naruto's guidance, one could only wonder what might transpire. Sasuke, Naruto, why are you both so late? Kakashi-sensei instructed us to gather in the morning. Sakura greeted them as they arrived at the bridge, only to find her waiting alone. It's nothing. We got lost, Naruto replied with a gentlemanly demeanor, despite the evident poker face of Sasuke, who seemed unprepared to answer. However, with his hands behind his neck, appearing lethargic and yawning repeatedly, it was hard to see any semblance of gentlemanly conduct. The three of them then fell into a silent wait for the tardy Kakashi, with Sakura glancing around, trying to liven up the atmosphere. Hey everyone, I got lost on the way. Kakashi finally made his entrance. However, the atmosphere fell flat. Naruto was still dozing off like a chicken pecking at grains. Sasuke had his eyes closed, resting and recovering his chakra, while Sakura was left speechless. Ahem. Kakashi cleared his throat, feeling awkward due to the lack of response. All right, let's continue with our mission. Let's see. Today's tasks include clearing weeds at the herb shop on South Street, cleaning up the trash in the river, and helping Miss Watanabe look after her pet. Yes, that's all. Everyone, let's put in some effort today. Now, let's set off, Kakashi called out helplessly, observing the three unresponsive individuals before him. As expected, the mundane weeding task was effortlessly completed by Naruto using shadow clones in mere moments, without harming a single herb. Remarkably, his eyesight had improved significantly. He could discern even the tiniest needle's eye with clarity, let alone the distinctly visible weeds. Next, they arrived at the riverbank to clean up the litter. This time, Naruto did not summon shadow clones, but instead stood on the water surface, collecting trash. This left Sasuke and Sakura, who were braving the cold water in the ditch, quite astonished, while Kakashi remained composed, leisurely engrossed in a dubious novel written by a questionable author on the riverbank. Eventually, noticing the intense stares from Sasuke and Sakura, Kakashi could no longer resist and set aside his book to commence the next tutorial on chakra control, standing on water. Consequently, the remaining two tasks for the afternoon were swiftly completed by Naruto and his shadow clones. Fortunately, feeling a bit guilty, The two decided to treat Naruto to a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, which touched Naruto's heart. What a truly gullible and kind-hearted person he was. However, on the way to Ichiraku, Naruto unexpectedly encountered the trio from the Konohamaru Corps. Yet since Naruto had yet to interact with them, they merely glanced at him and continued their lackluster training and stealth techniques. Only Sasuke scoffed at their pitiable performance. To their surprise, the children, perceptive as they were, picked up on the mockery and boldly confronted them. "Hey, what did that smile mean just now? Are you looking down on the Konohamaru Core Jutsu? I challenge you to a duel." Konohamaru shouted. "Whoa, a duel? How terrifying. It was this poker face next to me who laughed at you. Go challenge him instead." "I'm leaving now," Naruto replied helplessly to Konohamaru, but he quickly turned back to Sasuke and Sakura, saying, "By the way, don't forget to settle the bill after your duel. I'm off now." "Bye. What? Trying to escape? I won't let you off so easily." Just as Naruto was about to leave, Konohamaru blocked his path. "Ugh, this is such a hassle. Someone, please take care of them quickly. I'm starving," Naruto called out to Sasuke and Sakura out of exasperation. Yet faced with three immature kids who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, they found it hard to muster any desire to engage. "How dare you underestimate me? Take this." Hearing Naruto's words, Konohamaru shouted as he hurled a shuriken at him. However, Naruto stood his ground, making no effort to evade. And all the shurikens missed entirely, but he couldn't fathom how their teacher had trained them. They were nothing but fodder. Suddenly, Naruto sensed a potent aura of hostility approaching from behind. When he turned to look, he was taken aback to see Sakura glaring menacingly at Konohamaru, as if she intended to tear him apart. It turned out that Sakura had been so focused on Sasuke that she had underestimated Konohamaru. The missed shurikens had flown straight toward her, and although she dodged at the last moment, a strand of her hair was severed, explaining her furious demeanor. The direct outcome was that the bewildered Konohamaru received a thorough beating. "You bald, ugly freak. How can you even resemble a woman?" The unfortunate, battered Konohamaru continued to push Sakura's limits. However, sensing a sudden drop in the surrounding atmosphere, the Konohamaru trio quickly realized the gravity of the situation and fled in disarray, with Sakura pursuing them recklessly, leaving Naruto and Sasuke to follow suit. "That hurts, you little brat." As they caught up, the group witnessed a face-painted ninja hoisting Konohamaru into the air. Chapter 29. Gaara makes his entrance. "Don't do that. Otherwise, you'll get scolded later." A beautiful girl with a fan observed the scene and advised that "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Sakura hastily apologized, feeling responsible for the trouble, before that annoying guy arrives. "Let me play with you a bit," the face-painted ninja said, gradually tightening his grip. Just then, a small stone struck the back of the ninja's hand, causing him to wince and loosen his grip, allowing Konohamaru to drop to the ground. "You little brat, how dare you cause a ruckus in someone else's village?" Sasuke emerged from the crowd, casually holding a small stone and speaking coolly. "Sasuke, so cool," Sakura exclaimed, her voice rising upon seeing Sasuke's grand entrance. "That he's quite handsome." The beautiful girl beside the ninja whispered. "Humph, another annoying brat has arrived," the face-painted ninja grumbled, nursing his injured hand. "Get lost." Sasuke glared at the defiant expression on the ninja's face, crushing the stone into powder. Then, amidst the commotion, screams erupted, akin to a star's arrival. "That I despise arrogant little brats like you," the face-painted ninja declared, lowering the long object wrapped in bandages on his back. "Hey, are you planning to use a crow?" The beautiful girl ninja quickly intervened. "Kankuro, stop. You'll embarrass our village." A small figure carrying a gourd suddenly appeared behind Sasuke, speaking coldly. They were none other than the Sand Ninja trio, Kankuro and Temari. "The Chunin exams have finally arrived. I am Gaara." Kankuro stammered in response to Gaara's displeasure. "When did this guy appear behind me? His speed is almost on par with Kakashi's," Sasuke thought in astonishment. "What do you think we're here for in the Hidden Leaf Village?" Gaara ignored Sasuke and reprimanded Kankuro. Wait a minute. Gaara, they challenged me first," Kankuro quickly explained, sensing Gaara's anger. "Shut up, be careful, or I'll kill you." Gaara glared coldly at Kankuro. "I understand. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Truly sorry." Kankuro stammered and feared, "And why apologies for the offense?" Without acknowledging Kankuro, Gaara turned to address Naruto and the others. Then turning back to Kankuro, and Temari. He remarked, "We ought to take our leave. We did not come here for leisure." Pausing for a moment, he added, "By the forehead protector markings, you are ninjas from Sunagakure, correct? Although the land of fire and the land of wind are indeed allied. The treaty ought to prohibit the unauthorized movement of ninjas from either side. State your intentions, or else." Perhaps due to the presence of Sasuke beside her, Sakura boldly questioned without considering the disparity in their strengths. "You truly do not comprehend the gravity of the situation at hand? Are you not aware? This is our pass." With that, Temari produced a pass and elaborated, "We are indeed genin from Sunagakure, here to participate in the Chunin selection exams." After her explanation, observing the contemplative expressions of the Konoha ninjas, Gaara and his companions scoffed derisively before turning to leave. However, Sasuke promptly stepped forward and inquired, "You there? What is your name? Are you addressing me?" Temari turned around, her face lighting up with excitement. "No, I meant the one beside you, the one carrying the gourd," Sasuke clarified, shaking his head. "I am Gaara of the Sand. I find you quite intriguing as well." "And you?" Gaara responded, halting his stride to gaze back at Sasuke. "I am Uchiha Sasuke," came Sasuke's immediate reply, a smile gracing his lips, a silent affirmation of his prowess, which pleased him greatly. "Hey, you over there with the gourd? Since you are ninjas from an allied nation here to partake in the Chunin exams, how about we share a meal together to get to know one another?" Just as Gaara prepared to depart, Naruto's languid voice broke through. "It seems that a good nap does wonders for one's spirit. That gourd." Temari and Kankuro exchanged alarmed glances at Naruto's designation, simultaneously stealing a look at Gaara to gauge his reaction. Little did they realize that even Gaara was taken aback, having just utilized the body flicker technique to position himself behind Sasuke. Besides reprimanding Kankuro, he had also issued a warning to Sasuke. It was no trivial matter, yet he distinctly sensed that there were only 8 individuals present, and now this newcomer, who had been napping, appeared. This indicated that Naruto had somehow evaded his sensory perception. A considerable blow to Gaara's pride. As Kankuro and Temari noted with astonishment that Gaara exhibited no extreme reaction. Suddenly, Naruto's next action left them utterly dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, Naruto had moved beside Gaara. If that alone suggested Naruto's formidable strength, the sight of him casually draping an arm over Gaara's shoulder was beyond their comprehension. "What do you say? We in Konoha have an abundance of renowned delicacies, and my personal favorite is Ichiraka ramen. Care to join me for a taste? After all, someone is treating." Naruto enticed Gaara, then turned to Sasuke and Sakura, asking, "Isn't that right, Sasuke, Sakura?" Both Sasuke and Sakura, at loss, could only respond reluctantly. "I'm not interested," Gaara replied curtly, his shock at Naruto's audacity causing turmoil within him. He yearned to return to the inn to unravel the mystery behind it all. Thus responding bluntly, "Oh, come on, don't be so polite. We Konoha folks are incredibly hospitable that you've traveled quite a distance. It would be remiss not to treat you to a meal and extend our courtesy. Let us go. Let us go. Konohamaru, you can join us too. It's on me," Naruto exclaimed, dragging Gaara along toward Ichiraka ramen. Gaara, who wished to resist, found his previously obedient Sand utterly unresponsive, and he couldn't summon any murderous intent. So he resignedly followed Naruto. Kankuro and Temari, though perplexed and concerned, chose to follow suit, while Konohamaru and his companions joyously trailed behind Naruto. Only Sasuke and Sakura, grimacing at their empty wallets, lagged behind. "Sasuke, what do you think is up with Naruto? He's not usually like this. It's surprising that he is so enthusiastic, especially toward strangers," Sakura remarked to Sasuke. "Who knows? He has always been a mysterious individual," Sasuke replied nonchalantly, though inwardly he too was bewildered. It was rare to see the typically lethargic Naruto show such enthusiasm for others. "Hey, old man, bring me 9 bowls of beef ramen," Naruto shouted as he entered, addressing the bustling proprietor. "Sure thing, coming right up." "Naruto, treating today. Are these your new friends?" The owner greeted warmly while preparing the ramen. It seemed Naruto had indeed forged an unbreakable bond with Ichiraka ramen, just as in the original tale. "Yes, they are ninjas from Sunagakure here for the Chunin exams. I just happened to run into them, so I thought I'd extend a warm welcome," Naruto replied with a smile. "Please wait a moment." It will be ready shortly. After seating Gaara, Naruto turned to Temari and Kankuro. What's this? Acting as if you were the host when we were covering the bill, Sakura muttered under her breath, while even Sasuke's face twitched in irritation. Here you go, 9 bowls of beef ramen. Enjoy. The middle-aged man called out, presenting the eagerly awaited dishes before the group. I'm digging in. The diners, each with their own feelings of joy, resignation, or frustration, began to savor the flavorful ramen. In the end, only Sasuke and Sakura, wallets empty, trudged out. Farewell, Gore boy. Should you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to seek me out. I can even guide you around for free. Naruto called out as he parted ways with Gaara and his group. Gaara, that guy. Temari voiced her concern as they walked, contemplating how Naruto had managed to neutralize Gaara's sand. Let us discuss this back at the inn. Perhaps Master Maki will have some insights, Kankuro interjected, his demeanor mature. What? Are you suggesting that Gaara's sand was completely restrained, unable to function? Maki exclaimed in shock upon hearing Kankuro's report at the inn. Indeed, that individual was able to embrace Gaara's shoulders without any response from the sand. Kankuro recalled with astonishment. Originally, Gaara had instilled overwhelming fear in them. Now, there was someone capable of suppressing this monster. And furthermore, he was a ninja from Konoha. This posed a significant threat to their forthcoming plans. If that is the case, there is only one possibility. That individual is also a Jinchuriki, specifically the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Maki pondered, seeking clarity. What was your impression of him? Did you sense any destructive aura? None. Although, I am reluctant to admit it. He not only lacked the destructive presence of Gaara, but also exuded warmth. Inviting one to approach him and forge a friendship, Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances before shaking their heads in reply. That is indeed peculiar. Are you suggesting he has activated the Nine Tails power? But if not, how could he suppress Shikaku's strength? The Nine Tails power is inherently destructive. Why does it evoke a sense of familiarity? Maki found himself perplexed, realizing he needed to report to his superiors immediately. Until we receive orders from above, refrain from taking any rash actions, though you understand. Especially you, Gaara. You must do your utmost to suppress Shikaku's power. Furthermore, if possible, try to get closer to him and observe his circumstances closely. Understood, Temari and Kankuro replied without hesitation. Upon hearing the last remark, a barely perceptible smile crossed Gaara's face, though he was reluctant to acknowledge it. Being near Naruto instilled a sense of tranquility within him. Even Shikaku had quieted, offering no resistance and only emerging now. As he felt the agitation within him begin to stir again, Gaara contemplated silently. Very well, your task now is to remain quiet, participate in the Chunin exams diligently, and await my orders. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave, Maki stated, glancing at the troublesome group with a hint of frustration. Yes, Temari and Kankuro replied promptly. Meanwhile, Gaara was striving to quell Shikaku's restlessness. It was unexpected that the chakra of the Nine Tails would indeed have a suppressive effect on Shikaku. It seemed the legends of Shikaku, fleeing far from the conflict between the Nine Tails and Eight Tails, held truth. As Naruto walked home, separated from Gaara and Sasuke, he mused on the matter. As Naruto approached Gaara, he swiftly channeled a pure essence of chakra, untainted by his own, into Gaara's body. This timely infusion rendered Shikaku poised to retaliate, momentarily dormant. Undoubtedly, this was facilitated by the absence of any malevolent intent in Naruto's chakra. Had there been even a hint of hostility, Shikaku would have fought fiercely, even to the death. With his desired outcome achieved, Naruto merrily hummed a tune as he returned to await Kakashi's summons. After all, one cannot participate in the Chunin exams without that crucial application form. Chapter 30. Prelude to the exam. Why does that person always summon us, yet makes me wait? Sakura exclaimed in frustration, having grown impatient. She had even ceased to refer to him as teacher, opting instead for that person. Naruto, true to form, was likely indulging in sleep, but why was even Sasuke tardy? The following morning, Sakura stood alone on the bridge, gazing at the tranquil river as she awaited her tardy companions. Hey, Sakura, you really didn't believe Kakashi-sensei when he said to arrive early, did you? Naruto greeted her lazily, stifling a yawn. Sasuke limped behind him, looking disheveled and drenched. Sasuke, are you all right? Sakura asked anxiously, noticing his bedraggled state. I'm fine. Rather than worrying about me, you should invest more time in enhancing your skills. At present, your abilities are the weakest in our class, Sasuke retorted coldly, leaving Sakura feeling disheartened and at a loss. Meanwhile, Naruto had slumped over the railing, fast asleep. This morning, Naruto had not only instructed Sasuke to create a shadow clone for training, but had also resumed his own regimen with shadow clones. He knew that without diligent effort, he might not achieve his goals, which would only prolong Lee's waiting. Thus, having just begun to experiment with this training method, Sasuke found himself exhausted after merely an hour, spending the remainder of the time sitting on the ground, watching Naruto train while recuperating. Even then, he was still limping, a testament to his lack of physical conditioning. Knowing that Kakashi would arrive to distribute the application forms for the Chunin exams, Naruto ceased his training at 8 o'clock, though he only made his way to the bridge by 9. Good morning, you three. I seem to have lost my way on the path of life. Kakashi greeted them. What happened to you, Sasuke? You look quite disheveled, he inquired upon noticing Sasuke's state. Nothing, Sasuke replied tersely. The moment Kakashi arrived, Naruto opened his eyes, silently relieved that his eagerness for the application had prompted him to deviate from Kakashi's usual schedule. Otherwise, he would have found himself in quite a predicament. Seeing Sasuke's reluctance to speak, Kakashi refrained from pressing further and addressed the group. Though it may seem sudden, I have recommended you for the Chunin selection exam. Here are the application forms. He produced 3 forms and continued. However, this recommendation is not obligatory. The decision to participate rests solely with you. If you wish to take part, please sign the forms and submit them to room 301 by 3 o'clock in 5 days. That is all. Is there anything else we need to discuss? Naruto queried, casting a cursory glance at the application forms. Nothing of importance. Take these days to consider your decision carefully, Kakashi replied lazily, noting Naruto's nonchalant demeanor. This is splendid. No missions means I can enjoy a few carefree days of sleep. How delightful, Naruto exclaimed, stretching with joy. Observing the bewildered expressions on his companions' faces, he inquired, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Not all, they chorused, though Sasuke's headshake was instinctive. Sakura's was filled with frustration, and Kakashi's was tinged with resignation. Indeed, allowing Naruto to participate in this exam felt akin to letting a child play house. Nevertheless, Kakashi had not anticipated Orochimaru's return, or he might have thought otherwise. There should be many formidable opponents appearing, and who knows, perhaps I might even face that guy, Sasuke murmured excitedly as they walked. Conversely, Sakura found herself hesitating, perhaps even retreating. Meanwhile, Naruto ambled ahead with his eyes closed, softly humming a tune. Why was he walking with his eyes shut? It was a form of training for his sensory abilities. Recently, Naruto sensed that his perception powers had plateaued at AB rank, necessitating a transition into the next phase of training. Thus, he had begun to navigate the world solely through his enhanced senses, aspiring to reach an A rank when he could discern the gender of a B from 1,000 meters away, that AS for the S rank. He had merely grazed its threshold in his previous life, where he could even feel spatial fluctuations. This was the very reason he had the opportunity to confront that spatial ability user, even at the brink of annihilation. However, that level remained distant for Naruto. Certainly not achievable in the short term, that AS for having his eyes open earlier. It was a gesture of respect, at least towards Kakashi, who deserved it. Naruto, come play with us. Naruto encountered Konohamaru and his friends after parting from Sasuke and Sakura. Of course, Naruto replied with a smile, determined to avoid projecting arrogance to the children, lest he be met with disdain. Perhaps he should follow Shino's lead and acquire a pair of sunglasses. Closing his eyes while conversing could be perceived as quite rude. Just then, a rain ninja appeared behind Konohamaru's group. Troublesome tests. Kakashi should really consider canceling this, Naruto thought, immediately recognizing Iruka upon probing with his abilities. It seemed he could not afford to hold back, as Iruka, masquerading as a rain ninja, attempted to abduct Konohamaru's companion, the little girl named M.O. Lee. He was startled to find a shuriken poised against his neck. Even Raiga had fallen victim to such tactics, let alone Iruka. When did you sneak up behind me? Iruka gasped, astonished. "You need not concern yourself with that. Now, brace yourself for the wrath of one disturbed from slumber." With that, Naruto began to pummel Iruka like a punching bag, tossing him aside without employing excessive force. Merely a few precise strikes, ensuring that Iruka would likely harbor a psychological aversion to Naruto in the future. A similar scenario unfolded elsewhere, albeit with different participants and methods. Meanwhile, Neji and Tintin scoffed at the notion of 9 newcomers participating in the exam. "I heard 9 new genin will be joining the exam." "Those jounin are truly something," Neji remarked. Noting that Lee remained focused on his training without comment, they curiously asked Lee, "Are you really that afraid of these newcomers?" "Not at all, but I desperately wish to earn his recognition during this exam," Lee replied, his pace unwavering. "Who?" "Guy-sensei." Tintin inquired, intrigued. "He holds you in such high regard. You must not disappoint him." "Not Guy-sensei, but Naruto," Lee stated, gazing into the distance. "Naruto, the one you live with?" "Isn't he just a rookie genin this year?" "Why seek his approval?" Tintin questioned, puzzled, as Neji turned to listen for Lee's explanation. "Do not underestimate Naruto. His strength surpasses even Neji's by a considerable margin," Lee asserted before resuming his training. The two stared at each other in surprise. But it was evident they did not take Lee's words to heart, especially since he had not showcased his prowess in class after conversing with Naruto. "Naruto, you're late." Remarkably, the usually insecure Sakura had arrived on time, while Naruto was the one who had tarried. She glared at him, now sporting a pair of sunglasses, and shouted in frustration, perhaps utilizing this method to ease his nerve. "I understand, really. It's not like this is the first time." "Why the dramatic reaction?" Naruto muttered. Feeling helpless, he then approached Sasuke, uttering a cryptic remark that left Sakura bewildered. "Laziness is the greatest enemy to the growth of strength. In your current state, you will never reach your goals." Originally, due to the impending deadline for the submission of the application today, Sasuke did not seek Naruto for training this morning, leaving Naruto somewhat disheartened as he uttered these words to Sasuke. "Naruto, what riddle are you two trying to solve?" "I can't make sense of it," Sakura inquired with a look of confusion upon hearing Naruto's words, as Sasuke, filled with regret, stood nearby. "It's nothing. Let us just submit the application," Naruto replied nonchalantly. "What is going on?" Out of the blue, he seems to have donned a pair of sunglasses and is speaking in such a peculiar manner. Could it be that Naruto is feeling anxious? Sakura mused quietly to herself, observing Naruto's unusual behavior. "Is this how you intend to take the Chunin exam? I advise you to abandon this notion. You're merely a bunch of wet-behind-the-ears kids." At the entrance of classroom 301, Naruto encountered a classic scene at Ali. "I never expected you to be so easily knocked to the ground by someone else. It seems this Chunin exam is truly a treacherous endeavor. I suggest we take our leave." Naruto teased upon seeing Lee sprawled on the ground, while secretly thinking to himself that Lee certainly had a knack for theatrics. "Naruto, you've arrived. My apology for the embarrassment," Lee said, scratching his head as all his injuries mysteriously vanished. He must be the Lee Rock that Naruto mentioned, the one whose strength ranks just below his among the genin. Sasuke thought to himself as he watched Naruto engage in lively conversation with the bushy-browed ninja. "You should just give up already. The Chunin exam is exceedingly difficult. Some have even given up on being ninjas, while others have been maimed or killed. You wouldn't pass anyway, so it's better to concede right here," one of the guard at the entrance interjected, feeling completely overlooked. "You're not wrong, but I still intend to go inside. And I kindly request you to dispel the illusionary barrier that I have business on the 3rd floor. Sakura, with your analytical skills and understanding of Genjutsu, you should have been the first to notice," Sasuke declared, stepping forward with a sense of resignation, as he noticed Naruto and Lee engrossed in their conversation, seemingly uninterested in approaching Dado. "Had you already figured it out?" However, that alone is insufficient. Suddenly, one of the guards lunged at Sasuke. Reacting swiftly, Sasuke countered the attack, but alas, his efforts fell short. Just as the butterfly's wings lacked the necessary force, Lee, who had set his sights on Sakura, interrupted the exchange with Naruto and positioned himself between them, successfully blocking their assault. What followed was a scene filled with laughter and bloodshed as Lee confessed his feelings, prompting Naruto, who stood aside, to facepalm in exasperation. However, just as Lee and his companions ascended to the third floor. Sasuke called out to Lee, "You are Lee Rock, aren't you? I challenge you." "Ah, you're the top graduate from this year who partnered with Naruto, right? Considering your association with him, I think it's best to let this go." "Your strength pales in comparison to mine," Lee replied, his demeanor more mature than in the original tale. "What? Don't underestimate me," Sasuke shouted in anger, then charged at Lee, only to be swiftly repelled before he could even launch an attack. The ensuing moments became Lee's showcase, as even with Sasuke activating his Sharingan, he found himself at the mercy of Lee's prowess. That it was only when Gai's summoning beast appeared to intervene that Lee ceased his assault. Next came yet another outrageous scene, as Naruto could only watch with his temples throbbing, internally lamenting Gai's unconventional training methods. Due to the lack of severe blows, Sasuke, after enduring a prolonged beating, emerged relatively unscathed. Yet he found himself devoid of the desire to retaliate against Lee. However, the psychological wounds inflicted by his inability to fight back left him dejected and devoid of motivation once he stepped off the stage. "I told you, your strength is still lacking. Do not think you can forego rigorous training simply because you are deemed a genius by the world. There is only one type of genius, and that is the genius who perseveres through hard work," Naruto said, offering a calm word of encouragement upon witnessing Sasuke's despondent demeanor. "If there is nothing else, let us proceed. Kakashi-sensei is still waiting for us." Naruto waved his hand as he continued forward, noticing that Sasuke was making an effort to regain his composure. "Ahead lies the Chunin exam I have long anticipated. I am truly excited," Naruto thought to himself, looking calm on the outside while his insides trembled with anticipation. Chapter 31. The beginning. The first match, is that so? "Sakura, you're here too," Kakashi explained at the entrance, observing the three's puzzled expressions. "For the Chunin exam, you must participate as a trio. Only groups of 3 are eligible to enter. But sensei, didn't you say that participating in the exam is a personal choice? Did you deceive us?" Sakura asked, still unable to comprehend the situation despite feeling grateful for not being a burden to Sasuke and Naruto. "Indeed, if I had stated the truth, Sasuke and Naruto would have undoubtedly coerced you into participating. Even if you had no desire to take the exam, the moment Sasuke spoke, you would have reluctantly agreed to join," Kakashi replied with a knowing smile. "What if only Sasuke and Naruto had come here?" Sakura posed another hypothetical question that in that case, your eligibility would be revoked and you would be unable to participate. However, you came here of your own volition. Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto, welcome. You are my pride and joy. Now let us see how you perform. "Please go inside," Kakashi said with a sense of pride. "So many people. Is everyone here to participate in the exam?" "They all seem so formidable," Sakura exclaimed in shock upon entering the room filled with candidates. "Sasuke, you're so slow." Invariably, Ino clung to Sasuke like a piece of gum. What followed was a petty rivalry between the two infatuated girls, prompting Naruto to block out their voices. "Come on, are you all really here for this annoying exam?" Nara Shikamaru lazily remarked from the side. "Shikamaru, I never expected the lazy one to show up for this," Naruto responded lazily upon hearing Shikamaru speak. Lip reading was indeed a necessary skill for someone with his unique abilities. "It's quite a sight. Everyone is gathered." Kiba approached and remarked. "Hello, everyone," Hinata shyly greeted, making her way over. Noticing Hinata's approach, Naruto immediately leaned in to ask, "Hinata, how's your training been lately? Are you adjusting to the life of a ninja?" "Naruto, I'm doing okay," Hinata replied bashfully, even though they had spent countless days together. "Hinata, didn't I tell you not to be so shy around me? If you keep this up, they'll all laugh at you," Naruto teased, attempting to lighten the mood. "Really? Is that so?" Hinata responded, glancing around nervously. "Just kidding. But you mustn't be so timid. Learn to interact with others confidently, understood? I will protect you," Naruto proclaimed with a determined tone. "Naruto," Hinata blushed at his words, fidgeting with her fingers. "Hey, you lot." After a brief exchange among the 9, Kabuto finally approached. "I suggest you all keep it down," he continued, drawing closer to Naruto and the others. "You're the 9 newbies who have just graduated from the Ninja Academy, aren't you? Looking all innocent and noisy. What do you think this is, a field trip? Who do you think you are? Lecturing us like that?" Ino retorted angrily upon hearing Kabuto's condescension. That I am Kabuto. Perhaps you should take a look around, he replied with a smile, adjusting his glasses. With the exam approaching, everyone is on high alert. So be careful not to attract trouble. As the 9 newcomers began to realize their surroundings, Kabuto admonished them sternly, but then smiled and added, "It's understandable. You're all just clueless rookies. So, have you participated in this exam before?" Sakura asked curiously to know. "This is my 7th time. This exam is conducted biannually, and this is the 4th year," Kabuto replied without a hint of embarrassment. "So you must know a lot about the exam." Sakura pursued eagerly. "Indeed. As a senior, I'll share some valuable information with you naive juniors using these ninja information cards. Simply put, it involves channeling chakra to encode information, which is then recorded onto the cards. These are the pieces of information regarding the exam that I have painstakingly gathered over the course of 4 years, totaling nearly 200 cards. However, they appear blank at the moment. One must utilize my chakra to unlock the information contained within these cards." Observing the curious gazes of the crowd fixated on the ninja identification cards in his hands, Yakushi Kabuto proudly proclaimed, "Do you know why the CHNIN exams are held twice each year?" As the audience's attention became wholly absorbed in him, he continued, "Firstly, it is to solidify the camaraderie among the various nations. Secondly, it aims to enhance the quality of our ninjas. However, the true objective is to ascertain the skill levels of ninjas across nations, striving to maintain a balance of power among them." What a troublesome examination, Shikamaru muttered under his breath upon learning the exam's true purpose. "So, this card contains detailed personal information, correct?" Sasuke inquired, stepping forward after listening to Yakushi Kabuto's introduction. "Indeed, it seems I have piqued your interest," Kabuto replied. "However, the ninja information I have collected this time is still incomplete, but I have preserved everything. Feel free to share any characteristics of the individual you are interested in. Anything at all will suffice." Gaara from the Sand Village and Rock Lee from the Leaf Village. Sasuke paused, glancing at Naruto before continuing, and also Uzumaki Naruto. The mention of Naruto's name elicited astonished glances from the crowd towards both him and Sasuke, with only Shikamaru, Kiba, and Choji appearing contemplative. "What? You even know his name? That makes it much simpler," Kabuto remarked as he drew 3 cards from the stack. "Here they are. Let me see," Sasuke said without hesitation. Yet Kabuto remained unfazed and pulled out 1 card, saying, "Let us start with Rock Lee." Rock Lee, a genin from the Leaf Village, has participated in 20 D-rank missions and 11 C-rank missions, mentored by Gai-sensei. He has shown marked improvement in taijutsu this year, though he struggles in other areas, much like you all. This is his first time participating, and his teammates are Ten and Hyuganiji. The taijutsu section of Lee's card was prominently marked in red, while the rest remained largely blank. Before long, you shall be astounded. Observing others first can be a fatal flaw, Naruto thought to himself while glancing at Lee's identification card. Next, we have Gaara from the Sand Village. Task experience, 8 C-rank missions. Quite impressive. As a genin, he has already undertaken a B-rank mission that he is a foreign ninja and a newcomer. So, there is limited information available, Kabuto stated as he presented Gaara's card. Finally, we have Uzumaki Naruto, a genin from the Leaf Village and a newcomer this year. He is in the same team as you. It seems you're not very familiar with your teammates. Kabuto explained while revealing Naruto's card. Uzumaki Naruto, 15 D-rank missions, 1 C-rank mission. His abilities indicate he excels in taijutsu and possesses some ninjutsu, but has 0 proficiency in jinjutsu, resembling Rock Lee in being a taijutsu-focused ninja. In fact, he seems slightly stronger than Lee.is Naruto, really that formidable. The crowd expressed their surprise upon first encountering Naruto's limited abilities. This year, numerous excellent genin from various ninja villages are participating in the exam. As for the Sound Village, being a newly established minor nation, they lack detailed intelligence, Kabuto added, presenting a reference card regarding the various villages. Next came the lackluster performance, which caused anxiety among the crowd but amusement for Naruto. It must be said, Kabuto's flair for theatrics was nearly on par with Naruto's. After all, he was a multifaceted spy. Truly remarkable. Silence. You wretched failures. Ibiki finally arrived, alleviating the tension that had built up due to the display of strength from the Sound Ninja. "I apologize for the wait. I am Marino Ibiki, The head examiner for the first round of the CH selection exams. I am a genin from the Sound Village. You best not misbehave before the exam. Understand? Unless you wish to be disqualified, Ibiki's serious demeanor, accentuated by the scars on his face, instilled additional fear that I'm sorry. This is my first time taking an exam. The ninja from the Sound Village who had attacked responded nonchalantly. To clarify, you are not permitted to engage in battles or quarrels behind the head examiner's back. And even if granted permission, you must not endanger your opponent's life, should anyone dare to defy my orders. They will immediately lose their right to participate. Ibiki continued coldly, successfully commanding the crowd's attention. Now, let us commence the first round of the CH exams. Submit your application forms, then collect your identification tags, and take your seats according to your numbers. We will soon distribute the written exam papers. After submitting his application and receiving his identification tag, Naruto took his seat and noticed Hinata beside him, sighing inwardly. It seems my butterfly wings are not yet strong enough. Perhaps I should just sleep through this exam. Hinata, you need to do your best. Naruto called out to her while resting his head on the desk, his sunglasses concealing the affectionate gaze he directed her way. Why yes, we both need to do our best, Hinata stammered, valiantly battling her shyness. Ibiki began explaining the crucial rules of the exam. Naruto had already drifted off into slumber, the classroom silence allowing him to rest undisturbed. Once the exam commenced, the participants began to showcase their unique skills. Some utilized sand, others insects, some puppets, mirrors, sound, and ocular techniques, each displaying their talents in a dazzling array. Yet, several were disqualified after being caught 5 times. Meanwhile, Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke, unaware of the underlying circumstances, were increasingly anxious as they witnessed Naruto succumbing to sleep once more, feeling helpless in their desire to assist him. Suddenly, with a violent crash, a stone shattered the window and flew into the classroom, simultaneously engulfing the podium and Ibiki in a curtain. Naruto, disturbed from his slumber by the commotion, scratched his head. Now is not the time for excitement. I am Mitarashi Anko, the examiner for the second round. Hurry and join the next phase of the exam. Follow me. Anko's extraordinary entrance left the previously relieved crowd utterly stunned, resulting in a moment of awkward silence. And oh, one cares about you, a voice from behind the curtain mocked. Increasing Anko's embarrassment, she quickly retorted, there are 72 of you remaining. Only 24 teams left, right? The first round was too simple. With Naruto's inspiring presence absent, the remaining number of participants had decreased by 2 teams compared to the original story. Despite their lingering anxiety, 24 teams persisted that it seems there are many promising candidates this time. Ibiki remarked nonchalantly. Well then, let us reduce the number of participants to less than half in the next round. How thrilling! Detailed instructions will be provided the following day at the examination venue. With that, Anko declared dismissed, leaving the candidates exchanging glances, speechless. Someone actually passed by submitting a blank paper. Uzumaki Naruto, what an intriguing fellow. Ibiki mused while collecting the papers after the candidates departed. Though Naruto had not even written his name, his ability to sleep from the start of the exam until its conclusion had undoubtedly left a profound impression on Ibiki. The second round awaited. I wish you smooth sailing. It has been quite a while since I encountered such a lethargic little brat. Chapter 32. The Forest of Death. Why does this place evoke such a sense of dread? The candidates stood outside the foreboding Forest of Death, which was ominously surrounded by barbed wire, harboring their apprehensions. You shall soon understand why this place is called the Forest of Death, Anko declared enthusiastically to the candidates before the second round commenced. Before we begin, I must distribute these. With that, she produced a stack of consent forms from her pocket. These are consent forms. You must sign them to participate in the exam, Anko explained with a smile to those fixated on the papers in her hands. Why is that? One candidate could not help but inquire. Because there's a possibility that someone may perish during this exam. Hence your consent is required. Otherwise, I would be held accountable. Ha ha ha. Anko's laughter echoed ominously, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Awakened by the cacophony of his laughter, Naruto's first impression was of a queen whose sanity had faltered, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Now, I shall elucidate the rules for the second examination. Red Bean began earnestly, distributing the consent forms. Let me first introduce the terrain of the training ground. In other words, you are permitted to employ any means necessary for the scroll contest. Red Bean concluded with an unusually serious explanation. Scrolls? Indeed, you are required to vie for possession of the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Following the first examination, there will be 24 pairs, with half possessing the Heaven scroll and the other half the Earth scroll. The criterion for passing is that all 3 members of each pair must simultaneously hold the Heaven and Earth scrolls and reach the designated location, Takahashi, within 5 days. This implies that at least half of you will be eliminated. Remember, you have only 5 days. Upon hearing this stringent rule, aside from a few ill-intentioned individuals, those truly participating in the examination began to feel a sense of trepidation. Is it possible to forfeit midway? Shikamaru inquired lazily, attempting to gauge the situation. As I mentioned earlier, once the examination commences, no one is allowed to abandon it. You must remain in the forest for the entire 5 days at this moment. Red Bean truly embodied the role of an examiner. Next, I shall inform you of the elimination criteria for this examination. Now, you may exchange 3 consent forms over there for 1 scroll, and then each of you may select an entrance. Preparing to commence together. Lastly, a word of advice. Do not perish within. After elucidating the rules, Red Bean kindly cautioned. Subsequently, teams of lower ninjas retrieve their scrolls from behind a curtain-draped table, standing nervously at the entrance of the Forest of Death. Awaiting the examiner's command that I hereby announce the commencement of the second examination of the CH-9 selection test. As the time for the examination arrived, Red Bean proclaimed loudly. Then, teams of candidates swiftly entered the Forest of Death through their chosen entrances, including the Grass Ninja team, led by Orochimaru. As Naruto dashed through the forest, he sought the quickest route while remaining alert to his surroundings, knowing that Orochimaru would soon find him. Although he yearned for a confrontation with Orochimaru, Naruto understood that given his current capabilities, it would be prudent to avoid an encounter. Should he cross paths with Orochimaru, his long-concealed strength would inevitably be exposed, triggering a chain reaction that could significantly impact his plans. It was possible that the Umbu would invite him for tea. While he often subjected others to such situations, he found it far from pleasant when it might happen to him. For now, he had to play the part of a cautious turtle. He thought, his focus sharpened. Before long, Naruto discerned 3 minor foes lying in ambush, waiting for him and his companions. Never mind. Let's deal with them first. He resolved. With that thought, he accelerated, leveraging his extraordinary speed and heightened senses, dispatching the 3 lackluster rain ninjas before Sasuke and Sakura could even react. We are fortunate. They happen to possess the Earth Scroll. Naruto remarked with a smile, showing the Earth Scroll to Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke, since we have obtained the corresponding scroll, shall we rest for a moment? Sakura's voice came, slightly breathless. Turning to observe Sakura's condition, Naruto was taken aback, seeing Sakura panting and Sasuke also somewhat fatigued. He couldn't help but chastise himself internally. It seemed he was indeed quite intimidated by Orochimaru, having lost his usual composure and neglected to consider the physical state of his companions while hastily pushing forward at his own pace. "All right, let us take a break," he said, smiling as he sought to calm his restless heart since entering the Forest of Death. However, just as he halted and set foot on solid ground, Naruto sensed 2 familiar energy fluctuations and a faint energy presence rapidly closing in on him. Are they already here? In Naruto's perceptive realm, weak energy fluctuations could only belong to 2 types of individuals: ordinary folk or exceptionally powerful beings, given the perilous nature of the Forest of Death. Ordinary people would undoubtedly not be present, and the lower ninjas participating in the CH-9 exam could not possibly be so formidable. Thus, there was only one explanation. They had been locked onto by Orochimaru. As for the other 2 relatively average fluctuations, they were likely his so-called companions in this examination. It seemed that evasion was no longer an option. You all, prepare for battle. A formidable enemy approaches. You must be extremely cautious. Sensing Orochimaru drawing near, Naruto swiftly drew a shuriken, sternly warning Sasuke and Sakura, who were still unaware of the impending danger, while maintaining his focus on Orochimaru. Just as Orochimaru was about to close in, a gust of wind swept through, indicating the use of a ninjutsu scouting technique. Earth Style, Earth Flow Rampart. As the wind neared them, Naruto promptly activated this defensive Earth-style ninjutsu, creating a barrier against the approaching hurricane. Oh dear, I didn't expect someone your age to wield such ninjutsu. This is proving to be more entertaining than I anticipated. Orochimaru and his two accomplices finally revealed themselves, instructing, "You may leave. I will handle this. Then we shall take our leave." With that, the two accomplices promptly vanished from Naruto's sight. Huh. You covet the Earth Scroll I possess, for you hold the Heaven Scroll? Orochimaru remarked sinisterly, brandishing the Earth Scroll from his back. Regrettably, what you claim we lack, the Earth Scroll, we now possess, Naruto declared, tossing the Earth Scroll in his hand with a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Orochimaru. Upon catching a glimpse of the Earth Scroll in Naruto's hand, Orochimaru's expression momentarily froze. The scene revealed him with his mouth agape, having ingested half of the scroll as he remained transfixed on Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto casually tossed the Earth Scroll while smiling, discussing dinner plans with Sasuke and Sakura. You should possess enough pride, as you have successfully provoked me, Orochimaru remarked, discarding the scroll he had been holding. However, I am curious. How did you acquire the Earth Scroll in such a short time? Oh, it was nothing. We simply encountered a few minor nuisances along the way, and we dealt with them effortlessly. I suppose we were just fortunate, Naruto replied with an innocent tone, feigning a sigh. This is becoming increasingly amusing. Since you possess the Heaven Scroll I require, let us begin. The Life or Death Scroll contest. Orochimaru's demeanor shifted as he pulled down his right eyelid, coldly addressing the trio, unleashing his murderous intent upon them. Faced with Orochimaru's overwhelming aura, Sasuke and Sakura were momentarily stunned, their mouths agape as they stood frozen, grappling with the fear that surged within them, their stomachs churning. The murderous intent emanating from someone like Orochimaru was beyond their capacity to withstand. Chew! Just as Sasuke was about to succumb to nausea, Naruto's sneeze unexpectedly broke the tension. Please don't make such a grotesque expression. Thankfully, I didn't eat breakfast today. Otherwise, I think I might develop an aversion to food, he said languidly, hand resting on his mouth, completely unfazed by Orochimaru's killing intent. Oh, you little brat, it seems you possess quite the ability to remain composed amidst my murderous intent, Orochimaru remarked, shifting his gaze to Naruto, his pupils narrowing. Not at all, just average, merely the third best in the world. Naruto humbly waved his hand, dismissing the compliment. The reason Naruto remained unaffected by Orochimaru's killing intent was twofold. First, he had frequently faced such auras before. While they may not have matched the lethality of Orochimaru's, he had witnessed many bloodier scenes. Second, there was the influence of the Nine Tails. Although Naruto's relationship with the Nine Tails was transactional, he occasionally engaged in conversation with it, thus directly confronting the Nine Tails' murderous aura. Even if it was repressed, the killing intent exuded by the Nine Tails was something Orochimaru could not hope to rival. Naruto interrupted Orochimaru's assault of killing intent. Sasuke and Sakura, initially impacted, regained their composure, buoyed by Naruto's teasing remarks, preventing them from appearing as disheveled as in the original narrative, resorting to tricks when you cannot win in words, fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. With a smile directed at Orochimaru, Naruto suddenly unleashed a fire technique from behind him. As Sakura beheld the flames coalescing into flowers soaring towards her, she instinctively shut her eyes and let out a piercing scream. However, the tremendous tremor of the ground swiftly interrupted her cries. Behind her lay a scorched serpent, emitting wisps of smoke, which prompted Sakura to exhale in relief. Thank you, Naruto. Earth style and fire style. It seems you possess quite an array of ninjutsu. Just then, a gaping hole appeared in the back of the charred serpent, and Orochimaru emerged from it, while the Orochimaru facing Naruto morphed into a puddle of mud, a mere earth clone. Yet one must remain cautious when prey confronts a predator. The soaked Orochimaru, having crawled from the serpent's belly, remarked with a twisted grin before swiftly lunging toward the trio like a serpent. Indeed, but why are you so careless? Boom! Naruto, observing Orochimaru's rapid approach, smiled unhurriedly, and with a thunderous shout of boom, A series of explosions erupted beneath Orochimaru, catching him completely off guard. "Have we dealt with him?" Sasuke inquired anxiously, gazing at the smoke enveloping the area due to the violent blasts. "Not yet. He won't be so easily dispatched." "Will he? You twisted man," Naruto retorted to Sasuke before suddenly turning to a tree behind him. "What a truly unlovable little brat. Konoha truly is a cradle of genius. So what do you say? Would you be interested in joining me? I can offer you even greater power." Orochimaru, undeterred by Naruto exposing his ruse, sauntered out from behind the tree, tempting him. It turned out that right after releasing his killing intent, Orochimaru had seized a moment when Sasuke and Sakura were momentarily distracted to craft a distraction with an earth clone and body replacement technique. While his true self lay hidden within the serpent's belly, preparing to ambush Naruto and the others. However, he had not anticipated that Naruto had him completely under control. Thus, after executing the petal flame technique, Naruto, utilizing the cover of the fiery blossoms, stealthily tossed shuriken affixed with explosive tags into the space between the serpent and his allies, effectively concealing the evidence beneath the ash that had fallen from the scorched serpent. As Orochimaru positioned himself directly above, Naruto detonated the explosives, ensuring that even if he could not injure him, he could at least leave him in disarray. "That is the power you speak of, hiding in a serpent's belly only to be scorched, then emerging to be fried? Perhaps you should keep that to yourself," Naruto quipped, meeting Orochimaru's gentle gaze with a teasing tone. "Little brat, you mustn't be so arrogant when addressing your elders." After being taunted by Naruto multiple times, Orochimaru's expression hardened as he coldly replied. Chapter 33. Confrontation with Orochimaru. "Sasuke, Sakura, allow me to handle him. You two must escape swiftly," Naruto declared gravely upon noticing the shift in Orochimaru's demeanor. "Wishing to flee? It would be quite unfortunate if you were to escape from my grasp." Orochimaru spoke, his face charred and peeling, as he suddenly ripped away the useless skin to reveal his true visage to Naruto and the others. After licking his lips, revealing his original appearance, he softly uttered, "Hidden shadow, snake hands," as numerous serpents surged towards the trio. Fire style. Petal flame technique. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's assault, Naruto unleashed his fire technique to block the oncoming snakes and promptly shouted, "Sasuke, watch your back." As Sasuke leapt aside, Naruto executed a leaf whirlwind, creating a resounding impact as he struck backward. Once the dust settled, Sasuke and Sakura found themselves facing Orochimaru, who was blocking Naruto's right leg with his hand. The three in a tense standoff. Naruto-kun, your reflexes are quite impressive. Under normal circumstances, I would gladly accept your skills, but alas, why must you resist me? Why not come on my side? After Naruto thwarted Orochimaru's sneak attack, he extended an olive branch once more. "Regrettably, I have no interest in that. Prepare for my next move. Gale Force." Naruto, unfazed by his attack being blocked, unleashed the Wind God Leg technique. To Sasuke and Sakura's astonishment, Naruto's body moved with incredible speed, particularly his legs, which became a blur, leaving only his shadow visible. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed continuously, almost merging into a singular rhythm. However, Orochimaru managed to withstand nearly all of the assault. Appearing unfazed even after sustaining hits, it seemed his physical enhancements had reached a remarkable level. No wonder Tsunade's monstrous strength had little effect on him. It became evident that using taijutsu would be challenging. But the priority was to restrain him, allowing Sasuke and Sakura to escape. "Sasuke, take Sakura and get as far away as possible," Naruto urged, his strong mental fortitude allowing him to converse despite the chaos of battle. A skill that could easily prove fatal for others. "Sakura, we must leave. Staying here will only distract Naruto. Our power is still too insignificant," Sasuke said, glancing back at Sakura, a glum expression on his face. "Naruto-kun, my interest in you grows ever deeper. I sincerely invite you to join my village. How about it? Great power awaits you there." Orochimaru licked his lips, unfazed as he observed Sasuke and Sakura retreat. "I appreciate your kind words, but to be honest, I find your appearance quite unappealing. It makes me feel rather nauseous," Naruto replied, his tone reminiscent of an old acquaintance. "This little brat is truly extraordinary." From the very beginning, he remained composed, impervious to my killing intent, and later effortlessly employed earth-style and fire-style techniques. It seems he possesses both chakra attributes. More importantly, he always seems to anticipate my moves. Acting like a sensory ninja, his taijutsu is remarkable, too, having crafted a unique style of his own. While it may not affect me, against others, its lethality would be remarkable. The only aspect yet to be determined is his genjutsu capabilities. Since that's the case, me, so. Suddenly, Orochimaru retreated rapidly, distancing himself from Naruto's taijutsu range, and enunciated the notes deliberately. Genjutsu, Naruto murmured, sensing a ripple in his mind from Orochimaru's voice as he surveyed the drastically altered surroundings. In the original work, Orochimaru rarely employed genjutsu. It seemed his proficiency in it was not to be underestimated. After all, how could he possibly have trained under a genjutsu master like Kabuto and not learn the art? However, for me, this proves to be of little consequence. Regardless of how the environment transforms, as long as I can monitor your movements, what is there to fear? Moreover, this mental disturbance-based illusion would be utterly ineffective against me. With sunglasses perched on his nose and eyes closed, Naruto perceived Orochimaru's every action laid bare, rendering him incapable of inflicting harm. Indeed, having kept a close eye on Orochimaru, Naruto skillfully swayed left and right, evading the shuriken hurled his way as a test. So, genjutsu is ineffective as well. Truly a versatile talent. Orochimaru mused, exhilarated as he beheld Naruto's composed form. Brimming with vulnerabilities, yet effortlessly evading his shuriken, Naruto-kun, I am genuinely curious about your origins. You must have just graduated from the Ninja Academy, yet with such skill at your age, proficient in taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu sensory techniques. You are a polymath ninja. If only you had been around during the Ninja World War, you would have shone brightly. Even now, your name will surely echo through the land soon, provided you survive my grasp. When did Konoha become capable of producing such remarkable talent? Pray tell, who is your master? Thank you for your compliments. However, I must refrain from divulging any details, but given your intentions, it seems you are not here for the Chunin exams. If any nation had ninjas of your caliber, they would have unified the ninja world long ago, Naruto replied, gazing at Orochimaru, who gleamed with excitement, though his eyes remained closed. What an impressive analytical mind you possess. Indeed, I am not here for the Chunin exams. My sole purpose is Sasuke, although now it has expanded to include you as well, Naruto-kun. You should feel honored. Your abilities have caught my admiration. Orochimaru remained exuberantly enthusiastic, clearly exhilarated by Naruto's abilities. Alas, the only thing you lack is a formidable bloodline limit. If only you had one, it would be utterly perfect. Yet, Orochimaru seemed lost in a state of self-indulgence, akin to a drug addict reveling in his high. However, it appears that both of your objectives are destined to fail. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Naruto toyed with the shuriken in his hand. Naruto-kun, it seems you are overly confident in your own strength. Orochimaru suddenly remarked, causing a wave of unease to wash over Naruto. Immediately expanding the range of his abilities, Naruto discovered that Sasuke and Sakura had halted, confronting three sound ninja, while Kabuto and his group lurked behind a tree, observing them. Have they already noticed? What a terrifying sense of perception. Ha! Seeing Naruto's expression change after hearing his words, Orochimaru internally exclaimed with glee as Naruto furrowed his brows. It seems you have realized it. Fear not, my subordinates will provide them with a delightful journey. This time, Orochimaru said with a wicked gleam. How infuriating. I truly overlooked this detail in the original story. It was Sasuke who was bitten first, and given Sasuke's current strength, he could hardly contend with those sound-based adversaries. Orochimaru, I must concede that your strategy is remarkably effective. It appears I must resolve this battle swiftly, Naruto said with concern, though he skillfully concealed his anxiety from someone so adept at performance. Oh, do you still possess hidden strength? I am eager to witness it, Orochimaru remarked nonchalantly, extending his tongue as he gazed at Naruto. Fire release. Great fireball technique, wind release. Great breakthrough, fusion ninjutsu. Raging Inferno. With his mind locked firmly on Orochimaru, Naruto unleashed the fusion ninjutsu he had conceived over the past few days to counter Orochimaru, despite lacking practice opportunities. After all, Naruto should not be able to perform either the Great Fireball or the Great Breakthrough, let alone combine them to create this fusion technique. This illustrates just how formidable the Shadow Clone technique is. Naruto had significantly enhanced his strength in merely a few idle days before submitting mission applications. A truly frightening rate of training. He tightly restrained Orochimaru's position. Naruto noticed that Orochimaru was rapidly retreating, then summoned a giant snake and 3 Rashomon gates to block the assault of his fusion ninjutsu. However, as a consequence, the 3 Rashomon gates, facing the raging inferno, were incinerated, and the giant snake suffered considerable injury as it was scorched by the now greatly diminished flames before retreating back to the summoning realm. Little brat, it seems I have truly underestimated you. You can even utilize fusion ninjutsu, and such a powerful one at that. However, this commotion is likely to attract quite a crowd. It seems I can no longer afford to toy with you, Orochimaru declared, summoning a significantly larger snake and leaping atop its head as he charged towards Naruto. Having watched it on television, one might have thought a target of such size was merely asking for punishment. However, now that Naruto personally experienced the immense advantage of summoning beasts, he had to reassess his previous notions. For a creature of such size, ordinary ninjutsu felt akin to a mere tickle, while powerful ninjutsu, particularly fusion techniques, required vast reserves of chakra and mental strength. Naruto had no shortage of chakra, but as it was his first time employing this fusion ninjutsu, his mental power had yet to effectively merge with it, resulting in a significant waste of energy. He could only attempt to unleash one more such technique. Yet, even if he managed to dispatch this colossal beast in such a manner, facing a formidable opponent like Orochimaru in his weakened state would likely lead to a gruesome demise. The worst fate would be being captured and turned into a specimen for research. The mere thought sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. The advantages of size quickly became apparent. The already swift Orochimaru moved beside Naruto in an instant, rendering Naruto's speed advantage ineffective. While Orochimaru's neck elongated, poised to strike as Naruto fled, he hurled shuriken affixed with explosive tags at the giant snake behind him, hoping to impede its advance. Unfortunately, this only served to incite its fury, increasing its speed and further distressing Naruto. It was evident that after the exam, he would need to seek out Jiraiya to learn summoning techniques. But for now, he needed to focus on evading. What to do? The disparity in strength was glaringly evident, and Orochimaru had hardly made a move thus far. Utilizing his hidden abilities, Naruto concealed himself behind a tree, sweating profusely as he pondered his predicament. Ever since arriving in this world, he had navigated with ease due to his familiarity with the plot, initially believing he could once again turn danger into opportunity. Yet he had overlooked numerous crucial details in his plan. At first, he aimed to reach the central tower swiftly, where many formidable ninjas resided. Surely, Orochimaru would hesitate to act against such a powerful congregation. If he could not escape, Naruto intended to stall Orochimaru while Sasuke and Sakura pressed on. Once they reached the central tower, Naruto would use his speed to evade Orochimaru's pursuit. However, he had failed to account for the formidable Sound Ninja, who were still strong adversaries for Sasuke, and Orochimaru's powerful summoning beasts, resulting in Sasuke being surrounded while his own life hung in the balance. "What are you thinking about?" Suddenly, Orochimaru's voice echoed in Naruto's ears. "Oh no, how did Orochimaru get so close? Has my ability failed? I distinctly sensed him over there." Upon hearing Orochimaru's voice, Naruto quickly shifted to the other side, panic surging within him. This ability was his greatest reliance. Its sudden failure was unbearable. "Naruto-kun, you are indeed still quite young. Losing your composure is a grave sin in battle." Orochimaru's voice resonated. In an instant, Naruto felt a sharp pain at his neck, followed by a wave of dark chakra surging through his body from a wound. "It's over. The curse mark? What is happening? How did you get behind me?" Clutching his neck where the mark had bitten him, he glared at Orochimaru, who had returned to his perch atop the giant snake. "Naruto-kun, do you like my little gift? Ha ha. Enjoy the joy it brings you." With that, Orochimaru began to dissipate, So that's why the hidden village is called the Sound Ninja. Suppressing his pain, Naruto murmured, having previously only noticed that two of Orochimaru's subordinates, Zaku and Dosu, also wielded sound techniques. He had not anticipated that the founder himself was so adept with sound. It turned out that Orochimaru had not moved to Naruto's side at all. Moreover, with Naruto's abilities, he could not have detected Naruto's position. The situation arose entirely from Orochimaru's manipulation of sound, akin to the technique used by Li Qiushui in Demigods and Semi-Devils to locate Tian Shan Tong Lao, where one could hear a voice from miles away, as if it were right beside them. Although Orochimaru had not answered Naruto's question earlier, the shifting sound as he departed spoke volumes. I can't believe I fell for that too. Sasuke, it seems you owe me a debt of gratitude. Speaking of which, Sasuke... Oh no. Suddenly recalling Sasuke, Naruto disregarded his own pain and sprinted towards the direction he had last seen Sasuke, leaving only ruins to indicate that a fierce battle had once transpired here. Chapter 34. The curse mark erupts. It seems Orochimaru is truly relentless. As Naruto dashed toward Sasuke, he sensed Orochimaru also rapidly pursuing that direction, and he sighed inwardly. What a troublesome fellow, feeling the lingering pain of the cursed mark, which had been suppressed yet still occasionally throbbed. Naruto realized his speed had diminished significantly. It appeared he could no longer thwart Orochimaru's plans. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that led to this predicament. Had he refined his body to the surface, Orochimaru's fangs would not have left a cursed mark on his neck. Regrettably, he overlooked a crucial factor. He was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. In terms of destructive chakra, only the dark chakra of the Uchiha clan could rival the Nine-Tails. While Orochimaru's curse mark was indeed sinister, it paled in comparison to the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Now, Naruto could sense the Nine-Tails chakra emerging from within him, battling against the cursed chakra left by Orochimaru, gradually wearing it down. However, due to the intense corrosiveness of that cursed chakra, it could not yet be eradicated. As Naruto attentively observed the battle involving Sasuke, he simultaneously reflected upon the state of his own body. It seemed that the inertia of history remained overwhelmingly potent. Indeed, Sasuke had succumbed to the bite. However, when had his Sharingan developed to the level of 2 Tomo, without the confrontation with Haku, it was evident that he must have sought out Kakashi after concluding his training with me in recent days. This was the only explanation that made sense. Alas, my strength remains insufficient to alter this course of history. Naruto sensed that Orochimaru had already outpaced him and was now confronting Sasuke, much like in the original narrative. After assessing Sasuke's capabilities, Orochimaru bid him as well. How peculiar it is that Orochimaru harbors the potential to become a zombie. Why extend his neck in such a manner when there are better pursuits? It is truly a self-destructive endeavor. Naruto bitterly mused as he watched Orochimaru bite Sasuke. The subsequent events unfolded similarly to the original tale. After Orochimaru's departure, Kabuto and his 2 companions also exited, leaving behind the 3 sound ninjas to face the now unconscious Sasuke and the nearly incapacitated Sakura. Next came a scene where Lee gallantly attempted to rescue Sakura. However, his taijutsu was no match for the bizarre techniques of the sound ninjas, resulting in considerable setbacks, though he did not employ the front lotus, relying instead on Konoha's taijutsu interspersed with some unrefined wind godleg techniques. He still fought with great difficulty. I must assist him in clearing his chakra pathways swiftly. Naruto thought to himself as he observed Lee's helplessness against the sound ninjas. You are the last one remaining. You must provide me with greater amusement, Sasuke declared, his face marred with grotesque patterns. Sasuke, I never anticipated you would become so enamored with such power. What a disappointment you are, Naruto admonished, crossing his arms as he observed Sasuke's current state. Naruto, you're alive. How wonderful! Sakura and Lee exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Naruto still standing. Sasuke, however, remained lost in the allure of the power he now wielded. Lee, I never imagined you would be so thoroughly bullied. Are those 3 truly that formidable? Naruto questioned, only to suddenly appear behind the only standing sound ninja and deliver a strike to the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. Impressive. Observing Naruto's speed and the force of his strike, everyone present felt a shiver run down their spines. Indeed, Lee was right. This Naruto fellow should not be underestimated. His strength is unfathomable, and his speed renders him nearly impossible to counter. Neji, perched upon a tree branch, marveled at Naruto's presence. "Naruto, I'm so useless," Lee lamented, gripping his hands tightly as he lay on the ground, watching Naruto approach. "It's nothing serious. Your techniques were simply countered by theirs. After this exam, I will provide you with special training to ensure you can overcome your shortcomings." Naruto comforted Lee, channeling the remaining chakra free from the curse mark into Lee to aid in his recovery. "Sasuke, you too should regain your composure." After stabilizing Lee's injuries, Naruto turned to Sasuke, whose face was contorted with rage, and in an instant, he appeared before Sasuke, delivering a punch that sent him crashing into a nearby stump. "Have you forgotten what your dreams are? With your current demeanor, do you truly believe you can achieve those two goals? That would be nothing short of a fool's errand. Those who are ensnared by malevolent power can never truly master it. Only by transforming the reliance on such power into a means of utilizing it can one draw closer to success." Naruto remarked coolly as he observed Sasuke, who had just spat a mouthful of blood after being struck. "This is also the reason I refuse to allow myself to transform into the Nine Tails. I cannot trust that a 1,000-year-old demon born of resentment would refrain from harming my body. Nor do I believe that a mere few years of companionship could sway it. If it were ever to be pacified, it would likely be at the moment of its demise. Such a force is merely a transaction. It cannot be bound. Transforming into one or two tails is utterly futile against a formidable opponent like Orochimaru. At least 5 tails are necessary. Moreover, given my current physical condition, I would struggle to withstand the power of 7 tails. With my mental fortitude presently, I would be unable to prevent the 9 tails from further eroding my being. If I were to succumb to the corruption of 7 tails, who could possibly stop it? I fear I too would be consumed. I'm sorry. Naruto, I truly feel inadequate." Having regained some composure, Sasuke, free from the curse mark, observed the gazes of his peers, and then met Naruto's cold eyes. Lowering his head in apology, "The power you felt earlier was likely the cursed mark's influence. From my observations, it is an exceedingly malevolent force. Should you rely on it, your spirit will gradually be eroded, rendering you a slave to that power at that point. Not only would revenge be out of reach, but you may even lose sight of your own identity." Naruto sighed in relief upon seeing Sasuke's guilty expression. Currently, Sasuke is not yet ready to grow into the cold and obsessive figure he might become. Through my guidance, it is likely I can steer him back onto the path I hope for. After all, he is still young. It is good that you understand now. From this point forward, without my permission, you must never utilize that power. I will find a way to seal it away. Sakura rushed to support the immobile Sasuke. Naruto suddenly adopted a serious tone, causing Sakura to tremble and Sasuke to groan in pain. Ignoring the flustered Sakura, who had matured through this ordeal, Naruto smiled at the Konoha ninjas surrounding them, saying, "Thank you for coming to our aid. I will remember this kindness that if you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, and I will surely help if I can. Regarding this scroll, anyone in need may take it. We have already gathered what we require," Naruto declared, having retrieved a book of earth from the defeated Sound Ninjas. "Humph." Neji scoffed disdainfully before assisting the barely standing Lee and departing without a backward glance. Demonstrating his typical pride that in that case, we shall graciously accept it. Avoiding complications, Shikamaru stepped forward and took the book of earth from Naruto, departing with Ino and Choji. "Sasuke, Sakura, are you both all right? Can you still fight?" After Neji and Shikamaru's teams had distanced themselves, Naruto inquired of Sasuke and Sakura. "Yes," Sakura clenched her fists, her gaze resolute. "Yes," Sasuke, despite the pain coursing through him, managed to stand shakily. Now is not the time for bravado in this perilous environment. Stepping closer to support Sasuke, Naruto infused his chakra into Sasuke to aid in his recovery. That should suffice. Feeling Sasuke's body regain approximately 70% of its strength, Naruto clapped his hands together. "Relieved that we should now be able to handle most ninja teams, that I leave the next steps to you." After uttering this, Naruto suddenly collapsed. Naruto, seeing the once lively and powerful Naruto fall unconscious, both Sasuke and Sakura cried out in alarm. "What do we do now, Sasuke?" Rather than panic, Sakura calmly turned to Sasuke for guidance. We need to carry Naruto to the tree hollow. He needs our care now. Sasuke, having matured through this ordeal, asserted, Naruto, you must not be harmed. As they lifted Naruto into the hollow, both of them silently prayed while feeling his fluctuating body temperature and the pallor of his face. Meanwhile, Naruto, trapped in unconsciousness, was not faring well. The suppressed cursed mark chakra erupted violently as Naruto had approached Sasuke, who was utilizing the cursed mark's power. Struggling against the weakened mental strain from his earlier encounter with Orochimaru, he had also been aiding Lee and Sasuke in their recovery, which only exacerbated the burden on his body and mind. After completing all he could no longer suppress it. The cursed mark chakra surged forth, leading to his fainting spell that in his unconscious state, Naruto, reflecting his outward appearance, was engaged in a fierce internal struggle. With the restraints weakened, the cursed mark chakra unleashed a thunderous counterattack, swiftly encroaching upon the majority of Naruto's internal territory. Now, Naruto found his own chakra completely suppressed as the cursed seal chakra gradually approached his heart. He was left with no choice but to harness the chakra of the Nine Tails for defense. However, the final blow was undeniably the most formidable, and though Naruto managed to summon the Nine Tails chakra, he helplessly realized that the erosion of the cursed seal chakra, while slowed significantly, continued its advance. Damn, is the cursed seal chakra really that powerful? Naruto couldn't help but curse inwardly. The cursed seal chakra had already consumed the Nine Tails chakra that surrounded him, taking over all the meridians in his vicinity, thwarting Naruto's desire to ensnare it within his own chakra. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred, to Naruto's astonishment, after the cursed seal chakra latched onto his meridians. A new chakra emerged from them, gradually absorbing the layer of cursed seal chakra it had touched, allowing Naruto's summoned Nine Tails chakra to re-establish a surrounding encirclement against the cursed seal chakra. What is happening? There's actually another chakra within my body. Upon seeing the gray chakra emanating from his meridians, Naruto instantly understood. It turned out that within him existed a gray chakra, a fusion of his own chakra and that of the Nine Tails, which had been utilized for bodily refinement. Previously, after merging, this gray chakra had integrated into his body, making it impossible for him to command it smoothly, unless faced with a special circumstance. Over time, he had even forgotten of its existence, only to discover, at this critical juncture, that it was instrumental in his salvation. Soon, Naruto was astonished and noticed that the gray chakra within him was increasing in volume and swiftly devouring the chakra inside his body. Not only the cursed seal chakra, but also that of Naruto and the Nine Tails, it swept through like a tempest, leaving no remnants behind, filling his meridians and body with gray chakra. Ultimately, even the source of the cursed seal was consumed by this gray chakra, causing the three Tomo-shaped cursed seal symbols on Naruto's neck to vanish without a trace. As Naruto lay unconscious, the gray chakra coursing through his body facilitated a rapid recovery of his physical functions. However, as the flow of this gray chakra persisted and accelerated, it eventually transformed into black chakra, filling his body to the brim. Observing the chakra flow returning to normalcy, Naruto attempted to control this mutated chakra, only to find that it responded to him as if it were an extension of his own limbs. Completely under his command, contrary to his earlier concerns of losing control, it seemed that this examination had indeed presented an array of unforeseen circumstances, feeling a mix of emotions regarding the situation slipping from his grasp. Naruto sighed lightly within. Yet, wasn't this quite fortuitous? His control over chakra had become more adept, and he could clearly sense the immense power contained within this newly generated chakra. What time is it now? Feeling that his body was entirely free of issues, with not only the side effects of the cursed seal dissipated, but also his mental acuity fully restored, Naruto turned to Sakura, who was crouching nearby, watching over him, and asked softly, Naruto, you're finally awake. It's noon, and there are still 2.5 hours left until the exam concludes, Sakura exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Naruto regain consciousness. 2.5 hours. It seems I've been unconscious for quite a while, Naruto murmured, and upon spotting Sasuke, who was on guard outside, he immediately called out, Let's go, Sakura, Sasuke, we need to hurry. We can't afford to be eliminated here. Okay. Hearing Naruto's words and witnessing his full recovery, both Sasuke and Sakura excitedly clenched their fists and replied in unison. Chapter 35. The preliminary rounds commence finally. We've made it, standing outside the entrance of the central tower. Sakura exclaimed with delight as she gazed at the finish line within reach. Yes, let's go inside. Naruto sighed in relief. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any formidable adversaries along the way. Otherwise, Sasuke and Sakura would likely have been utterly exhausted by the time they arrived here, which would be detrimental to their performance in the upcoming exam. Watching Sasuke and Sakura, who were slightly out of breath, Naruto thought to himself, "Hey, long time no see. It looks like you've endured quite a bit." Upon entering the tower and opening the scroll, Iruka appeared, welcoming them with a smile. Why did Teacher Iruka use a body substitution technique to appear? Sakura asked in astonishment upon seeing Iruka's sudden appearance. At the end of the second exam, we Chunin are here to welcome the candidates, and I happen to be your important messenger, Iruka explained with a smile. Congratulations on passing the second exam. Iruka then elaborated on the Chunin exam insights displayed on the wall before advising worriedly. However, please don't push yourselves too hard in the final third exam. Teacher Iruka, you must have faith in our abilities. We're no longer students of the Ninja Academy. Naruto waved his hand dismissively and then added without reservation, how about this? If we pass the upcoming exam, you treat us to ramen? It's settled. All right, as long as you pass the next exam, I'll treat you to ramen, Iruka replied, feeling relieved at Naruto's determined expression. Subsequently, under Iruka's guidance, Naruto and the others entered the training ground marked with a hand seal. First, congratulations to all of you for passing the second exam, Hondo announced loudly, gazing at the 21 genin standing in the arena. Think it's still this few of us. Naruto scanned the area and noted that the passing genin were the same as in the original story, pondering silently. Next, we will have the Hokage explain the third exam, so please pay close attention, Hondo declared, noticing the excitement among the crowd, and then turned respectfully to the third Hokage, saying, "Now, Hokage-sama, please. The third exam is about to commence. And before I explain, I must clarify one thing regarding the true purpose of this exam." The third Hokage began a lengthy discourse, demonstrating that, no matter the context, speeches from leaders were particularly tedious and drawn out. "Hokage-sama, I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Allow me, Tsukigakure Shurfong, to take over the proceedings," the asthma-stricken Tsukigakure Shurfong interjected, kneeling before the third Hokage as he finished his explanation of the rules. "Thank you for your assistance." The third Hokage nodded in agreement and stepped back. "Greetings, everyone. Before we proceed with the third exam, you all need to complete a task related to whether you can participate in the formal examination." Tsukigakure Shurfong coughed as he explained. "Indeed, it seems that the next to withdraw will be Yakushi Kabuto. This drama appears to be continuing." Naruto thought silently as he observed the scene unfolding just as it had in the original story. Contemplating how to face the impending situation, such as the match between Rock Lee and Gaara. Because the first two exams were too easy, there are too many remaining participants. Therefore, we must conduct a preliminary round according to the Chunin exam rules to reduce the number of candidates for the third exam. Tsukigakure Shurfong continued explaining to the puzzled audience that it seems he too was someone who relentlessly trained in his youth. Naruto mused, having discerned the many failed functions within Tsukigakure Shurfong's body through his abilities. Is there anyone else wishing to forfeit? If not, we will begin the exam immediately. After explaining the rules, Yakushi Kabuto indeed chose to withdraw, prompting Tsukigakure Shurfong to inquire again. So, no one wishes to withdraw? This exam's rules are, having confirmed that no one was withdrawing, Tsukigakure Shurfong proceeded to announce, "The first match will be Chidori Armor versus Uchiha Sasuke. Please step forward, while the rest of you wait in the corridor." After displaying the names of the combatants on the electronic board, Tsukigakure Shurfong addressed the audience. Soon, only Sasuke and Chidori Armor, along with Tsukigakure Shurfong, remained in the arena, while the others retreated to the second-floor corridor to watch the match. As Naruto ascended the stairs, he gave Sasuke a pat on the back, saying a few encouraging words. "Now, let the first round begin. Ready, set, Go! As the Moonlight Gale observed that everyone had taken their positions on the stage. He directed his voice towards the two individuals confronting each other in the arena. No sooner had his words fallen than the Crimson Armor hurled several shurikens, effectively restricting Sasuke's movements, before charging towards him. After Sasuke deflected the projectiles, Crimson Armor's fist was already perilously close. However, heeding Naruto's advice, Sasuke refrained from engaging in close combat with his only available taijutsu, and instead swiftly retreated, evading the punch. He then threw the shuriken in his hand towards the aging Crimson Armor. Startled, Crimson Armor momentarily halted, ultimately resorting to clumsily blocking Sasuke's shuriken attack. The two then engaged in close-quarters combat with the shurikens, one striving to make contact with the other while the latter sought to evade such contact, resulting in a situation where Sasuke appeared increasingly beleaguered. Why? Why did Sasuke not utilize his exceptional taijutsu skills and instead engage in a prolonged battle unfavorable to himself? Did he not fear the curse mark's eruption? Orochimaru, observing the scene from the stands, mused in confusion that it seemed that the Whirlpool Naruto had imparted some strategy to him before leaving. Whirlwind Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and now an orphan of Konoha, you have certainly surprised me. Watching Naruto, who was leaning against the railing and asleep, Orochimaru licked his lips, exhilarated by the thought. With Orochimaru's ability to gather intelligence in Konoha, Naruto's basic background had been thoroughly investigated during his brief period of unconsciousness. It appears that my journey to Konoha was indeed fortuitous. The prospect of potentially possessing two formidable allies made Orochimaru somewhat lose his composure. Meanwhile, the battle between Sasuke and Crimson Armor escalated rapidly, with their exchanges becoming increasingly frequent and the engagement area narrowing. Suddenly, Sasuke's body froze, and he discarded the shuriken in his hand, clutching his neck. A moment later, the delayed Sasuke found himself ensnared by Crimson Armor. As the audience witnessed Sasuke being incapacitated by Crimson Armor, a wave of shock swept through them, with Sakura particularly anxious, just as everyone was focused on the immobile Sasuke. Crimson Armor's body suddenly soared into the air, revealing that the Sasuke he held had transformed into a puff of smoke, while the real Sasuke appeared behind him. Lion's Barrage, having copied Lee's taijutsu and added his own improvisation. Sasuke executed this stunning technique, earning a resounding ovation as gasps of astonishment echoed in the hearts and voices of the crowd. However, many had also noticed Sasuke's use of the shadow clone technique, prompting Kakashi to cast a meaningful glance in Naruto's direction. Following Moonlight Gale's declaration of Sasuke's victory, the medical team promptly carried the unconscious Crimson Armor on a stretcher to the hospital for treatment. As for Sasuke, he was taken away by Kakashi for the sealing ceremony. As he passed by Naruto, still in a deep slumber, he softly expressed his gratitude, prompting the usually laid-back Kakashi to glance at Naruto once more. Feeling increasingly perplexed by the thoughts of this student whose intellect far surpassed that of his peers. Subsequently, the Sound Nin instructor masquerading as Orochimaru trailed behind Kakashi, while Naruto continued to sleep soundly, unconcerned about the unfolding examination. With the next match announced, now, for the second battle, please welcome Sakura and Aburame Shino. Moonlight Gale rasped, his gaze fixed on the electronic board after clearing the arena. The outcome was inevitable. As in the original narrative, Sakura not only lost but suffered a humiliating defeat, relinquishing his very lifeblood, his arms. Next, now, let us witness the duel between Ken Sanjaku and Kanjiro. Moonlight Gale continued, his eyes still glued to the board as he announced the next competitors. This match mirrored the original almost perfectly, and the examinations proceeded in a methodical rhythm. However, the subsequent two matches featuring female ninjas piqued Naruto's interest slightly, while Shikamaru's high IQ tactics, though impressive, lacked the exhilarating spectacle that could ignite the audience's fervor. Yet he had to admit, Shikamaru was indeed an exceptional strategist, albeit one not available for his own use. Naruto reflected. Now, for the match between Naruto Uzumaki and Inuzuka Kiba, please enter the arena, Moonlight Gale proclaimed. Naruto, it's your turn, Sakura exclaimed upon seeing the name displayed on the electronic board. However, observing Naruto's lack of response, she felt her temples pulse with frustration, preparing to shout when Naruto suddenly stood up. Ah, it's my turn? So soon? I'm not ready yet. How annoying. Naruto stretched lazily, then spun around and leapt down from the railing, leaving Sakura momentarily stunned and feeling a wave of annoyance. Kiba, I'm gonna show you my hidden strength, Inuzuka stated earnestly, releasing Akamaru from his head. Rather than spouting nonsense, I'd prefer to let my strength speak for itself. I'm curious to see just how far your abilities have developed over the years. Naruto replied nonchalantly. This remark prompted Kiba to recall a moment from the past. I am no longer the same as before. Should you underestimate me, you will surely pay the price, Kiba thought to himself. Shaking off the pressure Naruto had once imposed on him, that it seemed Kiba was in for a challenge. Observing Kiba confronting Naruto, Lee, Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, and Sakura, all of whom were somewhat aware of Naruto's prowess, were not optimistic about Kiba's chances. If Kiba did not possess any hidden trump card capable of harming Naruto, the outcome of this match appeared predetermined. Now, please begin, Moonlight Gale instructed, stepping back to provide ample space for the two prepared contenders. Beast Mimicry Technique, Four-Legged Technique. Upon hearing the announcement, Kiba promptly employed his signature ninjutsu and charged at Naruto. Too slow, Naruto effortlessly blocked Kiba's elbow strike with one hand, chastising him. That was a linear attack with no change in trajectory. It was easily countered. Kiba, have you only grown to this extent? Don't underestimate me. Kiba swiftly grasped Naruto's body, immobilizing him, while Akamaru, having transformed, launched an attack from behind. Helplessly ensnared, Naruto was struck by Akamaru, and as Kiba released his grip, he was sent flying through the air. This must be a joke. Initially astonished by Naruto's ease in blocking Kiba's attack, the spectators were soon disrupted by Kiba's combined assault, leaving many in disbelief. Examiner, you may announce the results of the test. Kiba gleefully urged Moonlight Gale as Naruto lay motionless on the ground. Kiba, you are indeed overly confident in your abilities. Just as Kiba pondered why the examiner remained silent, Naruto's voice suddenly emerged from the shadow of the enormous hand seal behind the examiner. Chapter 36. Behind a victory, as Naruto's words echoed, the incapacitated figure of Naruto transformed into a puff of smoke and vanished. Shadow clone? This little one is quite remarkable, having mastered jutsu of a jounin level, exclaimed some ninjas witnessing Naruto's performance for the first time, filled with astonishment. Indeed, but this presents a great opportunity for a surprise attack. What is Naruto scheming? Shikamaru wondered, observing Naruto's seemingly unmotivated demeanor. Come on, Naruto, Sakura shouted, likely attempting to vent her earlier frustration. How could this be? Even if it is a shadow clone, it should still carry your scent. Why was there no trace of your odor earlier? What method did you employ to eliminate your scent? Kiba questioned incredulously, watching Naruto emerge from the shadows. That so? Naruto retorted, and instantly, Kiba and Akamaru found themselves unable to detect Naruto's scent once more, leaving Kiba even more astonished. Are you ready now? If so, it's my turn to make a move, Naruto declared as he swiftly drew a shuriken from his pocket, fixating his gaze on the now taut Kiba. Seeing Naruto's suddenly serious expression, Kiba let out a loud yell and drew his own shuriken, charging at Naruto alongside Akamaru. Hold on. At that moment, Moonlight Gale abruptly intervened, extending his arm to halt Ya, declaring, the outcome has been decided. What? What exactly is happening? What transpired? The lower-ranked ninjas, witnessing the examiner's sudden intervention amidst the unresolved battle, gazed at their supervising instructors with bewilderment. Even the upper-ranked ninjas, who were privy to the true situation, nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the outcome has been decided. They then fell silent, instructing their subordinate teams to closely observe the unfolding events. The outcome has been decided? What does that mean? We haven't even truly begun. He questioned, perplexed, as he halted his advance, bewildered by the examiner's obstruction of his attack. I said, the outcome has been decided. Moonlight Gale retorted, turning to face YAT that moment. Everyone witnessed him launch 2 swift punches, striking both Ya and Akamaru, who were sent flying to the ground, motionless. Why? Why did the examiner attack Ya? Confusion reigned among the lower ninjas who observed the scene from above, pondering whether Naruto had somehow bribed the examiner. No, you will soon find out. Asuma, playing the role of the good-natured mentor, explained to the onlookers. Thank you for your cooperation. Examiner, Naruto suddenly called out towards the shadowy corner where the examiner had just emerged. To everyone's astonishment, another examiner stepped forth from the shadows, while the main examiner revealed himself amidst a cloud of smoke, astonishingly transformed into Naruto. So that is how it is. Realization dawned upon the crowd. Their gazes toward Naruto, filled with astonishment and a hint of admiration, as he had undeniably established himself as both a formidable warrior and a wise strategist in their eyes. He had effortlessly countered Ya's assault and incapacitated him without breaking a sweat. Even Asuma, Kurenai, Guy, and other spectators of this Chunin exam regarded Naruto with newfound respect. Kakashi, you truly are worthy of being my lifelong rival, having trained such an impressive student. However, my own student is no slouch either. Witnessing him stirs the flames of my youth. Guy, having been astounded by Sasuke's prowess, excitedly addressed Kakashi, though the outcome remained chillingly consistent. Are you speaking to me? Kakashi replied, his trademark sardonic humor shining through. The exam has concluded. Uzumaki Naruto emerges victorious. Just as Guy was about to unleash his youthful exuberance, the savior Moonlight Gale finally extricated those beside him from their predicament. Naruto, wait. Your belongings, here they are. Moonlight Gale called out, producing a small jade pendant as he approached Naruto, who was preparing to leave after the injured Ya and Akamaru were carried away on stretchers. Consider it a token of appreciation for your cooperation. Naruto continued walking, not bothering to look back, but then paused momentarily. Although it's not particularly valuable, its effect lasts only half a month. He resumed his departure. Naruto, what just happened? I feel a bit dazed. It all ended in the blink of an eye. Sakura inquired curiously as she approached him. Kakashi-sensei should be well informed. I think it's better for him to explain. Naruto deferred, nudging the question toward Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura immediately turned her attention to Kakashi. I understand. The process was as follows. Once the examiner signaled to start, he retreated to a dimly lit area to provide the candidates with a broader space. To that moment, Naruto created two shadow clones. One remained to confront Ya's attack, while the other, exploiting Naruto's speed advantage, swiftly approached the examiner and led him into the shadows. Meanwhile, Naruto's true self transformed into the appearance of the examiner, standing by, ready to deliver a decisive blow. The entirety of the match unfolded according to Naruto's meticulous plan. Kakashi sighed, casting a resigned glance at Naruto. You've grown significantly. But how did Naruto manage to persuade the examiner and conceal him in such a short span of time? Shikamaru's voice broke the silence, prompting Sakura to glance around and realize they were surrounded by intrigued onlookers, all curious about the details of Naruto's battle. Did I mention that Naruto consulted the examiner? Kakashi replied cryptically, observing Shikamaru. Rather than implying Naruto had conferred with the examiner, it was more accurate to say that he had seized the opportunity before the examiner could react, effectively taking him hostage. Moreover, Naruto's earlier words may have been a ruse, providing the examiner with an honorable way out. However, the upper-ranked ninjas present likely witnessed the entire scene, suggesting that the jade pendant Naruto gifted to the examiner served as compensation. Kakashi concluded nonchalantly, though internally astonished by Naruto's significant growth since their mission in the Land of Waves. Is that so? Naruto is that formidable. It seems he's been concealing his abilities at the academy. Shikamaru mused thoughtfully that Naruto-kun is so cool. Ino, who harbored feelings for Sasuke, chimed in, joining the chorus of admiration for Naruto's prowess. Uzumaki Naruto, I must defeat you, Gaara declared, his fists clenched tightly, having been deeply impressed by Naruto's display. Yet he spoke of victory rather than death, indicating the profound impact the previous gathering had left on his memory. I find myself increasingly drawn to you. Uzumaki Naruto, Orochimaru, lurking in the corridor, observed the slumbering Naruto. Excitement bubbling within. Is this indeed Naruto's strength? Lee, it seems you were right. His abilities far surpass yours. However, we must not become disheartened. After the exam, we must intensify our training, Guy declared, having witnessed Naruto's skill firsthand. Finally convinced of Lee's assertions. Understood, Guy-sensei. I'm fired up. Seeing Naruto's incredible abilities has only intensified my fighting spirit. Lee responded, his eyes aglow with fervor. The two mentors embraced, shedding tears, revealing Lee's duality of character, as he was quite different at home. Observing this emotional display, Naruto felt a throb in his temple. However, Naruto, that item you presented to the examiner, if I'm not mistaken, it should be capable of masking one's presence, correct? Otherwise, even if they couldn't sense your chakra, and Akamaru would still be able to discern the examiner's location, Kakashi inquired, once the crowd's excitement began to settle. You are correct, Kakashi-sensei. It is indeed an item that conceals one's presence, crafted during my moments of boredom. It proves quite useful for ninjas. However, sadly, its effect only lasts for half a month. After that, it simply reverts to being an ordinary jade pendant, Naruto replied lazily, lifting his head. Unbeknownst to him, his words sent shockwaves through the upper-ranked ninjas present. An item capable of masking one's presence. Unless one could see the individual or hear their voice, they would remain oblivious to the opponent's location. Even if its utility lasted merely half a month, it would still serve as a tremendous asset for assassins, potentially even a life-saving tool in critical moments. Although there had been speculation regarding this, hearing the truth from Naruto's lips left everyone in awe. Their gazes toward Naruto grew increasingly peculiar. Given how effortlessly he had countered Ya's attack, his remarkable speed, composure during combat, and impressive concealment techniques, he undoubtedly qualified as a master of assassination. The admiration for Moonlight Gale in their eyes also intensified. No wonder even if Naruto could mask his presence, Moonlight Gale was unable to do so. It all makes sense now. Naruto, you devised this method yourself, right? Is there anyone else who could replicate such an item? Kakashi suddenly posed a question amidst the astonishment. Yes, I created it using a special technique that I can assure you that no one else can replicate it, Naruto affirmed confidently. The jade pendant was crafted from the unique abilities inherent within him, inscribed with special symbols, both elements being indispensable. After receiving the application from Kakashi, Naruto began devising a strategy for the upcoming Chunin exam. Although numerous circumstances deviated from his expectations, he was fortunate that the overarching framework remained unchanged. This led him to ponder the unfortunate examiner who had been effortlessly defeated, and, moved by compassion, Naruto contemplated the creation of this pendant. While he could now conceal the presence of two individuals without detection, it was impractical for him to remain by their side constantly and rescue them from Maki's grasp. That Naruto's intentions extended beyond aiding Tsukuyomi. He envisioned the development of his organization. Just imagine if every member possessed such a pendant. The potential for a significant increase in their offensive capabilities would be undeniable. The thought of confronting enemies who initially perceived only a solitary opponent, only to be ambushed by a multitude, was tantalizing. However, he had not anticipated the challenges involved. It took him an entire day, relying on hundreds of shadow clones to barely complete the pendant, which would only be effective for half a month. With 5 days already passed, he estimated that only 10 days remained. If only the pendant could automatically absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to create a perpetual cycle. Yet, the difficulty of such an endeavor was overwhelming, and Naruto lacked the strength to pursue it further. His performance against Orochimaru served as ample testimony to that. It is imperative that you keep this method a secret. Naruto, the consequences, should it fall into the hands of enemy ninjas, would be unimaginable, Kakashi admonished solemnly. Understood, Naruto replied, tilting his head slightly. Naruto, it appears you have truly matured. The third Hokage observed Naruto's remarkable progress with a sense of relief. Through his observations, he noted that Naruto had not harbored resentment toward the villagers for their past grievances. Instead, he had forged many bonds within Konoha, alleviating the third's long-standing concerns about him. The stronger Naruto became, the more advantageous it would be for Konoha. He could only hope that Danzo would not interfere. Next, Hyuga Hinata was set to face Hyuga Neji. Please welcome the two candidates to the arena. The voice of Tsuyomi echoed once more, perhaps buoyed by the possession of such an item, for he delivered his announcement without a hint of a cough. Here we go. Hinata, show them your true strength. Naruto's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, opened for the first time since putting them on. This matchup is truly intriguing. The audience marveled at the sight of two members of the Hyuga clan facing off, their attention finally shifting from Naruto to the combat arena. "I never expected to face you, Miss Hinata," Niji remarked coldly, fixating on her. Niji. Hinata remained as shy and gentle as ever, perhaps a reason why Naruto regarded her with such special attention. "Let the match commence," Tsukuyami declared decisively, even as he continued to discuss the relationship between Hinata and Niji in the corridor. "Before the match begins, I wish to offer Miss Hinata a piece of advice. Forfeit, you are ill-suited to be a ninja. Your kindness, longing for peace, and aversion to conflict make you too accommodating to others' opinions." Niji continued to lecture Hinata as the match was announced. However, Naruto remained motionless, waiting patiently for Hinata to step forward and express her innermost thoughts. He hoped that through this battle, she could overcome her former shy self and gain the recognition of the audience, including Naruto and her own father, to become a true ninja. Yet, witnessing Hinata tremble in fear and uncertainty at Niji's words stirred a deep compassion within Naruto. At that moment, he desperately wanted to rush to her side, embrace her, and offer her the warmth and support she so deserved. But he refrained, for this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Hinata to emerge from her cocoon. "Byakugan, you cannot deceive my eyes." Your gaze shifted to the upper left in response to my pressure, indicating that you recalled past painful experiences. And then, Niji activated his Byakugan, fixating on Hinata as if he intended to peer into her very soul. In that moment, he resembled an adept psychologist, leading Hinata into the emotional trap he had set. He anticipated that she would succumb to her inner turmoil and forfeit, thus securing victory and striking a blow to the main branch of the Hyuga clan, achieving a dual benefit. Yet alas, his aspirations were destined to fail. For it was time for Naruto to become the key that would unlock Hinata's heart. Making hasty judgments about others' emotions is a poor practice. Not project your own thoughts onto others. Naruto finally interjected, rescuing Hinata from the emotional web spun by Niji. "Hinata, now is not the time to be shy. It's time for everyone to witness your true power, to show them how the so-called useless person can trample upon their misplaced pride." Naruto encouraged, removing his sunglasses to gaze at Hinata, whose cheeks flushed at his words. "Remember, you are strong as well, and that technique is ready to shine." Naruto continued. "That technique? What could it be?" Have Hinata and Naruto conspire to develop some secret move together? The onlookers in the corridor, including Niji, stared in astonishment at the exchange between Hinata and Naruto. "Lee, you should know, you've been training with someone named Naruto, right?" he asked. "Yes, that technique is formidable, but I never mastered it due to my own ineptitude." However, Hinata grasped it well. "If she uses that technique, even I would struggle to counter it," Lee admitted earnestly. "Lee, it's not that you are inept. Rather, that technique simply does not suit you. The best and most powerful techniques are those that align with one's own strengths." "Wouldn't you agree?" Naruto replied, successfully redirecting some of the attention. However, "Naruto, do you truly believe Hinata can surpass Niji?" Lee queried, his confusion evident. Even Guy and Yuhi Kurenai, their instructors, leaned in closer, eager to hear Naruto's perspective. One was concerned for his student, while the other was intrigued by Naruto's mention of a secret technique that could lead to victory. Under normal circumstances, Hinata would struggle to overcome Niji unless she possessed a resolute determination to win or achieved mastery of that technique. After all, Niji was an undeniable genius. Naruto sighed softly. Indeed, that's how it stands. Upon hearing his words, the audience grasped the likely outcome of the match, now pondering how far Hinata could take it. All eyes were fixed on the arena, keenly observing the unfolding of this fateful confrontation. "Naruto, I no longer wish to evade. You were right. I must confront my challenges with courage." With those thoughts, Hinata finally activated her Byakugan. That moment, the battle was only just beginning. "Niji and I, let us settle this," Hinata declared earnestly, adopting a stance with slightly bent legs and raised hands directed at Niji. Strangely, however, this position was not that of the Hyuga's gentle fist, but rather one Niji had never encountered before. Could this be the hidden technique Naruto had spoken of? Niji and the onlookers in the corridor gazed at Hinata's unfamiliar stance with confusion. Though this stance appears different, it feels strikingly similar. Is this the hidden technique you mentioned, Naruto? If I am not mistaken, it resembles the one from the Land of Waves mission, Kakashi remarked, scrutinizing Hinata's position. Indeed, that is the one. To be precise, it is a set of techniques, or rather a state of being, referred to as Tai Chi. Naruto affirmed with conviction that in that case, this battle promises to be captivating. From what we have seen, Naruto matched Zabuza equally through this set of techniques, which appears to align with the gentle fist style, that a clash of two distinct forms of gentle fist. However, one couldn't help but wonder where Naruto had acquired such formidable ninjutsu. From his ability to rival that esteemed individual to possessing such an opposite yet powerful form of gentle fist. Naruto's mysteries only deepened. What other secrets lay hidden within him? After receiving Naruto's affirmative response, Kakashi murmured to himself, "I could see that moment. The battle in the arena erupted. Very well, since you remain so oblivious, allow me to shatter your illusions." Neji said coldly, immediately charging towards Hinata. "I will not concede defeat," he resolved, determined to showcase his efforts to Naruto. As he spoke, he thought of Hinata, who was also employing Tai Chi in this scenario. Hinata held a distinct advantage, for Neji was familiar with all of his techniques, while he knew nothing of hers. The onlookers witnessed Neji swiftly strike towards Hinata, yet she remained unfazed, seemingly engrossed in executing her techniques. As Neji's palm was about to connect with Hinata, gasps of astonishment erupted from the spectators in the corridor. "Humph! Have you given up? Truly the demeanor of a young lady," Neji coldly taunted, observing Hinata's apparent lack of intent to resist. However, his mocking smile was swiftly halted as Hinata's hand, seemingly slow yet remarkably swift, seized his wrist, halting his advance. With her other hand, she gently redirected Neji's other hand away. Neji discovered, to his astonishment, that he was utterly unable to control the trajectory of his palm, completely led by Hinata. Yet the encounter was far from over. Hinata, having neutralized Neji's other hand, brought both hands together to grasp the one that had just been captured. With a gentle tug, Neji's body was propelled uncontrollably towards Hinata's right side. Just as Neji was about to collide, Hinata swiftly turned to the right, lowering her left hand to strike at Neji's abdomen with remarkable speed. Neji, utterly defenseless, was sent flying back to his original position, cradling his abdomen as he knelt down. What? Incredible! Is this Hinata's hidden ultimate technique? The onlookers in the corridor, witnessing Hinata's astonishing display, stepped forward, leaning on the railing, gazing at the resolute expression on Hinata's face. Hinata possesses such formidable ninjutsu hidden within her. What an impressive skill! Hinata, you've succeeded. What a pity that the head of the Hyuga clan is not present. What would he think of Hinata's performance now? Red murmured in astonishment, gazing at Hinata. Is there really such powerful ninjutsu in this world? It's practically the nemesis of all physical techniques. The words of Guy, who possessed profound expertise in physical arts, drew everyone's attention even further to Hinata's technique. Perhaps Konoha will soon give rise to another school of martial arts. The will of fire continues to be passed down within this group. The third Hokage joyfully remarked upon witnessing Hinata's extraordinary performance. Indeed, Konoha is truly a cradle of genius. First Uchiha Sasuke, then Uzumaki Naruto, who can suppress Gaara's Shikaku, and now even this newly graduated girl exhibits such remarkable martial prowess. It seems Konoha is thriving. Lord Kazekage, are you certain about this decision? Maki felt a twinge of worry regarding the future of the Kazekage's choice after witnessing the performance of these young genin from Konoha. Such a shame, Naruto suddenly lamented upon seeing Neji merely clutching his abdomen, standing still. Why do you say that? Sakura immediately inquired beside him. If Hinata had aimed for a more vital point, Neji would likely be spitting blood right now. His combat effectiveness would have been severely diminished, and Hinata might have stood a chance of winning. However, due to her compassion, Neji's fighting spirit remains largely intact, especially since he is now prepared for her techniques. It will be challenging for her to land a hit easily, Naruto explained with a hint of regret. Hearing Naruto's words, everyone turned their attention back to the arena. Hinata, it seems your heart is too kind. I am your adversary now. Are you truly foolish enough to hold back against your enemy? Neji, having alleviated his pain, straightened his posture and coldly chastised Hinata. With renewed determination, Niji charged once more, this time without the ease of their previous encounter. Although Hinata's Tai Chi flowed smoothly, her realm and skill still fell short, leaving her techniques riddled with vulnerabilities. For Niji, possessing a 360-degree perspective, this was ample opportunity. He could clearly see Hinata's palms approaching from various angles, swiftly evading her strikes and counterattacking whenever she faltered. Thus, to the observers, the match appeared evenly matched, yet favored Niji, who had a greater amount of chakra. While he could not dispel Hinata's offensive, he could endure her attacks and outlast her. Being a woman, Hinata naturally possessed less stamina and lacked the experience to rival Niji, and in a prolonged battle, defeat was inevitable. Gradually, Hinata found herself on the defensive. While Niji's offensive maneuvers increased, it seemed that Hinata was in peril. However, just as everyone believed Hinata's defeat was imminent, her palms manifested a newfound transformation. Her posture remained the same, yet chakra surged from her fingertips, catching Niji off guard as he was struck by her palm, causing his body to momentarily halt. Though it was but an instant, the many skilled onlookers in the corridor took note. Another breakthrough? Quite impressive, Guy remarked earnestly, noting that if Niji had no countermeasures, he might very well lose to his opponent. This is youth. Truly, Guy cannot be serious, he mused. Indeed, combat can swiftly foster growth. Hinata, you have become a capable ninja. Red exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing Hinata's performance. Hinata, you've truly grown. You've integrated the chakra attack techniques of the Hyuga's gentle fist into Tai Chi, compensating for your lack of internal energy to unleash its full potential. Naruto expressed his genuine happiness at Hinata's critical breakthrough. That I must admit, your technique is impressive, and now you've achieved a breakthrough. However, it is evident that you have yet to fully master this technique. Which will be your downfall, Niji said rationally, taking a step back as he regained his composure after Hinata's breakthrough. I apologize, Lady Hinata. You have now entered my domain, 0.8 trigrams, 64 palms. As he spoke, Niji dashed toward Hinata with remarkable speed, delivering all 64 strikes upon her. Bound by Niji's domain, Hinata could only endure the onslaught without resistance. After absorbing the entirety of Niji's assault, Hinata fell motionless backward. Hinata! Hinata! Red and Sakura cried out in alarm upon witnessing the scene in the corridor. Chapter 38. Burning Youth. However, just as Hinata was about to hit the ground, Naruto swiftly dashed forward to catch her. Hinata, are you all right? Although Naruto could sense Hinata's condition with his current abilities, he instinctively asked that I'm fine, I'm sorry. Naruto, Hinata felt herself enveloped in Naruto's embrace, meeting his concerned gaze, causing her cheeks to flush as she spoke. It's all right, silly. You've already proven yourself. Look around. Is there anyone here who would dare say you are useless? Naruto smiled at Hinata's flustered demeanor. That radiant smile not only dazzled Hinata, but also stirred the hearts of the girls watching from the corridor, momentarily causing a flutter of emotions within them. Niji, while I can rationally understand your actions as my opponent, my emotions tell me that you must pay for what you've done. Naruto turned to Niji with a serious expression that I hope you won't encounter me in the upcoming exams. Otherwise, I'll be waiting. Don't think that winning 1 or 2 rounds allows you to act so arrogantly. This is not a place for the likes of you, Niji retorted defiantly, although Niji had mentally acknowledged Naruto's strength after witnessing his performance. He could not afford to show weakness in this situation. Judges, we concede this match. After steadying Hinata, Naruto addressed Tsukuyumi Shikaku, ignoring Niji's retort. Very well, in this match, the victor is Hyuga Niji. Please have both contestants exit the arena. Tsukuyumi Shikaku announced after a moment of hesitation. Hinata, let us depart. Upon uttering a phrase to Hinata, Naruto swiftly led her back into the corridor, thwarting Hong's intention to summon the medical team for Hinata's treatment. He then infused his chakra into Hinata's body, striving to unblock the chakra points sealed by Niji and simultaneously mend her injuries. However, an unforeseen incident occurred at that very moment. As Naruto channeled his chakra into Hinata, he suddenly discovered that his chakra was somewhat beyond his control, voraciously consuming Hinata's chakra and merging with his own, observing Hinata's complexion pale due to the rapid depletion of her chakra. Naruto immediately intensified his control over his chakra, retracting it, yet his heart remained in turmoil. What was happening? The North Sea divine skill. What was this? How could he assist Hinata with such a predicament? Feeling the substantial alteration in his chakra, Naruto inwardly lamented. This was peculiar. He recalled that when Sasuke was about to take the stage, he had also infused a portion of chakra into him to suppress the power of his curse mark. Yet such an occurrence had not transpired then. Furthermore, this situation undoubtedly arose during the Chunin exams, and recalling the changes his chakra underwent during that time, the answer became apparent. The curse mark? Yes, it must be the curse mark's influence. This meant that his arrival had indeed caused a soul that had traversed dimensions. His chakra had initially fused with that of the original Naruto, and subsequently, through a pact with the Nine Tails, he had successfully merged with its chakra, resulting in a second fusion, during which the attributes must have also changed. The curse mark that Orochimaru had planted in the Forest of Death acted like a fuse, igniting the latent attributes within his chakra and leading to a collision of various chakra types within him. This was likely the reason he would fall unconscious, and upon regaining consciousness, he had also assimilated the curse mark's chakra. Although he had mitigated the curse mark's dangers, it was evident that after merging with that dark chakra, his own chakra had begun to exhibit properties akin to the North Sea divine skill. Displaying formidable aggressiveness and devouring tendencies, as for Sasuke, remaining unaffected, it was likely due to the presence of curse-marked chakra within him, which counteracted the consuming nature of Naruto's chakra. Additionally, it could also be attributed to his lack of a consuming intent at that moment. In any case, the mystery surrounding his chakra was deepening, and it seemed imperative to find an opportunity to study it thoroughly, for being oblivious to one's own power was a grave folly in battle, and it could potentially inflict great harm on those around him, just as it currently did to Hinata. Had he not devoted most of his focus to her treatment, the situation could have escalated even further. Yet, the immediate priority was to heal Hinata's injuries. After his earlier intervention, her condition had worsened. He had to exercise utmost caution and swiftly seek opportunities to learn medical ninjutsu. Alas, why had everything converged into one overwhelming situation? There would be much to attend to after the exam. Shaking his head to clear the clutter of thoughts, Naruto concentrated entirely on controlling his chakra and cautiously infused it into Hinata once more. Fortunately, this time no mishap occurred. Although it took twice as long as usual due to his heightened caution, Hinata's injuries were eventually alleviated, and she was no longer in critical condition. Yet the matter at hand was beyond what Naruto, who had yet to master any medical ninjutsu, could resolve. This relief allowed Naruto, whose nerves had been taut, to exhale deeply. However, a sudden collective gasp from the onlookers made Naruto's heart clench again, as he shifted his focus to the scene. His unease returned upon witnessing the ongoing confrontation between Lee and Gaara. That moment, Lee had already discarded his leg weights, and the gasp had arisen from the astonishment at the weight of those two heavy pieces he had bound to his legs. So swift? Lee, you are about to face perhaps the greatest challenge of your life, but thankfully you have me by your side that I will not allow the outcome depicted in the original story to befall you, even if it means resorting to the power of the Nine Tails. Naruto, watching the indomitable spirit of Lee, felt a mix of worry and determination. Lee, just as Guy instructed Lee to engage, Naruto called out to him, a beaming smile adorning his face. Lee, since Sensei Guy has permitted you to let loose, it would be excessive for me to hold you back. Now's the time to showcase your skills. Let the world witness the brilliance of Rock Lee. Go forth and ignite your youth. That skill. Did Lee possess any secret techniques unknown to him? Guy, who believed himself to be the most familiar with Lee, pondered aloud in confusion. That move again, based on Hinata's recent performance. Naruto's referred technique must indeed be extraordinary. Naruto, where do you acquire all these remarkable skills? Kakashi mused, observing the striking resemblance Lee bore to his own teacher. Yes, that's so. After Naruto nodded in affirmation, Lee let out a triumphant shout. Now, let me show you the true strength of the underdog in your eyes. With that, Lee dashed forward at a speed imperceptible to the lower-ranked ninjas, charging directly toward Gaara. Yet what astonished everyone further was that Gaara-san successfully defended against Lee's onslaught. Having been thwarted, Lee swiftly repositioned himself to face Gaara, standing defiantly before him. Your San's defensive speed is indeed impressive, and its resilience is remarkable. However, if that is all you have, prepare to accept your defeat. Wind Godleg. First form. Capture the wind. After uttering these words to Gaara, Lee propelled himself forward once more. The spectators beheld Lee moving as though using the body flicker technique, while Gaara was sent flying away. If earlier, Shikamaru and Niji could still catch a glimpse of a silhouette, now even the elite Chunin could barely perceive Lee's form. Guy's eyes widened in astonishment at Lee's display, while Kakashi had revealed his Sharingan. Among the onlookers, the most flabbergasted were the Sand ninjas, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, who, due to their close proximity, had the clearest understanding of Gaara's capabilities. Even Naruto had only gleaned a fraction of Gaara's strength through his previous life of watching anime, while these three had spent countless hours beside him. Thus, witnessing Gaara being utterly overwhelmed by Lee left them in shock and deep concern, raising their assessment of Konoha's strength several notches. This is bad. Gaara will surely be infuriated. I hope he does not lose his composure. Temari expressed her worry as she observed Gaara being sent careening away, aware of his inherently proud nature. Subsequently, everyone saw a layer of sand fall from Gaara's contorted face, only to be quickly replaced by a fresh coating of sand enveloping his visage and body once more. Lee, witnessing this, felt a moment of surprise. However, his indomitable spirit would not waver due to such a setback. That all you have. Gaara, now regaining his cold demeanor, stared at Lee with pride. His defensive layer was now impervious to mere speed-based attacks, indicating that only a strong assault could breach that defense. Lee contemplated within, preparing to unleash his offensive techniques. That I did not anticipate that you could withstand such an assault, but I hope you can endure what comes next. Wind Godleg, second form. Swift wind and strong grass. Lee shouted, his body instantly moving beside Gaara, delivering a straightforward kick devoid of any embellishments to everyone's surprise. Gaara did not budge, standing firmly in place. Yet they soon noticed blood trickling from the corner of Gaara's mouth. Internal injuries? Such a formidable technique. Guy, how much do you know about this technique? Kakashi, observing Gaara's condition, swiftly turned to inquire of Guy. I'm not certain. Lee has never employed this technique in class or on missions. However, judging from its effect, it rivals the set of palm techniques Hinata used earlier. Guy responded, his expression growing serious. Kakashi, it seems you have trained two remarkable disciples. In such a state, Gaara found himself utterly powerless, leaving one to wonder who that mysterious individual truly was. Meanwhile, Temari and Kankuro looked on in horror at Gaara's disheveled appearance. Maki, on the other hand, was consumed with anxiety over the impending collapse of the Konoha plan. Gaara, their enigmatic weapon, had been countered time and again. If this continued, the execution of the plan would undoubtedly face insurmountable challenges, and it might even fail entirely. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation, Gaara erupted once more. Fine grains of sand began to pour forth from the gourd on his back, gradually enveloping his entire being from the ground up. This time, the defensive capabilities of the sand were even more formidable, rendering Lee's attacks ineffective and failing to disperse the accumulating grains. Consequently, Lee made a swift decision to retreat temporarily, positioning himself opposite Gaara to observe his transformation. What is that? This time it was not just the lower-ranked ninjas. Even the high-ranking shinobi who had been comfortably seated straightened up, fixated on Gaara's metamorphosis. In the arena, Gaara was now entirely encased in sand, which enveloped him like a spherical cocoon, leaving no crevice exposed. It has appeared. Gaara is absolute defense. Temari and Kankuro exclaimed in unison upon witnessing the scene. This is troublesome. Observing Gaara's spiny, hedgehog-like form, Lee could not help but feel a tinge of frustration. It seems that the rumors of absolute defense were indeed true. However, before Lee could fully grasp the situation, a sand-formed eye emerged high above the battlefield, allowing Gaara to pinpoint Lee's location. With a swift motion, he commanded the sand to launch an assault against Lee, while a bloodthirsty voice echoed from within the shell. "I will definitely kill you, Lee. Be careful." Seeing the sand hurtling towards Lee, Tintin shouted at the top of her lungs. Yet, with his remarkable speed, Lee effortlessly evaded the incoming grains, darting through the onslaught without so much as a brush against his clothing. Nevertheless, Gaara seemed unfazed, continuing his relentless assault with the sand. "This is bad. Lee is in trouble." At that moment, the usually reticent Shino suddenly spoke up. "Why do you say that?" Tintin inquired, perplexed, as Lee had been deftly avoiding the sand attacks during our time in the forest. "We witnessed that individual named Gaara eliminate 3 Rain Village ninjas, so we are somewhat familiar with his techniques. The current sandy onslaught is merely a prelude to his more lethal moves." Shino explained patiently, his gaze fixed on the sand enveloping Lee's feet and surroundings. "Here it comes." Just then, the sand surrounding Lee suddenly converged like a massive net, encasing him from above and below, left and right. Unbeknownst to Lee, he was completely surrounded by the grains. The sand then rushed toward him at a speed several times greater than before. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lee swiftly opened the first of the 8 gates and charged toward the weakest point above the sand. But despite his increased speed, he could not escape the encirclement prepared by Gaara. Although he managed to break through the outer ring, Gaara's sand ensnared his feet, preventing his escape. Da-da! With a cry, Lee succumbed to Gaara's sand coffin technique. Chapter 39. The End of the Battle. Lee. Upon hearing Lee's cry, Tintin and the others, hindered by the sand, anxiously shouted, unable to see the unfolding events. However, their worries soon dissipated as they witnessed Lee emerge unscathed from the yellow sand. The only visible damage being the tattered state of his shoes. Temari, Kinkaro, and the others, who had initially believed the battle was decided, were taken aback by this turn of events. Their gazes towards Lee shifted to one of admiration tinged with fear, for they had never seen anyone survive Gaara's attack unscathed. Although the sand obscured their vision, at least 5 individuals, including Niji and Hinata, could clearly comprehend the situation. They began to explain what had transpired, just as Lee's feet were ensnared. He swiftly brought them together and spun upward like a drill, the rapid rotation allowing him to escape Gaara's grasp, albeit at the expense of his shoes, despite having broken through Gaara's sand coffin. The latter did not relent, continuing to unleash a barrage of sand at Lee. Though Lee remained untouched, his stamina was gradually depleting under the relentless assault, putting him at a disadvantage. Lee was well aware of this. Through observation, he noted Gaara's effortless control over the sand, indicating that his opponent was unfazed by a protracted battle. It seemed imperative to end this quickly. Determined, Lee retreated several steps and positioned himself atop the stone statue with the hand signs. Seizing the moment to activate the 8 gates once more, the 2nd gate, Rest Gate, opened. The 3rd gate, Life Gate, opened. The 4th gate, Hurt Gate, opened. The 5th gate, Limit Gate, opened. "I want to fail here. Naruto, Gai-sensei, please acknowledge me." Acknowledging the gap between himself and Gaara, Lee unleashed all 5 gates of the 8 gates. With the immense power granted by the 8 gates, Lee surged toward Gaara in a flurry of speed that even high-ranking shinobi would struggle to track. Shattering the sand barriers Gaara employed to obstruct his path, that I want to question what that child means to you. Nor will I tell you to suppress your emotions, but everything must have its limits. I misjudged you, Guy. Kakashi, usually indifferent, was visibly agitated upon witnessing Lee employing the forbidden technique of the 8 gates, opening 5 of them. How much do you truly understand that child? He possesses something worth fighting for, something he must protect with his life, and I simply wish for him to become someone capable of safeguarding it, Guy replied with a seriousness that soothed Kakashi's ire, if only slightly. However, their attention was swiftly drawn back to the battle. Lee, now flushed a deep crimson from the exertion of opening 5 gates, had breached Gaara's outer defenses, confronting the massive tortoiseshell directly. Gale Wine Destruction. With the power of the 5th gate, Lee unleashed the ultimate technique of the Wind God Leg, shattering the tortoiseshell that even Deidara's bombs and Sasuke's Chidori could not breach. Not only that, but Gaara's final layer of defense, the sand armor, crumbled away as well, sending Gaara reeling backward, blood spewing forth. Following this, Lee refrained from using Gale Wind Destruction again, instead relying on his incredible speed to strike at Gaara's form repeatedly. After all, compared to the newly learned and still unrefined Wind God leg, his previously mastered Lotus technique proved far more practical. This time, the sand shield offered no defense. Gaara was struck without reaction. Often only registering pain after being hit multiple times, his sensory nerves unable to keep pace with Lee's velocity. Gaara now resembled a lifeless object, subjected to Lee's relentless assault. Finally, sensing he had accomplished enough and feeling the adverse effects of the 8 gates beginning to surface, Lee unleashed his ultimate technique, the Lotus, striking directly at Gaara's abdomen. The battleground, already ravaged by the unleashed power of the 5 gates, was left in ruins, yet the backlash still managed to nullify Gaara's combat effectiveness. Regrettably, neither Guy nor Kakashi had anticipated that the sand Gaara had been carrying on his back was also composed of sand, thus allowing him to remain somewhat mobile despite his grievous injuries. As he staggered, Gaara reached out trembling hands, intent on employing Sand Coffin once more against the motionless Lee lying not far away. As the crowd beheld this scene, gasps of astonishment erupted, all expressing concern for Xiao Li. Witnessing Gaara, who had been struck by his own devastating attacks, still managed to perform ninjutsu left Xiao Li utterly astonished. I could see that moment. The rigorous training he had undergone with Naruto began to bear fruit. Despite having previously collapsed and unable to move, Xiao Li found the strength to struggle back to his feet, adopting a fighting stance, just when everyone believed that the battle was poised to continue. Gaara's outstretched hand suddenly fell limp, lying motionless. Although he was unconscious, his body remained unresponsive, as the spectators anticipated Xiao Li to deliver a final blow to claim victory over Gaara. They soon realized that Xiao Li too had succumbed to immobility. His ability to rise was not merely due to his extraordinary physical prowess, but largely attributed to an indomitable will that resided deep within both combatants lay incapacitated. The enigmatic Mizuki finally emerged from the shadows. Having evaded the chaos that unfolded, with both opponents immobilized, he was about to declare that the match had resulted in a loss for both competitors when he was abruptly interrupted by the 3rd Hokage, who called out Mizuki, "Hold on a moment, allow me to speak." "Yes, Hokage-sama." Mizuki promptly responded, stepping aside. "Yes, we have all witnessed. The performance of these 2 genin was commendable, and I am confident that their abilities warrant participation in the upcoming official matches. Therefore, I propose that both advance to the next round. Does anyone object?" The 3rd Hokage remarked after taking a puff from his pipe. Having concluded his statement, he gestured to Mizuki to continue with the announcement. "Based on the actual capabilities of Lee Rock and Gaara of the Sand, I hereby grant them permission to participate in the forthcoming official matches," Mizuki proclaimed loudly upon receiving the 3rd Hokage's signal. "Hooray! We finally prevailed. Xiao Li has successfully advanced." The crowd erupted in a collective sigh of relief, cheering loudly. Even Hinata, Shino, Shikumu, and Choji, who had long been overshadowed by Gaara's prowess, breathed a sigh of relief. He was not invincible after all. Following Mizuki's announcement, Naruto swiftly moved to Xiao Li's side, meticulously channeling his chakra into Xiao Li's body to mend the damaged muscles and meridians, while simultaneously absorbing the residual chakra that continued to afflict him. Having previously tended to Xiao Li's injuries during training, Naruto was well acquainted with the internal situation, and thus he performed the healing with remarkable efficiency, stabilizing Xiao Li's condition in no time. This left Guy, who arrived shortly thereafter, utterly astonished. As the one who had imparted this technique to Xiao Li, he understood better than anyone the potential repercussions of its use. Yet, Naruto's ability to mitigate the residual chakra's harmful effects so swiftly elevated his esteem in Guy's eyes significantly. Observing Naruto's unique healing method's effectiveness, the medical ninjas opted to remain nearby, seeking permission to observe Naruto's treatment. However, they were destined to glean little insight, as their understanding of chakra usage differed fundamentally from Naruto's. Thus, he continued his work without reservation, allowing him to later approach them with greater confidence when seeking to learn medical ninjutsu. As for Gaara, after lying still for a while, he gradually returned to the corridor, relying on the formidable recovery abilities of a Jinchuriki. Nonetheless, the subtle twitches on his face betrayed the severity of his internal injuries, which would not heal swiftly, even for a host of a tailed beast. However, such matters were trivial. What truly mattered was that the outcome of this match resulted in a joyous resolution. Shaoli not only advanced, but also showcased his capabilities, proving that even those considered the underdogs can transcend their limitations through sheer determination. Moreover, he had not sustained the grievous injuries depicted in the original narrative. Ultimately, Naruto's initial training had indeed made a significant impact, altering the course of fate. Meanwhile, as Naruto diligently worked to heal Shaoli, the 10th round of matches officially commenced, featuring the Sound Ninja Toshi and Konoha's Choji Akimichi. They engaged in combat amidst the ravaged arena. The outcome was predictable, despite having trained earnestly under Naruto's encouragement. Choji faced an unfortunate defeat to the sound-based attacks of Toshi, who rendered him unconscious, though his expansion technique had briefly astonished the audience. Cough, cough, it's finally over, Mizukage murmured after declaring Toshi the victor. I hereby announce the conclusion of the preliminary round of the 3rd exam. Standing in the center of the arena, Mizukage proclaimed loudly, congratulating the participants who had advanced to the official matches. Albeit with one absence, as he spoke, Naruto's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to address Sasuke's cursed seal. Should he allow it to persist? Or should he absorb it himself to eliminate any lingering concerns? Setting aside the collective worry for Sasuke, the 3rd Hokage began outlining the details of the official matches. The official competition will take place 1 month from now, allowing you ample time to prepare. What does that mean? Someone in the audience inquired. That IT means we are notifying the feudal lords and the heads of the ninja clans that the preliminary round has concluded, and we are gathering everyone for the official matches. Providing you all with preparation time as well. The 3rd Hokage explained, I still don't understand what this means, grumbled Kankuro, raising his voice. That IT means you must prepare thoroughly by analyzing the intel gathered during the preliminaries to enhance your chances of success. However, the official matches will not unfold in the same manner. Some may choose to reveal their full strength before their opponents. To ensure fairness and impartiality, you will have this month to refine your skills. After a brief pause, the 3rd Hokage continued. Thus, while I am inclined to dismiss you all now, there's an important activity that must take place before the official matches. Now, each of you will draw a slip of paper from the box that Anko holds. As he spoke, Anko approached the participants, holding a box. However, when she reached Naruto, he suddenly grasped her hand, placing a small slip in her palm before swiftly releasing her grip and drawing a card from the box. Initially intending to reprimand Naruto, Anko was taken aback by the serious expression on his face, as if he had something of great importance to convey. Eventually, she suppressed her impulse, clutching the slip of paper before placing the box before the others. All right, everyone is drawn. Now, please inform me of the numbers on your slips in order. As the participants reported their numbers one by one, fate proved to be quite peculiar. Once again, Naruto drew the number 1, and Neji the number 2. The two were destined to confront each other, one wishing to teach a lesson to his beloved, albeit unsettling, considering Hinata was merely 12 years old. Yet one must accommodate the plot requirements. Ha! And the other intent on imparting the lesson that fate is immutable, and the underdog will always remain the underdog. Another fateful confrontation awaited. Now, I shall announce the matchups for the official competition. The 3rd Hokage declared once Ibiki recorded the numbers. This statement stirred a mild shock among the crowd. Ibiki revealed the matchups to them as instructed. Ibiki displayed the matchup board, revealing the following pairings. Number 1, Naruto Uzumaki versus number 2, Neji Hyuga. Number 3, Gaara versus number 4, Sasuke Uchiha. Number 5, Kankuro versus number 6, Shino Aburame. Number 7, Tori versus number 8, Shikamaru Nara. Number 9, Toshi versus number 10, Lee Rock. Upon seeing these matchups, the participants' minds raced as they contemplated their opponents and assessed their own strengths. At this moment, Shikamaru posed a question that weighed heavily on everyone's mind regarding the tournament structure. I have a question. If only one can emerge victorious in the elimination rounds, does that mean only one person can become a Chunin? No, that is not the case, the 3rd Hokage clarified upon hearing the inquiry. The Kazekage and I, along with the feudal lords and heads of the various ninja clans, will serve as evaluators during the matches. These evaluators will offer absolute judgments based on your performances, and those deemed qualified for the rank of Chunin can achieve this status even if they are defeated in the first round. Is it possible for everyone here to become a Chunin? At this moment, the calculating ninja Temari immediately posed a question. Indeed, but conversely, it is also possible for no one to become a Chunin. Winning in the competition merely increases the opportunity to showcase oneself. You understand, Shikamaru. The third Hokage, having recognized Shikamaru's high intelligence, focused his attention on him. Well then, everyone, you've worked hard. We shall reconvene in a month. The meeting is hereby adjourned. With that, the third Hokage finally announced the dissolution. Everyone then dispersed, and Naruto, after escorting Hinata back to a location not far from her home, began to wander through the village of Konoha. At this moment, he felt it was not yet appropriate to meet anyone from the Hyuga clan, and moreover, he harbored no fondness for that family, which lacked warmth as for now. Naruto meandered near the various bathhouses in Konoha, searching for traces of Jiraiya. With Kakashi having little left to teach him aside from ninjutsu, the pursuit of Jiraiya for further training had to be prioritized. Chapter 40. In search of 1,000 paths, alas. Where could he be? After a day's search near the bathhouses in the village, Naruto dejectedly concluded that he had yet to catch a glimpse of Jiraiya. Hadn't he returned to Konoha? How could he be so elusive? Could I have misremembered? That seemed improbable. This was a matter of personal significance. As the evening sky deepened, Naruto reluctantly abandoned his search. It's almost time for our appointment. I should head there first, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, he vanished from his spot in a flash. Damn that little brat for standing me up. An elegantly built kunoichi in a netted outfit shouted angrily atop Hokage Rock. The killing intent emanating from her words startled several birds in the forest behind her. That you've arrived quite early, Akamichi. Just then, Naruto's figure appeared before the kunoichi, who was indeed Akamichi. You're late. Little brat, if you don't provide me with an explanation, I will make you regret it. Akamichi seized Naruto by the collar of his shirt with a fierce glare. It seems your timing is at fault. I clearly wrote on the note that we were to meet at 5 in the evening, and it is precisely 5 o'clock now. Naruto replied helplessly, understanding that making a lady, especially a beautiful one, wait is indeed a grave sin. Hence, after this matter concludes, I shall treat you to dango. All right, you'd better keep your word, if you dare deceive me. Though Akamichi did not articulate the potential consequences, Naruto could still sense the underlying menace, feeling a sense of helplessness within. Let us commence swiftly then. Follow me, Naruto stated with renewed seriousness, leading the way into the depths of the forest. Understood, Akamichi promptly followed suit. Can you truly accomplish what you've promised? She asked, unable to suppress her curiosity during the journey. Although various signs indicated Naruto's strength was commendable, his lack of systematic training in medical ninjutsu raised concerns. Especially since this was a problem even the current medical experts of Konoha could not resolve. Does your presence here not imply that you have begun to trust me? However, I am curious. Considering we have hardly met, why would you place your faith in my words to come here? Naruto inquired as they ran. Because I encountered Orochimaru, Akamichi replied, observing Naruto's calm demeanor. That time, he seemed considerably weakened. And from his words, it appeared that his battle with you had consumed a substantial amount of his chakra and mental fortitude. That makes sense? No wonder you believe the contents of my note. Naruto nodded in understanding. Not only that, but based on your treatment of Hinata and Rock Lee, although you have not undergone formal training in medical ninjutsu, your unique and peculiar healing methods seem to be more effective in certain aspects than existing medical techniques. That is the true reason I came here. I hope you won't let me down. Akamichi fixed her gaze on Naruto's still somewhat youthful face. Internally, she was astonished, realizing he was merely a 12-year-old child. Yet he managed to impress even Orochimaru and possessed remarkable skills. Just how far could he grow? Do I have something on my face? Why are you staring at me? Though his eyes were closed, and he wore sunglasses, Naruto's heightened perception allowed him to sense Akamichi's unwavering gaze upon him. No, I was merely curious about how you have trained to such an extent. Akamichi blushed and quickly clarified. You wish to know? Noticing the spark in Akamichi's eyes upon hearing his words, Naruto continued. This method is a secret. Such things cannot be freely divulged to others. The sparkle in Akamichi's eyes faded upon hearing Naruto response. Observing this, Naruto chose not to say more, for they had arrived at their destination. "All right, we have arrived. Let us proceed inside," he stated, halting before a concealed cave and gesturing for Akamichi to enter. "Yes, let us go." Akamichi responded and promptly followed Naruto into the cave. "Are you truly determined? Such matters should not be approached recklessly. Additionally, I cannot guarantee 100% success for this treatment." Once inside the cave, Naruto fixed a serious gaze on Akamichi. "I have made my decision. However, to be honest, what are your chances of success?" Akamichi replied with unwavering resolve while inquiring, "I have a 70% chance of success. However, if this treatment succeeds, your strength..." Naruto expressed his concerns for Akamichi. 70%. "That is sufficient. As for your mention of strength, there is no need for concern. My ascension to Jonin was not reliant on such things." Upon hearing Naruto's 70% success rate, Akamichi breathed a sigh of relief and affirmed her determination. "Since you have stated this, what more can I say? Then, let us begin. Have all preparations been made?" This treatment may extend throughout the night. After sitting cross-legged, Naruto addressed Akamichi, who had also settled down beside him. "Why are you being so long-winded? Let us get started already. As a Jonin, I cannot afford to be careless." Akamichi replied impatiently, Very well. Let us commence." Parasite technique. With a low shout for Naruto, he placed his right hand upon the cursed seal on Akamichi's neck, and a surge of black chakra flared briefly at the cursed mark before vanishing without a trace. In that instant, Akamichi's face twitched as the black chakra burst forth, only to return to tranquility. I could see that moment. Both inside the cave and outdoors, the sky outside began to darken. Naruto and Akamichi were engaged in a covert, mutually beneficial healing operation within this pitch-black silence. Coo! Coo! The first crowing of a rooster in the homes of Konoha's villagers heralded the arrival of a new day, while the birds that thrived in daylight began to venture out in search of food. All of this signified that a new day had dawned. Phew! It's finally complete. Naruto, exhaling deeply, remarked it as he assessed his own condition, particularly the intensified black chakra. He reflected, "I never expected it to be so challenging. Yet, since this was my first attempt, it is only natural to encounter difficulties due to unfamiliarity. That I estimate that the speed will improve significantly in the future. However, I am astonished at the remarkable effect my chakra has undergone." "Akamichi, how do you feel?" Naruto inquired, looking at Akamichi, who had also awakened. "This sensation. The curse seal has truly vanished. I feel so relieved." "Thank you, Naruto," Akamichi exclaimed excitedly, realizing that her cursed seal had disappeared and the 3 tomo on her neck had also vanished. "Congratulations, you shall no longer suffer from the cursed seal." Seeing Akamichi's genuine excitement, Naruto couldn't help but smile. "That I am truly grateful to you, that if you ever need my assistance, feel free to call on me. As long as it does not violate Konoha's regulations, I will gladly help." Finally freed from the cursed seal's torment, Akamichi generously offered to Naruto, "Now, let me treat you to dango." "Oh, that sounds wonderful." Naruto responded joyfully upon hearing her words. It was unclear whether his happiness stemmed from Akamichi's first statement or her latter one. Thus, the two, who had both benefited from this treatment, embarked on a grand feast of dango in Konoha. Regrettably, however, Naruto still failed to uncover any traces of Jiraiya near the bathhouses along the way. As the midday sun reached its zenith, Hondo and Naruto parted ways, each engrossed in their respective pursuits. "May I inquire about Sasuke's hospital room?" Naruto, intent on delving deeper into Sasuke's cursed seal situation, posed the question to the nurse at the front desk. "I am terribly sorry, but Lord Sasuke has declined all visitors." The nurse replied bluntly, "Oh, I see." Realizing that this approach was futile, Naruto noticed Kakashi approaching from a short distance behind him and casually addressed the nurse. "Kakashi-sensei, how is Sasuke faring?" Turning to Kakashi, Naruto inquired further. "Sasuke's condition has stabilized, and he is expected to recover in a few days." Perhaps sensing that the situation had taken a turn for the better, Kakashi resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor. "However, Sasuke is still under strict surveillance by the Umbu, so you cannot see him just yet. By the way, Naruto, is this your only reason for coming here?" I believe you're already aware of my other objective, Kakashi-sensei. I hope you can introduce me to a mentor capable of rapidly enhancing my abilities. Naruto replied lazily. That poses quite a dilemma. Given your current strength, it would be challenging to find a suitable mentor in Konoha. I doubt I have enough influence to approach the third Hokage. It seems we may have to consider that particular individual. All right, Naruto, I understand your ulterior motive, but I trust you realize that I cannot elevate your skills significantly at this point. Here are the scrolls for wind, fire, and earth techniques that I have meticulously compiled. I hope they prove beneficial to you. After a brief pause, Kakashi added, this must not fall into the wrong hands, understood? Upon receiving Naruto's nod, Kakashi solemnly entrusted the 3 scrolls to him. Kakashi then continued in his usual laid-back manner. As for the mentor you seek, I believe there's only one suitable candidate in Konoha. These days, you might want to check the local bathhouses. If you spot an old man with white hair behaving lewdly, that's most likely him. Ah, I understand. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto responded, nodding appreciatively. You were part of my team, after all. Your improvement would reflect well on me. Wouldn't it? Best of luck, Kakashi remarked with his typical indifference. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, Naruto embarked on his quest to scour the bathhouses of Konoha. Sigh, have I lost the good fortune that the original Naruto possessed? How could it be that after searching for so long, I still haven't found him? After lunch and a bit more searching, Naruto found himself dejectedly leaning against an unfamiliar bridge. It seems I must resort to the most effective yet most frustrating method. He declared, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Reluctantly, Naruto unleashed the technique. All right, everyone, we must work hard. Target, Konoha bathhouses, let's move. Instantly, the shadow clones that had been standing on the bridge vanished into thin air. Consequently, observant individuals would notice a Naruto wandering near nearly every bathhouse in Konoha. Yet to no avail. How could this be? Where on earth is Jiraiya? He pondered. Bathhouses, materials, and... hot springs. Jiraiya often visited hot springs with me to gather materials. With this revelation, Naruto promptly relayed the information to his shadow clones, who were still loitering near the bathhouses. One of the Narutos then utilized transformation jutsu to become an ordinary middle-aged man and enter a bathhouse. With so many bathhouses and so many shadow clones, Naruto's funds were insufficient. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to the free bath strategy. This decision would lead to Naruto's transformed visage becoming a wanted criminal in Konoha, with the task posters issued by various bathhouse proprietors. Finally, success was at hand. One of the Narutos, upon entering a bathhouse, discovered Jiraiya's whereabouts, and with a sigh of relief, dispelled the shadow clone to relay the information back to his original self. In an instant, the middle-aged men vanished in a puff of smoke, and Naruto's true form dashed toward the bathhouse where Jiraiya was found. Last. There you are, Jiraiya. Wait for me. I am about to catch you. Your leisurely lifestyle is about to end. Chapter 41. Jiraiya emerges. Welcome. The attendant at the entrance greeted Naruto with a smile as he entered the establishment. However, Naruto, who had come with a purpose, paid no heed to the attendant's courtesy and rushed into the bathhouse. After searching high and low, I've finally found you, Naruto whispered to himself, sensing Jiraiya's presence as he grasped the doorknob. Maintaining a facade of a casual customer, he entered the bath with an unruffled demeanor. Hey, you lecherous old man, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the women over there? Naruto quipped, splashing into the water where Jiraiya was lurking behind a partition. Shoo, be careful not to let them hear you. Jiraiya, startled by Naruto's loud proclamation, turned around, but upon seeing Naruto's face, he was taken aback, recognizing the resemblance. Are women really that attractive? Naruto asked, gazing at Jiraiya in confusion. What do you know? I'm here for material. I'm a world-renowned novelist, Jiraiya replied, momentarily setting aside his previous pursuits to boast in Naruto.s. Oh, what you're calling gathering material looks like you're just peeping like a pervert in a bathhouse. Naruto retorted, unfazed and showing no signs of eagerness to intervene. That I've already told you, it's not peeping. It's gathering material, Jiraiya exclaimed, defensively raising his voice as he felt insulted by Naruto's repeated jabs at his profession. Unfortunately, he seemed to overlook his surroundings, as he was soon set upon by a furious crowd of women and subsequently expelled by the proprietor. Realizing that Jiraiya was still lingering outside, Naruto took his time, cleansing himself of the fatigue and grime accumulated from the Chunin exams before leisurely exiting the bathhouse. Knowing he could afford the price of a bath, kid, do you know you've ruined my grand endeavor? Perhaps due to you, my countless fans will have to wait even longer. Do you have any idea how much loss this has caused me? Jiraiya exclaimed as soon as Naruto emerged. If I were you, I would have chosen to follow the target and confront them in a secluded location. Now, I hope you can survive this encounter, Naruto remarked lazily, observing Jiraiya as a furious expression that in an instant, Jiraiya darted away, using his ninja speed to escape the onslaught of irate women. Kid, I'm leaving first. We'll settle this later. With that, Jiraiya swiftly evaded the angry mob. If you're settling the score, why wait? Isn't this lovely weather just perfect? Naruto called out as he followed Jiraiya, keeping pace alongside him. Kid, it seems you're quite the fighter. You appear to be a genin, yet you possess such speed. However, it's naive to think you could defeat me with that. Jiraiya remarked in astonishment, then accelerated his pace. To his dismay, he found Naruto still hot on his heels. Speak. Who are you? What do you intend by following me? At last, as they reached a small bridge away from the bustling crowd, Jiraiya turned around, his tone serious. He was not fond of being pursued. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to learn from you, as my mentor informed me of a certain white-haired old man with peculiar habits who frequents the bathhouses and could guide my training. Your appearance and behavior fit that description perfectly, so I merely wanted to learn more about you, Naruto explained, spreading his hands in a gesture of surrender. Your mentor? Who might that be? Jiraiya inquired, intrigued, as he was aware that no one knew he had returned. Hatake Kakashi. My mentor is Hatake Kakashi. Naruto replied, So it's him, no wonder. But tell me, didn't he mention that I rarely take on apprentices? Jiraiya said with a smile, crossing his arms and scrutinizing Naruto. Not just anyone can receive my guidance. Now, could you enlighten me about who you truly are? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto did not display any sign of disappointment on his face. Instead, he afforded Jiraiya an opportunity to showcase his talents. Well asked, he exclaimed loudly, after which Jiraiya promptly summoned a toad using the summoning technique and stood atop it to continue his performance, declaring, I am the Toad Sage, known as the Sage of the Toads. Oh, you are the lecherous sage, then? Might I inquire if you could guide me in my training? Naruto, having circled around, finally revealed his intentions. Absolutely not. Jiraiya firmly rejected Naruto's request. Why not? Perhaps I'm indeed the extraordinary person you speak of. Naruto replied nonchalantly, yawning as he continued to press on with his inquiry. Because you have disturbed my research. Jiraiya averted his gaze, refusing to look at Naruto. If you refuse to guide me, I shall follow you everywhere. And whenever you attempt to peep, I will shout loudly, making it impossible for you to continue your research. Naruto resorted to unscrupulous tactics to achieve his goal. Why seek me out? Are there not many formidable jonin in Konoha? Your teacher, Kakashi, is quite impressive, is he not? Upon hearing Naruto's threat, Jiraiya decided to decline him in another manner, by shifting the responsibility onto someone else. Well, the Chunin exams are officially commencing in a month, and Kakashi-sensei is preoccupied with Sasuke, who is on my team. Moreover, as per his accounts, aside from the third Hokage, you're the only one capable of guiding my training. Naruto finally spoke with seriousness. Ha ha, kid, your jest is truly amusing. Jiraiya's first reaction upon hearing Naruto's words was to laugh heartily, disregarding any semblance of decorum. I must admit, judging by your earlier speed, you have already reached the level of a Chunin. But it is quite normal for a taijutsu-type ninja to reach such speed while still a genin. Unfortunately, I am not a taijutsu-type ninja. To be honest, even I am uncertain of the type of ninja I am. However, during the Chunin exams, a rather repulsive ninja named Orochimaru claimed that I am a jack of all trades. Naruto knew that mentioning Orochimaru would pique Jiraiya's interest, so he intentionally spoke his name. What? You encountered Orochimaru during the Chunin exams. Jiraiya's response was immediate and intense upon hearing Naruto's revelation. Orochimaru, he has indeed returned. Yes, unfortunately, I was far too weak. Once he summoned a serpent larger than the toad you just summoned, I was thoroughly overwhelmed. Naruto admitted, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. How did you survive? Did he not kill you? Jiraiya's concern was palpable as he continued to inquire. I am not quite sure why. It seems he did not target me. Naruto feigned ignorance, continuing the charade. Are you implying that you could manage before that creature was summoned? Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued by Naruto's explanation that I wouldn't say manage, but rather, I was able to protect myself. Of course, whether I possess any hidden powers remains unknown, Naruto stated. I say, lecherous sage, you seem to know that Val Orochimaru. What is your connection to him? Naruto feigned confusion. That is none of your concern. Since he claims you are a jack of all trades, let me test you. If you pass, I shall guide your training. Jiraiya appeared genuinely intrigued by Naruto's potential. For the first challenge, let's assess your speed. You must keep up with me. With that, Jiraiya dashed off into the distance. Oh, a race. Is it? How perfectly apt, murmured Naruto before sprinting after Jiraiya. Thus commenced a rapid chase through the forests of Konoha, leading the villagers to speculate about the presence of spirits in the woods. Rumored to be two, as they felt a chill pass by when the two raced past. However, the Umbu dispatched to investigate returned empty-handed, allowing the tale to transform into a legend. Unbeknownst to them, the two instigators remained engrossed in their playful pursuit. Phew, this little brat is rather impressive. After a lengthy sprint, Jiraiya glanced back at the smiling Naruto, who was hot on his heels, and couldn't help but exclaim. Slightly breathless. Ultimately, Naruto saw through Jiraiya's ruse of diversion and cornered the sage, who had concealed himself behind a tree using the transformation technique. In the face of Naruto's perceptive abilities, any attempts to deceive him through sensory manipulation proved futile. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's shadow clones, created to distract Naruto, dissipated into smoke upon his capture. It seems you truly are remarkable. In that case, I shall officially guide your training. However, before we begin, you must do something for me in return. Jiraiya stated with a hint of mischief that I see. This is what you desire, isn't it? Reluctantly, Naruto conjured images from adult films he had once viewed and transformed into the alluring figures depicted therein, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiraiya. However, witnessing Jiraiya's lecherous gaze proved unbearable for Naruto, prompting him to revert to his original form and retch nearby, much to Jiraiya's dismay, who had just drooled at the sight. Nevertheless, he ultimately agreed to mentor Naruto, allowing the latter to exhale a sigh of relief after a long day of trials. Now, let the jesting cease. Upon reaching a secluded stream deep within the forest, Jiraiya finally addressed Naruto earnestly. From this moment forth, I shall guide your training. But first, let us discuss your abilities that truly necessary, Naruto questioned, bewildered. Although he recognized Jiraiya as a good person, he still worried about revealing his secrets to a fellow Konoha shinobi. In his mind, he weighed the pros and cons. Of course it is. Only by understanding your abilities can I tailor the most effective training regimen for you, Jiraiya asserted gravely. Fine, it matters little. In any case, I have no intention of opposing Konoha in the near future. What I reveal now will not be detrimental, as by the time I do become an adversary, my secrets will have been reshuffled. Resolute, Naruto proceeded to introduce his abilities to Jiraiya with newfound seriousness. Among the three ninja arts, Taijutsu is my forte. I currently possess two formidable martial arts techniques and an effective offensive skill. My ninjutsu is somewhat lacking, encompassing only the basic substitution and transformation techniques, alongside the shadow clone technique. Due to my chakra possessing three attributes, Kakashi-sensei has taught me Wind Release, Wind Blade, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, and Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall.as for Genjutsu. I have yet to study it, so I cannot ascertain much. However, I likely possess significant resistance to it. Additionally, I possess a unique perception ability that allows me to sense movements in my surroundings. I discerned your transformation and shadow clone techniques through this ability that Naruto's introduction was both comprehensive and selective, yet it still left Jiraiya astounded. How has this little brat trained to achieve such prowess at such a young age? Kid, who instructed you in your training? Jiraiya asked, astonished by Naruto's revelation. And one has guided me. I discovered it all on my own, Naruto replied, earnestly self-taught. Is this kid a genius? No wonder Orochimaru called him a jack of all trades. Fourth Hokage, it seems you may soon be surpassed by your own son. Jiraiya mused internally, having observed Naruto closely enough to ascertain that he was undoubtedly the son of the fourth Hokage. Given your extraordinary abilities, I shall teach you an even more impressive technique. Jiraiya smiled at Naruto. But first, I would like to understand something. You must be aware that you possess two types of chakra within you. Oh, I'm aware of that. The other chakra holds immense power. Naruto continued to feign ignorance. Pretending to be oblivious is truly a challenge. I must ensure I learn something worthwhile to justify my strenuous act. Now, show me that other type of chakra, Jiraiya instructed. Since you ask, I shall give it a try. Upon hearing Jiraiya's command, Naruto focused his mind inward, temporarily halting the merging of his chakra with the Nine-Tails chakra, and then released the pure Nine-Tails chakra from his body. Surrounded by the chakra of the Nine-Tails, Naruto found himself in a situation far more manageable than in the original story, where he had to exhaust his chakra through a series of shadow clones before achieving such a state. Now that I have created this, is it sufficient? He inquired of Jiraiya after enveloping his body completely in the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Indeed, splendid. Now I can instruct you in the art of summoning. Jiraiya responded, his heart racing at Naruto's remarkable control over chakra. Though his expression remained composed, I guess it akin to summoning a large serpent like that one named Orochimaru. Naruto asked curiously. Ever since he had been powerless before that colossal creature, he had eagerly desired another summoning beast, viewing it as a substantial asset. Although it would complicate matters since it would be identical to Jiraiya's, it was the best choice for Naruto, who could not yet leave the Hidden Leaf Village. Precisely, however, I summoned toads, Jiraiya smiled, explaining that the practitioner establishes a blood contract with any creature and can then summon it at will using ninjutsu, a form of space-time ninjutsu. What are we waiting for? Please teach me quickly. I have been anticipating this for a long time. Naruto exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, both externally and internally. First, allow me to demonstrate. Pay close attention, Jiraiya instructed, biting his right thumb and drawing a line on his left hand. Summoning jutsu. As he shouted, strange characters appeared on the ground when he pressed his left hand down, and a massive toad materialized at his feet. Take a look at this scroll. Jiraiya tossed the scroll he had been carrying to Naruto, who was fixated on him and the toad at their feet. This has been passed down through our family for generations. Write your name in your own blood and imprint your fingerprints with it. Then, when you wish to summon it, gather your chakra in the hand with which you establish the contract. The sequence is In-Wu, Yu, Shun, Wei. After catching the enormous scroll, Naruto quickly bit his right thumb and imprinted his name and fingerprints as instructed. Alright, is this sufficient? You should find it easy to utilize that red chakra now. Give it a try. Jiraiya indicated once Naruto had completed the steps. Okay. In-Wu, Yu, Shun, Wei, summoning jutsu. Naruto swiftly formed the necessary hand seals and pressed his hand to the ground, resulting in an explosion of smoke. Unfortunately, what emerged was a small, four-legged frog. It appeared he had not mastered the chakra output yet. He had thought the chakra he summoned was adequate, but it seemed that summoning jutsu indeed consumed a significant amount of chakra. Ha ha, such a tiny frog. How amusing. Jiraiya burst into laughter, sitting atop the frog beneath him. Seems like I've been underestimated, Naruto remarked, rolling his eyes at Jiraiya's unrefined demeanor. Well then, let me surprise you, In-Wu Yu Shanwei, summoning jutsu. Fueled by his competitive spirit, Naruto unleashed all the Nine-Tails chakra he had conjured. The result was a tremendous cloud of smoke erupting before Jiraiya's eyes. As the smoke cleared, the enormous form of the summoning beast, Fumita, appeared beneath Naruto, leaving Jiraiya astounded. Jiraiya, what do you require of me? What is your intention? Fumita addressed Jiraiya, seemingly oblivious to the presence of a summoner atop his head. Naruto, having summoned Fumita, remained silent, observing the display of dominance from his summoned beast. What an incredible creature! He managed to summon it, albeit with unstable chakra control and a massive expenditure of chakra. This is only his second summoning. Jiraiya marveled at Naruto, who sat comfortably atop Fumita. Oh, I was merely guiding him in the art of summoning, but I didn't expect this little rascal to be so formidable, summoning you on his second attempt. Huh. Jiraiya chuckled, trying to divert attention from the matter. However, Fumida's scrutiny of Naruto was far from over. Hey, you little brat. Who do you think you are, standing on the head of the great Fumita? Do you know who I am? I am Fumita, the Toad Boss. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiraiya, Fumita turned his attention to Naruto, now firmly seated atop him. Oh, is that all? So you're the Toad Boss named Fumita. I see that my name is Uzumaki Naruto. And I summoned you to learn the art of summoning, but I will be relying on you during significant battles in the future. You insolent brat. Do you think you are worthy of my power? You are far from qualified. Fumita retorted haughtily. I finally get to roam free. And now you want me to assist you? You can come down. You seem to have misunderstood. I have no intention of being your subordinate. As a summoning beast, you should understand your role, as for strength. What do you consider to be strong? Speak, and I shall oblige. Naruto replied, unfazed by Fumita's words, even smiling. Since Jiraiya has no further business with me, I suppose I will entertain you for a while. Just try not to fall off, huh? As Naruto spoke with confidence, Fumita burst into laughter and leaped into action, bouncing and darting left and right. Testing Naruto's balance. Seeing that Naruto could handle it effortlessly, Jiraiya relaxed and turned his attention to admiring the scenery. Too slow. Is there nothing more intense? Naruto declared, still seated firmly, undeterred, with his robust chakra control. This was merely child's play for him, lacking any challenge. Thus, he reclined on Fumita's head, basking in the sun. You wretched little brat! How dare you belittle me? Feel my wrath. Fumita, insulted, intensified his movements, jumping higher and swinging more vigorously than before. How troublesome! It seems I must simply enjoy the scenery. As Fumita increased his pace, Naruto stood up to observe the rapidly retreating forest. However, this intensity posed a challenge. I ask, is this all you can muster? It appears that even in large battles, I cannot rely on you. You have angered me, and I shall ensure you pay for your insolence. Fumita, feeling slighted, began executing complicated maneuvers, tumbling, diving, and halting suddenly, trying every conceivable method to shake Naruto off. At this point, Naruto's expression grew serious. This was no longer a trivial matter. I never anticipated this little brat's chakra control to be so formidable, remaining firmly atop Fumita under such circumstances. This thought resonated in both Jiraiya and Fumita's minds. Jiraiya contemplated that instructing Naruto in the future would be a breeze, feeling relieved that he wasn't dealing with a dullard, as that would hinder his teaching endeavors. Hey, Fumita, I believe this trial has served its purpose. Hasn't it? Noticing the sun dipping low in the sky, Naruto addressed the now somewhat winded Fumita. You have proven yourself. Little brat, I have decided to accept you as my subordinate, Fumita declared after halting his movements. You seem to be mistaken. I do not wish to be your subordinate. I require a partner who can assist me in battle, as the Toad Boss. You shouldn't resort to tricks. Do you believe this trial is insufficient and wish to continue testing your abilities? Upon hearing the words of Winta, who graciously provided him with a way out, Naruto immediately interjected. Little brat, today's trial concludes here. There will be further challenges in the future. Then we shall see if you possess the requisite capabilities. With that, Winta disregarded Naruto's opinion and dashed back to Mayaboka Mountain, leaving Naruto alone with Jiraiya, who was approaching him. I didn't expect you to grasp it so swiftly. However, you must continue to summon. You need to find the knack for it. This time, summoning Winta depleted far too much of your chakra, Jiraiya instructed Naruto. Well then, let us call it a day. I have matters to attend to and shall return in a couple of days to assess your progress. After saying this, Jiraiya vanished, presumably due to some new discovery. After Jiraiya departed, Naruto set off towards Konoha, replenishing his stamina with the black chakra when his trial was not merely a test of chakra control. Sustaining high-speed movement had significantly drained Naruto's energy. He felt assured he was heading in the right direction. Yet curiously, upon entering the village, Naruto did not return home, but instead sprinted towards the building illuminated by the full moon. As he approached, he detected the presence of 5 ninjas. One was Gaara, another was Moonlight Gale, followed by Yakushi Kabuto, Izuna, and the last was likely the Sand Village's Jonin, Maki. It seems I have arrived at the perfect moment. Upon sensing the life force of T.S. Zuna dissipate, a smile crept onto Naruto's lips. Indeed, Naruto's purpose for coming here was to rescue the ailing Moonlight Gale. He felt like a firefighter. Yet he wondered if the somewhat mediocre talisman he had crafted would be sufficient to save him. That it was better to see for himself. Plus, he had some words for Maki. Additionally, it was time to divulge the plan to them. As Naruto stealthily approached Yakushi Kabuto and Maki, he overheard Yakushi Kabuto say, "Then I shall take my leave," as the latter departed. Naruto sensed no unease in Kabuto's heartbeat, indicating they had not discovered Moonlight Gale's talisman. Just as Maki prepared to leave after Kabuto, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. "Who are you?" Maki immediately went on guard, marveling at the intruder's prowess for having approached without him noticing. His low exclamation halted Moonlight Gale, who was about to inform the Hokage of the situation. "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that you sand ninjas are being manipulated and unwittingly acting as pawns for someone else." "It's truly a pity," the cloaked figure remarked with a hint of sympathy. "I do not comprehend your meaning, but you clearly overheard our conversation, so prepare to die," Maki retorted fiercely, charging at the cloaked figure. "It appears your Kazekage is deceased," the cloaked figure, showing no intention of evading, uttered a shocking revelation, leaving Maki momentarily paralyzed, his shuriken just an inch from the figure's throat. "What did you just say? You better clarify, or you won't see the sun rise tomorrow," Maki demanded coldly, suddenly halting his advance. You struggle with comprehension. "Allow me to be more explicit. Your fourth Kazekage has been slain by Orochimaru. The current Kazekage is merely an imposter, and you are being utilized by Orochimaru. In essence, everything you do is a service to another, all at your own expense," the cloaked figure explained languidly. "Do you think I would believe such a lowly lie?" "Do not be naive," Maki retorted vehemently, his admiration for the fourth Kazekage clouding his judgment. "If I am not mistaken, your Kazekage's corpse is still lying along the route from the Sand Village to Konoha, unhandled by Orochimaru. If you search diligently, you may yet find it," the cloaked figure continued, observing Maki's changing demeanor. "You have a month to prepare that if you discover that I speak the truth, you should contact the Hokage immediately. However, be discreet. If Orochimaru catches wind of your actions, you know the consequences that await." Chapter 43. The Transformation of Lee, and should you find my words to be accurate, I trust you and your Sand Village know how to proceed. Best of luck to you. With that, the cloaked figure dissolved into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone. Maki realized the figure was a Konoha ninja. This matter must be investigated without delay, he thought, hastening towards his resting place to send word to the village for an investigation. "If Orochimaru has indeed killed the Kazekage, I will not let you escape, even if you are one of the legendary Sannin. This information must be relayed to the Hokage at once." After Maki departed, Moonlight Gale hurried towards the Hokage's office. Once he left, an imperceptible wave of energy surged through the building, revealing Naruto's presence. "Konoha, third Hokage, let me assist you this time and settle all debts. After this battle, I will no longer owe you anything, but you will owe me, and I shall reclaim what is mine." It became evident that the earlier shadow clone was indeed a creation of Naruto. No wonder he remained unfazed by Maki's close-range attack. After lingering in the building for a while, Naruto returned home. Speaking of which, Lee would likely be discharged from the hospital tomorrow, as his injuries only required a bit of rest. Soon, Konoha, no, the strong allies by my side, would increase once more. Upon returning home, Naruto relaxed, peacefully drifting in a slumber that tomorrow's treatment would undoubtedly be rigorous, allowing for no errors or missteps. He needed to be well-rested and sharp. Thus, a night of reunion passed amidst the dreams of some, the worries of others, and the leisure of yet more. "Lee, let us depart." Early the next morning, Naruto arrived at the Konoha hospital to pick up Lee. However, he had to shake off the persistent clutches of a doctor, Watanabe Yukinobu, who even insisted on giving him a business card. Yet this was merely a minor incident and did not occupy Naruto's thoughts. "Naruto, is what you said true? That's fantastic. Let's hurry," exclaimed Lee, quickly packing his belongings and pulling Naruto towards the exit. "Hey, slow down. We need to register first. As ninjas, we must adhere to the rules," observing Lee's eagerness and excitement. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Eventually, he dispatched a shadow clone to handle the paperwork while his original self accompanied Lee to the cave where they would lift the seal from Akamichi. This technique must be performed with minimal disturbance. Otherwise, any damage to the meridians could be troublesome, greatly diminishing Lee's physical prowess. Are you ready? Naruto asked solemnly as he created 2 shadow clones to protect both himself and Lee. I'm all set. I entrust this to you, Naruto, Lee replied with determination. Then let us begin. Ninja art. Purification technique. Naruto declared as he placed his hand on Lee's chest, carefully transforming his chakra into a thread finer than a hair. Penetrating Lee's body. Once inside, he made it rotate to enhance its impact, gradually clearing Lee's meridians. Initially, it began as 1 stream, then branched into 2, then 3, until Naruto divided his chakra into 4 streams and halted further division to maintain perfect control. Under Naruto's diligent efforts, Lee's meridians gradually opened. After clearing them, Naruto did not withdraw his chakra, but instead kept it within, rhythmically expanding and contracting. This would revitalize Lee's somewhat atrophied meridians, ensuring they would no longer atrophy or become obstructed, although age-related atrophy was beyond Naruto's remedy. Thus, the process of clearing the meridians extended over time, as the sun traversed the sky, reaching its zenith, then dipping towards the west, it gradually vanished from sight, replaced by a full moon witnessing this moment. While Naruto and Lee continued their treatment, another Naruto was active within Konoha village. Sakura, may I join you for a chat? The second Naruto approached Sakura. Naruto, what are you up to? She inquired. Upon hearing the words of the second Naruto, Sakura felt a surge of indignation and remarked, there are certain matters regarding Sasuke that I hope you can take a moment to listen to. The second Naruto, noticing Sakura's misunderstanding, chose not to clarify, but instead replied with a smile. What is it concerning Sasuke? It seemed evident that Sakura had no intention of going on a date with the second Naruto. Let us discuss this as we walk, he suggested. After a brief pause, he led Sakura along the streets of Konoha, stating, you are well aware of your own abilities. In a genuine battle, you would be of little assistance, let alone to someone as formidable as Sasuke. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Sakura, recalling her inadequacies during the battle alongside Naruto and Sasuke, spoke with a hint of sadness. Do you wish to change this situation? The second Naruto continued. If so, perhaps I can assist you. Really? Naruto, can you truly help me? Sakura asked, her excitement palpable. I wish to be able to support Sasuke in battle, but my abilities pale in comparison to yours. Yes, your chakra control is quite remarkable. You managed to climb to great heights on your first attempt at tree climbing. The second Naruto remarked, is that really of any help? Sakura inquired, clearly struggling to grasp the significance. Of course. During the Chunin exams, you must have noticed that ninjas have roles beyond combat, he elaborated. Are you suggesting medical ninjas? Sakura exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Precisely, medical ninjas, with your talent for chakra control. I am confident you could excel in that role. You must understand that Sasuke will face various formidable opponents in future battles and will inevitably sustain injuries. If you acquire medical ninjutsu, you could provide him with the healing he requires. Thus, you would become invaluable to him. The second Naruto explained patiently. You're right. This way, I can assist Sasuke, but how can I learn medical ninjutsu? Does Kakashi-sensei know how? Sakura asked, her curiosity piqued. Kakashi-sensei does not. But during the Chunin exams, those medical ninjas owe me a favor, and I believe it would be no trouble for you to observe and learn from them. The second Naruto smiled. Is that true? Thank you so much, Naruto. I truly appreciate your help. I entrust this matter to you, Sakura said, her excitement evident as she realized the primary issue had been resolved. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Now, let us head to the Konoha hospital. The official exams commence in just a month, and our time is limited. With that, the second Naruto guided Sakura to the entrance of the Konoha hospital. Let us enter, he said, leading the way. Following closely behind, Sakura stepped inside. Hello, I am looking for Dr. Watanabe. The second Naruto greeted the receptionist with a smile that he hoped that the information he had received was indeed accurate. Ah, how charming! The receptionist, taken aback by Naruto's radiant smile and handsome features, momentarily lost her composure. Cough, cough. The second Naruto cleared his throat, prompting her to regain her focus. Hello, you are looking for Dr. Watanabe? Please wait a moment while I fetch him. She replied, preparing to head deeper into the hospital. Wait, just tell him it's Uzumaki Naruto looking for him. Naruto interjected, halting the nurse's advance. Oh, understood. So your name is Uzumaki Naruto. How incredibly handsome. The nurse mused, her pace quickening as she hurried to fulfill Naruto's request. Ah, it seems being attractive has its advantages, Naruto remarked to himself, reveling in his own charm. Upon entering Dr. Watanabe's office, however, the nurse was met with a scolding. Have you lost your mind? Calling me out to meet a stranger? Are you even taking your responsibilities seriously? Have you forgotten our duty as medical ninjas? Dr. Watanabe fumed upon hearing that someone wished to see him. He said his name is Uzumaki Naruto, the nurse replied, somewhat defensively. And what of it? Unless it's the Hokage himself, no one is to disturb my work, Dr. Watanabe retorted angrily. Wait, did you say Uzumaki Naruto? Why didn't you say so sooner? He abruptly set down his work and rushed out of the office. Naruto, I didn't expect to see you so soon. What brings you here? Dr. Watanabe greeted Naruto enthusiastically, patting him on the shoulder. I do have a favor to ask. This is my classmate, Haruno Sakura. I brought her here to learn medical ninjutsu, so she can assist in battles. The second Naruto introduced Sakura. Oh, is that so? Dr. Watanabe replied, clearly intrigued that I would greatly appreciate your help. After the Chunin exams, I would like to feel comfortable coming here to lend a hand. The second Naruto flattered. It turned out that earlier that day, while picking up leave from the hospital, Naruto had engaged Dr. Watanabe in a lengthy conversation, spurred by the praise the medical ninjas had given him regarding his remarkable medical ninjutsu during the preliminary Chunin exams. This had piqued Dr. Watanabe's interest. The second Naruto currently present was none other than Naruto's shadow clone, created specifically to assist Sakura, who had shown unwavering dedication and admiration for him. Such devotion was a rarity in the materialistic society he had once inhabited. Of course, that poses no problem. Let her learn here for a few days. However, I cannot guarantee the extent of her learning, Dr. Watanabe replied, his face beaming with a smile. Thank you for your assistance, Naruto said before turning to Sakura. I've done all I can for you. Now it's up to you. With that, he departed the hospital, leaving Sakura to embark on her challenging journey. Are you Uzumaki Naruto? Just as he was about to dispel his shadow clone technique in a secluded area, two members of the Hyuga clan confronted him with an air of arrogance. Yes, that would be me, Naruto replied languidly, opting not to rush the dispelling process. Although he had no desire to engage with these two haughty individuals, he felt compelled to ascertain their intentions, especially if they were related to Hinata. Good. Our clan leader wishes to invite you as a guest, one of the older members stated. Yes, that all? If that is all, you may leave, Naruto retorted, adopting a cold demeanor upon realizing their matter had nothing to do with Hinata. Kid, don't get too cocky. Just because you know some impressive taijutsu doesn't mean you can look down on us. Your so-called impressive skills are laughable to us, akin to a child's play, the younger, brash member exclaimed, angered by Naruto's dismissive attitude towards their clan leader. So-called impressive taijutsu, Naruto mused, quickly deducing that Hyuga Hizashi sought him out due to his reputation for taijutsu. Curious about their intentions, he replied, in that case, lead the way. Believing Naruto had yielded to their demands, the two Hyuga ninjas contemptuously guided him towards their clan's residence. Chapter 44. Confrontation. A member of the Hyuga clan informed Hizashi. Uzumaki Naruto has arrived at the entrance. Oh, he's here. Let him in, Hizashi commanded, setting down his teacup. Yes, the ninja replied, stepping outside to call for Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, our clan leader wishes to see you. Is it the Hyuga clan leader? Quite the grand affair, Naruto mused. As Naruto beheld the situation, he coldly remarked before gradually entering the hall, casting a glance at Hinata Hizashi, curious about what tricks he might be attempting, boldly disrespectful to the clan leader. A Hyuga clansman who entered alongside Naruto immediately bellowed at him. The others in the hall glared at Naruto with fury. To demand respect from others, one must first offer it themselves. Those who are oblivious to the concept of respect can hardly expect mine, Naruto retorted with a biting sarcasm. Given Naruto's current prowess, Combined with his status as a half-disciple of Jiraiya, he had no reason to endure such indignities. Were it not for the fact that Hinata was his fiancée, he would have already stormed out. He was not there to be bullied. Everyone, step back. You must be Uzumaki Naruto. Please take a seat, Hinata Hizashi commanded, dismissing those who wished to confront Naruto further. Thank you. Could you kindly bring me a pot of tea? It need not be exquisite, just the kind your clan leader enjoys, Naruto requested as he settled himself in the hall. Someone, fetch the tea. Hinata Hizashi, observing Naruto's demeanor, was not angered. Instead, he genuinely called for a pot of tea. Those nearby who had intended to reprimand Naruto to uphold the Hyuga clan's dignity could only shoot him a resentful glare, seemingly warning him against his audacity. Unfortunately, Naruto, still wearing sunglasses and with his eyes closed, could not fully discern the meaning behind their glares. However, even if he could, he would likely dismiss such trivial threats that I say, Hinata Hizashi, as the esteemed leader of the noble Hyuga clan, what business could you possibly have with a mere freshly graduated genin like myself? Though Naruto had already surmised Hinata Hizashi's intentions, he feigned ignorance to gauge the response. Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. I merely heard that you have been spending considerable time with my daughter, Hinata, and I wish to ascertain what manner of person you are, Hinata Hizashi replied, pausing momentarily as he held the teacup, then continuing at a leisurely pace that, indeed, we have grown quite close recently. Are you here to caution me to keep my distance from Hinata? If so, that would indeed pose quite the dilemma. Naruto scratched his head, feigning helplessness while secretly amused, thinking, you maintain your composure well. According to my intelligence, it was not just recently. You two have been training together since your time at the Ninja Academy. But do not misunderstand. I have no intention of preventing you from befriending Hinata. I am simply concerned for my daughter, Hinata Hizashi, unfazed by Naruto's veiled sarcasm, replied as he sipped his tea. Nobles are indeed noble. They can remain composed even in the face of such mockery, so you summoned me merely to observe. I have seen all I need to see, enjoyed the tea, and now I must take my leave, Naruto declared, rising with the intent to challenge Hinata Hizashi's patience, eager to see when he would reveal the true purpose of this meeting. Hold it. Do you think this is a place you can come and go as you please? Just then, an elderly figure emerged from behind the screen, interjecting, Second Elder. Upon seeing the old man, the Hyuga clansmen in the hall immediately bowed and greeted him loudly. Even Hinata Hizashi stood and inclined his head slightly. I did not come and go as I pleased. You invited me here. Since you have fulfilled your purpose, does my staying mean I am to dine with you? Naruto thought with a smirk as he felt the figure finally emerge from behind the screen. You have greatly disappointed me. The second elder expressed his discontent to Hinata Hizashi before turning his cold gaze towards Naruto. Impudent youth, this is the territory of the Hyuga clan, and you shall not act with such insolence. We have but one purpose in summoning you. At last, the main act had arrived. Naruto mused as he shrugged, inviting the elder to continue, that we wish to inquire about the origins of your gentle fist technique. The second elder bluntly revealed the true reason for calling Naruto. This seems rather unrelated to your Hyuga clan. Naruto feigned confusion that it is of utmost relevance. We suspect you have surreptitiously learned our gentle fist technique. So you would do well to confess honestly that it would be beneficial for both you and us, and we might even allow you to continue your association with Hinata, the second elder stated. Do not speak yet, Hinata Hizashi interrupted. Have you given it due consideration? Speak wisely. The second elder shot a venomous glare at Hinata Hizashi before again addressing Naruto from a position of superiority. I fail to see how you deduce that the gentle fist I employ belongs to your clan. You claim that any emergence of a gentle fist style is automatically attributed to you. Naruto countered, his demeanor shifting, no longer indulging the elder's provocations. Everyone knows that the gentle fist has always been the fighting style of the Hyuga clan, and we have conducted our investigation. You are an orphan. Having known only Rock Lee as a friend before entering the Ninja Academy, with no other associations, what else could your technique be if not pilfered from us? The second elder insisted stubbornly. Naruto erupted in a laughter at the second elder's obviously well-researched remarks. If it is indeed your clan's technique, why have I never seen you utilize it? Prove it. That is because it is a closely guarded secret of our clan, one not imparted to non-core members, and the manual was lost 5 years ago, precisely when you began practicing this technique. The second elder pressed further, utterly absurd. If it were a secret of your clan, it would be treasured and safeguarded, and how could it possibly come into the possession of a mere child like me? Your fabrications are laughably unconvincing. It seems your eyesight has dimmed, and your mind has dulled. Naruto retorted scornfully that it appears you will not relent without force. Seize Uzumaki Naruto, the second elder commanded, realizing that Naruto remained obstinate, intending to resort to coercive measures to extract the truth. Stop. At that moment, Hinata's voice rang out from the entrance, declaring, Naruto is not that kind of person. That it seemed the previous battle had fostered her growth, enabling her to speak up boldly in front of a crowd. Then everyone beheld Hinata entering the hall, with Neji trailing closely behind, evidently assigned as her protector. Hinata, what brings you here? You must leave. This is not a place for you. Hinata Hizashi barked at her. Having learned of the situation, this caused Naruto's impression of him to shift slightly, but only just, Naruto, are you all right? Hinata inquired with concern, bravely stepping forward after a brief hesitation. Hinata, why have you come? I can handle this. You should return, Naruto smiled, seemingly unfazed by the tense atmosphere. Naruto, I want to face this with you, Hinata declared, her head bowed, a mix of shyness and determination in her voice. Hinata, it's all right. I can manage this situation. Please return home, and I will find you later, Naruto responded, touched that Hinata would express something akin to a confession in such a public setting. He gently stepped forward, embracing her, and, as she became momentarily dazed, he knocked her out. Neji, hurry and take Hinata away, commanded the second elder, glaring at Hinata Hizashi. You have raised a fine daughter. Yes, Neji responded, his expression unchanged as he approached Naruto and carried Hinata out of the hall, casting a peculiar glance at him as he departed. What are you all waiting for? Seize him. The second elder urged the poised clansman after Neji exited with the unconscious Hinata, while Hinata still stood in front of Naruto. The second elder hesitated to act. After all, Hinata was Hinata Hizashi's daughter. Although he did not hold much regard for Hinata Hizashi, he was still nominally the leader of the Hyuga clan, their representative. Very well, let me now test the mettle of the esteemed Hyuga clan, Naruto declared fire style. Phoenix Fire Technique. As Naruto uttered these words, he unleashed a wide-ranging ninjutsu attack. Although its power was modest, it was sufficient to momentarily impede the 3 approaching members of the Hyuga clan. Did you not claim that I had pilfered the gentle fist techniques of your clan? I am eager to witness how you will unravel the so-called secrets of the Hyuga clan. With that, Naruto immediately engaged the trio, who had evaded his previous technique, executing Tai Chi this juncture. Naruto had no qualms about concealing his prowess, fully unleashing the potential of his Tai Chi to its utmost. The extraordinary efficacy of Tai Chi against a group attack became apparent, as the principle of using an opponent's force against them allowed one to turn adversaries upon their own allies. The 3 Hyuga clan members found themselves ensnared in this very predicament. In terror, they realized that their strikes not only failed to reach Naruto, but were instead redirected towards their own companions. The continuous circles drawn by Naruto enveloped them entirely, leaving them unable to escape. They could only watch helplessly as they became puppets of Naruto's control, inflicting their own techniques upon their allies. In less than a minute, the trio lay incapacitated upon the ground. Yet, Naruto understood that this was merely an appetizer. These 3 opponents were merely chunin, seemingly employed to gauge his strength. Through his perception, he discerned that 5 additional Jonin-level ninjas lurked within the room, alongside the second elder and Hyuga Hizashi, indicating that he would be facing at least 5 Jonin and 2 Quasi-Kiga-level ninjas. An ominous situation indeed. As anticipated, following Naruto's defeat of the 3 Chunin, 3 of the Jonin immediately surged forth to engage him. However, perhaps due to the earlier trio's probing, they maintained their distance, opting to utilize the chakra-draining 8 trigrams air palm to assault Naruto from afar. Yet, they clearly underestimated the might of Tai Chi. Naruto stood firm, spinning in place, and when the chakra-infused strikes from the three Jonin landed nearby, they were inevitably drawn into his realm. However, the power of the Jonin's attacks far surpassed that of the previous opponents. Naruto's Tai Chi, merely at a nascent level of proficiency, could only neutralize their techniques but could not reciprocate their force against them, as Zhang Sanfeng had done in Etienne Talonji. Furthermore, Naruto was reluctant to reveal his ability to absorb chakra, as such knowledge would only complicate matters further. For now, he was but a shadow clone, content to engage them in playful combat while honing his Tai Chi nevertheless. It was evident that these opponents were not only Jonin but elite Jonin. Plunging Naruto into a dire struggle, he found himself unable to strike back. Forced into a defensive stance, his focus intensely sharpened as he remained vigilant against the remaining two Jonin, the second elder. And Hyuga assured that it seemed this entire scheme had been orchestrated by the second elder. And given Hisashi's low standing in the clan, it was no wonder he had treated Hinata with such disdain. Such behavior would only serve to diminish his status within the family. Yet, while Naruto clearly understood this, persuading him to acquiesce to such tactics was an impossibility. He simply found that his animosity towards the elder had lessened, witnessing Naruto's resilience against the three Jonin. The second elder's eyes gleamed with fervor, sending a chill down Naruto's spine. Frustratingly, they could not swiftly subdue Naruto, prompting the other two to step forward and join the assault. At this moment, the advantage of numbers became apparent, as Naruto faced a relentless barrage of attacks from five Jonin, causing his Tai Chi domain to gradually crumble. Ultimately, he was unable to defend against one such strike, which struck him squarely, sending him sprawling and spitting blood. "Stop him!" the second elder shouted, seeing Naruto propelled outward by the force of the blow. Reacting to his command, the others swiftly closed in on Naruto once more. "The Hyuga clan? Is it? I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall remember this. I will surely avenge today's grievances," Naruto coldly declared, his gaze fixed on the second elder, whose face was flushed with excitement. "Huh, do you not find it rather late to utter such words now?" The second elder laughed boisterously, confident that the situation was entirely under his control. "Yes, you appear overly confident in your assumptions. Some matters are not as they seem. Until we meet again," Naruto retorted mockingly at the elder's exuberance. He then suppressed the chakra that had infiltrated his body, promptly dispelling the shadow clone, leaving the members of the Hyuga clan staring blankly at the dissipating smoke. Chapter 45. The Winds of Change Few. Fortunately, my mental fortitude is sufficiently robust. Otherwise, the residual chakra, still coursing through my body, would have disrupted my technique, potentially endangering Lee's body. Following the dispelling of Naruto's shadow clone, the injuries incurred were not without consequence for his original body. Given the confrontation with the Hyuga clan and their Byakugan scrutiny, Naruto refrained from consuming the chakra that had entered his body, opting instead to suppress it. Thankfully, upon his return to his original form, he experienced minimal disruption that I never anticipated that the Hyuga clan would harbor such individuals. It is truly disheartening. My Hinata truly nurtured within such a family. Naruto pondered, having absorbed the memories of the shadow clone. It appeared that he had come to recognize Hinata as his Hinata. Nevertheless, he resolved to set aside these concerns for the moment and prioritize unblocking Lee's meridians. Naruto continued his efforts in the cave to clear Lee's pathways. The second elder of the Hyuga clan was in a fit of rage within their courtyard. How could you be so incompetent as to bring back an individual without even confirming whether he was the real body? Now he has escaped. If he were to spread word of this throughout the village, it would be detrimental to the Hyuga clan. I apologize. We have been tracking him since morning and did not detect any irregularities. One of the ninjas responsible for escorting Naruto remarked, stepping forward with a look of remorse. Enough. It is too late for excuses. Have you ascertained whether he truly lacks any significant background? The second elder, realizing the futility of lamentations, adopted a more amiable demeanor. Indeed, his only connection appears to be his mentor, the copy ninja Kakashi Hatake, and he is merely the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, explained Rika, the ninja tasked with intelligence gathering. That is good to hear. Even Kakashi would not dare to act against the Hyuga clan. As for the identity of the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki, there is nothing to fear. He is merely a weapon, the elder declared. Now, Everyone return to your posts. Ensure that the patrol teams keep a watchful eye on Uzumaki Naruto's movements. Capturing him is no longer feasible. After issuing a few more commands, the second elder, along with Hyuga Hizashi, turned to leave. Hizashi, I must admit that I was a bit too agitated today and did not extend you the courtesy you deserve that I hope you can forgive me as your uncle. The second elder addressed Hizashi once they were inside. So, he is Hizashi's uncle. That explains it, that if he were merely an elder, even if Hizashi had not fully assumed control over the clan, he would not have treated the clan leader with such disrespect in public. Naruto mused. Not at all. The second elder's actions were solely for the future of our Hyuga clan. I harbor no ill feelings, Hizashi replied earnestly. Those true thoughts remain concealed. Knowing you understand alleviates my concerns of any misunderstandings. Hizashi, as the clan leader, you must always consider our Hyuga clan's interests. If our more forceful methods prove ineffective, let us allow Hinata a chance. That I must take my leave. The remaining matters are in your hands. The second elder imparted his words with significance before departing the hall, heading toward the elder's quarters, oblivious to Hizashi's tightly clenched fists concealed within his wide sleeves. Great elder, the second elder has returned. A ninja clad in black attire announced, arriving ahead of the second elder at the elder's quarters, addressing an elderly ninja seated at the head of the assembly before vanishing promptly. Has the second elder returned? I wonder how the situation has unfolded. The elder pondered. The elder murmured to himself, and upon sensing that the second elder had reached the doorway, promptly inquired, Second brother, you have returned. How did the matter unfold? The second elder, feeling somewhat uneasy in the presence of the imposing figure before him, replied, Unexpectedly, things have taken a turn we did not anticipate. The boy named Uzumaki Naruto, who came along with the actor named Jia, turned out to be merely a shadow clone. Thus we were unable to capture him. What's the matter? How could the second elder address the elder as second brother? The elder frowned and admonished. While here, do not call me second brother. Refer to me as elder. After a brief pause, the elder inquired, Have you discerned the strength of a young lad named Uzumaki Naruto? Is that set of martial arts truly as formidable as it seems? Through our engagement, we discovered that his prowess significantly exceeds that of a mere genin, and he is at least of Chunin rank. That it is indeed that martial art that grants him such ability. Moreover, that technique is even more powerful than we had imagined. With it, that boy was able to momentarily fend off our combined assault from 3 elite jonin, although he appeared to lack full mastery of it. The second elder conveyed his findings to the elder. And what of Hizashi? What was his reaction? That boy seems to have a close relationship with his daughter, the elder pondered aloud after a moment of reflection. Compared to elder brother, he is still lacking in capability. He did not exhibit the imposing presence expected of a clan leader. The second elder remarked with a sigh, It seems the relationships are now clear. The current clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, is the son of the elder brother, while the elder is Hizashi's second uncle, and the second elder is either his third or fourth uncle. However, it is also plausible that they could be cousins of Hizashi's father. Yet, such details are of little consequence. What truly matters is their subsequent strategy. That's so. Let's not dwell on him. We must seize this opportunity presented by the downfall of the Uchiha clan to strive for our own advancement, aiming to penetrate the heart of power in Konoha. Have you dispatched someone to continue monitoring Uzumaki Naruto? After expressing his sentiments, the elder inquired further, I have already arranged for the patrols to keep a vigilant eye. The second elder responded after hearing the elder's question. Very well. Then if there is nothing further, you may return. There are matters I must contemplate in greater depth. The elder spoke with an expressionless demeanor, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Understood, elder. I shall take my leave now, as there are also matters that require my attention. With that, the second elder exited the elder's quarters, leaving behind the elder's face, intermittently illuminated by the dim candlelight. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan continued their orderly tasks as if nothing had transpired, though Hinata, lost in unconsciousness, occasionally furrowed her brow, and Niji stood outside, gazing pensively into the distance. As for the Sand Shinobi, they had already come under the watchful surveillance of Konoha's Umbu. Additionally, the third Hokage had dispatched several Umbu to search the route from Konoha to the Sand. hoping to locate the body of the fourth Kazekage, thereby potentially averting a large-scale catastrophe. Time shifted back to the previous night. What? It appears Orochimaru has come prepared this time. You mentioned that this information was conveyed by a stranger clad in black. Can you ascertain their identity? The third Hokage expressed surprise upon hearing the news from Suki no Kaze. It is impossible to ascertain. The individual was entirely shrouded in black, their face obscured, but I'm certain they are a ninja from Konoha. Suki no Kaze promptly replied, "Datto. Why is that?" The third Hokage inquired with interest. In the end, we discovered it was merely a shadow clone, thus confirming they are indeed a ninja from Konoha. Suki no Kaze affirmed, "A Konoha ninja? Who could it be, possessing such formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities? I never expected Konoha to harbor such a powerful ninja." The third Hokage mused that you recall any distinctive features? No. After pondering for a moment, Suki no Kaze shook his head in exasperation. Is that so? That is of little consequence. Judging by the current circumstances, he does not harbor ill intentions toward Konoha, but rather seems to be assisting us. We shall set this matter aside for now, regardless of its veracity. From this moment forth, Suki no Kaze, you are tasked with monitoring the Sand Shinobi's movements. The third Hokage issued his orders with decisive authority. Umbu! Here, two Umbu with cat-like masks appeared in response to the Hokage's call. Immediately proceed to search the route from Konoha to the sand for the body of the Kazekage, but ensure that you do not reveal yourselves to the Sand Shinobi, that if what that individual stated is true, it will facilitate our efforts. The third Hokage commanded the awaiting Umbu. Understood. Suki no Kaze and the two Umbu replied in unison before vanishing without a trace. Following their departure, the third Hokage gazed out the window, lost in thought, staring into the dark night and the full moon, seemingly immersed in memories of the past. After the Umbu dispatched by the third Hokage set off, Maki's messenger hawk soared into the sky. Accompanied by several accompanying ninjas who began their search along the route. On another front, Jiraiya met with his contact in Konoha, Kakashi, that very morning. "Kakashi, you have brought me considerable trouble." Kakashi, who was strolling along while savoring the wonders of the paradise of affection, was suddenly addressed in such a manner. "Lord Jiraiya, you have indeed returned." Kakashi turned around with a smile upon recognizing Jiraiya. "Indeed, I have returned to Konoha to gather new materials. You still haven't answered my query. I cannot believe that upon my return, you have already presented me with such a significant dilemma," Jiraiya remarked, somewhat flippantly, aware that the bustling street was not conducive to discussing sensitive matters. "Though, you mean Uzumaki Naruto. You must have met him by now. What are your impressions of him?" Kakashi and Jiraiya conversed as they walked. "That a genius. I must concede that he is truly a prodigy. His learning ability is remarkable. He summoned Gameta on his second attempt at summoning, and he passed Gameta's test. This boy is indeed extraordinary. Who is he? I do not believe Konoha has anyone with the surname Uzumaki." Jiraiya appeared to be seeking clarification from Kakashi. "You must have realized by now. He is indeed the son of that esteemed individual," Kakashi casually remarked while leaning against the railing, his gaze fixed upon the Hokage rock of Konoha. So he truly is his son. It stands to reason. Only someone from the land of whirlpools would carry the surname Uzumaki in Konoha, Jiraiya said, following Kakashi's gaze and coming to a sudden realization. In truth, he had already suspected this but sought confirmation. "Then you are aware that he is the Jinchuriki, correct?" Kakashi turned to inquire. "Yes, I am aware. Without the power of the Nine Tails, he would not have been able to summon Gameta. It seems he has indeed done much for Naruto. However, this poses quite a dilemma. I may find myself with little free time moving forward," Jiraiya lamented, ruffling his hair in resignation. "You need not worry. Naruto possesses an exceptional training method, one uniquely suited to him. With this method, it is conservatively estimated that his training speed could be 200 times that of an ordinary person." Kakashi suddenly stated with gravity, "He may very well become the greatest ninja in the world." "Oh, is it truly that remarkable? It seems I must witness it for myself tomorrow." Jiraiya smiled in response. By the way, Lord Jiraiya, did you return for Orochimaru?" Kakashi shifted the topic unexpectedly. "Orochimaru is one facet. However, there is another vital piece of intelligence that requires addressing." Upon mentioning this issue, Jiraiya's demeanor turned serious. A new organization known as Akatsuki has emerged, comprised of S-rank rogue ninjas from various villages. Operating in pairs and donning attire of black with red clouds. Their true strength remains shrouded in mystery, yet they are undoubtedly formidable. Had it not been for my adept intelligence-gathering skills, I might have never discovered their existence. Do you know their intentions? Kakashi inquired, his tone now grave upon learning about this organization. At present, it remains unclear. However, Orochimaru was once a member of this organization, and it seems Itachi is involved as well. My discovery of them originated from following Orochimaru's trail, and it appears the incident with the Nine Tails 12 years ago may also be connected to them. Jiraiya spoke solemnly, recalling the loss of his most prized student during that event. Another purpose of my return is to leverage Orochimaru as a means to uncover more information about this organization. It seems I must also activate Konoha's intelligence division. Did I ask that so? The situation is becoming increasingly precarious. Kakashi remarked, his expression grave like a tea that moment. A cool breeze rustled through, carrying with it a flurry of yellowed leaves, swirling through the air. Today, various factions sprang into action, and in Konoha, a tempest of change began to brew. As the sun slowly descends in the sky, casting its warm glow upon the atmosphere, the full moon reveals her visage, smiling down upon the earth. The evening has awakened the birds, who now venture forth in search of sustenance. Inside the cave, Shao Li's meridians have been opened by 2/3. The most arduous pathways near his head and heart have been successfully navigated by Naruto at the peak of his mental focus. Only the lower limbs remain, and completion is imminent. Chapter 46. Transformation complete. The gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze resonates outside the cave, reverberating in the stillness of the night, marking the final phase of Naruto and Shao Li's arduous endeavor. Phew, it's finally done, Naruto remarked, his pallor evident from the extensive expenditure of mental energy and chakra. And oh wonder those so-called masters are reluctant to assist others in opening their meridians. It is indeed a laborious task. Are you all right, Naruto? Shao Li, now fully aware that his meridians have been entirely opened, turned to see Naruto's ashen face and expressed his concern that I'm fine. I've merely exhausted a significant amount of chakra and mental energy. A day's rest will suffice, Naruto waved dismissively, yet his gaze remained fixated on Shao Li with genuine concern. How do you feel now? Any discomfort in your body? Let me check, Shao Li responded, immediately attuning himself to the sensations within. Moments later, he opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. It's incredible. I feel an immense power coursing through me, far surpassing the strength of the fifth gate. Indeed, the surging meridian of the 8 gates technique temporarily opens the 8 extraordinary meridians, granting tremendous power. Although it allows one to temporarily exceed the strength of a Kage, the cost is life itself. The reason for this is that the sudden influx of chakra puts immense strain on the still maturing meridians. The more gates that are opened, the greater the pressure, ultimately leading to death when all 8 gates are fully unleashed. But now, it is different. Naruto has helped Shao Li open the 8 gates in a gentle manner, utilizing his chakra to gradually ease the process, thereby minimizing the pressure on the meridians. With each gate opened, Naruto has nurtured and fortified Shao Li's pathways, enabling them to withstand even greater impacts. Though Shao Li's 8 gates are now opened, there remain unactivated meridians. Naruto harbors concerns for Shao Li's body. The sudden surge of such formidable power may overwhelm him, necessitating a period of adaptation. Shao Li, try to channel your chakra along the pathway I previously opened within you for a few circuits. You must dedicate 2 hours each day to this practice, understood? Naruto smiled, having observed Shao Li's remarkable transformation. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had left a subtle flow of chakra within Shao Li, merely serving to connect the meridians and prevent them from closing again, as they had been opened through external force, not by Shao Li's innate power. Thus, there was a risk that they could naturally revert. Understood, Shao Li affirmed, concentrating deeply as he began to mobilize his chakra, guiding it through the now accessible pathways. After Naruto opened his meridians, Shao Li's chakra slowly emerged, a testament to his relentless training. Previously sealed within his physical form due to the absence of pathways, it now flowed freely. Watching Xiao Li independently channeling chakra, Naruto closed his eyes to restore his own mental energy and chakra. Feeling thoroughly exhausted from the night's efforts, time slipped away as the two engaged in practice and recuperation. As dawn broke, the fresh air stirred the birds to sing, their melodious calls awakening Naruto from his slumber. It seems my body has nearly reached an extraordinary state, he mused, feeling his vitality restored to a remarkable extent. Noticing Xiao Li still immersed in his chakra practice, Naruto gently roused him. Xiao Li, you can stop now. You need only allow your chakra to flow in this manner for 2 hours each day. Exceeding this may cause significant harm to your body and meridians that I understand. Thank you, Naruto. I am overjoyed to finally have chakra flowing within me. Xiao Li exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he opened his eyes. Don't mention it. We are brothers, now that you can freely utilize chakra. There is something crucial we must do, Naruto said, retrieving a piece of chakra attribute test paper from his ninja tool pouch. He had saved up to acquire it after spending the remainder of his money on clothing, which explained why Kakashi had waited until Naruto turned 15 to present it in the original story. It was to avoid waste. What is it? Xiao Li inquired, curiosity piqued. This is chakra test paper. Input your chakra into it and see what happens, Naruto instructed, handing it over. All right, Xiao Li replied hesitantly but complied, channeling his chakra into the paper while Naruto watched intently to their astonishment. The paper split into 2 halves. What just happened? Xiao Li asked in disbelief. I it wind attribute. This simplifies matters, as I possess wine chakra as well. With this, your speed should reach new heights, Naruto murmured, gazing at the severed paper. It appears your chakra attribute is indeed wind, an attribute with considerable offensive capability. Combined with this, your physical techniques will ascend to new levels, Naruto explained, recognizing Xiao Li's confusion. Ninja chakra is classified into 5 main elements: wind, fire, earth, water, and lightning. Now you understand, right? It seems that since Xiao Li was unable to cultivate ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, Guy had not introduced him to this knowledge. Understood. So, Naruto, does this mean I can now learn ninjutsu and jinjutsu? Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Yes, you can. However, as before, we must keep this a secret from everyone for now. It could very well be your lifeline, Naruto cautioned, acutely aware of the attention he had garnered. Revealing this secret might prompt the elders to summon him for a serious discussion. Understood. Xiao Li nodded solemnly in agreement. Now, I will teach you the wind release, blade of wind technique. This ninjutsu forms a sharp sword from wind chakra, perfectly complementing your close combat style. Here are the hand seals. Follow my lead, Naruto instructed. Demonstrating the hand seals for the technique, in addition to mastering this seal, you must also quickly familiarize yourself with the 12 hand seals required for casting. For now, we will postpone discussing the chakra flow method for this technique. Your primary focus should be on practicing the hand seals and enhancing your chakra control. Starting today, we will meet every evening at our previous training ground to refine your chakra control. Yes, Xiao Li responded enthusiastically, pleased that Naruto had laid out a clear plan for his training. All right, let us head back now. It's been a night since we last returned home. I'd like to check in, Naruto said, rising to his feet. Sure, I'm starving. I could really go for some Ichiraka ramen, Xiao Li exclaimed, his excitement palpable as the two made their way towards Konoha. Naruto, what are you doing here? Weren't you taken by the Hyuga clan? I thought you hadn't returned this morning? A voice suddenly called out as they dashed through the woods. Jiraiya, what brings you here? I was indeed summoned by the Hyuga clan, but it was merely a shadow clone, and why real self is occupied with something important, Naruto replied, halting to greet the tall figure with a smile. There's something amiss? The Hyuga clan has been unusually active since yesterday, particularly around your vicinity, where several members have been seen loitering, Jiraiya observed, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Thanks to Kakashi's little dog, we managed to track your whereabouts. That moment, the small dog, Pakin, made a timely appearance to greet Naruto and Xiao Li. Would you like to hear about it? Naruto felt a warmth at Jiraiya's expression, reminiscent of an elder seeking to defend a younger relative from bullying. Whether for the formerly Phone or Naruto, this is something of immense value and scarcity. It is also what they have been ardently pursuing. Thus, he uncharacteristically addressed Jiraiya with honorifics, a manifestation of his genuine respect for him. It appears that something unfortunate has transpired within the Hyuga clan. Witnessing Naruto's unusual demeanor, an ominous premonition surged within Jiraiya's heart. Yesterday morning, after escorting Sakura to the Konoha hospital to commence her training in medical ninjutsu, I was summoned by two members of the Hyuga clan to their residence. Subsequently, after sitting down in a spacious area with Jiraiya, Naruto began recounting everything that had transpired in the Hyuga clan yesterday, as relayed by a shadow clone. Then, their martial arts struck me, and my shadow clone was dispersed. Naruto gradually narrated the unfolding events. How infuriating! I never anticipated the Hyuga clan would become increasingly unreasonable. It seems it is time for this old man to take action. After listening to Naruto's account, Jiraiya slammed his fist heavily onto the grass beside him, seething with anger. Damn it, Naruto! Let us go to the Hyuga clan together to exact revenge and seek justice for you. Xiao Li also shouted in fury. Kid, don't be so impulsive. The Hyuga clan is not something you can confront at this moment. Jiraiya admonished Xiao Li, while Naruto restrained Xiao Li's impetuous body, preventing his rash decision. Leave this matter to me. I still hold some influence over the Hyuga clan. Now, let us return and see how the Hyuga clan will respond. Once he noticed Xiao Li calming down, Jiraiya continued. The three then swaggered back toward Konoha. Upon entering the village, Naruto sensed that 4 members of the Hyuga clan had set their sights on him. One of them, upon spotting him, immediately dashed toward the Hyuga clan settlement to report, or perhaps to seek assistance. The other 3, seemingly aware that they were no match for Naruto, merely trailed behind at a distance. It seems the mice have shown themselves, Naruto remarked, exchanging glances with Jiraiya. Jiraiya smiled knowingly and continued walking, disregarding the 3 tailing them. Boss, 3 bowls of beef ramen, please. Famished, Naruto and his companion strode directly to the Ichiraka ramen shop and called out, coming right up, 3 bowls of beef ramen. Oh, it's Naruto. I haven't seen you in ages. How did the Chunin exams go? No problems, I hope. The ramen shop owner joyfully inquired upon recognizing Naruto that, of course, there were no issues. With that, the 3 sat down, eagerly awaiting their ramen. The shop owner occasionally exchanged a few words with Naruto. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan member who had gone to report finally returned to the clan. Clan leader, we have discovered the whereabouts of Uzumaki Naruto. I just returned from the village's back mountain, accompanied by an elder and a youth. Hyuga Wuming reported to the seated Hyuga Hizashi. Oh, who are the 2? Hyuga Hizashi inquired, setting down a large teacup. The youth is Lee Rock, who is in the same class as Niji As for the elder. I do not recognize him, but I did see he wore a forehead protector with a character oil on it and had long white hair. They appear to have a close relationship with Uzumaki Naruto. Hyuga Wuming recounted, recalling the details. He is merely a young Chunin and does not know Jiraiya. What did you say? Oil forehead protector, long white hair. It seems highly likely that it is that gentleman. He has returned. However, how did he become associated with Uzumaki Naruto? This could pose a problem. How could such crucial information have gone undetected? Hyuga Hizashi stood up in surprise upon hearing Hyuga Wuming's description. His heart filled with concern. This gentleman is no ordinary individual. Indeed, although surprised by the clan leader's sudden change, Hyuga Wuming affirmed, you must return immediately and continue monitoring them, but be extremely cautious not to act recklessly. Hyuga Hizashi calmly instructed Hyuga Wuming. After he departed, he promptly summoned another individual. Go to the Elder's Hall and fetch the second elder. Humph, you wish to seize their martial arts, yet you even contemplated sacrificing my daughter. Now that they have a formidable backing, I shall see how you intend to respond. What did you say? Is it confirmed to be him? The second elder, upon arriving and hearing Hyuga Hizashi's account, expressed astonishment that it seems this matter is quite serious. What is the intelligence department doing? How could such vital news have eluded them? I am uncertain, but it is likely a recent development. Otherwise, we would have certainly uncovered something. Hyuga Hizashi concurred. Someone, go and summon Uzumaki Naruto here at once, the second elder instructed, immediately calling someone over, but just as that person was about to leave, he added, wait, remember to be respectful. Do not adopt an overbearing demeanor. Yes, The individual promptly rushed outside to find Naruto and the others. Second elder. After that individual departed, Hyuga Hizashi looked at the second elder in astonishment, his surprise evident that I never expected him to be involved as well. This time, we must concede. Furthermore, if the third Hokage learns of this, it will be detrimental for our Hyuga clan. Let us discuss our strategy going forward. The second elder interrupted Hyuga Hizashi's ensuing words, speaking with some resignation. Chapter 47. The Hyuga clan's attitude. Mr. Naruto, our clan leader wishes to invite you for a discussion, as there are important matters he wishes to address in person. Hyuga Wuming, guided by other members of the clan, found Naruto at Ichiraka Ramen, enjoying a meal. Slurp. However, Naruto completely disregarded him, engrossed in his meal, while Jiraiya remained unfazed beside him. Shaoli, although seething with anger, also kept his head down, continuing to enjoy his ramen. Thus, they left Hyuga Wuming hanging. Lord Naruto, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding between you and our Hyuga clan. The clan leader simply hopes to resolve this misunderstanding, as we are all part of Konoha. Observing this scene, Hyuga Wuming felt no anger. Instead, he spoke even more respectfully. Having experienced the events of yesterday, Naruto's nonchalant appearance in front of everyone suggested he had no reliance. Otherwise, no one would believe it. Furthermore, judging by the clan leader's astonishment upon learning of Naruto's close relationship with the elder beside him, the situation was crystal clear. Naruto had found a powerful backing, and that backing was the white-haired elder. In this scenario, it is best to maintain a humble demeanor, Hyuga Wuming thought, while outwardly maintaining a broad smile as he regarded Naruto and his companions. A misunderstanding? Well, that misunderstanding seems rather significant. You can inform him that I am too busy. I will remember what happened yesterday, Naruto said, setting down his chopsticks and wiping his mouth with a napkin, his tone indifferent. Lord Naruto, I implore you to accompany me. Consider it a favor to me. If you do not return with me, I will be finished. Hyuga Wuming, seeing that his obsequiousness was ineffective, adopted a pitiful expression as he pleaded with Naruto. Unfortunately, before the tycoon of the performance world, his act fell woefully flat. Since you plead so desperately, I suppose I shall accompany you. Wouldn't you agree, sensei? Naruto seized the opportunity to agree, having set the stage, yet business still needed to be attended to. Hyuga Hizashi, I am curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve this time. You are truly kind-hearted, Naruto. In that case, as your teacher, I shall accompany you as well. Jiraiya chimed in, aligning himself with Naruto. And I too. It has been a while since we brothers have acted together. Shaoli quickly interjected. Are we all right to go together? Turning to Shaoli with a smile, Naruto then directed his gaze back to Hyuga Wuming and asked, No problem, Mr. Naruto, please follow me. Our clan leader has prepared a feast in your honor. Hyuga Wuming eagerly nodded in response. Very well, let us depart. I am quite eager to hear what the Hyuga clan leader has to say. Naruto declared, following Hyuga Wuming as they made their way toward the Hyuga clan, with Jiraiya and Shaoli serving as a steadfast support behind him. That moment, Naruto sensed that one of the ninjas monitoring him had vanished, presumably having departed to prepare and report the information to Hyuga Hizashi, allowing him to ready himself in advance. Clan leader, Uzumaki Naruto, and that esteemed gentleman are approaching our Hyuga clan. Initially, only a few unfamiliar Chunin had detected Naruto's presence. But along the way, they were taken over by two Jonin, who were able to recognize Jiraiya. They are already here. Have you ascertained the nature of his relationship with Uzumaki Naruto? This is now the foremost concern of Hinata Hizashi and the second elder. Uzumaki Naruto refers to him as his teacher. The reporting J-Nin immediately conveyed this information. It seems that Uzumaki Naruto has indeed found a significant ally upon hearing the J-Nin's words. The second elder spoke in a grave tone. We must prepare ourselves. Bring them in. With a resolute mindset, the second elder promptly summoned several individuals, instructing, You shall immediately prepare a lavish feast. He then turned to Hinata Hizashi and remarked, We must find a scapegoat for this incident. While we are not particularly afraid of Jiraiya, his influence in Konoha is substantial. Should he choose to testify regarding our actions from yesterday, the Hyuga clan would face public disdain, and we would be further from our aspirations. I understand that, Hinata Hizashi replied, somewhat helplessly. However, the identity of the scapegoat must be of a certain stature within the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, we may fail to earn any trust. This predicament is of your making. Now that it has unraveled, seeking a Hyuga clan member to take the blame will tarnish my reputation among our kin. Who would be suitable for this task? After much contemplation, the second elder concluded, there is but one person who fits this role perfectly, and his standing within our clan is not insignificant. Who? Hinata Hizashi inquired immediately to it is. Just as the second elder and Hinata Hizashi were fervently debating how to address the impending situation, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Rock Lee finally arrived at the Hyuga clan stronghold. Lord Jiraiya, I did not expect your return. It appears that Konoha has gained yet another formidable ally. Please, come inside. Upon seeing the trio, Hinata Hizashi rose to greet them. In terms of power, he certainly surpassed Jiraiya. Yet in terms of reputation and seniority, he fell short, which did not diminish his sense of dignity. Rather, it felt entirely appropriate. You must be Hinata Hizashi, the esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan. Truly impressive, Jiraiya exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The future of Konoha rests in the hands of young talents like yourselves? Ah, not at all. Hinata Hizashi deflected modestly that I have prepared a feast. Please take a seat. He led Naruto and the others into the hall, where they settled onto tatami mats. Throughout this time, Naruto remained silent, merely closing his eyes to rest and attune to his surroundings. The Hyuga clan appeared intent on extending an apology. For there were no guards stationed, only two ordinary Nins standing at the entrance. Bring forth the dishes, Hinata Hizashi called out, and soon after, attendants entered, laden with an array of food and drink for their table. Lord Jiraiya, along with Naruto and Rock Lee, please enjoy the meal. Let us dine first, and we shall discuss serious matters afterward, Hinata Hizashi said with a smile. In the original narrative, he seemed perpetually stoic, devoid of laughter. Thus, it was a stroke of fortune to witness his smile today, which, despite its rarity, possessed a certain charm, exuding an aura of a formidable leader. I shall begin. Upon hearing Hinata Hizashi's declaration, Jiraiya and the others did not object, for they had not yet satiated their appetites after the previous bowl of ramen. They indulged heartily, relishing the feast. Back in the day, Lord Jiraiya, to enliven the atmosphere. Hinata Hizashi reminisced about Jiraiya's past heroic deeds while they dined, and Jiraiya chuckled, unfazed by the nostalgia. The meal concluded in a harmonious ambience. Esteemed leader, now that we have finished our meal and shared pleasantries, it is time to address the pressing matters at hand. Once the feast was over and the dishes cleared, Naruto finally spoke. Indeed, it is time to discuss the serious issues, Hinata Hizashi concurred, his demeanor shifting as he turned to Jiraiya. Stating, concerning yesterday's events, I must clarify that it was entirely a misunderstanding. I would very much like to hear the details, Naruto retorted, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone. Meanwhile, Jiraiya fell silent, quietly sipping his post-meal tea. Bring in Hyuga Q, Hinata Hizashi commanded, and shortly thereafter, two Hyuga clansmen escorted a tall figure, Hyuga Q, into the hall. Allow me to introduce you. This is Hyuga Q, our intelligence chief. It was he who reported to us that Naruto-kun's martial arts were a long-lost technique of our clan, which led to this misunderstanding, Hinata Hizashi said apologetically to Naruto. The focus here is on Naruto that if he chooses not to pursue grievances, then Lord Jiraiya has no further objections. This is all my fault. It has nothing to do with the Hyuga clan. Should Naruto-kun hold any grievances, let them be directed at me. Hyuga Q knelt before Naruto, bowing his head. But how can you be certain it is a misunderstanding? If it is indeed a lost technique, how can you judge that my martial arts are not the Hyuga clan's long-lost style? Naruto did not pay heed to Hyuga Q, recognizing him merely as a scapegoat. Nonetheless, it was evident that Hinata Hizashi was willing to make considerable sacrifices, even offering up his clan's intelligence chief. Though it is a lost art, we still possess one or two scrolls, due to Hyuga Q's esteemed reputation and his impeccable record in intelligence work. We took his word without further investigation before taking action against Naruto-kun. It was indeed a mistake on our part, and we hope for your magnanimity to resolve this misunderstanding amicably, Hinata Hizashi stated with composure. suggesting that they had done their homework prior to Naruto's arrival. And what does the Hyuga clan intend to do about this individual? Naruto inquired, pointing at the still kneeling Hyuga Q, ignoring Hinata Hisashi's previous statement. Given the magnitude of this oversight, he is not suited to remain in our intelligence department. However, we defer to Naruto-kun's judgment, Hinata Hisashi responded, revealing his readiness to act generously, offering up an elite J-nin specializing in intelligence without a flicker of hesitation. At that moment, Naruto remained silent, weighing the pros and cons. He knew that resolving the conflict with the Hyuga clan was paramount. His own influence was not yet formidable enough, and his strength insufficient to confront them. Moreover, due to Hinata's connection, he could not afford to be adversarial with the Hyuga clan. The agony of being caught between two of the most important people in his life was something a Chinese man would understand well. It was a torment he wished to spare Hinata from enduring. However, the notion of acquiescing so readily left a bitter taste in Naruto's heart, as he felt a lingering resentment. Both Jiraiya and Hinata Hisashi fixed their gazes upon him, awaiting his decision. Hinata Hisashi's concern was personal, while Jiraiya sought to gauge Naruto's response to the situation. Esteemed leader, since it has been established that this incident was a misunderstanding, it would be unreasonable for me to pursue it further. Naruto remarked with a smile, but his expression quickly turned serious. However, I did sustain injuries yesterday, and to simply agree would seem lacking in resolve. Therefore, if the Hyuga clan truly wishes to resolve this misunderstanding, I propose a solution. Oh, pray tell, Hinata Hisashi urged. Since I endured a strike from your clan yesterday, I do not wish to harm this individual, Hyuga Q. I merely require that he receive one strike from me. Afterward, regardless of the outcome, we shall consider the matter settled. What does the Hyuga clan leader think? Naruto suggested nonchalantly. Very well, I shall bear the brunt of your strike, Naruto-kun. Before Hinata Hisashi could respond, Hyuga Q hastily agreed. All right then. Seeing Hyuga Q's resolute acceptance, Hinata Hisashi readily acquiesced. Since all parties have consented, I shall proceed. Are you prepared, Q-senpai? Naruto inquired as he stood and approached Hyuga Q. I am ready. Please, Naruto-kun, Hyuga Q replied, standing tall and resolute. Then I shall begin. This is another of my martial techniques. I hope you will not misconstrue it in the future. 1-inch punch. As Naruto spoke, he landed a punch on Hyuga Chihiro's right chest, and the sound of cracking bones echoed in the ears of those present. However, Hyuga Chihiro proved to be quite the tough man, standing there without uttering a single sound, completely motionless. The misunderstanding with the clan leader of the Hyuga had seemingly been resolved, and the matter at hand had been settled. Can we take our leave now? Naruto inquired, casting an appreciative glance at Hyuga Chihiro before turning to Hyuga Hisashi. Of course, you may leave at any time. Hisashi promptly replied. It appeared that he needed to reassess his evaluation of Naruto's strength. Such a seemingly casual punch had shattered Chihiro's ribs. Given the style of that punch, it must undoubtedly be the hard fist technique. Who would have thought that one individual could simultaneously master both the soft fist and hard fist styles, and at such a high level? This young lad's future is indeed boundless. Then we shall take our leave. Until we meet again, Hyuga clan leader, Naruto said, leading Jiraiya and Rock Lee away, leaving the members of the Hyuga clan exchanging bewildered glances. Once they regained their composure, they quickly realized that Hyuga Chihiro was sweating profusely from pain, prompting them to hasten towards the Konoha hospital. Chapter 48. The final wait. Naruto, just now you. On the way, as Jiraiya was about to express his thoughts, Naruto abruptly interjected. You were going to say that my handling of the situation was inappropriate, weren't you? Yes, since you had already resolved to diffuse the conflict in your heart. Why did you still strike that fellow named Chihiro? Jiraiya seemed somewhat perplexed. Then, in your opinion, what kind of mindset does this behavior reflect? Naruto countered with a smile. Such actions are typically those of immature individuals or children. Jiraiya, having encountered many different people during his travels, was quite clear on this matter. But do I appear to you as someone immature or childlike? Naruto queried further. Although you are indeed a child, your intellect is anything but childish, Jiraiya responded, suddenly seeming to grasp something. Oh, that's how it is. Your behavior just now was rather clever indeed. What do you mean? Rock Lee, still a bit confused, leaned in curiously. I had already mentally agreed to resolve the conflict, yet I still deliberately struck that fellow Chihiro. There are two reasons for this. Naruto paused, ensuring there were no members of the Hyuga clan following them, before explaining to Lee and Jiraiya. The first is that I wanted to lower their guard, to allow them to perceive me as a mentally immature child, thereby underestimating me from the depths of their hearts. I've been rather ostentatious lately, which is not in line with my usual style. The second reason is to convey that I am not particularly magnanimous. I bear grudges and retaliate. They ought to keep their distance from me. And as you saw, I struck his right chest, showing restraint. After a moment of reflection, Naruto elaborated on the second reason. Oh, so that's how it is. Naruto, you're truly clever, Rock Lee exclaimed, pleased to understand the reasoning. Naruto felt a bit bashful, realizing that these were merely common tactics, albeit surprising when executed by his youthful physique. I don't even know what to say to you, kid, at such a young age. You're already quite astute. I wonder if that's a good or bad thing, Jiraiya remarked with a smile, shaking his head. By the way, your mentor Kakashi mentioned you possess a remarkable training method that can expedite your training speed by 200 times. I can't help but be curious to see it. What are we waiting for? Let's go now. There's less than a month until the Chunin exams, Naruto declared as he prepared to head towards the Konoha forest, only to pause and turn back to Jiraiya. Is it all right if Lee joins us? Oh, it's fine. Lee can come along, Jiraiya generously replied. The three then set off together towards the training grounds where Naruto and Jiraiya practiced. Naruto, I believe you have already mastered the summoning technique, but you still need to train in combat alongside the Toads. This will be a long-term endeavor that requires your gradual comprehension through battle, Jiraiya said seriously as the topic of training arose. As for today, I will teach you a unique ninjutsu of my own creation. From this day forth, you shall be my official disciple. Are you prepared? Jiraiya asked solemnly. Yes, Naruto affirmed firmly in response to Jiraiya's question. Thus began his true journey in ninjutsu training. Given your performance yesterday, your offensive capabilities are certainly commendable, but your defense could use improvement. Therefore, I will impart to you one of my defensive ninjutsu. By the way, your long hair is quite suited for this technique, Jiraiya said with a teasing expression. Oh, what ninjutsu is it? It must be the Needle Earth Prison. Right? That is indeed a powerful defensive ninjutsu, comparable to absolute defense, though it may struggle against techniques infused with fire chakra, Naruto mused. However, my defensive abilities are not to be underestimated, Jiraiya-sensei, even if I haven't mastered it yet. He thought to himself with a smile. Watch closely, ninjutsu. Needle Earth Prison. Jiraiya quickly formed the hand seals, causing his hair to grow rapidly until it enveloped him entirely like a hedgehog. It seems this technique serves not only for defense, but also for offense, Naruto remarked, extending his hand to feel the strands of hair that were harder than steel after Jiraiya demonstrated the technique. All right, kid, today you'll focus on mastering this ninjutsu. Jiraiya laughed as he dispelled the technique. By the way, just how does your training speed surpass that of ordinary people by 200 times? It's about time I witnessed it. Since you're so eager to see, let me show you. Multi-shadow clone technique. After extensive training, Naruto had refined the technique to the point where he could initiate it with a single cross hand sign. As he performed the technique, 200 Narutos appeared in the vicinity. Everyone knows today's task, right? What are you waiting for? Let's get to work. With that, Naruto's shadow clones began practicing the Needle Earth Prison technique, and Jiraiya, witnessing this, was taken aback. I never expected you to come up with such a clever method. This approach is uniquely suited to you. My apologies, Kakashi-sensei, for borrowing your patented technique. Naruto silently apologized in his heart before turning to Jiraiya. What are we waiting for? Jiraiya-sensei, so many people are eager for you to explain chakra flow and the techniques to be mindful of. I understand now that I've never taught such a large group all at once. It feels quite authoritative, huh? Jiraiya chuckled as he immersed himself in instructing the 200 Narutos in battle. Lee, come with me, Naruto said to Rock Lee, who was still in shock. Oh, what is it, Naruto? Lee asked as he followed Naruto to a different spot. All right, this is the place that it's time for your training to commence. Your task today is to climb a tree. Climb a tree? Why must I do that? It seemed that guy had not briefed him at all. The objective of climbing the tree is to enhance your chakra control. You can now utilize chakra, but with your current level of control, advanced ninjutsu remains out of reach. Thus, it's essential to strengthen your chakra control, and climbing trees is the best method. Watch closely, Naruto instructed as he demonstrated the tree climbing technique, guiding Lee just as Kakashi had taught Sasuke and Sakura. To his surprise, Naruto found that Lee's chakra control was quite impressive. While it didn't quite match Sakura's, it was on par with Sasuke's initial attempts. It seemed that Lee would find learning ninjutsu relatively easier in the future. Naruto continued to assist Lee, helping him avoid many unnecessary detours. On the other hand, Naruto's shadow clones continued their arduous efforts. And judging by their demeanor, it seemed that this ninjutsu was not as effortless as one might have imagined. Meanwhile, the original Naruto diligently fulfilled his responsibilities. Within half an hour, he dispelled the shadow clone technique to assimilate the experience and insights into his own body, only to subsequently create more clones to resume his training. Just as Naruto and Rock Lee were striving to enhance their skills, on a desolate cliff, the masked Kakashi and the stoic Sasuke were also engaged in their own training of the Chidori. However, among the Konoha 12, aside from those preparing for the upcoming competition, only Sakura remained in the hospital, diligently studying due to Naruto's encouragement. Oh, and I nearly forgot about Shikamaru, the slothful fellow, who was currently indulging in a feast at a barbecue restaurant with Ino and Choji. It seemed that among the Konoha 12, their team was the least earnest in their training, would they really only awaken to their potential after Asuma's demise. As for Naruto, besides his training, he also took the opportunity to visit Hinata. Offering guidance on her Tai Chi practice, to demonstrate that he had reconciled with the Hyuga clan, Naruto even shared a midday meal with Hinata at her family's residence, and later that afternoon, they enjoyed a playful game of hide-and-seek, combining exercise with merriment. In short, both Naruto and Hinata had a delightful time that day. As for Neji, he maintained his usual cold demeanor, and Naruto bore no goodwill towards him either. He still had an unsettled score from when Neji had injured Hinata. Thus, whenever they crossed paths, they exchanged hostile glances. Thus, amidst Naruto, Lee, Sasuke, and Neji sweating profusely in their training, Sakura's earnest studying, and Shikamaru's leisurely lifestyle, the official Chunin exam was approaching. Overall, many had made significant progress over the past month, while others stagnated or even regressed in their abilities. Nonetheless, the inevitable was upon them. Tomorrow marked the day of the Chunin exam, and anticipation filled the air. At Ichiraku Ramen, Lee exclaimed between mouthfuls, "Finally, it has arrived." Yet, Naruto dampened his enthusiasm with a remark that sent a chill down Lee's spine. "It seems you haven't participated in your class's training sessions for a month. I wonder how Gai-sensei will react when he sees you tomorrow. A punch? Or a kick? Oh no, this is troublesome. Gai-sensei is sure to be furious, and I'll be in for a rough time." Lee shuddered at the thought of facing his teacher's wrath. Naruto burst into laughter at Lee's reaction, prompting Lee to sheepishly scratch his head and join in the mirth. They appeared to be in high spirits. As for Sasuke, he sat atop the Uchiha clan's empty courtyard, gazing at the moonlight, his thoughts already drifting toward the upcoming Chunin exam. In the Konoha station, Temari polished her treasured fan, while Kankuro arranged his puppets, seemingly preparing to unveil their fangs the next day, though the target of their strike remained known only to them. Gaara, too, sat on a rooftop, staring blankly at his hands, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Hinata and Sakura, as non-participants, were also awake, watching the moonlight and praying for their beloved ones. Asuma's team, on the other hand, was indulging in a carefree feast at a barbecue restaurant, appearing utterly unconcerned, whether out of ignorance or fearlessness. Tomorrow, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage puffed on his pipe while contemplating the potential events of the forthcoming day, his desk adorned with the latest intelligence. Tomorrow, Jiraiya, soaking in a hot spring, surprisingly refrained from peeking at beautiful women and instead closed his eyes to relax his mind. Tomorrow, in a dimly lit room, a disturbingly deranged individual licked his own cheek with a twisted tongue, rasping in a hushed tone, "Tomorrow, I shall keenly observe your performance, Sasuke-do, and I mustn't forget about you. Naruto-kun, this is even more thrilling than when I participated in the Chunin exam myself." Ha ha ha. In summary, nearly everyone was filled with anticipation for the Chunin exam the following day, their gazes collectively fixed on the event. Whether they hailed from Konoha, Suna, or Odo, whether they were among the Konoha 12 or the Suna trio, and regardless of whether they were the third Hokage, Jiraiya, or Orochimaru. Lying quietly in bed, Naruto meticulously organized the details of the exam in his mind. Thinking, tomorrow is the day of the gathering, he pondered what he should do and how to approach it, carefully crafting his plan. Though one knows that plans rarely survive contact with reality, who could predict whether the changes would align with Naruto's intentions or veer away from them? Regardless, planning was essential. It was a time when human endeavor meets the whims of fate. With a self-deprecating smile, Naruto concluded that his plan was sound, and he soon drifted into slumber, ready for whatever awaited him. All would unfold on the morrow of the Chunin exam. Chapter 49. The Chunin exam begins. The morning sun beamed brightly, casting its first rays into Naruto's room, illuminating the two individuals already awake. Finally, it has arrived. We've waited a month for this moment, Lee exclaimed, bolting upright as he basked in the brilliant sunlight. Indeed, after such a long wait, it's finally here. Let us have a hearty breakfast to celebrate its arrival. Naruto responded, rising as well. They exchanged amused glances before bursting into laughter, exhibiting no signs of anxiety about the day's competition, exuding confidence after a month of rigorous training that had significantly enhanced their abilities. After enjoying a nourishing breakfast at the restaurant, the two set off toward the training grounds, their spirits high. The streets were bustling with others also heading to witness this grand event. Of course, Naruto's earlier predicament of being ambushed by a throng of bulls did not materialize, for he was no longer as oblivious as depicted in the original narrative, thus evading undue attention for his tardiness. Nevertheless, his striking golden hair and handsome visage still drew unfavorable impressions. As the crowd gathered, they were greeted by the cheers of the audience, led by the proctor, Mitarashi Anko. Naturally, Sasuke, accompanied by Kakashi, was late, thus absent from the throng. This competition is your grand stage. The true protagonists of the formal exam are you, Anko declared, a statement that left the participants somewhat bewildered. However, it appeared that their month of preparation had not been in vain. As they masked their uncertainties well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for gathering here today for the Chunin exam in Konoha. That I extend my heartfelt gratitude, and we shall now commence the formal exam for the 10 qualified participants. Please enjoy the show. Following a few remarks from the third Hokage, the eagerly anticipated Chunin exam officially commenced. Before the competition begins, I have something to say, Anko announced, turning to the 9 contestants present. Although the terrain differs, the rules remain unchanged. There are no rules. The match continues until one party perishes or concedes. That I will end the match when I see that the outcome is clear, and there shall be no dissent. Understood? After scanning the group, she continued. Then for the first round, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Neji. The rest may proceed to the waiting room. Hey, Hinata, there's a spot here. This is definitely worth watching, Gaara remarked as he and the others made their way to the waiting room, coincidentally catching the beginning of Naruto's match. Upon sensing Hinata's presence, Naruto immediately smiled and waved at her, causing her cheeks to flush bright red. What a laid-back guy, Sakura grumbled, observing Naruto's carefree demeanor. Hey, Sakura, since you and Naruto are in the same class, do you know how strong he really is? Is there any chance he could defeat Neji? I doubt he stand a chance, Ino chimed in. Noticing Sakura's apparent lack of concern, don't underestimate Naruto. Although I'm not certain of his exact strength, I know he is quite formidable. He even defeated a Jonin once. Sakura boasted, feeling triumphant in front of Ino. Yet, she was surprised that the little guy had made it this far. It seemed he was indeed remarkable, but how could he possibly contend against the genius of the Hyuga clan? From the stands, Ino and Shino exchanged glances, commenting on Naruto's calm demeanor. He won to lose. That I believe in him, Hinata asserted, having some insight into Naruto's abilities and knowing that Neji was not yet a match for him. Meanwhile, leaning against Akamaru, Kiba sensed the presence of Anbu, heightening his anxiety and prompting wild speculations. Nevertheless, the match for Naruto commenced as scheduled. Kid, this is not the time for reminiscing. Underestimating your opponent like this suggests that you're truly unworthy of being a ninja, Neji remarked, his gaze fixed disapprovingly on Naruto, who was still exchanging glances with Hinata. Feeling disrespected, he continued, "Since you seem eager to finish early and head home for dinner, allow me to grant your wish." Upon hearing Niji's cold words, Naruto finally shifted his focus to the arena and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it seems you are quite confident. That makes for a worthy battle. I am eager to witness the look of despair in your eyes when you confront the harsh reality." With that, Niji activated his Byakugan and assumed a combat stance, his expression serious as he locked eyes with Naruto. "Your ambitions are rather lofty. Therefore, let's see if your strength can match your words. Do not merely speak empty rhetoric," Naruto retorted defiantly. "Let the first round begin." Observing both competitors brimming with fighting spirit, Narashikamu, the proctor, wisely announced the commencement of the match. "Watch closely, Hanabi, that no one can inherit the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit as well as he can. He far surpasses your sister." Hayashi Hyuga instructed Hanabi from the stands, noticing Niji's readiness. "Thus, Niji should secure an easy victory this time," Hanabi replied, taking her father's praise for granted. "No, this time Niji will lose." Hayashi stated, his expression unchanged, which left Hanabi bewildered. How could that be? If Niji is so formidable, how could he possibly lose? Is that guy named Uzumaki Naruto really that much stronger? I find that hard to believe. She questioned, perplexed. They are not even on the same level. "Just continue watching, and you will understand," Hayashi succinctly explained before falling silent, piquing Hanabi's interest, prompting her to focus intently on the match that she initially found tedious. "Did you not just boast about wanting me to go home early? Why are you now standing still? Could it be that you are the one who speaks empty words?" Niji taunted, observing Naruto's lack of movement. No. I'm merely contemplating whether to let you lose gracefully or embarrassingly," Naruto replied, somewhat helplessly, as he met Niji's mocking gaze. "That I am curious to see how you'll manage to make me lose embarrassingly." With that, Niji launched an offensive, charging at Naruto with a flurry of gentle fist strikes aimed at his body. "Too slow. Is this really all you can do? You are such a disappointment," Niji exclaimed. Given Naruto's speed, there was no way he could be struck by Niji's attacks. To onlookers, it appeared as though Naruto was ensnared within Niji's flurry of punches, utterly defenseless. However, those with keen insight could discern the truth. In reality, although Niji's strikes were sharp, they did not even graze the hem of Naruto's attire. The disparity between the two was akin to that of an adult and a child. This was no mere coincidence. Due to Naruto's training regimen with shadow clones, he had indeed made significant strides in just 1 month. To quantify this, a day of Naruto's training was equivalent to 200 days for others, resulting in 30 days equating to 6,000 days, or approximately 15 years of progress. Given the tremendous toll this training method took on one's stamina, chakra, and mental fortitude, and considering that Naruto spent half of his time resting and recovering, he had managed to learn in 1 month what would typically take others 5 to 6 years. If Naruto were unable to handle Niji with ease now, he might as well give up and wait for death in some remote location instead of facing the Akatsuki. However, as Niji marveled at Naruto's overwhelming prowess, he suddenly noticed Naruto reaching into his ninja tool pouch, which prompted him to grow wary. Yet, not just Niji, but everyone was taken aback when Naruto pulled out a book titled Ica Paradise and began to peruse it leisurely. Seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, it was said that once, Li Feng had expressed interest in this book that captivated Kakashi. Now, in this moment, he could finally witness it firsthand, as for the age restrictions. Such rules held little weight for ninjas. An inconsequential transformation jutsu could easily circumvent them. Regardless, Naruto's actions left a significant number of spectators utterly astounded. Isn't that book prohibited for minors? How does that kid possess a copy? And in such a critical setting, exclaimed spectator A in disbelief. Indeed, echoed spectators B, C, and D in unison. It seems Naruto-kun has made considerable progress this month. This is truly exhilarating. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, thought greedily as he observed Naruto's display. Simultaneously, he remarked to the third Hokage, "Konoha truly produces remarkable talent, does it not, Lord Third Hokage?" Indeed, the third Hokage chuckled, though internally he was astonished, unable to believe that Naruto had grown to such an extent in just a month. "Minato, you can rest easy. Your son is a true genius. Even Shinui Ginma, standing nearby, looked at Naruto with surprise, realizing that this level of strength was likely that of a Jounin. This little brat is truly exceptional, achieving Jounin level at such a young age. However, the one most profoundly impacted by this display was Neji himself. Witnessing Naruto's nonchalant demeanor only fueled his anger, causing him to intensify his assault. But alas, he still could not even brush against Naruto's clothing, which was notably oversized. All right, I've had my fun. It's time to bring this to a close. Farewell. With that, Naruto swiftly closed the book and vanished from sight. Moments later, everyone witnessed Neji being sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, unconscious, with Naruto standing triumphantly beside him. Upon witnessing this scene, many spectators instinctively rose to get a better view. Even Hayashi Hyuga stood, astonished, as he realized Neji had been surpassed. He turned to glance at Hinata, who was also standing, and sighed before settling back down. What just happened? I didn't see anything, Hanabi exclaimed, struggling to comprehend the rapid outcome of the match. It seems I underestimated him. Hayashi sighed before explaining to Hanabi. Uzumaki Naruto utilized a speed that is nearly imperceptible to the naked eye to evade Neji's attacks before charging forward and landing a decisive blow to Neji's chest, resulting in this outcome. Uzumaki Naruto. I will surely surpass you one day, Hanabi declared, her fists clenched in determination, undeterred by the setback. Yet this might merely remain a dream. Meanwhile, gasps of astonishment rippled through the stands, as Naruto's display had indeed left many in awe. The rest of the Konoha 12 were left dumbfounded, particularly Tenten, who had been paired with Neji. The match is over, and the victor is Uzumaki Naruto. Shinui Ginma announced, stepping forward to declare the results. It appears the outcome of the match did not unfold as you envisioned. The underdog has emerged victorious. Your so-called fate is merely a constraint of your own making, hindering your growth, Naruto remarked. Addressing Neji, who had just regained consciousness, he had not delivered a lethal blow, allowing Neji to awake. Otherwise, he might have met his ENTS 8 genius in the eyes of the world. Your dedication to training is commendable, but you still have a long way to go. With that, Naruto disregarded the fallen Neji and made his way to the stands, taking a seat beside Hinata. Hinata, one must rely on hard work to achieve success. Talent constitutes only a minor fraction of one's strength. Therefore, you must strive even harder in your training to catch up with Neji and keep pace with me, Naruto said, grasping Hinata's hand and smiling at her. This gesture caused her to blush a deep crimson, but the fact that she did not faint was a significant improvement. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba was off to the side, pacing in circles as for the upcoming match between Sasuke and Gaara. It was postponed due to Sasuke's absence, compounded by Orochimaru's manipulations while disguised as the Kazekage. Sasuke has not lost his qualification for the exam. Chapter 50. The Late Battle. Esteemed spectators, the candidates for the next match have yet to arrive at the venue. Hence, this match will be postponed, and we shall proceed with the subsequent bouts. Now, may the next contestants, Kanjuro and Oil Girl Shino, come forth. Upon receiving the directive from the third Hokage, Narashikamaru addressed the audience. TCH, my match hardly holds any significance, whether at the onset or now, that if the secrets of the crow's mechanism are exposed before the plan commences. It would be rather unfortunate. Moreover, considering Master Maki's instructions, Kanjuro pondered, subsequently raising his hand to speak to Narashikamaru. Proctor, I forfeit. Please proceed with the next match, observing the astonished expressions of the crowd. He reiterated his decision. That moment, the audience, who had already been waiting for some time, erupted into a chorus of discontent upon hearing yet another forfeit. Even the third Hokage appeared somewhat troubled. Due to Kanjuro's forfeit, Oil Girl Shino emerged victorious without a contest. Witnessing the agitated crowd, Narashikamaru promptly announced this to redirect their attention. Yet alas, his efforts bore little fruit, as the spectators grew increasingly incensed. Just then, a chilling gust of wind swept through, silencing the audience, for the next contestant, Temari, had gracefully descended from her colossal fan. Her impressive entrance captivated all. Who are you? Narashikamaru inquired upon seeing her enter the arena. I am Temari, It is now my turn to compete, she proclaimed, her resolve palpable as she folded her fan. You are indeed quite spirited. With that, Naruto declared, let the next match commence. After announcing the star of the contest, he called out to the remaining contestant, hey, hurry down. However, Shikamaru appeared notably reluctant. What are you doing, running up there uninvited? Speaking of which, why does my match have to undergo such drastic changes? Caught in a dilemma and contemplating forfeiting, Shikamaru suddenly heard CHG's voice. Shikamaru, you must give it your all. If you win, Asuma-sensei promised we could all go out for barbecue. Ah, what a hassle. I've been completely caught in Asuma's trap. Shikamaru lamented. Yet as he remained inactive, the audience began to stir restlessly again, feeling the piercing gazes of discontent directed at him, rather than the contestants. Shikamaru reluctantly leaped into the arena. It seemed that the teacher truly understood his pupil. Nonetheless, it appeared he had indeed irked the audience, for once the main event commenced, they hurled bottles, cans, and scraps of food at Shikamaru, quickly surrounding him in a barrage of refuse. Reluctantly, he stood to face Temari's challenge. Whether I can become a nin is not of great importance to me. But as a man, I will never concede to a woman. Shikamaru finally adopted a serious demeanor. However, on the sidelines, Naruto observed the two with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Honestly, kids these days are so precocious. Just 12 years old and already calling themselves men while referring to others as women. This education is truly ahead of its time. Yet he seemed to overlook the fact that he himself was also just 12. Currently holding Hinata's hand, Naruto shook his head in resignation. The fateful duel arranged by AB had already begun. It appeared that Shikamaru was steadily retreating, utterly losing face from his earlier bravado. Temari's adept long-range techniques posed significant challenges for him, especially since the arena lacked the crater created by Naruto in the original narrative, rendering Shikamaru's strategy futile. What new plan could he devise? After a prolonged struggle, Shikamaru finally stood his ground, facing Temari across a shadow line. However, the extension of his shadows he had hoped to use to his advantage did not ensnare her. What would these two cunning ninjas devise next? Temari, watch out above. To Shikamaru's surprise, Kanjuro disregarded the rules and shouted from outside the arena, causing Shikamaru's shadow plan to unravel once more. Nonetheless, this still startled Temari, who, while evading the ground shadow, began to analyze Shikamaru's attack patterns. Just as she believed she had deciphered Shikamaru's shadow attack, she suddenly felt something above catch her eye. When she attempted to look up, she found herself immobilized, and at that moment, Shikamaru straightened the curving shadow he had been using to pursue her, extending its reach and successfully ensnaring Temari that instant. The makeshift parachute also fell to the ground, and the audience quickly realized that it was not merely a simple parachute. Inscribed upon it was a message, and astonishingly, it was tethered to a flashlight. Understanding dawned upon the crowd. It turned out that Shikamaru had dangled a flashlight to deploy the parachute, using its light to elongate Temari's shadow just enough to trap her within his grasp. Ultimately, he straightened the shadow due to the parachute's descent, merely a precaution. The outcome was now evident. Everyone could see that Temari had been ensnared by Shikamaru. However, just as the crowd marveled at Shikamaru's intellect, they were taken aback when he abruptly raised his hand to forfeit. This astonishing action left everyone dumbfounded, particularly CHG, who was eagerly anticipating a barbecue feast. The victor is Temari, Naruto Shikamaru announced, his composure unwavering as he declared the result. Wait! As the match concluded and Shikamaru prepared to leave, Temari called out to him. I recall that when that makeshift parachute first ascended, there was no light emanating from it. After all, having light at that moment would have been detrimental to you. So, what was the source of the light later on? Can you control object from a distance? Oh, I didn't expect you to be intrigued by that. It should be simple enough. With that, Shikamaru revealed an almost invisible thread from his mouth and tugged at it forcefully, causing the parachute lying on the ground to slowly glide back towards him. The crowd watched as he detached the other end of the thread from the flashlight's switch. I never anticipated you would think so far ahead, Temari exclaimed, astonished, as she observed the thread in Shikamaru's hand. Not only did you anticipate my attack and evasion routes, but you also meticulously planned the parachute's trajectory, using a thread of perfect length. Indeed, The line used to control the flashlight switch must neither be too short nor too long. Otherwise, it would work against you or fail to yield the desired effect. The audience, having come to this realization, gazed at Shikamaru in speechless admiration. His intellect was truly remarkable. Next, Tosuzan and Rock Lee, please enter the arena. After Temari and Shikamaru exited, Nara Shikamaru, having regained his composure from shock, called out to the contestants. "All right, it's finally my time to shine," Lee exclaimed as he darted into the arena with astonishing speed. With all 8 gates now open and a month of rigorous training behind him, his strength had reached new heights. His exceptional speed instantly piqued the audience's interest, especially since Naruto's earlier display of speed still lingered in their minds. Everyone was eager to see what Lee would showcase. Meanwhile, Tosuzan, having not received a bye, was still alive and kicking. Upon witnessing Lee's entrance, he leapt down from the stands with a disdainful expression, clearly unimpressed by Lee's velocity. For in his mind, no speed could surpass that of sound. "Let the match begin," Nara Shikamaru proclaimed as both contestants took their positions at the center of the arena. "Here I come. Let us settle the score from the forest of death," Lee declared as the exam commenced. Extending a hand toward Tosuzan, "I want to see if you have what it takes. No matter how fast you are, you cannot surpass the speed of sound." Tosuzan retorted, raising his arm for a sonic attack directed at Lee. Yet, having encountered such a technique before, Lee wasted no time. The moment Tosuzan lifted his arm, Lee swiftly moved beside him and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Thwarting is an S technique before it could manifest. Though my speed may not equal that of sound, since it is produced by a human, then,